A.K. Vorensky 1920. G.V. Plekanov. First published, Rabaki I. Kray, May 30, 1920. Source, http://sovlit.org/akv. Translated, by F. Choate, For Art as the Cognition of Life. Transcribed, by Joseph Mount. Plekanov died in tragic circumstances. Before his death he parted not only from the most advanced detachments of the Russian working class, but even the majority of his recent co-thinkers abandoned him. War and the Russian Revolution hurled Plekanov into the camp of his enemies of yesterday, opportunists, against whom he had waged a merciless and brilliant struggle. Plekanov died an intellectual outcast, despite his enormous and unfading contributions to the Russian and Western European workers' movement. The revolution is ruthless. Like Saturn, it devours its children, without slowing its furious pace for even a second. It overthrows yesterday's leaders and authorities, and tomorrow hurls them into the depths of political non-existence. Our time is a cruel time, merciless and ungrateful. In the whirlwind of events, the human individual disappears like a grain of dust, and the grandiose appears petty and commonplace. Sometime in the tragic distance, various events which we have passed by indifferently, and various individuals who are forgotten, having been erased by today's hurricane, will arise with all their titanic might out from under the dust of decades and appear before future generations, and the future will give the past its due and restore the proper historical perspective. And I think that Plekhanov's star will once again radiate with all its brilliance. It is difficult for us, communist Bolsheviks, to speak about G.V. Plekhanov in the even and dispassionate tone of a researcher, even though Plekhanov is no longer alive, and even though Plekhanov belongs to the past. The events are still too fresh, and the recent struggle of life and death is too easy to remember. July 1917. The Provisional Government, along with Mr. Alexinsky, a member of Plekhanov's Unity, creates an absurd provocation, the shameful and vile legend about Lenin and Trotsky, presenting them as agents of the German General Staff. A trial is held, and an investigation is launched. Plekhanov knew that this was a foul lie. He was too intelligent, and knew both Lenin and Trotsky too well to believe the slander. But Plekhanov remained silent in his Unity. No one heard his weighty and authoritative words. He didn't drive Alexinsky out of Unity. This silence was a great sin, Plekhanov's sin before the Russian and Western European workers, and it was greater and more bitter than all the other mistakes and errors Plekhanov committed. Could we really be expected to forget this, to strike it from our memories? But we Bolsheviks know yet another Plekhanov. Plekhanov is the father of Russian revolutionary Marxism. He was the first prophet and seer of the workers' movement in Russia and of the Russian proletarian revolution. He was the first to discover the Russian worker as the basis, the foundation, and the support of the struggle for socialism in Russia. Now, for us, this is a truism, a well-worn, cliched truth, but 40 years ago one needed to have an enormous intellect and sensitivity in order to say what Plekhanov said then: the revolutionary movement in Russia will triumph only as a revolutionary movement of workers. At that time, this statement was by no means obvious. The better part of the revolutionary intelligentsia at that time saw in the worker only the negative, they saw only the scum of capitalism. The Russian Obshchina, peasant commune, the spontaneous Pugachev rebellions were the basis, the alpha and omega, of revolutionary tactics. Plekhanov discovered the Russian worker, and for the first time in Russia the doctrine of the class struggle was proclaimed, a doctrine which said that every class struggle is a political struggle. Plekhanov fought for socialism as a product of the workers' movement throughout almost the entire 40 years of his literary and revolutionary activity. His polemic with N.K. Mikhailovsky and other populists was one of the most instructive and interesting pages in the history of our Russian society. Plekhanov never tired of confirming that all hopes of leaping over the stage of historical development were empty illusions which would be shattered ruthlessly by reality. On this question Plekhanov left us the richest literary heritage, which has by no means lost its value even today, when the struggle is already underway to liquidate capitalist relations. Plekhanov is not only the father of Russian Marxism, but of Marxism in general. He is a disciple of Marx and Engels, he is their loyal and orthodox follower, but he belongs to the ranks of those disciples who go further than their teacher, dressing theory in the flesh and blood of new phenomena, events, and facts, working over, perfecting and deepening the constructs of their teacher. Plekhanov completely mastered both the spirit and method of Marx's teaching. Under his pen the revolutionary doctrine became animated with all its flexibility, profundity, and merciless severity. Not all pupils are able to accomplish this. We know of examples where disciples have turned the doctrine of their teacher into a dogma, into something ossified and cold. This did not happen with Plekhanov precisely because he first of all mastered the method itself superbly. Plekhanov was not a scholastic, he was not a dry and lifeless dogmatic. From Plekhanov we all must learn how to approach various complex theoretical problems from the standpoint of revolutionary Marxism. Plekhanov did not remain within the confines of ground already covered. He tirelessly repeated what had been learned, he had favorite propositions and favorite thoughts which he tirelessly repeated in almost every article. It is being which determines consciousness, and not consciousness which determines being, and so forth. But see how this old material appeared in a new way, how it turned into, not a cliché, but a fresh thought which found reinforcement and further development from an entirely new point of view. See how before your very eyes a familiar proposition has become bathed in a new light and taken on the living garb of life itself. None of his contemporaries knew as well as Plekhanov the French materialists of the 18th century, or the German philosophers Hegel, Fichte, and Feuerbach. In this realm, Plekhanov knew no equals. Among us Marxists there are few people with a broad philosophical education. With us, philosophical questions are generally kept off to the side, they take a back seat. Marx and Engels made many brilliant and extraordinary statements, but it was Plekhanov who brought everything together into a system. Whoever wants to make a thorough study of the philosophical foundations of Marxism has no other choice, and no other books to read, than the books by Plekhanov. Western European socialist literature is even more wanting than ours in this regard. In questions of philosophy Plekhanov was a dialectical materialist. Plekhanov's scientific struggle for materialism took on a specific character in the 20th century. The bourgeoisie had long ago started to decline. It had long ago begun to outlive itself not only in the realm of productive relations, and not only in the realm of politics, but also in the sphere of science and art. In recent years the political reaction and impoverishment of the bourgeoisie has been accompanied by a retrogressive movement in the realm of scientific thought as well. In particular, the past materialism of the 18th century and Darwinism have begun to be replaced with attempts to reconcile religion with science, and with ever greater frequency the reactionary side of Kantianism is advanced. We have begun to see tightrope walkers and sophists of philosophical thought. At first there was Avenarius, then the brilliant and intelligent Bergson, then the obliging James with his pragmatism, and so on. Materialism was declared to be an outmoded, naive doctrine. Bourgeois reaction in the realm of philosophical thought found its adherents in the socialist milieu as well. Plekhanov's struggle for materialism was a struggle against demoralizing bourgeois ideology, a struggle against the dominant tendency among scholars. Plekhanov was merciless and entered into this battle fully armed with the knowledge of the history of philosophy. With what annihilating criticism Plekhanov spoke out against our empiriomonists, Bogdanov, Bazarov, and Lunacharsky. It is a fact that after Plekhanov's articles the philosophical exercises of Bogdanov, Bazarov and Lunacharsky began to fade, and soon they began to attract ever smaller amounts of attention. There is one area where Plekhanov's colossal role has not been sufficiently appreciated by those of us who are Marxists. This is the realm of literary criticism. Plekhanov left us many articles and books on the history of Russian social and artistic thought, his book on Chernyshevsky, his articles on Belinsky, Herzen, Uspensky, and Nekrasov. And this is far from a complete list of what Plekhanov wrote. Here Plekhanov appears before us as the sole and incomparable interpreter of the history of our social thought from the standpoint of Marxism. Plekhanov's articles on Belinsky and Uspensky are masterpieces in the area of Marxist interpretation of the history of our literature, and to this day no one has surpassed them. Such solid and neutral scholars as Ovsyannikov-Kolakowski have paid homage in their time to the side of Plekhanov's activity. It is sufficient to note that Plekhanov was the first to interpret and explain Uspensky to the Russian reading public. Here we must say the same thing that we said about Plekhanov's philosophical works, for anyone who wants to become acquainted with the history of our social thought and with our literature from the Marxist point of view, Plekhanov is a treasure house. With refined artistic sensibility, Plekhanov combined the most thorough knowledge of the subject matter and profound mastery of analytical abilities. In this field, Plekhanov clearly demonstrated how the Marxist method must be applied. Plekhanov and the opportunists. Few people know that Plekhanov was the first to speak out against the Western European revisionists of Marxism who had begun to revise the doctrine of Marx in the 1890s. Kosky and other orthodox Marxists added their voices only later. In this struggle, Plekhanov demonstrated all his indefatigability and the full measure of his brilliant polemical talent. Now there is hardly anyone who doubts that the revision of Marx's doctrine by Bernstein and his friends in Russia Struve and Tagan-Baranovsky was anything but the vulgarization of Marxism, and the desire to remove from Marxism all its revolutionary content, to adapt and lower Marxism to the level of bourgeois gradualism. But this became evident to a large degree thanks to Plekhanov. Plekhanov's style is filled with brilliance and the refined simplicity which is given only by full clarity of thought and by a sharp, flexible mind. Plekhanov mastered the beautiful Russian language as few are able to do. As a polemicist, Plekhanov was a most dangerous opponent. His polemical thrusts were often truly fatal and always well placed. Plekhanov's caustic and merciless irony, as well as his polemical passion, were always and immutably supplemented by consciousness of his superiority. He spoke and wrote like one who reigns. This grated upon many. But Plekhanov was entitled to act in such a way. His erudition was colossal, and when it comes to Plekhanov's polemical force, it could be said that his arrows were arrows of fire. Plekhanov knew no golden mean. Once he had become convinced of the correctness of a proposition, Plekhanov proceeded to the logical end. He swept aside yesterday's friends and cast them into the camp of his decisive enemies. He broke his alliance with yesterday's allies and went his own way, certain that he was right. Every slip, therefore, every deviation with Plekhanov turned into a major error. This by no means excludes the flexibility of his mind, since Plekhanov's intellect was not only supple, but extremely consistent. As a tactician, Plekhanov made a number of the crudest tactical mistakes. He ended his life surrounded by the most right-wing defensists. Plekhanov's mind was immersed in theory. In the realm of tactics he was weak. This often happens with great people. Tolstoy was a brilliant artist, but a very weak philosopher, although he himself had the opposite opinion of his abilities. Gorky, too, is a superb artist, but a very mediocre polemicist, and so forth. Tactics, in general, was Plekhanov's Achilles' heel. The fact that Plekhanov was with the Mensheviks, and then with the defensists, shows not only his tactical weakness, but indicates that Plekhanov belonged heart and soul to the period and epoch of the workers' movement which took shape, developed and became stronger after the defeat of the Paris Commune. This was a period of legalism, parliamentarianism, and the growth of trade unions within the framework of peaceful struggle. We know that it was not only Plekhanov who went astray, but Kosky, Geste, and a number of other leading lights of the past epoch. It is true that Plekhanov had ties to the Russian revolutionary underground, but he nevertheless had even stronger ties to the West. Here we must note that Plekhanov loved our revolutionary underground, he loved it as it developed since Herzen's times. In this sense, Plekhanov was a Bolshevik. As a Menshevik, Plekhanov waged a ruthless struggle against the Bolsheviks in 1905 to 1906, but when a bit later the majority of the Mensheviks got bogged down in liquidators' mud, When the Mensheviks declared that the underground had degenerated and had outlived its time, Plekanov broke with the Mensheviks, began to support the Bolsheviks energetically, and became a collaborator with Pravda. Mole, how well you burrow, Plekanov said to the revolutionary Marxist underground during the years of desperate reaction, renegacy, and betrayals. We all remember his articles in Pravda against Patrusov. Under a volley of bullets, a secondary meaning of the phrase is, a torrent of lies. Trans, was the title Plekanov gave to one in the series of articles at that time. During the war even the Mensheviks abandoned Plekanov. Plekanov blamed Germany exclusively. He claimed that the Allies and Tsarist Russia were waging a just war. He attacked the German Social Democrats and found the position of the French and English social chauvinists to be correct. Plekhanov's assessments of the February Revolution and the Provisional Government are well known. But not everyone knows that during the October days Plekhanov decisively spoke out against Kerensky's attempts to take Petrograd with the help of Krasnov's Cossacks. When Kerensky was drawing close to Petrograd, and already controlled Krasnoye Selo, a well-known revolutionary and friend of Plekhanov's was sent as an intermediary or, perhaps, went on his own initiative and proposed that Plekhanov assume the task of forming a ministry as soon as the Cossacks entered Petrograd. Plekhanov replied, "I have served the proletariat for 40 years and I will not begin shooting at the workers even when they are following the wrong course." From this reply it is evident that, despite all his latest mistakes and deviation, the spirit of the old revolutionary was still alive in Plekhanov, and it revealed itself even at the moment of his most serious errors. Plekhanov's name should be placed next to the names of Belinsky, Herzen, and Chernyshevsky. Plekhanov must be studied. Every class-conscious worker must know Plekhanov's best writings. It would be the greatest crime if, because of Plekhanov's errors, we began to overlook a whole number of his brilliant works, which to this day remain unsurpassed. G.V. Plekhanov. On the Role of the Individual in History. 1898. Written, 1898. First published, Nochnoye Obrozhniyi, NOS 3 and 4, 1898. Source, Selected Works of G.V. Plekhanov, Volume 2. Publisher, Lawrence and Wishart, 1961. Transcribed, John Heckman. HTML markup, John Heckman. In the second half of the 70s the late Kablitz wrote an article entitled, The Mind and the Senses as Factors of Progress, in which, referring to Spencer, he argued that the senses played the principal role in human progress, and that the mind played only a secondary role, and quite a subordinate one at that. A certain esteemed sociologist replied to Kablitz, expressing amusement and surprise at a theory which placed the mind on the footboard. The esteemed sociologist was right, of course, in defending the mind. He would have been much more right, however, had he, without going into the details of the question that Kablitz had raised, proved that his very method of presenting it was impossible and impermissible. Indeed, the factors theory is unsound in itself, for it arbitrarily picks out different sides of social life, hypostasises them, converts them into forces of a special kind, which, from different sides, and with unequal success, draw the social man along the path of progress. But this theory is still less sound in the form presented by Kablitz, who converted into special sociological hypostases, not the various sides of the activities of the social man, but the different spheres of the individual mind. This is a veritable Herculean pillar of abstraction. Beyond this one cannot go, for beyond it lies the comic kingdom of utter and obvious absurdity. It is to this that the esteemed sociologist should have drawn the attention of Kablitz and his readers. Perhaps, after revealing the depths of abstraction into which the effort to find the predominating factor in history had led Kablitz, the esteemed sociologist might, by chance, have made some contribution to the critique of this factors theory. This would have been very useful for all of us at that time. But he proved unequal to his mission. He himself subscribed to that theory, differing from Kablitz only in his leanings towards eclecticism, and consequently, all the factors seemed to him to be equally important. Subsequently, the eclectic nature of his mind found particularly striking expression in his attacks on dialectical materialism, which he regarded as a doctrine which sacrifices all other factors to the economic factor and reduces the role of the individual in history to nothing. It never occurred to the esteemed sociologist that the factor's point of view is alien to dialectical materialism, and that only one who is utterly incapable of thinking logically can see in it any justification of so-called quietism. Incidentally, it must be observed that the slip made by our esteemed sociologist is not unique. Very many others have made it, are making it and, probably, will go on making it. Materialists began to be accused of betraying leanings towards quietism even before they had worked out their dialectical conception of nature and of history. Without making an excursion into the depth of time, we will recall the controversy between the celebrated English scientist, Priestley, and Price. Analyzing Priestley's theories, Price argued that materialism was incompatible with the concept free will, and that it precluded all independent activity on the part of the individual. In reply, Priestley referred to everyday experience. He would not speak of himself, he said, though by no means the most apathetic of creatures, but where would one find more mental vigor, more activity, more force and persistence in the pursuit of extremely important aims, than among those who subscribe to the doctrine of necessity? Priestley had in view the religious, democratic sect then known as Christian Necessarians. 1-2 We do not know whether the sect was as active as Priestley, who belonged to it, thought it was. But that is not important. There cannot be the slightest doubt that the materialist conception of the human will is quite compatible with the most vigorous practical activity. Lanson observes that all the doctrines which called for the utmost exertion of human will asserted, in principle, that the will was impotent. They rejected free will and subjected the world to fatalism. 2 Lanson was wrong in thinking that every repudiation of what is called free will leads to fatalism, but this did not prevent him from noting an extremely interesting historical fact. Indeed, history shows that even fatalism was not always a hindrance to energetic, practical action. On the contrary, in certain epochs it was a psychologically necessary basis for such action. In proof of this, we will point to the Puritans, who in energy excelled all the other parties in England in the 17th century, and to the followers of Mohammed, who in a short space of time subjugated an enormous part of the globe, stretching from India to Spain. Those who think that the conviction that a certain series of events is inevitable is sufficient to cause all psychological possibility of helping on, or counteracting, these events to disappear, are very much mistaken. 3. Here, everything depends upon whether my activities constitute an inevitable link in the chain of inevitable events. If they do, then I waver less and the more resolute are my actions. There is nothing surprising in this. When we say that a certain individual regards his activities as an inevitable link in the chain of inevitable events, we mean, among other things, that for this individual, lack of free will is tantamount to incapability of inaction, and that this lack of free will is reflected in his mind as the impossibility of acting differently from the way he is acting. This is precisely the psychological mood that can be expressed in the celebrated words of Luther, "Here I stand, I can do no other," and thanks to which men display the most indomitable energy, perform the most astonishing feats. Hamlet never knew this mood, that is why he was only capable of moaning and reflecting. And that is why Hamlet would never have accepted a philosophy, according to which freedom is merely necessity transformed into mind. Fichte rightly said, "As the man is, so is his philosophy." 2. Some people here have taken seriously Stamler's remarks about the allegedly insoluble contradiction that is said to be characteristic of a certain West European social political theory. For we have in mind the well-known example of the eclipse of the moon. As a matter of fact, this is a supremely absurd example. The combination of conditions that are necessary to cause an eclipse of the moon does not, and cannot under any circumstances, include human action, and, for this reason alone, projects to assist the eclipse of the moon can arise only in a lunatic asylum. But even if human action did serve as one of these conditions, none of those who keenly desired to see an eclipse of the moon would, if they were convinced that it would certainly take place without their aid, join the eclipse of the moon party. In this case, quietism would merely be abstention from unnecessary, i.e. useless, action and would have no affinity with real quietism. In order that the example of the eclipse of the moon may cease to be nonsensical in the case of the above-mentioned party that we are examining, it must be entirely changed. It would have to be imagined that the moon is gifted with a mind, and that her position in celestial space, which causes her eclipse, appears to her to be the fruit of the self-determination of her own will, that it not only gives her enormous pleasure, but is absolutely necessary for her peace of mind, and that this is why she always passionately strives to occupy this position. 5. After imagining all this, the question would have to be asked, what would the moon feel if she discovered, at last, that it is not her will, and not her ideals, that determine her movement in celestial space, but, on the contrary, that her movement determines her will and her ideals? According to Stammeiler, such a discovery would certainly make her incapable of moving, unless she succeeded in extricating herself from her predicament by some logical contradiction. But such an assumption is totally groundless. This discovery might serve as a formal reason for the moon's bad temper, for feeling out of harmony with herself, for the contradiction between her ideals and mechanical reality. But since we are assuming that the moon's psychological state in general is, in the last analysis, determined by her movement, then the cause of her disturbed peace of mind must be sought for in her movement. If this subject were examined carefully, it would have transpired, perhaps, that when the moon was at her apogee she grieved over the fact that her will was not free, and when she was at her perigee, this very circumstance served as a new, formal cause of her happiness and good spirits. Perhaps, the opposite would have happened. Perhaps it would have transpired that she found the means of reconciling free will with necessity, not at her perigee, but at her apogee. Be that as it may, such a reconciliation is undoubtedly possible. Being conscious of necessity is quite compatible with the most energetic, practical action. At all events, this has been the case in history so far. Men who have repudiated free will have often excelled all their contemporaries in strength of will, and asserted their will to the utmost. Numerous examples of this can be quoted. They are universally known. They can be forgotten, as Stammeiler evidently does, only if one deliberately refuses to see historical reality as it actually is. This attitude is strongly marked, among our subjectivists 3 for example, and among some German Philistines. Philistines and subjectivists, however, are not men, but mere phantoms, as Belinsky would have said. Let us, however, examine more closely the case when a man's own, past, present, or future, actions seem to him to be entirely colored by necessity. We know already that such a man, regarding himself as a messenger of God, like Mohammed, as one chosen by ineluctable destiny, like Napoleon, or as the expression of the irresistible force of historical progress, like some of the public men in the 19th century, displays almost elemental strength of will, and sweeps from his path like a house of cards all the obstacles set up by the small-town hamlets and hamletkins. 6.4 But this case interests us now from another angle, namely, as follows: when the consciousness of my lack of free will presents itself to me only in the form of the complete subjective and objective impossibility of acting differently from the way I am acting, and when, at the same time, my actions are to me the most desirable of all other possible actions, then, in my mind, necessity becomes identified with freedom and freedom with necessity, and then, I am unfree only in the sense that I cannot disturb this identity between freedom and necessity, I cannot oppose one to the other, I cannot feel the restraint of necessity. But such a lack of freedom is at the same time its fullest manifestation. Simmel says that freedom is always freedom from something, and, where freedom is not conceived as the opposite of restraint, it is meaningless. That is so, of course. But this slight, elementary truth cannot serve as a ground for refuting the thesis, which constitutes one of the most brilliant discoveries ever made by philosophic thought, that freedom means being conscious of necessity. Simmel's definition is too narrow, it applies only to freedom from external restraint. As long as we are discussing only such restraints, it would be extremely ridiculous to identify freedom with necessity. A pickpocket is not free to steal your pocket handkerchief while you are preventing him from doing so and until he has overcome your resistance in one way or another. In addition to this elementary and superficial conception of freedom, however, there is another, incomparably more profound. For those who are incapable of thinking philosophically, this concept does not exist at all, and those who are capable of thinking philosophically grasp it only when they have cast off dualism and realize that, contrary to the assumption of the dualists, there is no gulf between the subject and the object. The Russian subjectivist opposes his utopian ideals to our capitalist reality and goes no further. The subjectivists have stuck in the bog of dualism. The ideals of the so-called Russian Disciples 7 resemble capitalist reality far less than the ideals of the subjectivists. Notwithstanding this, however, the disciples have found a bridge which unites ideals with reality. The disciples have elevated themselves to monism. In their opinion, capitalism, in the course of its development, will lead to its own negation and to the realization of the Russian disciples, and not only the Russian, ideals. This is historical necessity. The disciple serves as an instrument of this necessity and cannot help doing so, owing to his social status and to his mentality and temperament, which were created by his status. This, too, is an aspect of necessity. Since his social status has imbued him with this character and no other, he not only serves as an instrument of necessity and cannot help doing so, but he passionately desires, and cannot help desiring, to do so. This is an aspect of freedom, and, moreover, of freedom that has grown out of necessity, i.e., to put it more correctly, it is freedom that is identical with necessity, it is necessity transformed into freedom. 8. This freedom is also freedom from a certain amount of restraint, it is also the antithesis of a certain amount of restriction. Profound definitions do not refute superficial ones, but, supplementing them, include them in themselves. But what sort of restraint, what sort of restriction, is in question in this case? This is clear, the moral restraint which curbs the energy of those who have not cast off dualism, the restriction suffered by those who are unable to bridge the gulf between ideals and reality. Until the individual has won this freedom by heroic effort in philosophical thinking, he does not fully belong to himself, and his mental tortures are the shameful tribute he pays to external necessity that stands opposed to him. But as soon as this individual throws off the yoke of this painful and shameful restriction, he is born for a new, full, and hitherto never experienced life, and his free actions become the conscious and free expression of necessity. 8a Then he will become a great social force, and then nothing can, and nothing will, prevent him from bursting on cunning falsehood, like a storm of wrath divine. 3. Again, being conscious of the absolute inevitability of a given phenomenon can only increase the energy of a man who sympathizes with it and who regards himself as one of the forces which called it into being. If such a man, conscious of the inevitability of this phenomenon, folded his arms and did nothing, he would show that he was ignorant of arithmetic. Indeed, let us suppose that phenomenon A must necessarily take place under a given sum of circumstances, S. You have proved to me that a part of this sum of circumstances already exists and that the other part will exist in a given time, T. Being convinced of this, I, the man who sympathizes with phenomenon A, exclaim, good, and then go to sleep until the happy day when the event you have foretold takes place. What will be the result? The following. In your calculations, the sum of circumstances necessary to bring about phenomenon A, included my activities, equal, let us say, to A. As, however, I am immersed in deep slumber, the sum of circumstances favorable for the given phenomenon at time t will be, not S, but S, A, which changes the situation. Perhaps my place will be taken by another man, who was also on the point of inaction, but was saved by the sight of my apathy, which to him appeared to be pernicious. In that case, force A will be replaced by force B, and if A equals B, the sum of circumstances favorable for A will remain equal to S, and phenomenon A will take place, after all, at time t. But if my force cannot be regarded as being equal to 0, if I am a skillful and capable worker, and nobody has replaced me, then we will not have the full sum S, and phenomenon A will take place later than we assumed, or not as fully as we expected, or it may not take place at all. This is as clear as daylight, and if I do not understand it, if I think that S remains S even after I am replaced, it is only because I am unable to count. But am I the only one who is unable to count? You, who prophesied that the sum S would certainly be available at time t, did not foresee that I would go to sleep immediately after my conversation with you. You were convinced that I would remain a good worker to the end. The force was less reliable than you thought. Hence, you, too, counted badly. But let us suppose that you had made no mistake, that you had made allowance for everything. In that case, your calculations will assume the following form: you say that at time t the sum S will be available. This sum of circumstances will include my replacement as a negative magnitude, and it will also include, as a positive magnitude, the stimulating effect on strong-minded men of the conviction that their strivings and ideals are the subjective expression of objective necessity. In that case, the sum S will indeed be available at the time you appointed, and phenomenon A will take place. I think this is clear. But if this is clear, why was I confused by the idea that phenomenon A was inevitable? Why did it seem to me that it condemned me to inaction? Why, in discussing it, did I forget the simplest rules of arithmetic? Probably because, owing to the circumstances of my upbringing, I already had a very strong leaning toward inaction, and my conversation with you served as th drop which filled the cup of this laudable inclination to overflowing. That is all. Only in this sense, as the cause that revealed my moral flabbiness and uselessness, did the consciousness of necessity figure here. It cannot possibly be regarded as the cause of this flabbiness. The causes of it are the circumstances of my upbringing. And so, arithmetic is a very respectable and useful science, the rules of which should not be forgotten even by, I would say, particularly by, philosophers. But what effect will the consciousness of the necessity of a given phenomenon have upon a strong man who does not sympathize with it and resists its taking place? Here the situation is somewhat different. It is very possible that it will cause the vigor of his resistance to relax. But when do the opponents of a given phenomenon become convinced that it is inevitable? When the circumstances favorable to it are very numerous and very strong. The fact that its opponents realize that the phenomenon is inevitable, and the relaxation of their energy, are merely manifestations of the force of circumstances favorable to it. These manifestations, in their turn, are a part of the favorable circumstances. But the vigor of resistance will not be relaxed among all the opponents. Among some of them the consciousness that the phenomenon is inevitable will cause it to grow and become transformed into the vigor of despair. History in general, and the history of Russia in particular, provides not a few instructive examples of this sort of vigor. We hope the reader will be able to recall these without our assistance. Here we are interrupted by Mr. Karayev, who, while, of course, disagreeing with our views on freedom and necessity, and, moreover, disapproving of our partiality for the extremes to which strong men go, nevertheless, is pleased to meet in the pages of our journal the idea that the individual may be a great social force. The worthy professor joyfully exclaims, "I have always said that." And this is true. Mr. Karayev, and all the subjectivists, have always ascribed a very important role to the individual in history. And there was a time when they enjoyed considerable sympathy among advanced young people who were imbued with noble strivings to work for the common will and were, therefore, naturally inclined to attach great importance to individual initiative. In essence, however, the subjectivists have never been able to solve, or even to present properly, the problem of the role of the individual in history. As against the influence of the laws of social historical progress, they advanced the activities of critically thinking individuals, and thus created, as it were, a new species of the factors theory. Critically thinking individuals were one factor of this progress, its own laws were the other factor. This resulted in an extreme incongruity, which one could put up with as long as the attention of the active individuals was concentrated on the practical problems of the day and they had no time to devote to philosophical problems. But the calm which ensued in the 80s gave those who were capable of thinking enforced leisure for philosophical reflection, and since then, the subjectivist doctrine has been bursting at all its seams, and even falling to pieces, like the celebrated overcoat of Akasievich. 5** No amount of patching was of any use, and one after another thinking people began to reject subjectivism as an obviously and utterly unsound doctrine. As always happens in such cases, however, the reaction against this doctrine caused some of its opponents to go to the opposite extreme. While some subjectivists, striving to ascribe the widest possible role to the individual in history, refused to recognize the historical progress of mankind as a process expressing laws, some of their later opponents, striving to bring out more sharply the coherent character of this progress, were evidently prepared to forget that men make history, and therefore, the activities of individuals cannot help being important in history. They have declared the individual to be a quantite negligible. In theory, this extreme is as impermissible as the one reached by the more ardent subjectivists. It is as unsound to sacrifice the thesis to the antithesis as to forget the antithesis for the sake of the thesis. The correct point of view will be found only when we succeed in uniting the points of truth contained in them into a synthesis. 9. 4. This problem has been interesting us for a long time, and we have long wanted to invite our readers to join us in tackling it. We were restrained, however, by certain fears. We thought that perhaps our readers had already solved it for themselves and that our proposal would be belated. These fears have now been dispelled. The German historians have dispelled them for us. We are quite serious in saying this. The fact of the matter is that lately a rather heated controversy has been going on among the German historians over great men in history. Some have been inclined to regard the political activities of these men as the main and almost the only spring of historical development, while others have been asserting that such a view is one-sided and that the science of history must have in view, not only the activities of great men, and not only political history, but historical life as a whole, das ganze geschichtlichen Lebens. One of the representatives of the latter trend is Karl Lamprecht, author of The History of the German People, translated into Russian by P. Nikolaev. Lamprecht's opponents accused him of being a collectivist and a materialist. He was even placed on a par with horrible dictu, the social democratic atheists, as he expressed it in winding up the debate. When we became acquainted with his views, we found that the accusations hurled against this poor savant were utterly groundless. At the same time, we were convinced that the present-day German historians were incapable of solving the problem of the role of the individual in history. We then decided that we had a right to assume that the problem was still unsolved even for a number of Russian readers, and that something could still be said about it that would not be altogether lacking in theoretical and practical interest. Lamprecht gathered a whole collection, eine artige Sammlung, as he expresses it, of the views of prominent statesmen on their own activities in the historical milieu in which they pursued them. In his polemics, however, he confined himself for the time being to references to some of the speeches and opinions of Bismarck. He quoted the following words, uttered by the Iron Chancellor in the North German Reichstag on April 16, 1869. Gentlemen, we can neither ignore the history of the past nor create the future. I would like to warn you against the mistake that causes people to advance the hands of their clocks, thinking that thereby they are hastening the passage of time. My influence on the events I took advantage of is usually exaggerated, but it would never occur to anyone to demand that I should make history. I could not do that even in conjunction with you, although together, we could resist the whole world. We cannot make history, we must wait while it is being made. We will not make fruit ripen more quickly by subjecting it to the heat of a lamp, and if we pluck the fruit before it is ripe we will only prevent its growth and spoil it. Referring to the evidence of Joly, Lamprecht also quotes the opinions which Bismarck expressed more than once during the Franco-Prussian War. 6 Again, the idea that runs through these opinions is that we cannot make great historical events, but must adapt ourselves to the natural course of things and limit ourselves to securing what is already ripe. Lamprecht regards this as the profound and whole truth. In his opinion, a modern historian cannot think otherwise, provided he is able to peer into the depths of events and not restrict his field of vision to too short an interval of time. Could Bismarck have caused Germany to revert to natural economy? He would have been unable to do this even when he was at the height of his power. General historical circumstances are stronger than the strongest individuals. For a great man, the general character of his epoch is empirically given necessity. This is how Lamprecht reasons, calling his view a universal one. It is not difficult to see the weak side of this universal view. The above quoted opinions of Bismarck are very interesting as a psychological document. One may not sympathize with the activities of the late German Chancellor, but one cannot say that they were insignificant, that Bismarck was distinguished for quietism. It was about him that Lassalle said, "The servants of reaction are no orators, but God grant that progress has servants like them." And yet this man, who at times displayed truly iron energy, considered himself absolutely impotent in face of the natural course of things, evidently regarding himself as a simple instrument of historical development. This proves once again that one can see phenomena in the light of necessity and at the same time be a very energetic statesman. But it is only in this respect that Bismarck's opinions are interesting. They cannot be regarded as a solution of the problem of the role of the individual in history. According to Bismarck, events occur of themselves, and we can secure what they prepare for us. But every act of securing is also an historical event. What is the difference between such events and those that occur of themselves? Actually, nearly every historical event is simultaneously an act of securing by somebody of the already ripened fruit of preceding development and a link in the chain of events which are preparing the fruits of the future. How can acts of securing be opposed to the natural course of things? Evidently, Bismarck wanted to say that individuals and groups of individuals operating in history never were and never will be all-powerful. This, of course, is beyond all doubt. Nevertheless, we would like to know what their power, far from omnipotence, of course, depends on, under what circumstances it grows and under what circumstances it diminishes. Neither Bismarck nor the learned advocate of the universal conception of history who quotes him, answers these questions. It is true that Lamprecht gives us more reasonable quotations. 10 For example, he quotes the following words of Monod, one of the most prominent representatives of contemporary historical science in France. Historians are too much in the habit of paying attention only to the brilliant, clamorous, and ephemeral manifestations of human activity, to great events and great men, instead of depicting the great and slow changes of economic conditions and social institutions, which constitute the really interesting and entrancient part of human development, the part which, to a certain extent, may be reduced to laws and subjected, to a certain extent, to exact analysis. Indeed, important events and individuals are important precisely as signs and symbols of different moments of the aforesaid development. But most of the events that are called historical have the same relation to real history as the waves which rise up from the surface of the sea, gleam in the light for a moment and break on the sandy shore, leaving no trace behind them, have to the deep and constant motion of the tides. Lamprecht declares that he is prepared to put his signature to every one of these words. It is well known that German savants are reluctant to agree with French savants and the French are reluctant to agree with the German. That is why the Belgian historian Piron was particularly pleased to emphasize in Revue Historique the fact that Monod's conception of history coincides with that of Lamprecht. This harmony is extremely significant, he observed. Evidently, it shows that the future belongs to the new conception of history. V. We do not share Piron's pleasant expectations. The future cannot belong to vague and indefinite views, and such, precisely, are the views of Monod and particularly of Lamprecht. Of course, one cannot but welcome a trend that declares that the most important task of the science of history is to study social institutions and economic conditions. This science will make great progress when such a trend becomes definitely consolidated. In the first place, however, Piron is wrong in thinking that this is a new trend. It arose in the science of history as far back as the 20s of the 19th century. Guizot, Mignot, Augustin Thierry and, subsequently, Tocqueville and others, were its brilliant and consistent representatives. The views of Monod and Lamprecht are but a faint copy of an old but excellent original. Secondly, profound as the views of Guizot, Mignot, and the other French historians may have been for their time, much in them has remained unelucidated. They do not provide a full and definite solution of the problem of the role of the individual in history. And the science of history must provide this solution if its representatives are destined to rid themselves of their one-sided conception of their subject. The future belongs to the school that finds the best solution of this problem, among others. The views of Guizot, Mignot, and the other historians who belonged to this trend were a reaction against the views on history that prevailed in the 18th century and constituted their antithesis. In the 18th century, the students of the philosophy of history reduced everything to the conscious activities of individuals. True, there were exceptions to the rule even at that time. The philosophical historical field of vision of Vico, Montesquieu, and Herder, for example, was much wider. But we are not speaking of exceptions. The great majority of the thinkers of the 18th century regarded history exactly in the way we have described. In this connection, it is very interesting to peruse once again the historical works of Mably, for example. According to Mably, Minos created the whole of the social and political life and ethics of the Cretes, while Lycurgus performed the same service for Sparta. If the Spartans spurned material wealth, it was due entirely to Lycurgus, who descended, so to speak, into the depths of the hearts of his fellow citizens and there crushed the germ of love for wealth, descended pour in ze dire jusque dans le fond du cœur de citoyens, etc. 11. And if, subsequently, the Spartans strayed from the path the wise Lycurgus had pointed out to them, the blame for this rests on Lysander, who persuaded them that new times and new conditions called for new rules and a new policy. 12. Researches written from the point of view of such conceptions have very little affinity with science, and were written as sermons solely for the sake of the moral lessons that could be drawn from them. It was against such conceptions that the French historians of the period of the Restoration revolted. After the stupendous events of the end of the 18th century, it was absolutely impossible to think any longer that history was made by more or less prominent and more or less noble and enlightened individuals who at their own discretion imbued the unenlightened but obedient masses with certain sentiments and ideas. Moreover, this philosophy of history offended the plebeian pride of the bourgeois theoreticians. They were prompted by the same feelings that revealed themselves in the 18th century in the rise of bourgeois drama. In combating the old conceptions of history, Thierry used the same arguments that were advanced by Beaumarchais and others against the old aesthetics. 13. Lastly, the storms which France had just experienced very clearly revealed that the course of historical events was by no means determined solely by the conscious actions of men. This circumstance alone was enough to suggest the idea that these events were due to the influence of some hidden necessity, operating blindly, like the elemental forces of nature, but in accordance with certain immutable laws. It is an extremely remarkable fact, which nobody, as far as we know, has pointed to before, that the French historians of the period of the Restoration applied the new conception of history as a process conforming to laws most consistently in their works on the French Revolution. This was the case, for example, in the works of Mignot. Chateaubriand called the new school of history fatalistic. Formulating the tasks which it set the investigator, he said, "This system demands that the historian shall describe without indignation the most brutal atrocities, speak without love about the highest virtues, and with his glacial eye see in social life only the manifestation of irresistible laws due to which every phenomenon occurs exactly as it inevitably had to occur." 14. This is wrong, of course. The new school did not demand that the historian should be impassive. Augustin Thierry even said quite openly that political passion, by sharpening the mind of the investigator, may serve as a powerful means of discovering the truth. 15. It is sufficient to make oneself only slightly familiar with the historical works of Guizot, Thierry, or Mignot to see that they strongly sympathized with the bourgeoisie in its struggle against the lords temporal and spiritual, as well as with its efforts to suppress the demands of the rising proletariat. What is incontrovertible is the following: the new school of history arose in the 20s of the 19th century, i.e. when the bourgeoisie had already vanquished the aristocracy, although the latter was still striving to restore some of its old privileges. The proud consciousness of the victory of their class was reflected in all the arguments of the historians of the new school. And as the bourgeoisie was never distinguished for knightly chivalry, one can sometimes discern a note of harshness to the vanquished in the arguments of its scientific representatives. Le plus fort absorbe le plus faible, says Guizot, in one of his polemical pamphlets, etils de droit, the strongest absorbs the weakest, and he has a right to do so. His attitude towards the working class is no less harsh. It was this harshness, which at times assumed the form of calm detachment, that misled Chateaubriand. Moreover, at that time it was not yet quite clear what was meant when it was said that history conformed to certain laws. Lastly, the new school may have appeared to be fatalistic because, striving firmly to adopt this point of view, it paid little attention to the great individuals in history. 16. Those who had been brought up on the historical ideas of the 18th century found it difficult to accept this. Objections to the views of the new historians poured in from all sides, and then the controversy flared up which, as we have seen, has not ended to this day. In January, 1826, Saint-Beuve, in a review, in the Globe 7*, of the 5th and 6th volume of Mignot's History of the French Revolution, wrote as follows: at any given moment a man may, by the sudden decision of his will, introduce into the course of events a new, unexpected, and changeable force, which may alter that course, but which cannot be measured itself owing to its changeability. It must not be thought that Saint-Beuve assumed that sudden decisions of human will occur without cause. No, that would have been too naive. He merely asserted that the mental and moral qualities of a man who is playing a more or less important role in public life, his talent, knowledge, resoluteness or irresoluteness, courage or cowardice, etc., cannot help having a marked influence on the course and outcome of events, and yet these qualities cannot be explained solely by the general laws of development of a nation. They are always, and to a considerable degree, acquired as a result of the action of what may be called the accidents of private life. We will quote a few examples to explain this idea, which, incidentally, seems to me clear enough as it is. During the War of the Austrian Succession 8*, the French army achieved several brilliant victories, and it seemed that France was in a position to compel Austria to cede fairly extensive territory in what is now Belgium, but Louis XV did not claim this territory because, as he said, he was fighting as a king and not as a merchant, and France got nothing out of the Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle. 9*, if, however, Louis XV had been a man of a different character, the territory of France would have been enlarged, and as a result her economic and political development would have taken a somewhat different course. As is well known, France waged the 7 Years' War 10*, in alliance with Austria. It is said that this alliance was concluded as a result of the strong pressure of Madame Pompadour, who had been extremely flattered by the fact that, in a letter to her, proud Maria Theresa had called her cousin or dear friend bien bonne amie. Hence, one can say that had Louis XV been a man of stricter morals, or had he submitted less to his favorite's influence, Madame Pompadour would not have been able to influence the course of events to the extent that she did, and they would have taken a different turn. Further, France was unsuccessful in the 7 Years' War. Her generals suffered several very shameful defeats. Speaking generally, their conduct was very strange, to say the least. Richelieu engaged in plunder, and Soubise and Broye were constantly hindering each other. For example, when Broye was attacking the enemy at Villinghausen, Soubise heard the gunfire, but did not go to his comrade's assistance, as had been arranged, and as he undoubtedly should have done, and Broye was obliged to retreat. 17. The extremely incompetent Soubise enjoyed the protection of the aforesaid Madame Pompadour. We can say again that had Louis XV been less lascivious, or had his favorite refrained from interfering in politics, events would not have turned out so unfavorably for France. French historians say that there was no need at all for France to wage war on the European continent, and that she should have concentrated all her efforts on the sea in order to resist England's encroachments on her colonies. The fact that she acted differently was again due to the inevitable Madame Pompadour, who wanted to please her dear friend, Maria Theresa. As a result of the 7 Years' War, France lost her best colonies, which undoubtedly greatly influenced the development of her economic relations. In this case, feminine vanity appears in the role of the influential factor of economic development. Do we need any other examples? We will quote one more, perhaps the most astonishing one. During the aforesaid 7 Years' War, in August, 1761, the Austrian troops, having united with the Russian troops in Silesia, surrounded Frederick near Striga. Frederick's position was desperate, but the Allies were tardy in attacking, and General Bouturlin, after facing the enemy for 20 days, withdrew his troops from Silesia, leaving only a part of his forces as reinforcements for the Austrian General Laudon. Laudon captured Schweidnitz, near which Frederick was encamped, but this victory was of little importance. Suppose, however, Bouturlin had been a man of firmer character? Suppose the Allies had attacked Frederick before he had time to entrench himself? They might have routed him, and he would have been compelled to yield to all the victor's demands. And this occurred barely a few months before a new accidental circumstance, the death of Empress Elizabeth, immediately changed the situation greatly in Frederick's favor. 11. We would like to ask, what would have happened had Bouturlin been a man of more resolute character, or had a man like Suvorov been in his place? In examining the views of the fatalist historians, Saint Beuve gave expression to another opinion which is also worthy of attention. In the aforementioned review of Mignot's History of the French Revolution, he argued that the course and outcome of the French Revolution were determined, not only by the general causes which had given rise to the revolution, and not only by the passions which in its turn the revolution had roused, but also by numerous minor phenomena, which had escaped the attention of the investigator, and which were not even a part of social phenomena, properly so called. He wrote, while these passions roused by social phenomena were operating, the physical and physiological forces of nature were not inactive, stones continued to obey the law of gravity, the blood did not cease to circulate in the veins. Would not the course of events have changed had Mirabeau, say, not died of fever, had Robespierre been killed by the accidental fall of a brick or by a stroke of apoplexy, or if Bonaparte had been struck down by a bullet? And will you dare to assert that the outcome would have been the same? Given a sufficient number of accidents, similar to those I have assumed, the outcome might have been the very opposite of what, in your opinion, was inevitable. I have a right to assume the possibility of such accidents because they are precluded neither by the general causes of the revolution nor by the passions roused by these general causes. Then he goes on to quote the well-known observation that history would have taken an entirely different course had Cleopatra's nose been somewhat shorter, and, in conclusion, admitting that very much more could be said in defense of Mignot's view, he again shows where this author goes wrong. Mignot ascribes solely to the action of general causes results which many other, minor, dark, and elusive causes had helped to bring about. His stern logic, as it were, refuses to recognize the existence of anything that seems to him to be lacking in order and law. 6. Are Saint Beuve's objections sound? I think they contain a certain amount of truth. But what amount? To determine this we will first examine the idea that a man can by the sudden decision of his will introduce a new force into the course of events which is capable of changing their course considerably. We have quoted a number of examples, which, we think, very well explain this. Let us ponder over these examples. Everybody knows that, during the reign of Louis XV, military affairs went steadily from bad to worse in France. As Henry Martin has observed, during the 7 Years' War, the French army, which always had numerous prostitutes, tradesmen and servants in its train, and which had 3 times as many pack horses as saddle horses, had more resemblance to the hordes of Darius and Xerxes than to the armies of Turenne and Gustavus Adolphus. 18 Archenhold says in his history of this war that the French officers, when appointed for guard duty, often deserted their posts to go dancing somewhere in the vicinity, and obeyed the orders of their superiors only when they thought fit. This deplorable state of military affairs was due to the deterioration of the aristocracy, which, however, continued to occupy all the high posts in the army, and to the general dislocation of the old order, which was rapidly drifting to its doom. These general causes alone would have been quite sufficient to make the outcome of the 7 Years' War unfavorable to France. But undoubtedly the incompetence of generals like Soubise greatly increased the chances of failure for the French army which these general causes already provided. Soubise retained his post, thanks to Madame Pompadour, and so we must count the proud Marquise as one of the factors significantly reinforcing the unfavorable influence of these general causes on the position of French affairs. The Marquise de Pompadour was strong not by her own strength, but by the power of the king who was subject to her will. Can we say that the character of Louis XV was exactly what it was inevitably bound to be, in view of the general course of development of social relations in France? No, given the same course of development a king might have appeared in his place with a different attitude towards women. Saint Beuve would say that the action of obscure and intangible physiological causes was sufficient to account for this. And he would be right. But, if that is so, the conclusion emerges, that these obscure physiological causes, by affecting the progress and results of the 7 Years' War, also in consequence affected the subsequent development of France, which would have proceeded differently if the 7 Years' War had not deprived her of a great part of her colonies. Does not this conclusion, we then ask, contradict the conception of a social development conforming to laws? No, not in the least. The effect of personal peculiarities in the instances we have discussed, is undeniable, but no less undeniable is the fact that it could occur only in the given social conditions. After the Battle of Raspail the French became fiercely indignant with Soubise's position. Every day she received numbers of anonymous letters, full of threats and abuse. This very seriously disturbed Madame Pompadour. She began to suffer from insomnia. 19 Nevertheless, she continued to protect Soubise. In 1762, she remarked in one of her letters to him that he was not justifying the hopes that had been placed in him, but she added, "Have no fear, however, I will take care of your interests and try to reconcile you with the king." 20 As you see, she did not yield to public opinion. Why did she not yield? Probably because French society of that day had no means of compelling her to do so. But why was French society of that day unable to do so? It was prevented from doing so by its form of organization, which in turn, was determined by the relation of social forces in France at that time. Hence, it is the relation of social forces which, in the last analysis, explains the fact that Louis XV's character, and the caprices of his favorite, could have such a deplorable influence on the fate of France. Had it not been the king who had a weakness for the fair sex, but the king's cook or groom, it would not have had any historical significance. Clearly, it is not the weakness that is important here, but the social position of the person afflicted with it. The reader will understand that these arguments can be applied to all the above quoted examples. In these arguments it is necessary to change only what needs changing, for example, to put Russia in the place of France, Buturlin in place of Soubise, etc. That is why we will not repeat them. It follows, then, that by virtue of particular traits of their character, individuals can influence the fate of society. Sometimes this influence is very considerable, but the possibility of exercising this influence, and its extent, are determined by the form of organization of society, by the relation of forces within it. The character of an individual is a factor in social development only where, when, and to the extent that social relations permit it to be such. We may be told that the extent of personal influence may also be determined by the talents of the individual. We agree. But the individual can display his talents only when he occupies the position in society necessary for this. Why was the fate of France in the hands of a man who totally lacked the ability and desire to serve society? Because such was the form of organization of that society. It is the form of organization that in any given period determines the role and, consequently, the social significance that may fall to the lot of talented or incompetent individuals. But if the role of individuals is determined by the form of organization of society, how can their social influence, which is determined by the role they play, contradict the conception of social development as a process expressing laws? It does not contradict it, on the contrary, it serves as one of its most vivid illustrations. But here we must observe the following. The possibility, determined by the form of organization of society, that individuals may exercise social influence, opens the door to the influence of so-called accident upon the historical destiny of nations. Louis XV's lasciviousness was an inevitable consequence of the state of his physical constitution, but in relation to the general course of France's development the state of his constitution was accidental. Nevertheless, as we have said, it did influence the fate of France and served as one of the causes which determined this fate. The death of Mirabeau, of course, was due to pathological processes which obeyed definite laws. The inevitability of these processes, however, did not arise out of the general course of France's development, but out of certain particular features of the celebrated orator's constitution, and out of the physical conditions under which he had contracted his disease. In relation to the general course of France's development these features and conditions were accidental. And yet, Mirabeau's death influenced the further course of the revolution and served as one of the causes which determined it. Still more astonishing was the effect of accidental causes in the above-mentioned example of Frederick II, who succeeded in extricating himself from an extremely difficult situation only because of Bouturlin's irresolution. Even in relation to the general cause of Russia's development Bouturlin's appointment may have been accidental, in the sense that we have defined that term, and, of course, it had no relation whatever to the general course of Prussia's development. Yet it is not improbable that Bouturlin's irresolution saved Frederick from a desperate situation. Had Suvorov been in Bouturlin's place, the history of Prussia might have taken a different course. It follows, then, that sometimes the fate of nations depends on accidents, which may be called accidents of the second degree. In allem and Lichen ist ein Element des Zufälligen, said Hegel, in everything finite there are accidental elements. In science we deal only with the finite, hence we can say that all the processes studied by science contain some accidental elements. Does not this preclude the scientific cognition of phenomena? No. Accident is something relative. It appears only at the point of intersection of inevitable processes. For the inhabitants of Mexico and Peru, the appearance of Europeans in America was accidental in the sense that it did not follow from the social development of these countries. But the passion for navigation which possessed West Europeans at the end of the Middle Ages was not accidental, nor was the fact that the European forces easily overcame the resistance of the natives. The consequences of the conquest of Mexico and Peru by Europeans were also not accidental. In the last analysis, these consequences were determined by the resultant of two forces, the economic position of the conquered countries on the one hand, and the economic position of the conquerors on the other. And these forces, like their resultant, can fully serve as objects of scientific investigation. The accidents of the 7 Years' War exercised considerable influence upon the subsequent history of Prussia. But their influence would have been entirely different at a different stage of Prussia's development. Here, too, the accidental consequences were determined by the resultant of two forces, the social-political conditions of Prussia on the one hand, and the social-political condition of the European countries that influenced her, on the other. Hence, here, too, accidents do not in the least hinder the scientific investigation of phenomena. We know now that individuals often exercise considerable influence upon the fate of society, but this influence is determined by the internal structure of that society and by its relation to other societies. But this is not all that has to be said about the role of the individual in history. We must approach this question from still another side. Saint Beuve thought that had there been a sufficient number of petty and dark causes of the kind that he had mentioned, the outcome of the French Revolution would have been the opposite of what we know it to have been. This is a great mistake. No matter how intricately the petty, psychological, and physiological causes may have been interwoven, they would not under any circumstances have eliminated the great social needs that gave rise to the French Revolution, and as long as these needs remained unsatisfied, the revolutionary movement in France would have continued. To make the outcome of this movement the opposite of what it was, the needs that gave rise to it would have had to be the opposite of what they were, and this, of course, no combination of petty causes would ever be able to bring about. The causes of the French Revolution lay in the character of the social relations, and the petty causes assumed by Saint Beuve could lie only in the personal qualities of individuals. The final cause of social relationships lies in the state of the productive forces. This depends on the qualities of individuals only in the sense, perhaps, that these individuals possess more or less talent for making technical improvements, discoveries, and inventions. Saint Beuve did not have these qualities in mind. No other qualities, however, enable individuals directly to influence the state of productive forces, and hence, the social relations which they determine, i.e. economic relations. No matter what the qualities of the given individual may be, they cannot eliminate the given economic relations if the latter conform to the given state of productive forces. But the personal qualities of individuals make them more or less fit to satisfy those social needs which arise out of the given economic relations, or to counteract such satisfaction. The urgent social need of France at the end of the 18th century was the substitution for the obsolete political institutions of new institutions that would conform more to her economic system. The most prominent and useful public men of that time were those who were more capable than others of helping to satisfy this most urgent need. We will assume that Mirabeau, Robespierre, and Napoleon were men of that type. What would have happened had premature death not removed Mirabeau from the political stage? The constitutional monarchist party would have retained its considerable power for a longer period, its resistance to the Republicans would, therefore, have been more energetic. But that is all. No Mirabeau could, at that time, have averted the triumph of the Republicans. Mirabeau's power rested entirely on the sympathy and confidence of the people, but the people wanted a republic, as the court irritated them by its obstinate defense of the old order. As soon as the people had become convinced that Mirabeau did not sympathize with their republican strivings, they would have ceased to sympathize with him, and then the great orator would have lost nearly all influence, and in all probability would have fallen a victim to the very movement that he would vainly have tried to check. Approximately the same thing may be said about Robespierre. Let us assume that he was an absolutely indispensable force in his party, but even so, he was not the only force. If the accidental fall of a brick had killed him, say, in January, 1793 *, his place would, of course, have been taken by somebody else, and although this person might have been inferior to him in every respect, nevertheless, events would have taken the same course as they did when Robespierre was alive. For example, even under these circumstances the Gironde 13 * would probably not have escaped defeat, but it is possible that Robespierre's party would have lost power somewhat earlier, and we would now be speaking, not of the Thermidor reaction, but of the Floreal, Prairial, or Messidor reaction. 14 * Perhaps some will say that with his inexorable terror, Robespierre did not delay but hastened the downfall of his party. We will not stop to examine this supposition here, we will accept it as if it were quite sound. In that case we must assume that Robespierre's party would have fallen not in Thermidor, but in Fructidor, Vendémiain, or Brumaire. In short, it may have fallen sooner or perhaps later, but it certainly would have fallen, because the section of the people which supported Robespierre's party was totally unprepared to hold power for a prolonged period. At all events, results opposite to those which arose from Robespierre's energetic action are out of the question. Nor could they have arisen even if Bonaparte had been struck down by a bullet, let us say, at the Battle of Arcole. 15 * What he did in the Italian and other campaigns other generals would have done. Probably they would not have displayed the same talent as he did, and would not have achieved such brilliant victories. Nevertheless, the French Republic would have emerged victorious from the wars it waged at that time, because its soldiers were incomparably the best in Europe. As for the 18th of Brumaire 16 * and its influence on the internal life of France, here, too, in essence, the general course and outcome of events would probably have been the same as they were under Napoleon. The Republic, mortally wounded by the events of the 9th of Thermidor, was slowly dying. The Directoire 17 * was unable to restore order which the bourgeoisie, having rid itself of the rule of the aristocracy, now desired most of all. To restore order a good sword, as Sieyes expressed it, was needed. At first it was thought that General Jourdan would serve in this virtuous role, but when he was killed at Novi, the names of Moreau, MacDonald, and Bernadotte were mentioned. 21 Bonaparte was only mentioned later, and had he been killed, like Jourdan, he would not have been mentioned at all, and some other sword would have been put forward. It goes without saying that the man whom events had elevated to the position of dictator must have been tirelessly aspiring to power himself, energetically pushing aside and ruthlessly crushing all who stood in his way. Bonaparte was a man of iron energy and was remorseless in the pursuit of his goal. But there were not a few energetic, talented, and ambitious egoists in those days besides him. The place Bonaparte succeeded in occupying would, probably, not have remained vacant. Let us assume that the other general who had secured this place would have been more peaceful than Napoleon, that he would not have roused the whole of Europe against himself, and therefore, would have died in the Tuileries and not on the island of St. Helena. In that case, the Bourbons would not have returned to France at all. For them, such a result would certainly have been the opposite of what it was. In its relation to the internal life of France as a whole, however, this result would have differed little from the actual result. After the good sword had restored order and had consolidated the power of the bourgeoisie, the latter would have tired soon of its barrack-room habits and despotism. A liberal movement would have arisen, similar to the one that arose after the Restoration. The fight would have gradually flared up, and as good swords are not distinguished for their yielding nature, the virtuous Louis Philippe would, perhaps, have ascended the throne of his dearly beloved kinsman, not in 1830, but in 1820, or in 1825. All such changes in the course of events might, to some extent, have influenced the subsequent political, and through it, the economic life of Europe. Nevertheless, under no circumstances would the final outcome of the revolutionary movement have been the opposite of what it was. Owing to the specific qualities of their minds and characters, influential individuals can change the individual features of events and some of their particular consequences, but they cannot change their general trend, which is determined by other forces. 7. Furthermore, we must also note the following. In discussing the role great men play in history, we nearly always fall victims to a sort of optical illusion, to which it will be useful to draw the reader's attention. In coming out in the role of the good sword to save public order, Napoleon prevented all the other generals from playing this role, and some of them might have performed it in the same way, or almost the same way, as he did. Once the public need for an energetic military ruler was satisfied, the social organization barred the road to the position of military ruler for all other talented soldiers. Its power became a power that was unfavorable to the appearance of other talents of a similar kind. This is the cause of the optical illusion, which we have mentioned. Napoleon's personal power presents itself to us in an extremely magnified form, for we place to his account the social power which had brought him to the front and supported him. Napoleon's power appears to us to be something quite exceptional because the other powers similar to it did not pass from the potential to the real. And when we are asked, what would have happened if there had been no Napoleon, our imagination becomes confused and it seems to us that without him the social movement upon which his power and influence were based could not have taken place. In the history of the development of human intellect, the success of some individual hinders the success of another individual very much more rarely. But even here we are not free from the above-mentioned optical illusion. When a given state of society sets certain problems before its intellectual representatives, the attention of prominent minds is concentrated upon them until these problems are solved. As soon as they have succeeded in solving them, their attention is transferred to another object. By solving a problem, a given talent A diverts the attention of talent B from the problem already solved to another problem. And when we are asked, what would have happened if A had died before he had solved problem X? We imagine that the thread of development of the human intellect would have been broken. We forget that had A died, B, or C, or D might have tackled the problem, and the thread of intellectual development would have remained intact in spite of A's premature demise. In order that a man who possesses a particular kind of talent may, by means of it, greatly influence the course of events, two conditions are needed. First, this talent must make him more conformable to the social needs of the given epoch than anyone else. If Napoleon had possessed the musical gifts of Beethoven instead of his own military genius, he would not, of course, have become an emperor. Second, the existing social order must not bar the road to the person possessing the talent which is needed and useful precisely at the given time. This very Napoleon would have died as the barely known general, or colonel, Bonaparte had the old order in France existed another 75 years. 22 in 1789, Davout, Desailly, Marmont and MacDonald were subalterns, Bernadotte was a sergeant major, Hockey, Marceau, Lefebvre, Pichegru, Ney, Messina, Murat and Soult were non-commissioned officers, Augereau was a fencing master, Lons was a dyer, Gouvion Saint-Cyr was an actor, Jordan was a peddler, Bessières was a barber, Brune was a compositor, Joubert and Junot were law students, Kleber was an architect, Marrier did not see any military service until the Revolution. 23. Had the old order continued to exist up to our days, it would never have occurred to any of us that in France, at the end of the last century, certain actors, compositors, barbers, dyers, lawyers, peddlers and fencing masters had been potential military geniuses. 24. Stendhal observed that a man who was born at the same time as Titian, i.e. in 1477, could have lived 40 years with Raphael, who died in 1520, and with Leonardo da Vinci, who died in 1519, that he could have spent many years with Correggio, who died in 1534, and with Michelangelo, who lived until 1563, that he would have been no more than 34 years of age when Giorgione died, that he could have been acquainted with Tintoretto, Bassano, Veronese, Julian Romano and Andrea del Sarto, that, in short, he would have been the contemporary of all the great painters, with the exception of those who belonged to the Bologna school, which arose a full century later. 25. Similarly, it may be said that a man who was born in the same year as Wouwerman could have been personally acquainted with nearly all the great Dutch painters. 26. And a man of the same age as Shakespeare would have been the contemporary of a number of remarkable playwrights. 27. It has long been observed that great talents appear everywhere, whenever the social conditions favorable to their development exist. This means that every man of talent who actually appears, i.e. every man of talent who becomes a social force, is the product of social relations. Since this is the case, it is clear why talented people can, as we have said, change only individual features of events, but not their general trend. They are themselves the product of this trend. Were it not for that trend, they would never have crossed the threshold that divides the potential from the real. It goes without saying that there is talent and talent. When a fresh step in the development of civilization calls into being a new form of art, rightly says Taine, scores of talents who only half express social thought appear around one or two geniuses who express it perfectly. 28. If, owing to certain mechanical or physiological causes unconnected with the general course of the social, political and intellectual development of Italy, Raphael, Michelangelo and Leonardo da Vinci had died in their infancy, Italian art would have been less perfect, but the general trend of its development in the period of the Renaissance would have remained the same. Raphael, Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo did not create this trend, they were merely its best representatives. True, usually a whole school springs up around a man of genius, and his pupils try to copy his methods to the minutest details. That is why the gap that would have been left in Italian art in the period of the Renaissance by the early death of Raphael, Michelangelo, and Leonardo da Vinci would have strongly influenced many of the secondary features of its subsequent history. But in essence, there would have been no change in this history, provided there were no important change in the general course of the intellectual development of Italy due to general causes. It is well known, however, that quantitative differences ultimately pass into qualitative differences. This is true everywhere, and is therefore true in history. A given trend in art may remain without any remarkable expression if an unfavorable combination of circumstances carries away, one after the other, several talented people who might have given it expression. But the premature death of such talented people can prevent the artistic expression of this trend only if it is too shallow to produce new talent. As, however, the depth of any given trend in literature and art is determined by its importance for the class, or stratum, whose tastes it expresses, and by the social role played by that class or stratum, here, too, in the last analysis, everything depends upon the course of social development and on the relation of social forces. 8. Thus, the personal qualities of leading people determine the individual features of historical events, and the accidental element, in the sense that we have indicated, always plays some role in the course of these events, the trend of which is determined in the last analysis by so-called general causes, i.e. actually by the development of productive forces and the mutual relations between men in the social-economic process of production. Casual phenomena and the personal qualities of celebrated people are ever so much more noticeable than deep-lying general causes. The 18th century pondered but little over these general causes, and claimed that history was explained by the conscious actions and passions of historical personages. The philosophers of that century asserted that history might have taken an entirely different course as a result of the most insignificant causes. For example, if some atom had started playing pranks in some ruler's head, an idea expressed more than once in Système de la Nature. The adherents of the new trend in the science of history began to argue that history could not have taken any other course than the one it has taken, notwithstanding all atoms. Striving to emphasize the effect of general causes as much as possible, they ignored the personal qualities of historical personages. According to their argument, historical events would not have been affected in the least by the substitution of some persons for others, more or less capable. 29 But if we make such an assumption, then we must admit that the personal element is of no significance whatever in history, and that everything can be reduced to the operation of general causes, to the general laws of historical progress. This would be going to an extreme which leaves no room for the particle of truth contained in the opposite opinion. It is precisely for this reason that the opposite opinion retains some right to existence. The collision between these two opinions assumed the form of an antinomy, the first part of which was general laws, and the second part was the activities of individuals. From the point of view of the second part of the antinomy, history was simply a chain of accidents. From the point of view of the first part, it seemed that even the individual features of historical events were determined by the operation of general causes. But if the individual features of events are determined by the influence of general causes and do not depend upon the personal qualities of historical personages, it follows that these features are determined by general causes and cannot be changed, no matter how much these personages may change. Thus, the theory assumes a fatalistic character. This did not escape the attention of its opponents. Saint Beuve compared Mignot's conception of history with that of Bossuet. Bossuet thought that the force which causes historical events to take place comes from above, that events serve to express the divine will. Mignot sought for this force in the human passions, which are displayed in historical events as inexorably and immutably as the forces of nature. But both regarded history as a chain of phenomena which could not have been different, no matter under what circumstances. Both were fatalists, in this respect, the philosopher was not far removed from the priest, le philosophie se rapproche du prêtre. This reproach was justified as long as the doctrine, that social phenomena conform to certain laws, reduced the influence of the personal qualities of prominent historical individuals to a cipher. And the impression made by this reproach was all the more strong for the reason that the historians of the new school, like the historians and philosophers of the 18th century, regarded human nature as a higher instance, from which all the general causes of historical movement sprang, and to which they were subordinated. As the French Revolution had shown that historical events are not determined by the conscious actions of men alone, Mignot and Guizot, and the other historians of the same trend, put in the forefront the effect of the passions, which often rebelled against all control of the mind. But if the passions are the final and most general cause of historical events, then why is Saint Beuve wrong in asserting that the outcome of the French Revolution might have been the opposite of what we know it was if there had been individuals capable of imbuing the French people with passions opposite to those which had excited them? Mignot would have said, because other passions could not have excited the French people at that time owing to the very qualities of human nature. In a certain sense this would have been true. But this truth would have had a strongly fatalistic tinge, for it would have been on a par with the thesis that the history of mankind, in all its details, is predetermined by the general qualities of human nature. Fatalism would have appeared here as the result of the disappearance of the individual in the general. Incidentally, it is always the result of such a disappearance. It is said, if all social phenomena are inevitable, then our activities cannot have any significance. This is a correct idea wrongly formulated. We ought to say, if everything occurs as a result of the general, then the individual, including my efforts, is of no significance. This deduction is correct, but it is incorrectly employed. It is senseless when applied to the modern materialist conception of history, in which there is room also for the individual. But it was justified when applied to the views of the French historians in the period of the Restoration. At the present time, human nature can no longer be regarded as the final and most general cause of historical progress. If it is constant, then it cannot explain the extremely changeable course of history. If it is changeable, then obviously its changes are themselves determined by historical progress. At the present time we must regard the development of productive forces as the final and most general cause of the historical progress of mankind, and it is these productive forces that determine the consecutive changes in the social relations of men. Parallel with this general cause there are particular causes, i.e. the historical situation in which the development of the productive forces of a given nation proceeds and which, in the last analysis, is itself created by the development of these forces among other nations, i.e. the same general cause. Finally, the influence of the particular causes is supplemented by the operation of individual causes, i.e. the personal qualities of public men and other accidents, thanks to which events finally assume their individual features. Individual causes cannot bring about fundamental changes in the operation of general and particular causes which, moreover, determine the trend and limits of the influence of individual causes. Nevertheless, there is no doubt that history would have had different features had the individual causes which had influenced it been replaced by other causes of the same order. Monod and Lamprecht still adhere to the human nature point of view. Lamprecht has categorically, and more than once, declared that in his opinion social mentality is the fundamental cause of historical phenomena. This is a great mistake, and as a result of this mistake the desire, very laudable in itself, to take into account the sum total of social life may lead only to vapid eclecticism or, among the most consistent, to Kabelitz's arguments concerning the relative significance of the mind and the senses. But let us return to our subject. A great man is great not because his personal qualities give individual features to great historical events, but because he possesses qualities which make him most capable of serving the great social needs of his time, needs which arose as a result of general and particular causes. Carlyle, in his well-known book on heroes and hero worship, calls great men beginners. This is a very apt description. A great man is precisely a beginner because he sees further than others, and desires things more strongly than others. He solves the scientific problems brought up by the preceding process of intellectual development of society. He points to the new social needs created by the preceding development of social relationships. He takes the initiative in satisfying these needs. He is a hero. But he is not a hero in the sense that he can stop, or change, the natural course of things, but in the sense that his activities are the conscious and free expression of this inevitable and unconscious course. Herein lies all his significance, herein lies his whole power. But this significance is colossal, and the power is terrible. Bismarck said that we cannot make history and must wait while it is being made. But who makes history? It is made by the social man, who is its sole factor. The social man creates his own, i.e. social, relationships. But if in a given period he creates given relationships and not others, there must be some cause for it. Of course, it is determined by the state of his productive forces. No great man can foist on society relations which no longer conform to the state of these forces, or which do not yet conform to them. In this sense, indeed, he cannot make history, and in this sense he would advance the hands of his clock in vain. He would not hasten the passage of time, nor turn it back. Here Lamprecht is quite right. Even at the height of his power, Bismarck could not cause Germany to revert to natural economy. Social relationships have their inherent logic. As long as people live in given mutual relationships, they will reel, think, and act in a given way, and no other. Attempts on the part of public men to combat this logic would also be fruitless. The natural course of things, i.e. this logic of social relationships, would reduce all his efforts to naught. But if I know in what direction social relations are changing owing to given changes in the social economic process of production, I also know in what direction social mentality is changing. Consequently, I am able to influence it. Influencing social mentality means influencing historical events. Hence, in a certain sense, I can make history, and there is no need for me to wait while it is being made. Monod believes that really important events and individuals in history are important only as signs and symbols of the development of institutions and economic conditions. This is a correct although very inexactly expressed idea, but precisely because this idea is correct, it is wrong to oppose the activities of great men to the slow progress of the conditions and institutions mentioned. The more or less slow changes in economic conditions periodically confront society with the necessity of more or less rapidly changing its institutions. This change never takes place by itself, it always needs the intervention of men, who are thus confronted with great social problems. And it is those men who do more than others to facilitate the solution of these problems who are called great men. But solving a problem does not mean being only a symbol and a sign of the fact that it has been solved. We think that Monod opposed the one to the other mainly because he was carried away by the pleasant catchword, slow. Many modern evolutionists are very fond of this catchword. Psychologically, this passion is comprehensible. It inevitably arises in the respectable milieu of moderation and punctiliousness. But logically it does not bear examination, as Hegel proved. And it is not only for beginners, not only for great men that a broad field of activity is open. It is open for all those who have eyes to see, ears to hear and hearts to love their neighbors. The concept great is a relative concept. In the ethical sense, every man is great who, to use the biblical phrase, lays down his life for his friend. Essays in Historical Materialism, George Plekanov. The Materialist. Conception of History. Chapter I. We must confess that it was with no little prejudice that we took up the book of this Roman professor. We had been rather frightened by certain works of some of his compatriots, A. Loria, for example, c. in particular, La Teoria Economica della Constituzione Politica. But a perusal of the very first pages was enough to convince us that we had been mistaken, and that Achille Loria is one thing and Antonio Labriola another. And when we reached the end of the book, we felt that we would like to discuss it with the Russian reader. We hope that he will not be annoyed with us. For after all, so rare are books that are not banal. Labriola's book first appeared in Italian. The French translation is clumsy, and in places positively infelicitous. We say this without hesitation, although we have not the Italian original before us. But the Italian author cannot be held responsible for the French translator. At any rate, Labriola's ideas are clear even in the clumsy French translation. Let us examine them. Mr. Karayev, who, as we know, very zealously reads and most successfully manages to distort every work having any relation at all to the materialist conception of history, would probably inscribe our author in the list of economic materialists. But that would be wrong. Labriola firmly, and fairly consistently, adheres to the materialist conception of history, but he does not regard himself as an economic materialist. He is of the opinion that this title applies more fittingly to writers like Thorold Rogers than to himself and those who think like him. And that is perfectly true, although at a first glance it may not seem quite clear. Ask any Narodnik or subjectivists what is an economic materialist, and he will answer that an economic materialist is one who attributes predominant importance to the economic factor in social life. That is how our Narodniks and subjectivists understand economic materialism. And it must be confessed that there undoubtedly are people one. The contemporary English-speaking reader is more familiar with this concept under the term economic determinist, just as economic determinism is widely used for Plekanov's economic materialism. Ed. 2. The materialist conception of history. Who attribute to the economic factor a predominant role in the life of human society. Mr. Mikhailovsky has more than once cited Louis Blanc as one who had spoken of the predominance of this factor long before a certain master of certain Russian disciples. But one thing we do not understand: why did our venerable subjective sociologist pick on Louis Blanc? He should have known that in this respect Louis Blanc had many predecessors. Guizot, Menier, Augustin Thierry, and Tocqueville all recognized the predominant role of the economic factor, at least in the history of the Middle Ages and of modern times. Consequently, all these historians were economic materialists. In our days, the said Thorold Rogers, in his economic interpretation of history, also revealed himself as a convinced economic materialist. He too recognized the predominant importance of the economic factor. It is not to be concluded from this, of course, that Thorold Rogers' social and political views were identical with those, say, of Louis Blanc. Rogers held the view of the bourgeois economists, whereas Louis Blanc was at one time an exponent of utopian socialism. If Rogers had been asked what he thought of the bourgeois economic system, he would have said that at the basis of this system lie the fundamental attributes of human nature, and that, consequently, the history of its rise is the history of the gradual removal of obstacles that at one time hindered, and even totally precluded, the manifestation of these attributes. Louis Blanc, on the other hand, would have declared that capitalism itself was one of the obstacles raised by ignorance and violence to the creation of an economic system which would at last really correspond to human nature. This, as you see, is a very material difference. Who would be nearer to the truth? To be frank, we think that both these writers were almost equally remote from it, but we have neither the wish nor the opportunity to dwell on this point here. What is important to us just now is something else. We would request the reader to observe that in the opinion of both Louis Blanc and Thorold Rogers, the economic factor, which predominates in social life, was itself, as the mathematicians put it, a function of human nature, and chiefly of the human mind and human knowledge. The same must be said of the above-mentioned French historians of the Restoration period. Well, and what name shall we give to the views on history of people who, although they assert that the economic factor predominates in social life, yet are convinced that this factor, the economics of society, is in its turn the fruit of human knowledge and ideas? Such views can only be called idealistic. We thus find that economic materialism does not necessarily preclude historical idealism. And even that is not quite accurate. We say that it does not necessarily preclude idealism, but what we should say is that perhaps as it has been mostly hitherto, it is nothing but a variety of idealism. After this, it will be clear why men like Antonio Labriola do not regard themselves as economic materialists. It is because they are consistent materialists, and because, as regards history, their views are the direct opposite of historical idealism. Chapter 2. However, Mr. Kudrin will probably tell us, you, with the habit common to many of the disciples, are resorting to paradoxes, are juggling with words, deceiving the eye and sword swallowing. As you put it, it is the idealists who are economic materialists. But in that case, what would you have us understand by genuine and consistent materialists? Do they reject the idea of the predominance of the economic factor? Do they believe that side by side with this factor there are other factors operating in history, and that it would be vain for us to investigate which of them predominates over all the others? We can only rejoice at the genuine and consistent materialists if they really are averse to dragging in the economic factor everywhere. Our reply to Mr. Kudrin is that, indeed, the genuine and consistent materialists really are averse to dragging in the economic factor everywhere. What is more, even to ask which factor predominates in social life seems to them pointless. But Mr. Kudrin need not hurry to rejoice. It was by no means under the influence of Messrs. The Narodniks and Subjectivists that the genuine and consistent materialists arrived at this conviction. The objections these gentlemen raise to the domination of the economic factor are only calculated to evoke hilarity among the genuine and consistent materialists. What is more, these objections of our friends, the Narodniks and Subjectivists, are rather belated. The inappropriateness of asking which factor predominates in social life became very noticeable even in the time of Hegel. Hegelian idealism precluded the very possibility of such questions. All the more is precluded by modern dialectical materialism. Since the appearance of the Critique of Critical Criticism, and especially since the publication of Marx's well-known Critique of Political Economy, only people backward in theory are capable of wrangling about the relative importance of the various historico-social factors. We are quite aware that Mr. Kudrin is not the only one who will be surprised at this, and so we hasten to explain. What are the historico-social factors? How does the idea of them originate? Let us take an example. The Graecke tried to check the process of appropriation of the public domain by the wealthy Romans, which was so fatal to Rome. The wealthy Romans resisted the Graecke. A struggle ensued. Each of the contending sides passionately pursued its own aims. If I wanted to describe this struggle, I might depict it as a conflict of human passions. Passions would thus appear as factors in the internal history of Rome. But in this struggle both the Gracchi and their adversaries took advantage of the weapons furnished them by Roman public law. I would not fail, of course, to speak of this in my narrative, and thus Roman public law would also appear as a factor in the internal development of the Roman Republic. Further, the people who opposed the Gracchi had a material interest in preserving a deep-rooted abuse. The people who supported the Gracchi had a material interest in abolishing it. I would mention this circumstance, too, and as a result the struggle I am describing would appear as a conflict of material interests, as a conflict of classes, a conflict of the poor and the rich. And so I already have a third factor, and this time the most interesting of all, the famous economic factor. If you have the time and inclination, dear reader, you may discuss at length which of the factors in the internal development of Rome predominated over the rest. You will find in my historical narrative sufficient data to support any opinion on this subject. As for myself, as long as I stick to the role of simple narrator, I shall not worry much about the factors. Their relative importance does not interest me. As a narrator, my one task is to depict the given events in as accurate and lively a manner as possible. For this purpose I have to establish a certain, even if only outward, connection between them, and to arrange them in a certain perspective. If I mention the passions that stirred the contending parties, or the system prevailing in Rome at the time, or lastly, the inequality of property that existed there, I do so with the sole purpose of presenting a connected and lively account of the events. If I achieve this purpose, I shall be quite satisfied, and shall unconcernedly leave it to the philosophers to decide whether passions predominate over economics, or economics over passions, or, lastly, maybe, that nothing predominates over anything, each factor following the golden rule, live and let live. All this will be so as long as I stick to the role of simple narrator to whom all inclination to subtle speculation is foreign. But what if I do not stick to this role and start philosophizing about the events I am describing? I shall then not be satisfied with a mere outward connection of events, I shall want to disclose their inherent causes, and those same factors, human passions, public law and economics, which I formerly stressed and gave prominence to, guided almost exclusively by artistic instinct, will now acquire a new and vast importance in my eyes. They will appear to me to be those sought for inherent causes, those latent forces, to whose influence events are to be attributed. I shall create a theory of factors. And, indeed, one or another variety of such a theory is bound to arise whenever people who are interested in social phenomena pass from simply contemplating and describing them to investigating the connections that exist between them. The theory of factors, moreover, grows with the growing division of labor in social science. All the branches of this science, ethics, politics, jurisprudence, political economy, etc., investigate one and the same thing, the activity of social man. But each investigates it from its own special angle. Mr. Mikhailovsky would say that each of them controls a special chord. Each of the chords may be regarded as a factor of social development. And, in fact, we may now count almost as many factors as there are distinct disciplines in social science. We hope that what is meant by the historico-social factors and how the idea of them originates will now be clear. A historico-social factor is an abstraction, and the idea of it originates as the result of a process of abstraction. Thanks to the process of abstraction, various sides of the social complex assume the form of separate categories, and the various manifestations and expressions of the activity of social man, morals, law, economic forms, etc., are converted in our minds into separate forces which appear to give rise to and determine this activity and to be its ultimate causes. Once the theory of factors had come into being, disputes were bound to arise as to which factor was to be considered the predominant one. Chapter 3. The factors are subject to reciprocal action, each influences the rest and is in its turn influenced by the rest. The result is such an intricate web of reciprocal influences, of direct actions and reflected reactions, that whoever sets out to elucidate the course of social development begins to feel his head swim and experiences an unconquerable necessity to find at least some sort of clue out of the labyrinth. Since bitter experience has taught him that the view of reciprocal action only leads to dizziness, he begins to seek for another view, he tries to simplify his task. He asks himself whether one of the historico-social factors is not the prime and basic cause of all the rest. If he succeeded in finding an affirmative answer to this basic question, his task would indeed be immeasurably simplified. Let us suppose that he reaches the conviction that the rise and development of all the social relations of any particular country are determined by the course of its intellectual development, which, in its turn, is determined by the attributes of human nature, the idealist view. He will then easily escape from the vicious circle of reciprocal action and create a more or less harmonious and consistent theory of social development. Subsequently, as a result of a further study of the subject, he may perhaps perceive that he was mistaken, and that man's intellectual development cannot be regarded as the prime cause of all social movement. Admitting his mistake, he will probably at the same time observe that his temporary conviction that the intellectual factor dominates over all the rest was after all of some use to him, for without it he could never have escaped from the blind alley of reciprocal action and would not have advanced a single step towards an understanding of social phenomena. It would be unfair to condemn such attempts to establish some hierarchy among the factors of historico-social development. They were just as indispensable in their time as the appearance of the theory of factors itself was inevitable. Antonio Labriola, who has given a fuller and better analysis of this theory than any other materialist writer, quite rightly remarks that the historic factors indicate something which is much less than the truth, but much more than a simple error. The theory of factors has contributed its mite to the benefit of science. The separate study of the historico-social factors has served, like any other empirical study which does not transcend the apparent movement of things, to improve the instrument of observation and to permit us to find again in the facts themselves, which have been artificially abstracted, the keystones which bind them into the social complexes. Today a knowledge of the special social sciences is indispensable to anyone who would reconstruct any portion of man's past life. Historical science would not have got very far without philology. And the one-sided Romanists who believed that Roman law was dictated by reason itself was at any mean service they rendered to science. But however legitimate and useful the theory of factors may have been in its time, today it will not stand the light of criticism. It dismembers the activity of social man and converts its various aspects and manifestations into separate forces, which are supposed to determine the historical movement of society. In the development of social science, this theory has played a part similar to that played by the theory of separate physical forces in natural science. The progress of natural science has led to the theory of the unity of these forces, to the modern theory of energy. In just the same way, the progress of social science was bound to lead to the replacement of the theory of factors, that fruit of social analysis, by a synthetic view of social life. This synthetic view of social life is not peculiar to modern dialectical materialism. We already find it in Hegel, who conceived the task to be to find a scientific explanation of the entire historico-social process in its totality, that is, among other things, including all those aspects and manifestations of the activity of social man which people with an abstract cast of thought pictured as separate factors. But as an absolute idealist, Hegel explained the activities of social man by the attributes of the universal spirit. Given these attributes, the whole history of mankind is given in sich, and its ultimate results as well. Hegel's synthetic view was at the same time a teleological view. Modern dialectical materialism has completely eliminated teleology from social science. It has shown that man makes his history not in order to march along a line of predetermined progress, and not because he must obey the laws of some abstract, metaphysical, Labriola calls it, evolution. He does so in the endeavor to satisfy his own needs, and it is for science to explain how the various methods of satisfying these needs influence man's social relations and spiritual activity. The methods by which social man satisfies his needs, and to a large extent these needs themselves, are determined by the nature of the implements with which he subjugates nature in one degree or another. In other words, they are determined by the state of his productive forces. Every considerable change in the state of these forces is reflected in man's social relations, and, therefore, in his economic relations, as part of these social relations. The idealists of all species and varieties held that economic relations were functions of human nature. The dialectical materialists hold that these relations are functions of the social productive forces. It therefore follows that if the dialectical materialists thought it permissible to speak of factors of social development with any other purpose than to criticize these antiquated fictions, they would first of all have to rebuke the so-called economic materialists for the inconstancy of their predominant factor. The modern materialists do not know of any economic system that would be alone conformable to human nature, all other social economic systems being the result of one or another degree of violence to human nature. The modern materialists teach that any economic system that is conformable to the state of the productive forces at the given time is conformable to human nature. And, conversely, any economic system begins to contradict the demands of human nature as soon as it comes into contradiction with the state of the productive forces. The predominant factor is thus found to be itself subordinate to another factor. And that being the case, how can it be called predominant? If that is so, then it is evident that a veritable gulf divides the dialectical materialists from those who not without justification may be called economic materialists. And to what trend do those altogether unpleasant disciples of a not altogether pleasant teacher belong, whom Messrs. Karayev, and Mikhailovsky, S. Krivenko and other clever and learned people quite recently attacked so vehemently, if not so happily? If we are not mistaken, the disciples fully adhered to the view of dialectical materialism. Why then did Messrs. Karayev, and Mikhailovsky, Skrivenko and the other clever and learned people father on them the views of the economic materialists and fulminate against them for supposedly attaching exaggerated importance to the economic factor? It may be presumed that these clever and learned people did so because the arguments of the late lamented economic materialists are easier to refute than the arguments of the dialectical materialists. Again, it may be presumed that our learned opponents of the disciples have but poorly grasped the latter's views. This presumption is even the more probable one. It may be objected that the disciples themselves sometimes called themselves economic materialists, and that the term economic materialism was first used by one of the French disciples. That is so. But neither the French nor the Russian disciples ever associated with the term economic materialism the idea which our Narodniks and the subjectivists associate with it. We have only to recall that in the opinion of Mr. N. Mikhailovsky, Louis Blanc and Mr. Wysokovsky were economic materialists just like our present-day supporters of the materialist view of history. Confusion of concepts could go no further. Chapter 4. By entirely eliminating teleology from social science and explaining the activity of social man by his needs and by the means and methods of satisfying them, prevailing at the given time, dialectical materialism too for the first time imparts to the science the strictness of which her sister the science of nature would often boast over her. It may be said that the science of society is itself becoming a natural science, notre doctrine naturaliste d'histoire, as Labriola justly says. But this does not mean that he merges the sphere of biology with the sphere of social science. Labriola is an ardent opponent of Darwinism, political and social, which has, like an epidemic, for many years invaded the mind of more than one thinker, and many more of the advocates and declaimers of sociology, and as a fashionable habit has even influenced the language of practical men of politics. Man is without doubt an animal connected by ties of affinity to other animals. He has no privileges of origin, his organism is nothing more than a particular case of general physiology. Originally, like all other animals, he was completely under the sway of his natural environment, which was not yet subject to his modifying action. He had to adapt himself to it in his struggle for existence. In Labriola's opinion, races are a result of such direct adaptation to natural environment, in so far as they differ in physical features as, for example, the white, black and yellow races, and do not represent secondary historico-social formations, that is to say, nations and peoples. The primitive instincts of sociability and the first rudiments of sexual selection similarly arose as a consequence of adaptation to natural environment in the struggle for existence. But our ideas of primitive man are merely conjectures. All men who inhabit the earth today, like all who in the past were observed by trustworthy investigators, are found, and were found, already quite a long way removed from the moment when man ceased to live a purely animal life. The Iroquois Indians, for example, with their maternal gens studied and described by Morgan, had already made a comparatively big advance along the road of social development. Even the present-day Australians not only have a language which may be called a condition and instrument, a cause and effect of social life, are not only acquainted with the use of fire, but live in societies possessing a definite structure, with definite customs and institutions. The Australian tribes have their own territory and their art of hunting, they have certain weapons of defense and attack, certain utensils for the preservation of supplies, certain methods of ornamenting the body. In a word, the Australian already lives in a definite, although to be sure, very elementary, artificial environment, to which he accordingly adapts himself from earliest childhood. This artificial social environment is an essential condition for all further progress. The degree of its development serves as a measure of the degree of savagery or barbarism of all other tribes. This primary social formation corresponds to what is called the prehistory of man. The beginning of historical life presumes an even greater development of the artificial environment and a far greater power of man over nature. The complex internal relations of societies entering on the path of historical development are by no means due to the immediate influence of natural environment. They presuppose the invention of certain implements of labor, the domestication of certain animals, the ability to extract certain metals, and the like. These implements and means of production changed in very different ways in different circumstances. They showed signs of progress, stagnation, or even retrogression, but never have these changes returned man to a purely animal life, that is, to a life directly influenced by the natural environment. Historical science has, then, as its first and principal object the determination and investigation of this artificial foundation, its origin, its composition, its changes, and its transformations. To say that all this is only a part and prolongation of nature is to say a thing which by its too abstract and too generic character has no longer any meaning. Critical as he is of political and social Darwinism, Labriola is no less critical of the efforts of certain amiable dilettantes to combine the materialist conception of history with the theory of universal evolution, which, as he harshly but justly remarks, many have converted into a mere metaphysical metaphor. He also scoffs at the naivete of amiable dilettantes in trying to place the materialist conception of history under the patronage of the philosophy of Auguste Comte or Spencer, which is to say that they wish to give us for our allies our most open adversaries, he says. The remark about dilettantes evidently refers, among others, to Professor Enrico Ferri, the author of a very superficial book entitled Spencer, Darwin, and Marx, which has been published in a French translation under the title Socialisme et Science Positive. Thus, man makes history in striving to satisfy his needs. These needs, of course, are originally imposed by nature, but they are later considerably modified, quantitatively and qualitatively by the character of the artificial environment. The productive forces at man's disposal determine all his social relations. First of all, the state of the productive forces determines the relations in which men stand towards each other in the social process of production, that is, their economic relations. These relations naturally give rise to definite interests, which are expressed in law. Every system of law protects a definite interest, Labriola says. The development of productive forces divides society into classes, whose interests are not only different, but in many and, moreover, essential aspects are diametrically antagonistic. This antagonism of interests gives rise to conflicts, to a struggle among the social classes. The struggle results in the replacement of the tribal organization by the state organization, the purpose of which is to protect the dominant interests. Lastly, social relations, determined by the given state of productive forces, give rise to common morality, the morality, that is, that guides people in their common, everyday life. Thus the law, the state system and the morality of any given people are determined directly and immediately by its characteristic economic relations. These economic relations also determine but indirectly and mediately all the creations of the mind and imagination, art, science, etc. To understand the history of scientific thought or the history of art in any particular country, it is not enough to be acquainted with its economics. One must know how to proceed from economics to social psychology, without a careful study and grasp of which a materialist explanation of the history of ideologies is impossible. That does not mean, of course, that there is a social soul or a collective national spirit, developing in accordance with its own special laws and manifesting itself in social life. That is pure mysticism, Labriola says. All that the materialist can speak of in this case is the prevailing state of sentiment and thought in the particular social class of the particular country at the particular time. This state of sentiment and thought is the result of social relations. Labriola is firmly persuaded that it is not the forms of man's consciousness that determine the forms of his social being, but, on the contrary, the forms of his social being that determine the forms of his consciousness. But once the forms of his consciousness have sprung from the soil of social being, they become a part of history. Historical science cannot limit itself to the mere anatomy of society, it embraces the totality of phenomena that are directly or indirectly determined by social economics, including the work of the imagination. There is no historical fact that did not owe its origin to social economics, but it is no less true to say that there is no historical fact that was not preceded, not accompanied, and not succeeded by a definite state of consciousness. Hence the tremendous importance of social psychology. For if it has to be reckoned with even in the history of law and of political institutions, in the history of literature, art, philosophy, and so forth, not a single step can be taken without it. When we say that a given work is fully in the spirit of, let us say, the Renaissance, it means that it completely corresponds with the then prevailing sentiments of the classes which set the tone in social life. So long as the social relations do not change, the psychology of society does not change either. People get accustomed to the prevailing beliefs, concepts, modes of thought and means of satisfying given aesthetic requirements. But should the development of productive forces lead to any substantial change in the economic structure of society, and, as a consequence, in the reciprocal relations of the social classes, the psychology of these classes will also change, and with it the spirit of the times and the national character. This change is manifested in the appearance of new religious beliefs or new philosophical concepts, of new trends in art or new aesthetic requirements. Another thing to be borne in mind, in Labriola's opinion, is that in ideologies a very important part is often played by the survivals of concepts and trends inherited from earlier generations and preserved only by tradition. Furthermore, ideologies are also influenced by nature. As we already know, the artificial environment very powerfully modifies the influence of nature on social man. From a direct influence, it becomes an indirect influence. But it does not cease to exist for that. The temperament of every nation preserves certain peculiarities, induced by the influence of the natural environment, which are to a certain extent modified, but never completely destroyed, by adaptation to the social environment. These peculiarities of national temperament constitute what is known as race. Race exercises an undoubted influence on the history of some ideologies' art, for example, and this still further complicates the already far from easy task of explaining it scientifically. We have set forth in fair detail, and, we hope, accuracy, Labriola's view that social phenomena depend on the economic structure of society, which, in its turn, is determined by the state of its productive forces. For the most part, we are in full agreement with him. But in places his views give rise to certain doubts, concerning which we would like to make a few remarks. To take the following point to begin with. According to Labriola, the state is an organization for the rule of one social class over another or others. That is so. But it scarcely expresses the whole truth. In states like China or ancient Egypt, where civilized life was impossible without highly complex and extensive works for the regulation of the flow and overflow of big rivers and for irrigation purposes, the rise of the state may be largely explained by the direct influence of the needs of the social productive process. There can be no doubt that inequality, in one or another degree, existed in these countries even in prehistoric times, both within the tribes that went to constitute the state, which often differed completely in ethnographical origin, and among the tribes. But the ruling classes we meet with in the history of these countries held their more or less exalted social position owing to the state organization called into being by the needs of the social productive process. There is scarcely room for doubt that the Egyptian priestly caste owed their supremacy to the highly important part which their rudimentary scientific knowledge played in the system of Egyptian agriculture. 3. In the West, where Greece, of course, must be included, we do not observe that the direct needs of the social process of production, which there did not entail any extensive social organization, had any influence on the rise of the state. But even there the appearance of the state must in a large measure be attributed to the need for a social division of labor. 3. One of the Chaldean kings says, "I have mastered the secrets of the rivers for the benefit of man. I have led the waters of the rivers into the wilderness, I have filled the parched ditches with them. I have watered the desert plains, I have brought them fertility and abundance. I have turned them into habitations of joy." For all its boastfulness, this is a fairly accurate description of the role of the Oriental state in organizing the social process of production, called forth by the development of the social productive forces. This, of course, did not prevent the state from being at the same time an organization of the rule of a privileged minority over a more or less enslaved majority. But it must not be lost sight of under any circumstances, if an incorrect and one-sided idea of the historical role of the state is to be avoided. And now let us examine Labriola's views on the historical development of ideologies. We have seen that in his opinion this development is complicated by the action of racial peculiarities and by the influence exercised on man by his natural environment generally. It is a great pity that our author did not think it necessary to support and explain this opinion by any illustrations. It would have made it easier for us to understand him. At any rate, it is clear that it cannot be accepted in the form in which he expounds it. The American redskin tribes do not, of course, belong to the same race as the tribes which in prehistoric times inhabited the Greek archipelago or the Baltic coast. It is beyond question that in these different localities primitive man experienced the influences of the natural environment in very different ways. It might have been expected that these different influences would be reflected in the rudimentary art of the primitive inhabitants of the localities mentioned. Yet we do not observe this to be the case. In all parts of the earth, however much they may differ from each other, we find similar stages in the development of art corresponding to similar stages in the development of primitive man. We know of the art of the Stone Age and of the art of the Iron Age, but we do not know of any distinctive arts of the different races, white, yellow, etc. The state of the productive forces is reflected even in details. For example, in pottery ornamentations we first meet only with straight and broken lines, squares, crosses, zigzags, etc. This form of ornamentation was borrowed by primitive art from the even more primitive handicrafts, weaving and plating. In the Bronze Age, with the appearance of the art of working metals, which are capable of assuming all sorts of geometrical shapes, we observe the appearance of curved ornamentations. And, lastly, with the domestication of animals, their figures, and especially the figure of the horse, make their appearance. 5. To be sure, in the depictions of human beings, the influence of racial features was bound to affect the ideals of beauty peculiar to the primitive artists. We know that every race, especially in its early stages of social development, considers itself the most beautiful, and rates very highly the features that distinguish it from other races. 6. But, firstly, the influence of these peculiarities of racial aesthetics as far as they have any permanency at all cannot alter the course of development of art, and, secondly, these peculiarities themselves have only a temporary durability, lasting, that is, only as long as certain definite conditions prevail. When a tribe is forced to admit the superiority of another, more developed, tribe, its racial complacency tends to disappear and gives place to an imitation of alien tastes which were formerly considered ridiculous or even shameful and disgusting. Here we find occurring to the savage what occurs to the peasant in civilized society, who at first scoffs at the manners and dress of the town dweller, and then, with the growing supremacy of the town over the country, tries to copy them to the best of his ability. Passing to historical nations, we must first point out that in relation to them the word race cannot and should not be used at all. We do not know of any historical nation that can be regarded as racially pure. Each of them is the product of an extremely lengthy and intense process of interbreeding and intermingling of different ethnic elements. Now try, after this, to determine the influence of race on the history of the ideologies of any nation. At a first glance it seems that nothing could be simpler and more correct than the idea that natural environment influences national temperament and, through temperament, the history of the nation's intellectual and aesthetic development. But if Labriola had only recalled the history of his own country, he would have been convinced of the erroneousness of this idea. The modern Italians are surrounded by the same natural environment as that in which the ancient Romans lived, yet how unlike is the temperament of our modern tributaries of Menelik to the temperament of the stern conquerors of Carthage. If we were to undertake to explain the history of Italian art, for example, by the Italian temperament, we should very soon be confronted by the baffling question why this temperament, for its part, varied so profoundly at different times and in different parts of the Apennine Peninsula. The author of the Essays on the Gogol period in Russian literature says in one of his commentaries to the first volume of J. S. Mill's work on political economy, "We would not say that race has no significance whatever. The development of the natural and historical sciences has not yet reached such perfection of analysis as to enable us in most cases to say unreservedly, here that element is absolutely lacking. For all we know, this steel pen may contain a particle of platinum, it cannot be denied absolutely. All we can say is that chemical analysis shows that this pen contains such a quantity of undoubtedly steel particles that the portion of its composition that might consist of platinum is perfectly negligible, and even if such a portion did exist, it could be ignored for all practical purposes. As far as practical action is concerned, you may treat this pen as you would steel pens in general. In just the same way, pay no attention in practical affairs to people's race, treat them simply as people. It may be that the race of a nation did have some influence in determining that its state today is what it is, and no other. It cannot be denied absolutely. Historical analysis has not yet achieved mathematical and absolute accuracy. Like present-day chemical analysis, it still leaves a very small, residuum, which demands more subtle methods of investigation, methods that are still unavailable in the present state of science. But this residuum is very small. In the determination of the present state of any nation, such a large part was due to the action of circumstances that are in no way dependent on inherent tribal characteristics, that even if such peculiar qualities differing from general human nature do exist, the place left for their action is very small, immeasurably, microscopically small. We were reminded of these words when reading Labriola's views on the influence of race on the history of man's spiritual development. The author of the Essays on the Gogol period was interested in the significance of race chiefly from the practical standpoint, but what he says should likewise be constantly borne in mind by those who are engaged in purely theoretical inquiries. Social science will gain greatly if we at last abandon the bad habit of attributing to race everything that seems incomprehensible in the spiritual history of a given nation. It may be that racial characteristics did have some influence on its history. But this hypothetical influence was probably so minute that it were better in the interests of the inquiry to regard it as non-existent and to consider the peculiarities observed in the development of the given nation as the product of the special historical conditions in which that development took place, and not as a result of the influence of race. Needless to say, in quite a number of cases we shall be unable to indicate what exactly were the conditions that gave rise to the peculiarities in which we are interested. But what does not yield to the methods of scientific investigation today may well yield to them tomorrow. As to references to racial characteristics, they are inconvenient because they terminate the investigation just at the point where it should begin. Why is the history of French poetry unlike the history of German poetry? For a very simple reason: the temperament of the French nation was such as not to permit of the rise of a Lessing, or a Schiller, or a Goethe. Well, thanks for the explanation, now it's all perfectly clear. Labriola, of course, would have said that nothing was further from his mind than explanations of this sort, which explain nothing. And that would be true. Generally speaking, he is fully aware of their utter futility, and he also knows very well from what side a problem like the one we have instanced should be approached. But by granting that the spiritual development of nations is complicated by their racial characteristics, he ran the risk of leading his readers gravely astray and betrayed a readiness to make, even if only in minor particulars, certain concessions to the old way of thinking that are prejudicial to social science. It is against such concessions that our remarks are directed. When we say that the view we are contesting as to the influence of race on the history of ideologies is an old one, it is not without good reason. It is nothing but a variation of a theory which was very prevalent in the last century, and which endeavored to explain the whole course of history by the characteristics of human nature. This theory is absolutely incompatible with the materialist conception of history. According to the new view, the nature of social man changes as social relations change. Consequently, the general characteristics of human nature can offer no explanation of history. But although an ardent and convinced believer in the materialist conception of history, Labriola also granted, if only in a very small degree, some truth to the old view. But it is not for nothing that the Germans say, "Wera sagt, muss auch be sagen." Having granted truth to the old view in one instance, Labriola had to grant it in others too. Need it be said that this combination of two diametrically opposite views was bound to impair the harmony of his world outlook? The organization of any given society is determined by the state of its productive forces. As this state changes, the social organization is bound sooner or later to change too. Consequently, it is in a state of unstable equilibrium wherever the social productive forces are developing. Labriola quite rightly remarks that it is this instability, together with the social movements and the struggle of social classes to which it gives rise, that preserves man from mental stagnation. Antagonism is the principal cause of progress, he says, repeating the thought of a very well-known German economist. But right away he makes a reservation. It would be a great mistake, in his opinion, to suppose that men always and in all cases have a proper understanding of their situation and clearly perceive the social tasks with which it confronts them. To suppose that, he says, is to suppose the improbable and, indeed, the unreal. We would request the reader to pay careful attention to this reservation. Labriola develops his thought as follows. Forms of law, political acts, and attempts at social organization were, and they still are, sometimes fortunate, sometimes mistaken, that is to say, disproportionate and unsuitable. History is full of errors, and this means that if all were necessary, granted the relative intelligence of those who have to solve a difficulty or to find a solution for a given problem, if everything in it had a sufficient reason, yet everything in it is not reasonable, in the sense which the optimists give to this word. To state it more fully, the determining causes of all changes, that is to say the modified economic conditions, have ended, and end, by causing to be found, sometimes through tortuous ways, the suitable forms of law, the appropriate political orders and the more or less perfect means of social adjustment. But it must not be thought that the instinctive wisdom of the reasoning animal has been manifested, or is manifested, definitely and simply, in the complete and clear understanding of all situations, and that we have left only the very simple task of following the deductive road from the economic situation to all the rest. Ignorance, which, in its turn, may be explained, is an important reason for the manner in which history has proceeded, and, to ignorance we must add the brutishness which is never completely subdued, and all the passions, and all the injustices, and the various forms of corruption, which were and are the necessary product of a society organized in such a way that, in it, the domination of man over man is inevitable. From this domination falsehood, hypocrisy, presumption, and baseness were and are inseparable. We may, without being utopians, foresee, as we do in fact foresee, the coming of a society which, developing from the present society and from its very contrasts by the laws inherent in its historic development, will end in an association without class antagonisms. But that is the future, and it is neither the present nor the past. Regulated production will eliminate from life the element of chance which, thus far, has been revealed in history as a multiform cause of accidents and incidents. There is a good deal of truth in all this. But, fantastically interwoven with error, truth itself here assumes the form of a not altogether felicitous paradox. Labriola is undoubtedly right when he says that men do not always by far have a clear understanding of their social situation and are not always properly aware of the social tasks to which it gives rise. But when, on this basis, he talks of ignorance or superstition as being the historical cause of many forms of social life and many customs, he himself unwittingly reverts to the viewpoint of the enlighteners of the 18th century. Before speaking of ignorance as an important reason for the manner in which history has proceeded, he should have defined the precise sense in which this word may here be used. It would be a great mistake to think that this is self-evident. No, it is far from being as evident or as simple as it seems. Take France of the 18th century as an example. All intelligent representatives of the Third Estate had a burning desire for liberty and equality. In furtherance of this aim they demanded the abolition of many antiquated social institutions. But the abolition of these institutions implied the triumph of capitalism, which, as we now know very well, can scarcely be called the kingdom of liberty and equality. It may therefore be said that the lofty aim of the philosophers of the last century was not attained. It may likewise be said that the philosophers were unable to indicate the means for its attainment, and they may therefore be accused of ignorance, as they actually were by many utopian socialists. Labriola himself is astonished at the contradiction between the real economic tendencies in France in those days and the ideals of its thinkers. A singular spectacle and a singular contrast, he exclaims. But what is there singular in it? And wherein lay the ignorance of the French enlighteners? Was it in the fact that their idea of the means of achieving universal happiness was not the same as ours today? But, after all, there could be no question of such means in those days. They had not yet been created by man's historical movement, or, more correctly, by the development of his productive forces. Read Malby's Deutz, proposes auxiliary philosophies economists, read Morelli's Code de la Nature, and you will find that in so far as these writers differed with the great majority of the enlighteners as to the conditions of human happiness, and in so far as they dreamed of the abolition of private property, they, firstly, came into obvious and crying contradiction with the most vital and general needs of the people of their times, and, secondly, vaguely conscious of this, they themselves regarded their dreams as utterly unrealizable. And, therefore, we once more ask wherein lay the ignorance of the enlighteners. Was it in the fact that, while realizing the social needs of their times and indicating the proper means of satisfying them, abolition of the old privileges, etc., they attached an entirely exaggerated significance to these means, that is, as a way towards universal happiness? That is not such a preposterous ignorance, and, taking the practical view, it must even be admitted that it had its uses, for the more the enlighteners believed in the universal value of the reforms they demanded, the more energetically they were bound to fight for them. Undoubtedly, the enlighteners betrayed ignorance in not being able to find the thread connecting their views and aspirations with the economic condition of France at that period, and not even suspecting that such a thread existed. They looked upon themselves as exponents of absolute truth. We know today that there is no such thing as absolute truth, that everything is relative, that everything is dependent on the conditions of time and place, but precisely for that reason, we should be very cautious in judging the ignorance of various historical periods. Their ignorance, to the extent that it is manifested in their characteristic social movements, aspirations, and ideals, is also relative. How does law arise? It may be said that all law represents the supersession or modification of an older law or custom. Why are old customs superseded? Because they cease to conform to the new conditions, that is, to the new actual relations in which men stand towards each other in the social process of production. Primitive communism disappeared owing to the development of productive forces. However, productive forces develop, but gradually. Hence the new actual relations of man to man in the social process of production also develop, but gradually. And hence, too, the restrictiveness of the old laws or customs, and, consequently, the need to provide a corresponding legal expression of the new actual, economic, relations of men, also develop but gradually. The instinctive wisdom of the reasoning animal usually follows in the wake of these actual changes. If old laws hamper a section of society in attaining its material aims, in satisfying its urgent wants, it will infallibly, and with the greatest ease, become conscious of their restrictiveness. This requires very little more intelligence than is necessary for the consciousness that tight shoes or heavy weapons are uncomfortable. But, of course, from being conscious of the restrictiveness of an existing law to consciously striving to abolish it is a very far cry. At first men simply try to get round it in each particular case. Let us recall what used to happen in our country in large peasant families, when, under the influence of nascent capitalism, new sources of earnings arose which were not equal for all members of the family. The customary family code thereupon became restrictive for the lucky ones who earned more than the others. But it was not so easy for these lucky ones to make up their minds to revolt against the old custom, and they did not do so all at once. For a long time they simply resorted to subterfuge, concealing part of their earnings from the elders. But the new economic system grew gradually stronger, and the old family life more and more shaken. Those members of the family who were interested in its abolition grew bolder and bolder, sons more and more frequently separated off from the common household, and in the end the old cuz Tom disappeared and was replaced by a new custom, arising out of the new conditions, the new actual relations, the new economics of society. Man's cognition of his situation more or less lags as a rule behind the development of the new actual relations which cause that situation to change. But it does keep in the wake of the actual relations. Where man's conscious striving for the abolition of old institutions and the establishment of a new legal system is weak, there the way for the new system has not yet been properly paved by the economics of the society. In other words, in history, lack of clear cognition, the blunders of immature thought, ignorance not infrequently signifies only one thing, namely, that the object to be cognized, that is, the new, nascent things, is still but poorly developed. And obviously, ignorance of this kind, lack of knowledge or understanding of what does not yet exist, of what is still in process of becoming, is only relative ignorance. There is another kind of ignorance, ignorance of nature. That may be called absolute ignorance. Its criterion is nature's power over man. And as the development of productive forces signifies the increasing power of man over nature, it is clear that any increase in productive forces implies a diminution in absolute ignorance. Natural phenomena which man does not understand and therefore cannot control give rise to various kinds of superstition. At a certain stage of social development, superstitions become closely interwoven with man's moral and legal ideas, to which they then lend a peculiar hue. Mr. M. Kovalevsky, in his Law and Custom in the Caucasus, says, an examination of the religious beliefs and superstitions of the Ijavs leads us to conclude that, beneath the official cover of Orthodox religion, this people is still at the stage of development which Tyler has so happily called Animaism. This stage, as we know, is usually marked by the decided subordination of both social morality and law to religion. Volume 2, p. 82. But the fact of the matter is that, according to Tyler, primitive animaism has no influence either on morals or on law. At this stage of development there is no reciprocal relation between morality and law, or else this relation is only embryonic. The animaism of the savage is almost completely exempt from that moral element which in the eyes of civilized man is the essence of every practical religion. Moral laws have their own special foundation, etc. Hence it would be more correct to say that religious superstitions become interwoven with moral and legal ideas only at a certain, and relatively high, stage of social development. We very much regret that we are unable from considerations of space to show here how this is explained by modern materialism. In the process of the struggle called forth by the development of the new actual relations of men in the social process of production, religious views often play a very important part. Both the innovators and the conservatives invoke the aid of the gods, placing various institutions under their protection or even claiming that they are an expression of divine will. It goes without saying that the Eumenides, whom the ancient Greeks regarded as the upholders of the mother right, did as little in its defense as Minerva did for the triumph of the power of the father, which was supposedly so dear to her heart. Men simply wasted their time and effort in calling upon the aid of gods and fetishes, but the ignorance which made belief in the Eumenides possible did not prevent the Greek conservatives of the time from realizing that the old legal system, or, more precisely, the old customary law, was a better guarantee of their interests. Similarly, the superstition that permitted the innovators to base their hopes on Minerva did not prevent them from realizing the inconvenience of the old order of life. The use of the wedge in the cutting of wood was unknown to the Dyaks of Borneo. When the Europeans introduced it, the native authorities solemnly banned its use. That evidently was a proof of their ignorance, for what could be more senseless than refusing to use a tool that helps to lighten labor? But just think a little, and you will perhaps grant that there may have been extenuating circumstances. The ban on the employment of European tools was probably one manifestation of the struggle against European influences, which were beginning to undermine the old Aboriginal order. The native authorities had a vague apprehension that if European customs were introduced, not a single stone of that order would be left standing. For some reason the wedge was more suggestive in their minds of the destructive power of European influences than any other European implement. And so we find them solemnly prohibiting its use. Why precisely was it the wedge that came to be the symbol of dangerous innovations in their eyes? To that question we may furnish a sufficient answer. We do not know why the wedge associated itself in the minds of the natives with the idea of the danger that menaced their old form of life, but we can say with certainty that the natives were perfectly right in fearing for the stability of their old order. European influences do very rapidly and very seriously impair if not altogether destroy the customs of the savages and barbarians who fall beneath their sway. Tyler tells us that while the Dyaks publicly condemned the use of the wedge, they nevertheless used it when they could do so in secret. Here you have hypocrisy added to ignorance. But why? It was evidently due to a recognition of the advantages of the new method of cutting wood, accompanied, however, by a fear of public opinion, or of prosecution by the authorities. Thus we find the instinctive wisdom of the reasoning animal criticizing the very measure for which it itself was responsible. And it was right in its criticism, for prohibiting the use of European tools by no means meant eliminating European influences. We might borrow Labriola's expression and say that in this instance the Dyaks adopted a measure which was unsuitable and disproportionate to their situation. We would be perfectly right. And we might add to Labriola's remark that people very often devise measures that are disproportionate and unsuitable to their situation. But what follows? Only that we must try to discover whether some sort of dependence does not exist between this kind of mistake and the character or degree of development of man's social relations. Such a dependence undoubtedly does exist. Labriola says that ignorance may be explained in its turn. We say, not only can it be explained, but it should be explained, if social science is capable of becoming a strict science at all. If ignorance may be attributed to social causes, then there is no point in citing it, there is no point in saying that it explains the enigma of why history proceeded thus and not otherwise. The answer lies not there, but in the social causes that gave rise to it and lent it one form rather than another, one character rather than another. Why restrict your investigation by simply talking about ignorance, which explains nothing? Where a scientific conception of history is concerned, for the investigator to talk of ignorance only testifies to his own ignorance. All positive law is a defense of some definite interest. How do these interests arise? Are they a product of human will and human consciousness? No, they are created by man's economic relations. Once they have arisen, interests are reflected in one way or another in man's consciousness. In order to defend an interest, there must be consciousness of it. Hence every system of positive law may and should be regarded as a product of consciousness. It is not man's consciousness that calls into being the interests that the law protects, and, consequently, it is not man's consciousness that determines the content of law, but the state of social consciousness, social psychology, in the given era does determine the form which the reflection of the given interest takes in the mind of man. Unless we take the state of the social consciousness into account, we shall be absolutely unable to explain the history of law. In this history, it is always essential to draw a careful distinction between form and content. In its formal aspect, law, like every ideology, is subject to the influence of all, or at least of some of, the other ideologies, religious beliefs, philosophical concepts, and so on. This in itself hinders to some extent and sometimes to a very large extent the disclosure of the dependence between men's legal concepts and their mutual relations in the social process of production. But that is only half the trouble. The real trouble is that at different stages of social development a given ideology is subject to the influences of other ideologies in very unequal degrees. For example, ancient Egyptian, and partly Roman, law was under the sway of religion. In more recent history law has developed, we repeat, and request it to be noted, that we are here speaking of the formal aspect, under the strong influence of philosophy. Philosophy had to put up a big fight before it succeeded in eliminating the influence of religion on law and substituting its own influence. This fight was nothing but a reflection in the realm of ideas of the social struggle between the third estate and the clergy, but, nevertheless it greatly hampered the formation of a correct view of the origin of legal institutions. For, thanks to it, these institutions seem to be the obvious and indubitable product of a struggle between abstract ideas. It goes without saying that, generally speaking, Labriola perfectly realizes what kind of actual relations are concealed behind such a conflict of concepts. But when he comes to particulars, he lays down his materialist weapons in the face of the difficulties of the problem and considers it possible, as we have seen, to confine oneself to adducing ignorance or the power of tradition as an explanation. What is more, he speaks of symbolism as the final cause of many customs. It is true that symbolism has been a factor of no little importance in the history of certain ideologies. But as the final cause of customs it will not do at all. Let us take an example like the following. Among the Ishavs of the Caucasus it is the custom for a woman to cut off her braid of hair on the death of a brother, but not on the death of her husband. This is a symbolical act, it is a substitution for the older custom of self-immolation on the grave of the dead man. But why does the woman perform this symbolical act on the grave of a brother and not on the grave of her husband? Mr. Kovalevsky says that this feature can only be regarded as a survival from those remote times when the chief of the clan, which was united by its real or imaginary descent from a woman, the foremother of the clan, was the oldest descendant on the mother's side, the nearest cognate. It therefore follows that symbolical acts are comprehensible only when we understand the meaning and origin of the relations they symbolize. How do these relations arise? The answer to this question must not be sought, of course, in symbolical acts, although they may sometimes furnish useful clues. The origin of the symbolical custom by which a woman cuts off her braid on the grave of a brother is to be explained by the history of the family, and the explanation of the history of the family is to be sought in the history of economic development. In the case with which we are concerned, when the woman cuts off her braid on the grave of a brother, this right has survived the form of kinship to which it owed its origin. There you have an example of that influence of tradition of which Labriola speaks. But tradition can only preserve what already exists. It not only fails to explain the origin of the given right or of the given form in general, but even fails to explain its preservation. Force of tradition is a force of inertia. When examining the history of ideologies, we are often constrained to ask ourselves why a particular right or custom should have survived when not only the relations to which it owed its origin, but other cognate customs or rights which originated in the same relations, disappeared. That is equivalent to asking why the destructive effect of the new relations spared just this particular right or custom while eliminating others. To answer this question by talking about the force of tradition is nothing more than reiterating the question in an affirmative form. How are we to get out of the difficulty? By turning to social psychology. Old customs begin to disappear and old rights to break down when men enter into new reciprocal relations. The conflict of social interests finds expression in a conflict between the new customs and rights and the old. No symbolical right or custom, taken by itself, can influence the development of the new relations either positively or negatively. If the conservatives passionately uphold the old customs, it is because in their minds the idea of an advantageous, precious, and customary social system is firmly associated with the idea of these customs. If the innovators detest and scoff at these customs, it is because in their minds the idea of these customs is associated with the idea of restrictive, disadvantageous, and objectionable social relations. Consequently, the whole point lies in an association of ideas. When we find that a particular right has survived not only the relations which gave rise to it, but also cognate rights that arose from these same relations, we have to conclude that in the minds of the innovators it was not so strongly associated with the idea of the old, detested order as other customs were. Why so? To answer this question is sometimes easy, but at others it is quite impossible for lack of the necessary psychological data. But even when we are constrained to admit that the question is unanswerable, at least, in the existing state of our knowledge, we must nevertheless remember that the point does not lie in the force of tradition, but in definite associations of ideas produced by definite actual relations of men in society. The history of ideologies is to a large extent to be explained by the rise, modification, and breakdown of associations of ideas under the influence of the rise, modification and breakdown of definite combinations of social forces. Labriola has not given this side of the question all the attention it deserves. This is clearly shown in his view of philosophy. According to Labriola, in its historical development, philosophy partly merges with theology and partly represents the development of human thought in relation to the objects which come within the field of our experience. Insofar as it is distinct from theology, it is occupied with the same problems as scientific investigation, in the proper sense of the term. In doing so, it either strives to anticipate science, by offering its own conjectural solutions, or simply summarizes and submits to further logical elaboration the solutions already found by science. That, of course, is true. But it is not the whole truth. Take modern philosophy. Descartes and Bacon held that it was one of the most important functions of philosophy to multiply our scientific knowledge in order to increase man's power over nature. We accordingly find that in their time philosophy was occupied with the same problems as formed the theme of the natural sciences. It might, therefore, be thought that the solutions it furnished were determined by the state of natural science. But that is not quite the case. Descartes' attitude to certain philosophical questions, as, for example, the question of the soul, cannot be explained by the state of the natural sciences in those days, but this attitude can be well explained by the social state of France at the time. Descartes made a strict distinction between the sphere of faith and the sphere of reason. His philosophy did not contradict Catholicism, on the contrary, it endeavored to confirm some of its dogmas by new arguments. In this respect it was a good reflection of the sentiments of Frenchmen at that period. After the prolonged and sanguinary conflicts of the 16th century, a universal desire for peace and order arose in France. In the realm of politics, this desire was expressed in a sympathy for the absolute monarchy; in the realm of thought, it was expressed in a certain religious tolerance and an anxiety to avoid all controversial questions that might recall the recent civil war. These were religious questions. So that they might be avoided, a line of demarcation had to be drawn between the realm of faith and the realm of reason. That, as we have said, was what Descartes did. But this demarcation was not enough. Social peace demanded that philosophy solemnly admit the truth of religious dogma. And through Descartes this, too, was done. That is why the system of this thinker, although at least three-quarters materialistic, was sympathetically greeted by many ecclesiastics. A logical sequel to the philosophy of Descartes was the materialism of La Mettrie. But idealistic conclusions might have been drawn from it just as readily. And if the French did not do so, there was a very definite social reason for it, namely the hostility of the Third Estate to the clergy of 18th century France. Whereas the philosophy of Descartes sprang from a desire for social peace, the materialism of the 18th century was the herald of new social upheavals. It will be seen from this alone that the development of philosophical thought in France is to be explained not only by the development of natural science, but also by the direct influence of developing social relations. This is revealed even more clearly when the history of French philosophy is carefully examined from another angle. Descartes, as we already know, held that the chief purpose of philosophy was to increase man's power over nature. The French materialists of the 18th century held that their prime duty was to replace certain old concepts by new ones, on which normal social relations might be erected. The French materialists made practically no mention of increasing the social forces of production. That is a highly important difference. What was it due to? The development of productive forces in France in the 18th century was being severely hampered by the antiquated social relations of production, by archaic social institutions. The abolition of these institutions was absolutely essential for the further development of the productive forces. And it was in their abolition that the whole meaning of the social movement in France of that period lay. In philosophy, the necessity for this abolition found expression in a struggle against antiquated abstract concepts which had sprung from the antiquated relations of production. In the time of Descartes these relations were still by no means antiquated, like the social institutions which had sprung from them. They were not hindering but facilitating the development of productive forces. Hence it never occurred to anybody to abolish them. That is why philosophy set itself the direct task of increasing productive forces, this being the prime practical task of the nascent bourgeois society. We say this in objection to Labriola. But it may be that our objection is superfluous, that he merely expressed himself inaccurately, while at bottom being in agreement with us. We should be very glad if it were so. It is pleasant to have intelligent people agree with you. And if he did not agree with us, we would regretfully repeat that this intelligent man is mistaken. In doing so we might be furnishing our subjectivist old gentleman with an excuse for one more jibe to the effect that it is difficult to distinguish the authentic adherents of the materialist conception of history from the unauthentic. But our reply to the subjectivist old gentleman would be, they are jeering at themselves. Anybody who has properly grasped the meaning of a philosophical system can easily distinguish its true adherents from the false. If our friends the subjectivists had taken the trouble to ponder over the materialist explanation of history, they would have known themselves who are the authentic disciples, and who are the impostors that take the great name in vain. But since they have not taken that trouble and never will, they must of necessity remain in perplexity. That is the common fate of all who fall behind and drop out of the marching army of progress. Incidentally, a word about progress. Do you recall, dear reader, the days when the metaphysicians were abused, when the textbooks of philosophy were Lewis and partly Mr. Spisovicia's Manual of Criminal Law, and when, for the benefit of progressive readers, special formulas were invented, so simple that even a child of tender age might understand them? What glorious days those were! But they are gone, they have vanished like smoke. Metaphysics is again beginning to attract Russian minds, Lewis is going out of use, and the celebrated formulas of progress are being universally forgotten. Today it is very rare even for the subjectivist sociologists themselves now grown so venerable and hoary to recall these formulas. It is noteworthy, for instance, that nobody recalled them even when there was apparently a most urgent need for them, namely when the argument was raging whether we could turn from the path of capitalism to the path of utopia. Our utopians used to hide behind the skirts of a man who, while advocating his fantastic popular industry, at the same time claimed to be an adherent of modern dialectical materialism. Dialectical materialism, turned into a sophistry, thus proved to be the only weapon in the hands of the utopians worthy of any attention. In view of this, it would be very useful to discuss how progress is regarded by the adherents of the materialist conception of history. To be sure, this question has been repeatedly discussed in our press. But, firstly, the modern materialist view of progress is still not clear to many, and, secondly, in Labriola's book it is illustrated by some very happy examples and explained by some very correct arguments, although, unfortunately, Foot is not expounded systematically and fully. Labriola's arguments should be supplemented. We hope to do so at a more convenient opportunity. Meanwhile it is time to draw to a close. But before laying down our pen, we would once more request the reader to remember that what is known as economic materialism, against which the objections and very unconvincing ones at that of our friends the Narodniks and subjectivists are directed, has very little in common with the modern materialist conception of history. From the standpoint of the theory of factors, human society is a heavy load which various forces, morality, law, economics, etc. drag each in its own way along the path of history. From the standpoint of the modern materialist conception of history, the whole thing assumes a different aspect. It turns out that the historical factors are mere abstractions, and when the mist surrounding them is dispelled, it becomes clear that men do not make several distinct histories: the history of law, the history of morals, the history of philosophy, etc., but only one history, the history of their own social relations, which are determined by the state of the productive forces in each particular period. What is known as the ideologies is nothing but a multiform reflection in the minds of men of this single and indivisible history. In the second half of the 70s, the late Kablitz wrote an article entitled, "The Mind and the Senses as Factors of Progress," in which, referring to Spencer, he argued that the senses played the principal role in human progress, and that the mind played only a secondary role, and quite a subordinate one at that. A certain esteemed sociologist once replied to Kablitz, expressing amusement and surprise at a theory which placed the mind on the footboard. The esteemed sociologist was right, of course, in defending the mind. He would have been much more right, however, had he, without going into the details of the question that Kablitz had raised, proved that his very method of presenting it was impossible and impermissible. Indeed, the factors theory is unsound in itself, for it arbitrarily picks out different sides of social life, hypostasises them, converts them into forces of a special kind, which, from different sides, and with unequal success, draw the social man along the path of progress. But this theory is still less sound in the form presented by Kablitz, who converted into special sociological hypostases, not the various sides of the activities of the social man, but the different spheres of the individual mind. This is a veritable Herculean pillar of abstraction. Beyond this one cannot go, for beyond it lies the comic kingdom of utter and obvious absurdity. It is to this that the esteemed sociologist should have drawn the attention of Kablitz and his readers. Perhaps, after revealing the depths of abstraction into which the effort to find the predominating factor in history had led Kablitz, the esteemed sociologist might, by chance, have made some contribution to the critique of this factors theory. This would have been very useful for all of us at that time. But he proved unequal to his mission. He himself subscribed to that theory, differing from Kablitz only in his leanings towards eclecticism, and consequently, all the factors seemed to him to be equally important. Subsequently, the eclectic nature of his mind found particularly striking expression in his attacks on dialectical materialism, which he regarded as a doctrine which sacrifices all other factors to the economic factor and reduces the role of the individual in history to nothing. It never occurred to the esteemed sociologist that the factor's point of view is alien to dialectical materialism, and that only one who is utterly incapable of thinking logically can see in it any justification of so-called quietism. Incidentally, it must be observed that the slip made by our esteemed sociologist is not unique. Very many others have made it, are making it and, probably, will go on making it. Materialists began to be accused of betraying leanings towards quietism even before they had worked out their dialectical conception of nature and of history. Without making an excursion into the depth of time, we will recall the controversy between the celebrated English scientist, Priestley, and Price. Analyzing Priestley's theories, Price argued that materialism was incompatible with the concept free will, and that it precluded all independent activity on the part of the individual. In reply, Priestley referred to everyday experience. He would not speak of himself, he said, though by no means the most apathetic of creatures, but where would one find more mental vigor, more activity, more force and persistence in the pursuit of extremely important aims, than among those who subscribe to the doctrine of necessity? Priestley had in view the religious, democratic sect then known as Christian Necessarians. 2-3 We do not know whether the sect was as active as Priestley, who belonged to it, thought it was. But that is not important. There cannot be the slightest doubt that the materialist conception of the human will is quite compatible with the most vigorous practical activity. Lanson observes that all the doctrines which called for the utmost exertion of human will asserted, in principle, that the will was impotent, they rejected free will and subjected the world to fatalism. For Lanson was wrong in thinking that every repudiation of what is called free will leads to fatalism, but this did not prevent him from noting an extremely interesting historical fact. Indeed, history shows that even fatalism was not always a hindrance to energetic, practical action. On the contrary, in certain epochs it was a psychologically necessary basis for such action. In proof of this, we will point to the Puritans, who in energy excelled all the other parties in England in the 17th century, and to the followers of Mohammed, who in a short space of time subjugated an enormous part of the globe, stretching from India to Spain. Those who think that as soon as we are convinced of the inevitability of a certain series of events we lose all psychological possibility to help bring on, or to counteract, these events, are very much mistaken. 5. Here, everything depends upon whether my activities constitute an inevitable link in the chain of inevitable events. If they do, then I waver less and the more resolute are my actions. There is nothing surprising in this. When we say that a certain individual regards his activities as an inevitable link in the chain of inevitable events, we mean, among other things, that for this individual, lack of free will is tantamount to incapability of inaction, and that this lack of free will is reflected in his mind as the impossibility of acting differently from the way he is acting. This is precisely the psychological mood that can be expressed in the celebrated words of Luther, "Here I stand, I can do no other," and thanks to which men display the most indomitable energy, perform the most astonishing feats. Hamlet never knew this mood, that is why he was only capable of moaning and reflecting. And that is why Hamlet would never have accepted a philosophy, according to which freedom is merely necessity transformed into mind. Fichte rightly said, "As the man is, so is his philosophy." Chapter 2. Some people here have taken seriously Stammler's remarks about the allegedly insoluble contradiction that is said to be characteristic of a certain West European social political theory. 6. We have in mind the well-known example of the eclipse of the moon. As a matter of fact, this is a supremely absurd example. The combination of conditions that are necessary to cause an eclipse of the moon does not, and cannot under any circumstances, include human action, and, for this reason alone, projects to assist the eclipse of the moon can arise only in a lunatic asylum. But even if human action did serve as one of these conditions, none of those who keenly desired to see an eclipse of the moon would, if they were convinced that it would certainly take place without their aid, join the eclipse of the moon party. In this case, quietism would merely be abstention from unnecessary, i.e. useless, action and would have no affinity with real quietism. In order that the example of the eclipse of the moon may cease to be nonsensical in the case of the above-mentioned party that we are examining, it must be entirely changed. It would have to be imagined that the moon is gifted with a mind, and that her position in celestial space, which causes her eclipse, appears to her to be the fruit of the self-determination of her own will, that it not only gives her enormous pleasure, but is absolutely necessary for her peace of mind, and that this is why she always passionately strives to occupy this position. 7. After imagining all this, the question would have to be asked, what would the moon feel if she discovered, at last, that it is not her will, and not her ideals, that determine her movement in celestial space, but, on the contrary, that her movement determines her will and her ideals? According to Stammler, such a discovery would certainly make her incapable of moving, unless she succeeded in extricating herself from her predicament by some logical contradiction. But such an assumption is totally groundless. This discovery might serve as a formal reason for the moon's bad temper, for feeling out of harmony with herself, for the contradiction between her ideals and mechanical reality. But since we are assuming that the moon's psychological state in general is, in the last analysis, determined by her movement, then the cause of her disturbed peace of mind must be sought for in her movement. If this subject were examined carefully it would have transpired, perhaps, that when the moon was at her apogee she grieved over the fact that her will was not free, and when she was at her perigee, this very circumstance served as a new, formal cause of her happiness and good spirits. Perhaps the opposite would have happened, perhaps it would have transpired that she found the means of reconciling free will with necessity, not at her perigee, but at her apogee. Be that as it may, such a reconciliation is undoubtedly possible. Being conscious of necessity is quite compatible with the most energetic, practical action. At all events, this has been the case in history so far. Men who have repudiated free will have often excelled all their contemporaries in strength of will and asserted their will to the utmost. Numerous examples of this can be quoted. They are universally known. They can be forgotten, as Stammeiler evidently does, only if one deliberately refuses to see historical reality as it actually is. This attitude is strongly marked, among our subjectivists 8 for example, and among some German Philistines. Philistines and subjectivists, however, are not men, but mere phantoms, as Belinsky would have said. Let us, however, examine more closely the case when a man's own past, present, or future actions seem to him to be entirely colored by necessity. We know already that such a man, regarding himself as a messenger of God, like Mohammed, as one chosen by ineluctable destiny, like Napoleon, or as the expression of the irresistible force of historical progress, like some of the public men in the 19th century, displays almost elemental strength of will, and sweeps from his path like a house of cards all the obstacles set up by the small-town hamlets and hamletkins. 910 But this case interests us now from another angle, namely, as follows: when the consciousness of my lack of free will presents itself to me only in the form of the complete subjective and objective impossibility of acting differently from the way I am acting, and when, at the same time, my actions are to me the most desirable of all other possible actions, then, in my mind, necessity becomes identified with freedom and freedom with necessity, and then, I am unfree only in the sense that I cannot disturb this identity between freedom and necessity. I cannot oppose one to the other. I cannot feel the restraint of necessity. But such a lack of freedom is at the same time its fullest manifestation. Simmel says that freedom is always freedom from something, and, where freedom is not conceived as the opposite of restraint, it is meaningless. That is so, of course. But this slight, elementary truth cannot serve as a ground for refuting the thesis, which constitutes one of the most brilliant discoveries ever made by philosophic thought, that freedom means being conscious of necessity. Simmel's definition is too narrow. It applies only to freedom from external restraint. As long as we are discussing only such restraints, it would be extremely ridiculous to identify freedom with necessity. A pickpocket is not free to steal your pocket handkerchief while you are preventing him from doing so and until he has overcome your resistance in one way or another. In addition to this elementary and superficial conception of freedom, however, there is another, incomparably more profound. For those who are incapable of thinking philosophically, this concept does not exist at all, and those who are capable of thinking philosophically grasp it only when they have cast off dualism and realize that, contrary to the assumption of the dualists, there is no gulf between the subject and the object. The Russian subjectivist opposes his utopian ideals to our capitalist reality and goes no further. The subjectivists have stuck in the bog of dualism. The ideals of the so-called Russian disciples 11 resemble capitalist reality far less than the ideals of the subjectivists. Notwithstanding this, however, the disciples have found a bridge which unites ideals with reality. The disciples have elevated themselves to monism. In their opinion, capitalism, in the course of its development, will lead to its own negation and to the realization of the Russian disciples and not only the Russian ideals. This is historical necessity. The disciple serves as an instrument of this necessity and cannot help doing so, owing to his social status and to his mentality and temperament, which were created by his status. This, too, is an aspect of necessity. Since his social status has imbued him with this character and no other, he not only serves as an instrument of necessity and cannot help doing so, but he passionately desires, and cannot help desiring, to do so. This is an aspect of freedom, and, moreover, of freedom that has grown out of necessity, i.e., to put it more correctly, it is freedom that is identical with necessity. It is necessity transformed into freedom. 12. This freedom is also freedom from a certain amount of restraint. It is also the antithesis of a certain amount of restriction. Profound definitions do not refute superficial ones, but, supplementing them, include them in themselves. But what sort of restraint, what sort of restriction, is in question in this case? This is clear: the moral restraint which curbs the energy of those who have not cast off dualism, the restriction suffered by those who are unable to bridge the gulf between ideals and reality. Until the individual has won this freedom by heroic effort in philosophical thinking, he does not fully belong to himself, and his mental tortures are the shameful tribute he pays to external necessity that stands opposed to him. But as soon as this individual throws off the yoke of this painful and shameful restriction, he is born for a new, full, and hitherto never experienced life, and his free actions become the conscious and free expression of necessity. 13. Then he will become a great social force, and then nothing can, and nothing will, prevent him from bursting on cunning falsehood, like a storm of wrath divine. Again, being conscious of the absolute inevitability of a given phenomenon can only increase the energy of a man who sympathizes with it and who regards himself as one of the forces which called it into being. If such a man, conscious of the inevitability of this phenomenon, folded his arms and did nothing, he would show that he was ignorant of arithmetic. Indeed, let us suppose that phenomenon A must necessarily take place under a given sum of circumstances, S. You have proved to me that a part of this sum of circumstances already exists and that the other part will exist in a given time, T. Being convinced of this, I, the man who sympathizes with phenomenon A, exclaim, "Good," and then go to sleep until the happy day when the event you have foretold takes place. What will be the result? The following. In your calculations, the sum of circumstances necessary to bring about phenomenon A, included my activities, equal, let us say, to A. As, however, I am immersed in deep slumber, the sum of circumstances favorable for the given phenomenon at time t will be, not S, but S, A, which changes the situation. Perhaps my place will be taken by another man, who was also on the point of inaction, but was saved by the sight of my apathy, which to him appeared to be pernicious. In that case, force A will be replaced by force B, and if A equals B, the sum of circumstances favorable for A will remain equal to S, and phenomenon A will take place, after all, at time t. But if my force cannot be regarded as being equal to 0, if I am a skillful and capable worker, and nobody has replaced me, then we will not have the full sum S, and phenomenon A will take place later than we assumed, or not as fully as we expected, or it may not take place at all. This is as clear as daylight, and if I do not understand it, if I think that S remains S even after I am replaced, it is only because I am unable to count. But am I the only one who is unable to count? You, who prophesied that the sum S would certainly be available at time t, did not foresee that I would go to sleep immediately after my conversation with you. You were convinced that I would remain a good worker to the end. The force was less reliable than you thought. Hence, you, too, counted badly. But let us suppose that you had made no mistake, that you had made allowance for everything. In that case, your calculations will assume the following form: you say that at time t the sum S will be available. This sum of circumstances will include my replacement as a negative magnitude, and it will also include, as a positive magnitude, the stimulating effect on strong-minded men of the conviction that their strivings and ideals are the subjective expression of objective necessity. In that case, the sum S will indeed be available at the time you appointed, and phenomenon A will take place. I think this is clear. But if this is clear, why was I confused by the idea that phenomenon A was inevitable? Why did it seem to me that it condemned me to inaction? Why, in discussing it, did I forget the simplest rules of arithmetic? Probably because, owing to the circumstances of my upbringing, I already had a very strong leaning toward inaction, and my conversation with you served as the drop which filled the cup of this laudable inclination to overflowing. That is all. Only in this sense as the cause that revealed my moral flabbiness and uselessness did the consciousness of necessity figure here. It cannot possibly be regarded as the cause of this flabbiness. The causes of it are the circumstances of my upbringing. And so arithmetic is a very respectable and useful science, the rules of which should not be forgotten even by, I would say, particularly by philosophers. But what effect will the consciousness of the necessity of a given phenomenon have upon a strong man who does not sympathize with it and resists its taking place? Here the situation is somewhat different. It is very possible that it will cause the vigor of his resistance to relax. But when do the opponents of a given phenomenon become convinced that it is inevitable? When the circumstances favorable to it are very numerous and very strong. The fact that its opponents realize that the phenomenon is inevitable, and the relaxation of their energy, are merely manifestations of the force of circumstances favorable to it. These manifestations, in their turn, are a part of the favorable circumstances. But the vigor of resistance will not be relaxed among all the opponents. Among some of them the consciousness that the phenomenon is inevitable will cause it to grow and become transformed into the vigor of despair. History in general, and the history of Russia in particular, provides not a few instructive examples of this sort of vigor. We hope the reader will be able to recall these without our assistance. Here we are interrupted by Mr. Karayev, who, while, of course, disagreeing with our views on freedom and necessity, and, moreover, disapproving of our partiality for the extremes to which strong men go, nevertheless, is pleased to meet in the pages of our journal the idea that the individual may be a great social force. The worthy professor joyfully exclaims, "I have always said that." And this is true. Mr. Karayev, and all the subjectivists, have always ascribed a very important role to the individual in history. And there was a time when they enjoyed considerable sympathy among advanced young people who were imbued with noble strivings to work for the common will and were, therefore, naturally inclined to attach great importance to individual initiative. In essence, however, the subjectivists have never been able to solve, or even to present properly, the problem of the role of the individual in history. As against the influence of the laws of social historical progress, they advanced the activities of critically thinking individuals, and thus created, as it were, a new species of the factors theory. Critically thinking individuals were one factor of this progress, its own laws were the other factor. This resulted in an extreme incongruity, which one could put up with as long as the attention of the active individuals was concentrated on the practical problems of the day and they had no time to devote to philosophical problems. But the calm which ensued in the 80s gave those who were capable of thinking enforced leisure for philosophical reflection, and since then, the subjectivist doctrine has been bursting at all its seams, and even falling to pieces, like the celebrated overcoat of Akasievich. 14 No amount of patching was of any use, and one after another thinking people began to reject subjectivism as an obviously and utterly unsound doctrine. As always happens in such cases, however, the reaction against this doctrine caused some of its opponents to go to the opposite extreme. While some subjectivists, striving to ascribe the widest possible role to the individual in history, refused to recognize the historical progress of mankind as a process expressing laws, some of their later opponents, striving to bring out more sharply the coherent character of this progress, were evidently prepared to forget that men make history, and therefore, the activities of individuals cannot help being important in history. They have declared the individual to be a quantite negligible. In theory, this extreme is as impermissible as the one reached by the more ardent subjectivists. It is as unsound to sacrifice the thesis to the antithesis as to forget the antithesis for the sake of the thesis. The correct point of view will be found only when we succeed in uniting the points of truth contained in them into a synthesis. 15. This problem has been interesting us for a long time, and we have long wanted to invite our readers to join us in tackling it. We were restrained, however, by certain fears, We thought that perhaps our readers had already solved it for themselves and that our proposal would be belated. These fears have now been dispelled. The German historians have dispelled them for us. We are quite serious in saying this. The fact of the matter is that lately a rather heated controversy has been going on among the German historians over great men in history. Some have been inclined to regard the political activities of these men as the main and almost the only spring of historical development, while others have been asserting that such a view is one-sided and that the science of history must have in view, not only the activities of great men, and not only political history, but historical life as a whole, das ganze geschichtlichen Lebens. One of the representatives of the latter trend is Karl Lamprecht, author of The History of the German People, translated into Russian by P. Nikolaev. Lamprecht's opponents accused him of being a collectivist and a materialist. He was even placed on a par with horrible dick to the social democratic atheists, as he expressed it in winding up the debate. When we became acquainted with his views, we found that the accusations hurled against this poor savant were utterly groundless. At the same time, we were convinced that the present-day German historians were incapable of solving the problem of the role of the individual in history. We then decided that we had a right to assume that the problem was still unsolved even for a number of Russian readers, and that something could still be said about it that would not be altogether lacking in theoretical and practical interest. Lamprecht gathered a whole collection, eine artige Sammlung, as he expresses it, of the views of prominent statesmen on their own activities in the historical milieu in which they pursued them. In his polemics, however, he confined himself for the time being to references to some of the speeches and opinions of Bismarck. He quoted the following words, uttered by the Iron Chancellor in the North German: "Gentlemen, we can neither ignore the history of the past nor create the future. I would like to warn you against the mistake that causes people to advance the hands of their clocks, thinking that thereby they are hastening the passage of time. My influence on the events I took advantage of is usually exaggerated, but it would never occur to anyone to demand that I should make history. I could not do that even in conjunction with you, although together, we could resist the whole world. We cannot make history, we must wait while it is being made. We will not make fruit ripen more quickly by subjecting it to the heat of a lamp, and if we pluck the fruit before it is ripe we will only prevent its growth and spoil it." Referring to the evidence of Joly, Lamprecht also quotes the opinions which Bismarck expressed more than once during the Franco-Prussian War. 16 Again, the idea that runs through these opinions is that we cannot make great historical events, but must adapt ourselves to the natural course of things and limit ourselves to securing what is already ripe. Lamprecht regards this as the profound and whole truth. In his opinion, a modern historian cannot think otherwise, provided he is able to peer into the depths of events and not restrict his field of vision to too short an interval of time. Could Bismarck have caused Germany to revert to natural economy? He would have been unable to do this even when he was at the height of his power. General historical circumstances are stronger than the strongest individuals. For a great man, the general character of his epoch is empirically given necessity. This is how Lamprecht reasons, calling his view a universal one. It is not difficult to see the weak side of this universal view. The above quoted opinions of Bismarck are very interesting as a psychological document. One may not sympathize with the activities of the late German Chancellor, but one cannot say that they were insignificant, that Bismarck was distinguished for quietism. It was about him that Lassalle said, "The servants of reaction are no orators, but God grant that progress has servants like them." And yet this man, who at times displayed truly iron energy, considered himself absolutely impotent in face of the natural course of things, evidently regarding himself as a simple instrument of historical development. This proves once again that one can see phenomena in the light of necessity and at the same time be a very energetic statesman. But it is only in this respect that Bismarck's opinions are interesting. They cannot be regarded as a solution of the problem of the role of the individual in history. According to Bismarck, events occur of themselves, and we can secure what they prepare for us. But every act of securing is also an historical event. What is the difference between such events and those that occur of themselves? Actually, nearly every historical event is simultaneously an act of securing by somebody of the already ripened fruit of preceding development and a link in the chain of events which are preparing the fruits of the future. How can acts of securing be opposed to the natural course of things? Evidently, Bismarck wanted to say that individuals and groups of individuals operating in history never were and never will be all-powerful. This, of course, is beyond all doubt. Nevertheless, we would like to know what their power, far from omnipotence, of course, depends on, under what circumstances it grows and under what circumstances it diminishes. Neither Bismarck nor the learned advocate of the universal conception of history who quotes him, answers these questions. It is true that Lamprecht gives us more reasonable quotations. 17 For example, he quotes the following words of Monod, one of the most prominent representatives of contemporary historical science in France. Historians are too much in the habit of paying attention only to the brilliant, clamorous, and ephemeral manifestations of human activity, to great events and great men, instead of depicting the great and slow changes of economic conditions and social institutions, which constitute the really interesting and entrancient part of human development, the part which, to a certain extent, may be reduced to laws and subjected, to a certain extent, to exact analysis. Indeed, important events and individuals are important precisely as signs and symbols of different moments of the aforesaid development. But most of the events that are called historical have the same relation to real history as the waves which rise up from the surface of the sea, gleam in the light for a moment and break on the sandy shore, leaving no trace behind them, have to the deep and constant motion of the tides. Lamprecht declares that he is prepared to put his signature to every one of these words. It is well known that German savants are reluctant to agree with French savants and the French are reluctant to agree with the German. That is why the Belgian historian Piron was particularly pleased to emphasize in Revue Historique the fact that Monod's conception of history coincides with that of Lamprecht. This harmony is extremely significant, he observed. Evidently, it shows that the future belongs to the new conception of history. We do not share Piron's pleasant expectations. The future cannot belong to vague and indefinite views, and such, precisely, are the views of Monod and particularly of Lamprecht. Of course, one cannot but welcome a trend that declares that the most important task of the science of history is to study social institutions and economic conditions. This science will make great progress when such a trend becomes definitely consolidated. In the first place, however, Piron is wrong in thinking that this is a new trend. It arose in the science of history as far back as the 20s of the 19th century. Guizot, Mignot, Augustin Thierry and, subsequently, Tocqueville and others, were its brilliant and consistent representatives. The views of Monod and Lamprecht are but a faint copy of an old but excellent original. Secondly, profound as the views of Guizot, Mignot, and the other French historians may have been for their time, much in them has remained unelucidated. They do not provide a full and definite solution of the problem of the role of the individual in history. And the science of history must provide this solution if its representatives are destined to rid themselves of their one-sided conception of their subject. The future belongs to the school that finds the best solution of this problem, among others. The views of Guizot, Mignot, and the other historians who belonged to this trend were a reaction against the views on history that prevailed in the 18th century and constituted their antithesis. In the 18th century, the students of the philosophy of history reduced everything to the conscious activities of individuals. True, there were exceptions to the rule even at that time. The philosophical historical field of vision of Vico, Montesquieu, and Herder, for example, was much wider. But we are not speaking of exceptions. The great majority of the thinkers of the 18th century regarded history exactly in the way we have described. In this connection, it is very interesting to peruse once again the historical works of Mably, for example. According to Mably, Minos created the whole of the social and political life and ethics of the Cretes, while Lycurgus performed the same service for Sparta. If the Spartans spurned material wealth, it was due entirely to Lycurgus, who descended, so to speak, into the depths of the hearts of his fellow citizens and there crushed the germ of love for wealth, descended pour in ze dire jusque dans le fond du cœur de citoyens, etc. 18 And if, subsequently, the Spartans strayed from the path the wise Lycurgus had pointed out to them, the blame for this rests on Lysander, who persuaded them that new times and new conditions called for new rules and a new policy. 19 Researches written from the point of view of such conceptions have very little affinity with science and were written as sermons solely for the sake of the moral lessons that could be drawn from them. It was against such conceptions that the French historians of the period of the Restoration revolted. After the stupendous events of the end of the 18th century, it was absolutely impossible to think any longer that history was made by more or less prominent and more or less noble and enlightened individuals who at their own discretion imbued the unenlightened but obedient masses with certain sentiments and ideas. Moreover, this philosophy of history offended the plebeian pride of the bourgeois theoreticians. They were prompted by the same feelings that revealed themselves in the 18th century in the rise of bourgeois drama. In combating the old conceptions of history, Thierry used the same arguments that were advanced by Beaumarchais and others against the old aesthetics. 20 Lastly, the storms which France had just experienced very clearly revealed that the course of historical events was by no means determined solely by the conscious actions of men. This circumstance alone was enough to suggest the idea that these events were due to the influence of some hidden necessity, operating blindly, like the elemental forces of nature, but in accordance with certain immutable laws. It is an extremely remarkable fact, which nobody, as far as we know, has pointed to before, that the French historians of the period of the Restoration applied the new conception of history as a process conforming to laws most consistently in their works on the French Revolution. This was the case, for example, in the works of Mignet. Chateaubriand called the new school of history fatalistic. Formulating the tasks which it set the investigator, he said, "This system demands that the historian shall describe without indignation the most brutal atrocities, speak without love about the highest virtues, and with his glacial eye see in social life only the manifestation of irresistible laws due to which every phenomenon occurs exactly as it inevitably had to occur." 21 This is wrong, of course. The new school did not demand that the historian should be impassive. Augustin Thierry even said quite openly that political passion, by sharpening the mind of the investigator, may serve as a powerful means of discovering the truth. 22 It is sufficient to make oneself only slightly familiar with the historical works of Guizot, Thierry, or Mignet to see that they strongly sympathized with the bourgeoisie in its struggle against the lords temporal and spiritual, as well as with its efforts to suppress the demands of the rising proletariat. What is incontrovertible is the following: the new school of history arose in the 20s of the 19th century, i.e. when the bourgeoisie had already vanquished the aristocracy, although the latter was still striving to restore some of its old privileges. The proud consciousness of the victory of their class was reflected in all the arguments of the historians of the new school. And as the bourgeoisie was never distinguished for knightly chivalry, one can sometimes discern a note of harshness to the vanquished in the arguments of its scientific representatives. Le plus fort absorbe le plus faible, says Guizot, in one of his polemical pamphlets, etils de droit, the strongest absorbs the weakest, and he has a right to do so. His attitude towards the working class is no less harsh. It was this harshness, which at times assumed the form of calm detachment, that misled Chateaubriand. Moreover, at that time it was not yet quite clear what was meant when it was said that history conformed to certain laws. Lastly, the new school may have appeared to be fatalistic because, striving firmly to adopt this point of view, it paid little attention to the great individuals in history. 23 Those who had been brought up on the historical ideas of the 18th century found it difficult to accept this. Objections to the views of the new historians poured in from all sides, and then the controversy flared up which, as we have seen, has not ended to this day. In January 1826, Sainte-Beuve, in a review, in the Globe 24, of the 5th and 6th volume of Mignet's History of the French Revolution, wrote as follows: "At any given moment a man may, by the sudden decision of his will, introduce into the course of events a new, unexpected, and changeable force, which may alter that course, but which cannot be measured itself owing to its changeability. It must not be thought that Saint Beuve assumed that sudden decisions of human will occur without cause. No, that would have been too naive. He merely asserted that the mental and moral qualities of a man who is playing a more or less important role in public life, his talent, knowledge, resoluteness or irresoluteness, courage or cowardice, etc., cannot help having a marked influence on the course and outcome of events, and yet these qualities cannot be explained solely by the general laws of development of a nation. They are always, and to a considerable degree, acquired as a result of the action of what may be called the accidents of private life. We will quote a few examples to explain this idea, which, incidentally, seems to me clear enough as it is. During the War of the Austrian Succession 25, the French army achieved several brilliant victories, and it seemed that France was in a position to compel Austria to cede fairly extensive territory in what is now Belgium, but Louis XV did not claim this territory because, as he said, he was fighting as a king and not as a merchant, and France got nothing out of the Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle. 26. If, however, Louis XV had been a man of a different character, the territory of France would have been enlarged, and as a result her economic and political development would have taken a somewhat different course. As is well known, France waged the 7 Years' War 27 in alliance with Austria. It is said that this alliance was concluded as a result of the strong pressure of Madame Pompadour, who had been extremely flattered by the fact that, in a letter to her, proud Maria Theresa had called her cousin or dear friend bien bonne amie. Hence, one can say that had Louis XV been a man of stricter morals, or had he submitted less to his favorite's influence, Madame Pompadour would not have been able to influence the course of events to the extent that she did, and they would have taken a different turn. Further, France was unsuccessful in the 7 Years' War. Her generals suffered several very shameful defeats. Speaking generally, their conduct was very strange, to say the least. Richelieu engaged in plunder, and Soubise and Broye were constantly hindering each other. For example, when Broye was attacking the enemy at Villinghausen, Soubise heard the gunfire, but did not go to his comrade's assistance, as had been arranged, and as he undoubtedly should have done, and Broye was obliged to retreat. 28. The extremely incompetent Soubise enjoyed the protection of the aforesaid Madame Pompadour. We can say again that had Louis XV been less lascivious, or had his favorite refrained from interfering in politics, events would not have turned out so unfavorably for France. French historians say that there was no need at all for France to wage war on the European continent, and that she should have concentrated all her efforts on the sea in order to resist England's encroachments on her colonies. The fact that she acted differently was again due to the inevitable Madame Pompadour, who wanted to please her dear friend, Maria Theresa. As a result of the 7 Years' War, France lost her best colonies, which undoubtedly greatly influenced the development of her economic relations. In this case, feminine vanity appears in the role of the influential factor of economic development. Do we need any other examples? We will quote one more, perhaps the most astonishing one. During the aforesaid 7 Years' War, in August 1761, the Austrian troops, having united with the Russian troops in Silesia, surrounded Frederick near Striga. Frederick's position was desperate, but the Allies were tardy in attacking, and General Butterlin, after facing the enemy for 20 days, withdrew his troops from Silesia, leaving only a part of his forces as reinforcements for the Austrian General Laudon. Laudon captured Schweidnitz, near which Frederick was encamped, but this victory was of little importance. Suppose, however, Butterlin had been a man of firmer character? Suppose the Allies had attacked Frederick before he had time to entrench himself? They might have routed him, and he would have been compelled to yield to all the victor's demands. And this occurred barely a few months before a new accidental circumstance, the death of Empress Elizabeth, immediately changed the situation greatly in Frederick's favor. 29. We would like to ask, what would have happened had Butterlin been a man of more resolute character, or had a man like Suvorov been in his place? In examining the views of the fatalist historians, Saint Beuve gave expression to another opinion which is also worthy of attention. In the aforementioned review of Mignot's History of the French Revolution, he argued that the course and outcome of the French Revolution were determined, not only by the general causes which had given rise to the revolution, and not only by the passions which in its turn the revolution had roused, but also by numerous minor phenomena, which had escaped the attention of the investigator, and which were not even a part of social phenomena, properly so called. He wrote, "While these passions roused by social phenomena were operating, the physical and physiological forces of nature were not inactive, stones continued to obey the law of gravity, the blood did not cease to circulate in the veins. Would not the course of events have changed had Mirabeau, say, not died of fever, had Robespierre been killed by the accidental fall of a brick or by a stroke of apoplexy, or if Bonaparte had been struck down by a bullet? And will you dare to assert that the outcome would have been the same? Given a sufficient number of accidents, similar to those I have assumed, the outcome might have been the very opposite of what, in your opinion, was inevitable. I have a right to assume the possibility of such accidents because they are precluded neither by the general causes of the revolution nor by the passions roused by these general causes." Then he goes on to quote the well-known observation that history would have taken an entirely different course had Cleopatra's nose been somewhat shorter, and, in conclusion, admitting that very much more could be said in defense of Mignot's view, he again shows where this author goes wrong. Mignot ascribes solely to the action of general causes results which many other, minor, dark, and elusive causes had helped to bring about. His stern logic, as it were, refuses to recognize the existence of anything that seems to him to be lacking in order and law. Are Saint Beuve's objections sound? I think they contain a certain amount of truth. But what amount? To determine this we will first examine the idea that a man can by the sudden decision of his will introduce a new force into the course of events which is capable of changing their course considerably. We have quoted a number of examples, which, we think, very well explain this. Let us ponder over these examples. Everybody knows that, during the reign of Louis XV, military affairs went steadily from bad to worse in France. As Henry Martin has observed, during the 7 Years' War, the French army, which always had numerous prostitutes, tradesmen and servants in its train, and which had 3 times as many pack horses as saddle horses, had more resemblance to the hordes of Darius and Xerxes than to the armies of Turenne and Gustavus Adolphus. 30 Arkenholt says in his history of this war that the French officers, when appointed for guard duty, often deserted their posts to go dancing somewhere in the vicinity, and obeyed the orders of their superiors only when they thought fit. This deplorable state of military affairs was due to the deterioration of the aristocracy, which, however, continued to occupy all the high posts in the army, and to the general dislocation of the old order, which was rapidly drifting to its doom. These general causes alone would have been quite sufficient to make the outcome of the 7 Years' War unfavorable to France. But undoubtedly the incompetence of generals like Soubise greatly increased the chances of failure for the French army which these general causes already provided. Soubise retained his post, thanks to Madame Pompadour, and so we must count the proud Marquise as one of the factors significantly reinforcing the unfavorable influence of these general causes on the position of French affairs. The Marquise de Pompadour was strong not by her own strength, but by the power of the king who was subject to her will. Can we say that the character of Louis XV was exactly what it was inevitably bound to be, in view of the general course of development of social relations in France? No, given the same course of development a king might have appeared in his place with a different attitude towards women. Saint Beuve would say that the action of obscure and intangible physiological causes was sufficient to account for this. And he would be right. But, if that is so, the conclusion emerges, that these obscure physiological causes, by affecting the progress and results of the 7 Years' War, also in consequence affected the subsequent development of France, which would have proceeded differently if the 7 Years' War had not deprived her of a great part of her colonies. Does not this conclusion, we then ask, contradict the conception of a social development conforming to laws? No, not in the least. The effect of personal peculiarities in the instances we have discussed, is undeniable, but no less undeniable is the fact that it could occur only in the given social conditions. After the Battle of Respach, the French became fiercely indignant with Soubise' position. Every day she received numbers of anonymous letters, full of threats and abuse. This very seriously disturbed Madame Pompadour. She began to suffer from insomnia. 31 Nevertheless, she continued to protect Soubise. In 1762, she remarked in one of her letters to him that he was not justifying the hopes that had been placed in him, but she added, "Have no fear, however, I will take care of your interests and try to reconcile you with the king." 32 As you see, she did not yield to public opinion. Why did she not yield? Probably because French society of that day had no means of compelling her to do so. But why was French society of that day unable to do so? It was prevented from doing so by its form of organization, which in turn, was determined by the relation of social forces in France at that time. Hence, it is the relation of social forces which, in the last analysis, explains the fact that Louis XV's character, and the caprices of his favorite, could have such a deplorable influence on the fate of France. Had it not been the king who had a weakness for the fair sex, but the king's cook or groom, it would not have had any historical significance. Clearly, it is not the weakness that is important here, but the social position of the person afflicted with it. The reader will understand that these arguments can be applied to all the above quoted examples. In these arguments it is necessary to change only what needs changing, for example, to put Russia in the place of France, Buterlin in place of Soubise, etc. That is why we will not repeat them. It follows, then, that by virtue of particular traits of their character, individuals can influence the fate of society. Sometimes this influence is very considerable, but the possibility of exercising this influence, and its extent, are determined by the form of organization of society, by the relation of forces within it. The character of an individual is a factor in social development only where, when, and to the extent that social relations permit it to be such. We may be told that the extent of personal influence may also be determined by the talents of the individual. We agree. But the individual can display his talents only when he occupies the position in society necessary for this. Why was the fate of France in the hands of a man who totally lacked the ability and desire to serve society? Because such was the form of organization of that society. It is the form of organization that in any given period determines the role and, consequently, the social significance that may fall to the lot of talented or incompetent individuals. But if the role of individuals is determined by the form of organization of society, how can their social influence, which is determined by the role they play, contradict the conception of social development as a process expressing laws? It does not contradict it, on the contrary, it serves as one of its most vivid illustrations. But here we must observe the following. The possibility determined by the form of organization of society that individuals may exercise social influence, opens the door to the influence of so-called accident upon the historical destiny of nations. Louis XV's lasciviousness was an inevitable consequence of the state of his physical constitution, but in relation to the general course of France's development. The state of his constitution was accidental. Nevertheless, as we have said, it did influence the fate of France and served as one of the causes which determined this fate. The death of Mirabeau, of course, was due to pathological processes which obeyed definite laws. The inevitability of these processes, however, did not arise out of the general course of France's development, but out of certain particular features of the celebrated orator's constitution, and out of the physical conditions under which he had contracted his disease. In relation to the general course of France's development, these features and conditions were accidental. And yet, Mirabeau's death influenced the further course of the revolution and served as one of the causes which determined it. Still more astonishing was the effect of accidental causes in the above-mentioned example of Frederick II, who succeeded in extricating himself from an extremely difficult situation only because of Buterlin's irresolution. Even in relation to the general cause of Russia's development, Buterlin's appointment may have been accidental, in the sense that we have defined that term, and, of course, it had no relation whatever to the general course of Prussia's development. Yet it is not improbable that Buterlin's irresolution saved Frederick from a desperate situation. Had Suvorov been in Buterlin's place, the history of Prussia might have taken a different course. It follows, then, that sometimes the fate of nations depends on accidents, which may be called accidents of the second degree. In allem und Lichen ist ein Element des Zufälligen, said Hegel, in everything finite there are accidental elements. In science we deal only with the finite, hence we can say that all the processes studied by science contain some accidental elements. Does not this preclude the scientific cognition of phenomena? No. Accident is something relative. It appears only at the point of intersection of inevitable processes. For the inhabitants of Mexico and Peru, the appearance of Europeans in America was accidental in the sense that it did not follow from the social development of these countries. But the passion for navigation which possessed West Europeans at the end of the Middle Ages was not accidental, nor was the fact that the European forces easily overcame the resistance of the natives. The consequences of the conquest of Mexico and Peru by Europeans were also not accidental. In the last analysis, these consequences were determined by the resultant of two forces, the economic position of the conquered countries on the one hand, and the economic position of the conquerors on the other. And these forces, like their resultant, can fully serve as objects of scientific investigation. The accidents of the 7 Years' War exercised considerable influence upon the subsequent history of Prussia. But their influence would have been entirely different at a different stage of Prussia's development. Here, too, the accidental consequences were determined by the resultant of two forces, the social-political conditions of Prussia on the one hand, and the social-political condition of the European countries that influenced her on the other. Hence, here, too, accidents do not in the least hinder the scientific investigation of phenomena. We know now that individuals often exercise considerable influence upon the fate of society, but this influence is determined by the internal structure of that society and by its relation to other societies. But this is not all that has to be said about the role of the individual in history. We must approach this question from still another side. Saint Beuve thought that had there been a sufficient number of petty and dark causes of the kind that he had mentioned, the outcome of the French Revolution would have been the opposite of what we know it to have been. This is a great mistake. No matter how intricately the petty, psychological, and physiological causes may have been interwoven, they would not under any circumstances have eliminated the great social needs that gave rise to the French Revolution, and as long as these needs remained unsatisfied the revolutionary movement in France would have continued. To make the outcome of this movement the opposite of what it was, the needs that gave rise to it would have had to be the opposite of what they were, and this, of course, no combination of petty causes would ever be able to bring about. The causes of the French Revolution lay in the character of the social relations, and the petty causes assumed by Saint Beuve could lie only in the personal qualities of individuals. The final cause of social relationships lies in the state of the productive forces. This depends on the qualities of individuals only in the sense, perhaps, that these individuals possess more or less talent for making technical improvements, discoveries, and inventions. Saint Beuve did not have these qualities in mind. No other qualities, however, enable individuals directly to influence the state of productive forces, and hence, the social relations which they determine, i.e. economic relations. No matter what the qualities of the given individual may be, they cannot eliminate the given economic relations if the latter conform to the given state of productive forces. But the personal qualities of individuals make them more or less fit to satisfy those social needs which arise out of the given economic relations, or to counteract such satisfaction. The urgent social need of France at the end of the 18th century was the substitution for the obsolete political institutions of new institutions that would conform more to her economic system. The most prominent and useful public men of that time were those who were more capable than others of helping to satisfy this most urgent need. We will assume that Mirabeau, Robespierre, and Napoleon were men of that type. What would have happened had premature death not removed Mirabeau from the political stage? The constitutional monarchist party would have retained its considerable power for a longer period, its resistance to the Republicans would, therefore, have been more energetic. But that is all. No Mirabeau could, at that time, have averted the triumph of the Republicans. Mirabeau's power rested entirely on the sympathy and confidence of the people, but the people wanted a republic, as the court irritated them by its obstinate defense of the old order. As soon as the people had become convinced that Mirabeau did not sympathize with their republican strivings, they would have ceased to sympathize with him, and then the great orator would have lost nearly all influence, and in all probability would have fallen a victim to the very movement that he would vainly have tried to check. Approximately the same thing may be said about Robespierre. Let us assume that he was an absolutely indispensable force in his party, but even so, he was not the only force. If the accidental fall of a brick had killed him, say, in January 1793, his place would, of course, have been taken by somebody else, and although this person might have been inferior to him in every respect, nevertheless, events would have taken the same course as they did when Robespierre was alive. For example, even under these circumstances the Gironde 34 would probably not have escaped defeat, but it is possible that Robespierre's party would have lost power somewhat earlier, and we would now be speaking, not of the Thermidor reaction, but of the Floreal, Prairial, or Messiter reaction. 35 Perhaps some will say that with his inexorable terror, Robespierre did not delay but hastened the downfall of his party. We will not stop to examine this supposition here, we will accept it as if it were quite sound. In that case we must assume that Robespierre's party would have fallen not in Thermidor, but in Fructidor, Vendémiain, or Brumaire. In short, it may have fallen sooner or perhaps later, but it certainly would have fallen, because the section of the people which supported Robespierre's party was totally unprepared to hold power for a prolonged period. At all events, results opposite to those which arose from Robespierre's energetic action are out of the question. Nor could they have arisen even if Bonaparte had been struck down by a bullet, let us say, at the Battle of Arcole. 36 What he did in the Italian and other campaigns other generals would have done. Probably they would not have displayed the same talent as he did, and would not have achieved such brilliant victories, nevertheless the French Republic would have emerged victorious from the wars it waged at that time, because its soldiers were incomparably the best in Europe. As for the 18th of Brumaire 37 and its influence on the internal life of France, here, too, in essence, the general course and outcome of events would probably have been the same as they were under Napoleon. The Republic, mortally wounded by the events of the 9th of Thermidor, was slowly dying. The Directoire 38 was unable to restore order which the bourgeoisie, having rid itself of the rule of the aristocracy, now desired most of all. To restore order a good sword, as Sieyes expressed it, was needed. At first it was thought that General Jourdan would serve in this virtuous role, but when he was killed at Novi, the names of Moreau, MacDonald, and Bernadotte were mentioned. 39 Bonaparte was only mentioned later, and had he been killed, like Jourdan, he would not have been mentioned at all, and some other sword would have been put forward. It goes without saying that the man whom events had elevated to the position of dictator must have been tirelessly aspiring to power himself, energetically pushing aside and ruthlessly crushing all who stood in his way. Bonaparte was a man of iron energy and was remorseless in the pursuit of his goal. But there were not a few energetic, talented, and ambitious egoists in those days besides him. The place Bonaparte succeeded in occupying would, probably, not have remained vacant. Let us assume that the other general who had secured this place would have been more peaceful than Napoleon, that he would not have roused the whole of Europe against himself, and therefore, would have died in the Tuileries and not on the island of St. Helena. In that case, the Bourbons would not have returned to France at all. For them, such a result would certainly have been the opposite of what it was. In its relation to the internal life of France as a whole, however, this result would have differed little from the actual result. After the good sword had restored order and had consolidated the power of the bourgeoisie, the latter would have tired soon of its barrack-room habits and despotism. A liberal movement would have arisen, similar to the one that arose after the Restoration. The fight would have gradually flared up, and as good swords are not distinguished for their yielding nature, the virtuous Louis Philippe would, perhaps, have ascended the throne of his dearly beloved kinsman, not in 1830, but in 1820, or in 1825. All such changes in the course of events might, to some extent, have influenced the subsequent political, and through it, the economic life of Europe. Nevertheless, under no circumstances would the final outcome of the revolutionary movement have been the opposite of what it was. Owing to the specific qualities of their minds and characters, influential individuals can change the individual features of events and some of their particular consequences, but they cannot change their general trend, which is determined by other forces. Furthermore, we must also note the following. In discussing the role great men play in history, we nearly always fall victims to a sort of optical illusion, to which it will be useful to draw the reader's attention. In coming out in the role of the good sword to save public order, Napoleon prevented all the other generals from playing this role, and some of them might have performed it in the same way, or almost the same way, as he did. Once the public need for an energetic military ruler was satisfied, the social organization barred the road to the position of military ruler for all other talented soldiers. Its power became a power that was unfavorable to the appearance of other talents of a similar kind. This is the cause of the optical illusion, which we have mentioned. Napoleon's personal power presents itself to us in an extremely magnified form, for we place to his account the social power which had brought him to the front and supported him. Napoleon's power appears to us to be something quite exceptional because the other powers similar to it did not pass from the potential to the real. And when we are asked, what would have happened if there had been no Napoleon, our imagination becomes confused and it seems to us that without him the social movement upon which his power and influence were based could not have taken place. In the history of the development of human intellect, the success of some individual hinders the success of another individual very much more rarely. But even here we are not free from the above-mentioned optical illusion. When a given state of society sets certain problems before its intellectual representatives, the attention of prominent minds is concentrated upon them until these problems are solved. As soon as they have succeeded in solving them, their attention is transferred to another object. By solving a problem, a given talent A diverts the attention of talent B from the problem already solved to another problem. And when we are asked, what would have happened if A had died before he had solved problem X, we imagine that the thread of development of the human intellect would have been broken. We forget that had A died, B or C or D might have tackled the problem, and the thread of intellectual development would have remained intact in spite of A's premature demise. In order that a man who possesses a particular kind of talent may, by means of it, greatly influence the course of events, two conditions are needed. First, this talent must make him more conformable to the social needs of the given epoch than anyone else. If Napoleon had possessed the musical gifts of Beethoven instead of his own military genius, he would not, of course, have become an emperor. Second, the existing social order must not bar the road to the person possessing the talent which is needed and useful precisely at the given time. This very Napoleon would have died as the barely known general, or colonel, Bonaparte had the old order in France existed another 75 years. 40 in 1789, Davout, Desailly, Marmont and MacDonald were subalterns, Bernadotte was a sergeant major, Hockey, Marceau, Lefebvre, Pichegru, Ney, Messina, Murat and Soult were non-commissioned officers, Augereau was a fencing master, Lons was a dyer, Cuvier and Saint-Cyr was an actor, Jordan was a peddler, Bessières was a barber, Brune was a compositor, Joubert and Junot were law students, Kleber was an architect, Marrier did not see any military service until the Revolution. 41. Had the old order continued to exist up to our days, it would never have occurred to any of us that in France, at the end of the last century, certain actors, compositors, barbers, dyers, lawyers, peddlers and fencing masters had been potential military geniuses. 42. Stendhal observed that a man who was born at the same time as Titian, i.e. in 1477, could have lived 40 years with Raphael, who died in 1520, and with Leonardo da Vinci, who died in 1519, that he could have spent many years with Correggio, who died in 1534, and with Michelangelo, who lived until 1563, that he would have been no more than 34 years of age when Giorgione died, that he could have been acquainted with Tintoretto, Bassano, Veronese, Julian Romano and Andrea del Sarto, that, in short, he would have been the contemporary of all the great painters, with the exception of those who belonged to the Bologna school, which arose a full century later. 43. Similarly, it may be said that a man who was born in the same year as Wouwerman could have been personally acquainted with nearly all the great Dutch painters. 44. And a man of the same age as Shakespeare would have been the contemporary of a number of remarkable playwrights. 45. It has long been observed that great talents appear everywhere, whenever the social conditions favorable to their development exist. This means that every man of talent who actually appears, i.e. every man of talent who becomes a social force, is the product of social relations. Since this is the case, it is clear why talented people can, as we have said, change only individual features of events, but not their general trend. They are themselves the product of this trend. Were it not for that trend, they would never have crossed the threshold that divides the potential from the real. It goes without saying that there is talent and talent. When a fresh step in the development of civilization calls into being a new form of art, rightly says Taine, scores of talents who only half express social thought appear around one or two geniuses who express it perfectly. 46. If, owing to certain mechanical or physiological causes unconnected with the general course of the social, political and intellectual development of Italy, Raphael, Michelangelo and Leonardo da Vinci had died in their infancy, Italian art would have been less perfect, but the general trend of its development in the period of the Renaissance would have remained the same. Raphael, Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo did not create this trend, they were merely its best representatives. True, usually a whole school springs up around a man of genius, and his pupils try to copy his methods to the minutest details. That is why the gap that would have been left in Italian art in the period of the Renaissance by the early death of Raphael, Michelangelo and Leonardo da Vinci would have strongly influenced many of the secondary features of its subsequent history. But in essence, there would have been no change in this history, provided there were no important change in the general course of the intellectual development of Italy due to general causes. It is well known, however, that quantitative differences ultimately pass into qualitative differences. This is true everywhere and is therefore true in history. A given trend in art may remain without any remarkable expression if an unfavorable combination of circumstances carries away, one after the other, several talented people who might have given it expression. But the premature death of such talented people can prevent the artistic expression of this trend only if it is too shallow to produce new talent. As, however, the depth of any given trend in literature and art is determined by its importance for the class, or stratum, whose tastes it expresses, and by the social role played by that class or stratum, here, too, in the last analysis, everything depends upon the course of social development and on the relation of social forces. Thus, the personal qualities of leading people determine the individual features of historical events, and the accidental element, in the sense that we have indicated, always plays some role in the course of these events, the trend of which is determined in the last analysis by so-called general causes, i.e. actually by the development of productive forces and the mutual relations between men in the social-economic process of production. Casual phenomena and the personal qualities of celebrated people are ever so much more noticeable than deep-lying general causes. The 18th century pondered but little over these general causes and claimed that history was explained by the conscious actions and passions of historical personages. The philosophers of that century asserted that history might have taken an entirely different course as a result of the most insignificant causes. For example, if some atom had started playing pranks in some ruler's head, an idea expressed more than once in Système de la Nature. The adherents of the new trend in the science of history began to argue that history could not have taken any other course than the one it has taken, notwithstanding all atoms. Striving to emphasize the effect of general causes as much as possible, they ignored the personal qualities of historical personages. According to their argument, historical events would not have been affected in the least by the substitution of some persons for others, more or less capable. 47 But if we make such an assumption, then we must admit that the personal element is of no significance whatever in history, and that everything can be reduced to the operation of general causes, to the general laws of historical progress. This would be going to an extreme which leaves no room for the particle of truth contained in the opposite opinion. It is precisely for this reason that the opposite opinion retains some right to existence. The collision between these two opinions assumed the form of an antinomy, the first part of which was general laws, and the second part was the activities of individuals. From the point of view of the second part of the antinomy, history was simply a chain of accidents. From the point of view of the first part, it seemed that even the individual features of historical events were determined by the operation of general causes. But if the individual features of events are determined by the influence of general causes and do not depend upon the personal qualities of historical personages, it follows that these features are determined by general causes and cannot be changed, no matter how much these personages may change. Thus, the theory assumes a fatalistic character. This did not escape the attention of its opponents. Sainte-Beuve compared Mignot's conception of history with that of Bossuet. Bossuet thought that the force which causes historical events to take place comes from above, that events serve to express the divine will. Mignot sought for this force in the human passions, which are displayed in historical events as inexorably and immutably as the forces of nature. But both regarded history as a chain of phenomena which could not have been different, no matter under what circumstances. Both were fatalists. In this respect, the philosopher was not far removed from the priest. Le philosophie se rapproche du prêtre. This reproach was justified as long as the doctrine, that social phenomena conform to certain laws, reduced the influence of the personal qualities of prominent historical individuals to a cipher. And the impression made by this reproach was all the more strong for the reason that the historians of the new school, like the historians and philosophers of the 18th century, regarded human nature as a higher instance, from which all the general causes of historical movement sprang, and to which they were subordinated. As the French Revolution had shown that historical events are not determined by the conscious actions of men alone, Mignot and Guizot, and the other historians of the same trend, put in the forefront the effect of the passions, which often rebelled against all control of the mind. But if the passions are the final and most general cause of historical events, then why is Sainte-Beuve wrong in asserting that the outcome of the French Revolution might have been the opposite of what we know it was if there had been individuals capable of imbuing the French people with passions opposite to those which had excited them? Mignot would have said, because other passions could not have excited the French people at that time owing to the very qualities of human nature. In a certain sense this would have been true. But this truth would have had a strongly fatalistic tinge, for it would have been on a par with the thesis that the history of mankind, in all its details, is predetermined by the general qualities of human nature. Fatalism would have appeared here as the result of the disappearance of the individual in the general. Incidentally, it is always the result of such a disappearance. It is said, if all social phenomena are inevitable, then our activities cannot have any significance. This is a correct idea wrongly formulated. We ought to say, if everything occurs as a result of the general, then the individual, including my efforts, is of no significance. This deduction is correct, but it is incorrectly employed. It is senseless when applied to the modern materialist conception of history, in which there is room also for the individual. But it was justified when applied to the views of the French historians in the period of the Restoration. At the present time, human nature can no longer be regarded as the final and most general cause of historical progress. If it is constant, then it cannot explain the extremely changeable course of history. If it is changeable, then obviously its changes are themselves determined by historical progress. At the present time we must regard the development of productive forces as the final and most general cause of the historical progress of mankind, and it is these productive forces that determine the consecutive changes in the social relations of men. Parallel with this general cause there are particular causes, i.e. the historical situation in which the development of the productive forces of a given nation proceeds and which, in the last analysis, is itself created by the development of these forces among other nations, i.e. the same general cause. Finally, the influence of the particular causes is supplemented by the operation of individual causes, i.e. the personal qualities of public men and other accidents, thanks to which events finally assume their individual features. Individual causes cannot bring about fundamental changes in the operation of general and particular causes which, moreover, determine the trend and limits of the influence of individual causes. Nevertheless, there is no doubt that history would have had different features had the individual causes which had influenced it been replaced by other causes of the same order. Monod and Lamprecht still adhere to the human nature point of view. Lamprecht has categorically, and more than once, declared that in his opinion social mentality is the fundamental cause of historical phenomena. This is a great mistake, and as a result of this mistake the desire, very laudable in itself, to take into account the sum total of social life may lead only to vapid eclecticism or, among the most consistent, to Kabelitz's arguments concerning the relative significance of the mind and the senses. But let us return to our subject. A great man is great not because his personal qualities give individual features to great historical events, but because he possesses qualities which make him most capable of serving the great social needs of his time, needs which arose as a result of general and particular causes. Carlyle, in his well-known book on heroes and hero worship, calls great men beginners. This is a very apt description. A great man is precisely a beginner because he sees further than others and desires things more strongly than others. He solves the scientific problems brought up by the preceding process of intellectual development of society. He points to the new social needs created by the preceding development of social relationships. He takes the initiative in satisfying these needs. He is a hero. But he is not a hero in the sense that he can stop, or change, the natural course of things, but in the sense that his activities are the conscious and free expression of this inevitable and unconscious course. Herein lies all his significance, herein lies his whole power. But this significance is colossal, and the power is terrible. Bismarck said that we cannot make history and must wait while it is being made. But who makes history? It is made by the social man, who is its sole factor. The social man creates his own, i.e. social, relationships. But if in a given period he creates given relationships and not others, there must be some cause for it. Of course, it is determined by the state of his productive forces. No great man can foist on society relations which no longer conform to the state of these forces, or which do not yet conform to them. In this sense, indeed, he cannot make history, and in this sense he would advance the hands of his clock in vain. He would not hasten the passage of time, nor turn it back. Here Lamprecht is quite right. Even at the height of his power Bismarck could not cause Germany to revert to natural economy. Social relationships have their inherent logic. As long as people live in given mutual relationships they will think, and act in a given way, and no other. Attempts on the part of public men to combat this logic would also be fruitless. The natural course of things, i.e. this logic of social relationships, would reduce all his efforts to naught. But if I know in what direction social relations are changing owing to given changes in the social economic process of production, I also know in what direction social mentality is changing. Consequently, I am able to influence it. Influencing social mentality means influencing historical events. Hence, in a certain sense, I can make history, and there is no need for me to wait while it is being made. Monod believes that really important events and individuals in history are important only as signs and symbols of the development of institutions and economic conditions. This is a correct although very inexactly expressed idea, but precisely because this idea is correct it is wrong to oppose the activities of great men to the slow progress of the conditions and institutions mentioned. The more or less slow changes in economic conditions periodically confront society with the necessity of more or less rapidly changing its institutions. This change never takes place by itself, it always needs the intervention of men, who are thus confronted with great social problems. And it is those men who do more than others to facilitate the solution of these problems who are called great men. But solving a problem does not mean being only a symbol and a sign of the fact that it has been solved. We think that Monod opposed the one to the other mainly because he was carried away by the pleasant catchword, slow. Many modern evolutionists are very fond of this catchword. Psychologically, this passion is comprehensible, it inevitably arises in the respectable milieu of moderation and punctiliousness. But logically it does not bear examination, as Hegel proved. And it is not only for beginners, not only for great men that a broad field of activity is open. It is open for all those who have eyes to see, ears to hear and hearts to love their neighbors. The concept great is a relative concept. In the ethical sense every man is great who, to use the biblical phrase, lays down his life for his friend. Gvplekanov. In Defense of Materialism. Translated by Andrew Rothstein. The particular form into which Plekanov's book, on the question of the development of the monist theory of history, was cast, and the very great part it played in the history of Russian philosophical thought and political struggles, can best be understood against the background of the remarkable life of its author. George Valentinovich Plekanov was born in 1856, the year which saw the end of the Crimean War, that final and most shattering exposure of the system of serfdom upon which Tsarist Russia still reposed. His father owned a small estate by Russian standards some 500 acres and was noted both for his efforts to introduce modern agricultural methods and for the ruthless treatment of his serfs, up to the Emancipation Law of 1861. On the death of the elder Plekanov in 1873, the peasants asked his widow to sell them the land on which they and their serf forefathers had worked. The higher price offered by a rich merchant, however, tempted her, and she hesitated. But young George, already distinguished by his democratic sympathies and his resolute character, intervened. "If you don't sell to the peasants, I will set fire to the crop after the first harvest, and go to penal servitude," he warned her. He had his way. At that time, capitalist industry in Russia was still in its infancy, but the propertyless or proletarian labor for its future development was rapidly coming into existence. The poorest peasants in many parts of Russia, after their personal emancipation in 1861, were being emancipated from the land by the rapid development of capitalist relations in the countryside. To the already hateful oppression of the Tsarist state was now added a new and increasing source of misery for the people guarded, moreover, by a constantly expanding police and military machine. Moreover, the coming of capitalism brought with it the breakup of the primitive village commune which still periodically redistributed peasant land according to family needs, or its transformation into a convenient means of masking the dominance of the kulaks and an inexpensive instrument in the hands of the Tsarist government for the collection of taxes from the peasants. History of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, English edition, 1939, pages 13 to 14. All Russia's best and most generous minds had for over a generation been in revolt against Tsardom. University youth in particular, as in all modern countries saddled with a feudal regime or its equivalent colonial status, were drawn ceaselessly into secret activity of all kinds which would have been perfectly legal in a more civilized regime, reading prohibited books, issuing leaflets criticizing authority, teaching peasants and workmen to read. It was, however, proclaimed subversive and revolutionary by the authorities, who feared that any relaxation of police rule would open the door to a popular rising. It was in these conditions that George Plekanov, after 6 years at the Voronezh Military Secondary School and a year at a military college, entered the Mining Institute at St. Petersburg in 1874, filled already with a sense of the profound injustices from which the Russian peasantry was suffering. Naturally, he soon found contact with the leading revolutionary movement of his time, the Narodniks, which may be rendered friends of the people. The Narodniks believed that Russia could step straight from Tsardom to what they called socialism. Russia need not go through capitalism, which was something imported, non-Russian. She must become a country of free tillers of the soil, organized in their own characteristic way. The village community and the peasantry alone was the force which could bring this about. The Narodniks looked for inspiration in this respect to the leaders of the great peasant rebellions of the 17th and 18th centuries, Bolotnikov, Stepan Razin, and Pugachев. But the peasantry were untutored and inexperienced. It was the educated classes, the intelligentsia or intellectuals, that must think for them and take the lead on their behalf. The intellectuals should do their best in the meantime to educate the peasants and factory workmen, whom the Narodniks regarded as, at most, a particularly victimized variety of peasant. From 1875 to 1880, Plekanov was a devoted supporter of this theory, and rapidly became one of its most active disseminators, writing for the illegal Narodnik press, suffering arrest twice, and twice having to escape abroad the second time, in 1880, into emigration that lasted 37 years. But his illegal work brought him into contact with many industrial workers of St. Petersburg, and it was at the first workers' political demonstration against Tsardom, organized by some hundreds of revolutionary workmen and students, in the square before the Kazan Cathedral on December 6, 1876, that Plekhanov made his maiden speech, under a red banner inscribed "Land and Freedom," while the astonished police were vainly trying to burst through the protecting ring of workers. It was after this that Plekhanov had to go abroad for the first time. Returning to Russia in the summer of 1877, Plekhanov attempted to conduct Narodnik propaganda among the Don Cossacks. But he also played an active part during the next 3 years in a number of strikes, including 1878, at that same Thornton's mill at St. Petersburg, where a later dispute, in 1895, led to the writing of one of Lenin's first leaflets. He made the acquaintance of a number of working-class revolutionaries, among them Kalchurin, leader of the first industrial workers' organization, the Northern Union of Russian Workers. Plekhanov remained a Narodnik, but the lessons he learned were not forgotten. They began to press urgently upon him after 1879, when a split took place in the Land and Freedom Party, the chief Narodnik organization. The majority, despairing of mass action in their time, decided to adopt terrorist methods, and formed a conspiratorial organization, the People's Will One Party, for the purpose. Plekhanov and a small minority rejected this policy, as meaning abandonment of struggle for the economic demands of the people, and founded a new body, the General Redivision, i.e. of the land. At the end of 1879, however, intensified police repression led to a decision that Plekhanov, with his wife and several others, should go abroad. With their emigration, the General Redivision lost its vital force, and by 1881 no longer existed. Plekhanov and his friends issued abroad several numbers of a journal bearing the same name, but from the first, intermingled with the fundamental ideas of the Narodniks, there were signs of a new current in Plekhanov's thought, prompted by the study, at close quarters, of the experience of the Western labor movement, and particularly of the theory and practice of Marxism. Literally starving for months at a time, often having to send his letters unstamped for want of a spare penny, Plekhanov in 2 years mastered a prodigious number of historical and economic works, including all those of Marx and Engels and their European followers that were available. His notebooks of 1881 and 1882, amid the records of his attendance at lectures on geology, anthropology and organic chemistry in Paris, and on comparative anatomy and zoology in Geneva, are full of the titles of the writings of Marx and Engels: The Civil War in France, The Housing Question, Bakuninists at Work, and many others which he was studying. Reading the Communist Manifesto, Plekanov wrote later of this period, marked an epoch in my life. In 1882 he made a translation into Russian of the Communist Manifesto. By 1883 his evolution to Marxism was complete, and with a group of his fellow exiles in Geneva, P.B. Axelrod, Varazay Sulich, and others, he founded the first Russian organization for the spreading of Marxism, the Group for the Emancipation of Labor. The same year he published his pamphlet, Socialism and the Political Struggle, in which, pointing out the main fallacies of the Narodniks, he made a last attempt to persuade them to adopt instead the principles of Marxism. Lenin compared this pamphlet with the Communist Manifesto, for its effect on the Russian working class movement. The next year, in reply to their attacks, he wrote Our Differences, a fully developed Marxist criticism of the Narodnik theory, which Engels called a turning point in the development of the Russian revolutionary movement. From then onwards for many years he was engaged in incessant polemics with the Narodniks. It was in the midst of this campaign that, speaking on behalf of the future Russian Marxist Party at the International Socialist Congress at Paris in July, 1889, the first held since the end of the First International founded by Marx and Engels, 1864-74, Plekanov made the historic declaration: The strength and devotion of our revolutionary ideologists may be sufficient for the struggle against the Tsars as individuals, but they are too small for victory over Tsarism as a political system. The task of our revolutionary intellectuals therefore amounts, in the opinion of the Russian Social Democrats, to the following: they must master the views of modern scientific socialism, spread them among the workers and, with the help of the workers, take by assault the citadel of autocracy. The revolutionary movement in Russia can triumph only as the revolutionary movement of the workers. There is no other way out for us, and cannot be. From then onwards until 1903 Plekanov reached the peak of his revolutionary activity. A series of works, brilliantly setting forth and defending Marxist views, were provoked by the attacks of the opponents of Marxism no longer in Russia alone, but throughout the international labor movement. He wrote in journals produced for illegal circulation in Russia, for example, the Geneva Sozialdemokrat, published by himself and his friends, with contributions by foreign writers like Engels, Lafargue, and others, in journals published legally in Russia, often using the methods, then current, for circumventing dull-wit censors by using Aesopian carefully veiled language, a certain writer for Marx, producers for proletariat, etc., and in the socialist publications of Germany, France, Switzerland, Greece, Bulgaria, and elsewhere. In 1894, at the request of the German Social Democrats, he wrote Anarchism and Socialism, a scholarly and lucid exposition of the evolution of anarchist ideas, slurring over, however, the fundamental question of the state. An English translation, by Eleanor Marx Aveling, daughter of Karl Marx, was published in 1895. The following year, stung by persistent Narodnik attacks on Marxism, he wrote on the question of the development of the monist view of history. In 1896 came Essays in the History of Materialism, translated into English by Ralph Fox in I-934. In 1898, after several smaller works against the Narodniks, Plekanov began a series of articles attacking the revisionist, anti-Marxist, movement in the German Social Democratic Party, led by Bernstein, and in I-899 he began polemics against a parallel tendency, ministerialism, the participation of socialists in capitalist governments, one which flourished particularly in France. In 1900, in a famous Vademecum guidebook, he castigated the Russian counterpart of German revisionism, the economists, who wanted social democrats to preach to the Russian workers that they should confine their struggle to trade unionism and in general to economic issues, and leave political struggles to the bourgeoisie. In 1901 he joined the editorial board of Iskra and Arya, the theoretical organs founded by Lenin. Some of Plekhanov's best work, criticizing revisionism at home and abroad, was published in Arya at this time. he supported Lenin at the Second Congress of the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party, held in London in 1903, at which the historic split between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks took place. Plekanov was elected chairman of the party council and joint editor, with Lenin, of Iskra. But at this fateful moment, the birth of the party which ultimately was to lead the working class of Russia to victory, Plekanov wavered and fell back. Within a few months he had forced Lenin out of the editorial committee, co-opted a number of leading Mensheviks, and gone completely over to their position. Ostensibly Plekanov was intending to kill the Mensheviks with kindness. But in reality the change had a long history behind it, one not unconnected with his early Narodnik views on leaders and led, and with his long detachment from the daily struggle of the Russian working class. In a letter to the German Social Democrat, published in London, Plekanov in 1890 had already declared that the stolidity of the Russian peasants had been the bulwark of Tsardom for centuries, and that, apart from the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, we perceive no social forces in our country in which oppositional or revolutionary combinations might find support. Later, in his articles against Bernstein in 1898, while trenchantly exposing the limitations of bourgeois democracy, and the need for the working class to establish its own undivided rule as the transition to socialism, Plekanov had shown that he did not understand the idea that the working class could and must make the peasantry its ally in the struggle. Moreover, Plekanov was deeply convinced that the liberal bourgeoisie would be the ally of the working class in Russia in the first stages of the revolution against Tsardom. It was this conviction that accounted for the extreme mildness of his comments on the young spokesman of that bourgeoisie P.B. Struve in the closing pages of the present work. The same profound reliance on the bourgeoisie, in 1898-9, caused Plekanov at first to remain silent when Struve began a campaign against the philosophy of Marxism, and Lenin, in two letters to Plekanov's publisher Patrusov, expressed his grief and surprise at such tolerance on Plekanov's part. In 1901, expostulating with Lenin at the latter's sharp criticism of the liberals, Plekanov wrote, "Liberalism must not be stroked the wrong way just now. It would be a great mistake." In 1904-05 he not only denied the practicability of an alliance between the proletariat and the peasantry, but asserted that Lenin's advocacy of a revolutionary provisional government as the successor to Tsardom, embodying the democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry and therefore supported by the Social Democrats, was an abandonment of Marxism. The coming Russian Revolution was bourgeois in character, said Plekanov, therefore it must be led by the bourgeoisie, and the working class must confine itself to exercising pressure on the future government. When the workers' insurrection took place in Moscow, in December, 1905, Plekanov condemned it, writing, "They should not have taken up arms." For the rest of his life, with occasional interludes, he continued his active support of the Mensheviks. There were some flashes of the old Plekanov still, it is true. In 1904, at the International Socialist Congress of Amsterdam, he electrified the delegates by advocating the defeat of Tsarist Russia in the war then going on with Japan, and by demonstratively shaking hands with the Japanese workers' leader, Sen Katayama. In 1908 he published another striking exposition of Marxist philosophy, Fundamental Problems of Marxism I, and in a number of works sharply criticized a mystical searching after a new workers' religion into which some social democrats, Lunacharsky, Bogdanov, fell after the defeat of the 1905 revolution. Between 191L and 1914 Plekhanov was repelled by the Mensheviks' efforts to liquidate underground party work, in a futile striving to build a legal labor movement, and came to an understanding with Lenin to fight the liquidators, contributing several articles to the Bolshevik daily, Pravda. Throughout this period, too, Plekhanov continued a long series of essays in aesthetics and literary criticism and in the history of art and literature, which had begun some 20 years before, and which were distinguished by elegance of style, erudition, and application of the Marxist method to problems of ideology. But in 1914, with the outbreak of the First World War, Plekhanov finally parted company with revolutionary Marxism. Already in the first volume of his History of Russian Social Thought, L9-L3, he had interpreted the history of class society as I. The struggle of classes over internal issues, 2. Their collaboration in defense of the society concerned against external attacks. He now proclaimed the 19I4 war to be a war for democracy, denounced Lenin's characterization of it as an imperialist war, and founded a paper, Yedinstvo, Unity, to urge the Russian workers to refrain from strikes and to support the war. In 1917, when Tsardom was overthrown, he returned to Russia to advocate prosecution of the war and the unity of all classes for the purpose, and proclaimed Lenin's famous April theses for the establishment of a Soviet Republic to be delirium. The Russian working class, wrote Plekanov, was far from being able to take all the fullness of political power into its own hands with benefit to itself and to the country, and such a seizure of power by the workers would be the most profound historical misfortune. Just as the Tsarist press had done from August, 1914, to March, 1917, so the entire counter-revolutionary camp, from March to November, 1917, was able to extol and quote Plekanov as defending its cause and violently attacking the Bolsheviks as anarchists. But the workers did seize power on November 7, and some last spark of a dead flame kept Plekanov, now in the last stages of consumption, from going over to the counter-revolution. When General Krasnov's Cossacks on November 9 reoccupied Tsarskoye Selo, where Plekanov was living, one of the white leaders, the socialist revolutionary Savinkov, visited him to ask him to become premier in the future government. "I have given 40 years to the proletariat, and I will not shoot it down even when it is going along the wrong road, and I don't advise you to, either," replied Plekanov. He returned to Petrograd for a short time, but died 7 months later, on June 12, 1918, at a sanatorium in Finland. On June 22 he was buried at Petrograd, next to Belinsky, the revolutionary Democrat of the 40s, who was his mother's kinsman. In March, 1922, the Soviet government erected a bust over his grave. On Plekhanov's tombstone, at his request, was inscribed a favorite line from Shelley's Adonais, "He is made one with nature." On the question of the development of the monist view of history, was the product of Plekhanov's genius at its brightest. It was a remarkably logical and valuable exposition of dialectical materialism, Lenin wrote in 1899. The formation of Russian Marxism would have been impossible without its championship of Marxist philosophy against the Narodniks, he added in IGII. Yet, except in extracts, it has scarcely been known outside Russia. For the British working class it has this particular interest, that it was written from beginning to end in London. Thus it appears in the land of its birth more than 50 years after its publication in Russian, but the British reader will find that its reasoning and its conclusions are even more timely today, when idealist philosophies of all kinds, from officially imposed religion in schools to humanitarian apologies for fascism and moral justifications of anti-communism, are being urgently pressed into service against British Marxism. The book owes its origin, as has been said earlier, to the Narodnik attacks on Marxism which broke out in the GOs, in connection with the rapid progress of capitalism in Russia. More particularly, it was prompted by articles of the Narodnik Mikhailovsky, published in January-February, 1894, as will be seen in Chapter I.1, taking advantage of the fact that most of the works of Marx and Engels had not been as yet translated into Russian, owing to the Tsarist censorship. The Narodniks had zealously spread the myth that there was no full and exhaustive statement of Marxist principles in existence. Plekhanov had consequently for some months been preparing a work which, coming from a Russian pen, would both expose this myth and show the general applicability of Marxism. Originally he planned to publish it abroad, for smuggling illegally into Russia, and all the Russian Social Democrats abroad were busily collecting funds for the purpose. But, continues Patrasov, the original publisher, in his memoir, at the beginning of September, OS, 1894, I left Petersburg to go abroad, and to persuade Plekanov to begin at last making use of the medium of the legal press, since by this time Pstrove's book Critical Remarks had already appeared, at the end of August, 1894, and the name of Marx had, in spite of everything, ceased to be taboo for the censorship. One could now refer to him not only in order to abuse the Marxists. I knew Plekanov from my meetings with him in 1892 and 1893, and now went direct to him without breaking my journey, hoping to find him at his usual place, a little French village near Geneva. At Geneva, however, I learned from Rosalia Markovna, his wife, that Plekanov had been expelled from French Savoy, which was one of the indirect consequences of the Franco-Russian alliance, and that, not being entitled to stay in Geneva, he had gone to London, where he was writing a big work. On receiving his London address, I set out to find him, and, when I did so, was extremely glad to encounter no resistance to my proposal that he should print what he was writing legally at Petersburg, not illegally at Geneva. Plekanov was very quickly reconciled to this idea, and was even delighted with it, and with the task awaiting him of slipping through the toils of the censor. By the time I arrived in London, the first 2 chapters of the book on the question of the development of the monist view of history were ready, and were subsequently sent to press as they stood, without alteration. He sat down to continue the work while I was there. We settled down in the same lodgings. He wrote, the 3rd and, if my memory does not fail me, part of the 4th chapter, and I copied, in order to have only my own mise when crossing the frontier and in my dealings with the printer. In the first half of October I returned to Petersburg, and immediately sent the manuscript to Skorokodov's press. The last chapters were sent by Plekanov to me at Petersburg. I will mention, by the way, that there was not the least censoring of the text on my part, and every word of what Plekanov had written went to the press. The book was ready by December 20th, and on December 22nd, printed, was delivered to the censorship in accordance with regulations on the last working day before the Christmas holidays, in anticipation that there would be less vigilance on the part of the censor in the holiday period. The book was put on sale on December 29th, and was sold out in less than 3 weeks. Prudence dictated that the book should not bear Plekanov's name, and it appeared under the signature of N. Beltoff, the name which has accompanied it throughout its subsequent history. Its modest Latin superscription - let the other side also be heard was obviously intended to disarm suspicion. Most purposeful of all, however, was the deliberately clumsy title, which would be less likely, it was thought, to attract the attention of the censorship the more because monist could apply equally to an idealist or a materialist presentation of history. It was simpler to say, in defense of materialism. But that seemed to me too simple, and therefore risky. I selected a long and clumsy title as a lightning conductor, wrote Plekanov in a new preface, 20 years later. His own alternative title has been chosen for the present English edition, as the plainest, most direct, and most appropriate to present times. It may be useful to survey at this point the ground covered by Plekanov in his book. In his first chapter, after explaining the difference between materialism and idealism, he shows how the French materialist philosophers of the 18th century, borrowing the teaching of the great English writer John Locke that there are no innate ideas, arrived at the conclusion that man is what his environment, that is, nature and society, make of him. But when they tried to solve the problem of how man's social environment arises, they reverted themselves to idealism, asserting that, in the long run, it is opinions that govern the world. The second chapter sets forth the views of the Restoration school of French historians Guizot, Thierry, Mignot and others who wrote after the experience of the French Revolution and the Napoleonic Wars had refuted the idea that opinions were all-powerful. They were deeply influenced by the open class struggles with which the years 1789 to 1815 were filled, and it was in the light of class struggles, brought about by property conditions prevailing at any particular epoch, that they sought to explain political constitutions, laws, and human history generally, particularly that of Great Britain and France. This chapter will bring surprising enlightenment to those who accuse Marxists and Communists of either inventing classes or else promoting the class struggle. Yet Marx himself declared long ago that he claimed no credit for discovering classes and their struggle. Long before me, bourgeois historians had described the historical development of this class struggle, and bourgeois economists the economic anatomy of the classes, he wrote in March 1852, referring by name to Guizot and Thierry. What Marx did was to show the connection between the existence of classes and the development of production, and the goal to which the class struggle was leading. Selected correspondence, pages 56-7. When the Restoration historians tried to explain the origin of property conditions, however, they fell back upon human nature, that is, upon an idealist explanation. Applying the same measure to the problems of class relations and distribution of property, a school of thinkers arose in the early 19th century who were deeply affected by the miseries of the mass of the people and keenly criticized capitalist society from this standpoint. These were the utopian socialists Fourier, Saint-Simon, his follower Enfantin, and their schools, who believed that it was only necessary to persuade men to create an ideal society, whose laws they fancied they had discovered, for the necessary environment to be created which would solve all social problems. 20. Plekanov devoted his third chapter to an account of these writers, of their views on economics and on human nature, and particularly of their helplessness when faced with the problem of how human ideas change. In Russia of his day, Plekanov pointed out, the Narodniks were reviving all the old illusions of the utopian socialists. The fourth chapter deals with the revolt of German philosophical thought, in the first half of the 19th century, against the static, unchanging, fatalistic conception of nature which had proved the stumbling block alike of the 18th century materialists, the French historians, and the utopian or idealist school of early socialists. Hegel demonstrated the dialectical principle running through all nature, that everything, including society and human nature, is in a state of development, that everything carries within itself the forces which change it, and finally negate it altogether, and the consequent inadequacy of referring to human nature, or opinions, as the ultimate cause of man's history. Plekanov expounded Hegel's views vividly, illustrated with a wealth of material, and with many acute references to contrary views current in his own day, as they are in Britain still. Yet Hegel and his school, when trying to discover the real motive force of human history, themselves fell into idealism, and asserted that it was absolute reason, or an absolute idea, beyond man's control but working through him. This meant only that they were personifying the movement of opinion to which earlier schools had had recourse, and the insufficiency of which Hegel himself had explained. It was Marx who, taking from Hegel the conception of dialectics in nature, and applying it to the materialist view of nature itself, to the history of class struggles and to the economic analysis of capitalist society, solved the problem which each successive school had carried a stage further. Acting on external nature, man changes his own nature, Marx replied. The fifth chapter of Plekhanov's book gives a painstaking explanation of Marx's views on history and philosophy, with many brilliant excursions into the realms of science, law, and art. 21. In his concluding chapter, Plekhanov draws a merciless parallel between those who objected to Marx on utopian grounds in the 1840s, and those Narodnik utopians who were objecting to the Russian Marxists 50 years later. The appendix deals with some characteristic distortions of dialectical materialism by the Narodnik Mikhailovsky. Among the Marxists, Plekhanov's book aroused immense enthusiasm, to the Narodniks it brought confusion and embarrassment, to the general reading public, of course, it was only a small section of the Russian population. The numerous reviews in the press brought a new idea of Marxism, as not merely an alien doctrine or parrot cry, but a serious approach to current problems. Most marked, however, was the effect on the younger generation, both students and others. Beltov became the topic of the hour. He was ardently read and discussed in study groups, secret meetings and social gatherings. The young people in hundreds abandoned Narodnik views and went over to Marxism. Someone called it the New Testament of Russian social democracy. And this enthusiasm was not the verdict of callow youth alone, nor did it wane with passing years. Engels had only had time to turn over a few pages when he wrote from London to Verazej-Sulich, in one of his last letters, January 30, 1895, that its appearance was very timely, and its publication in Russia, Engels wrote to Plekanov himself, February 8, 1895, was a great success. Just how great was the success is perhaps best told by the history of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Bolsheviks, published under Stalin's editorship 40 years later. It says, in combating and exposing the Narodniks, Plekanov wrote a number of Marxist works which were instrumental in rearing and educating the Marxists in Russia. Such works of his as Socialism and the Political Struggle, are Differences, on the Development of 22. The monist view of history, cleared the way for the victory of Marxism in Russia. In his works Plekanov expounded the basic principles of Marxism. Of particular importance was his On the Development of the Monist View of History, published in 1895. Lenin said that this book served to rear a whole generation of Russian Marxists, 1939 English ed., p. 12. This is not to say that in Lenin's view Plekanov had dealt fully with all the fundamental aspects of dialectical materialism in his work. Careful readers of Chapter 4 will observe that Plekanov did not stop to throw much light on that side of the nature of phenomena which causes them, in the course of their development, to be transformed into their own opposite. Every phenomenon is contradictory in the sense that it develops out of itself the elements which, sooner or later, will put an end to its existence. From being necessary it becomes harmful and then it is destroyed. But what quality of the phenomenon itself gives rise to this process, which goes on throughout all nature? Plekanov does not dwell on this aspect, e.g. p. 107, and indeed did not develop this side of the theory of dialectical materialism at any other time. Lenin had this in view when he wrote, in a fragment, on dialectics, in 1914. The division of the one and the cognition of its contradictory parts, is the essence, one of the essentials, one of the fundamental if not the fundamental characteristics or features, of dialectics. This aspect of dialectics usually receives very little attention, e.g. by Plekanov. The identity of opposites, is the recognition, discovery, of the contradictory, mutually exclusive and opposed tendencies in all the phenomena and processes of nature, including spirit and society. The condition for cognition of all processes of the world in their self-movement, in their spontaneous development, in their living life, is their cognition as the unity of opposites. Development is the struggle of opposites. The unity, coincidence. 23. Identity, resultant, of opposites is conditional, temporary, transitory, and relative. The struggle of the mutually exclusive opposites is absolute, as evolution and motion are. Dialectics is the theory of cognition, of Hegel and, of Marxism. It was exactly this aspect of the matter, it is not an aspect but the essence of the matter, to which Plekanov paid no attention, not to speak of other Marxists. This was by no means an abstract question, without practical importance. Plekhanov's errors of 1903-5, which predetermined the main course of his political development thereafter, centered round his refusal to accept Lenin's conception of the Russian proletariat as ally of the peasantry and leader of the people in the bourgeois democratic revolution, and round his own counter-conception that only the bourgeoisie could play that part. This counter-conception was based on the experience of bourgeois revolutions elsewhere, in which all the people, led by the bourgeoisie, revolted against feudal absolutism, and then, at a later stage, the bourgeoisie turned its new one power, with passive support from the peasantry, against the proletariat. Plekanov thought these two stages fixed and inevitable in the Russian bourgeois revolution as well. He failed to see that the bourgeoisie, in Russia's specific conditions, could not even begin to play the part for which history had cast it. He failed to appreciate that the Russian proletariat, backward indeed in culture and organization by the standards of other countries, had nevertheless, in Russia's specific conditions, developed forces which no other proletariat had possessed. Finally, as we have seen, he failed to appreciate that the peasantry, again in Russia's specific conditions, were one of the prime motive forces of revolution. Were not these errors directly connected with the fact that Plekhanov paid no attention to the possibility that the mutually exclusive and opposed tendencies of a bourgeois revolution, which in Britain and France had established the rule of the capitalist class, and in Germany had led to its capitulation before Prussian. 24. Feudal absolutism, might in different circumstances have quite a different outcome. The proletariat itself, if it were sufficiently conscious of its own strength and of the cowardice of the bourgeoisie, might from the very first take the initiative and leadership, in alliance with the peasantry, in order to complete democratic bourgeois reforms first, and then go on to socialism. Unity of interests in the bourgeois revolution against absolutism, unity of bourgeoisie, proletariat, and peasantry against the feudal class, was in any case conditional, temporary, transitory, and relative, and the struggle of the mutually exclusive opposites in its camp bourgeoisie and proletariat was absolute. Plekhanov saw the absolute struggle getting the upper hand of the temporary and transitory unity only after a certain stage had been reached. Sooner or later. He rejected Lenin's conception, that the absolute struggle was there already, and that the stage at which it must break out depended on the degree of preparedness of the proletariat and the peasantry, and not on the bourgeoisie being put in power as a preliminary condition. At this point Plekhanov's political and philosophical shortcomings coincided. Nor is the understanding of this struggle of mutually exclusive opposites, present in all social phenomena, unimportant for the politics of other countries. We need not go far for an outstanding example, indeed, one of the most decisive in present-day history. The role of the British Labour government formed in 1945, according to whether it is viewed as a stage in the development of the labour movement in Britain, or as manager, in the present crucial period of world history, of the British capitalist state, appears profoundly contradictory. But this external contradiction is only a reflection of the struggle of opposites which is embodied in the modern British labour movement itself, at every stage of its historical development, growing up as it did in a country which for decades enjoyed the industrial hegemony of the world, and today rules a vast colonial empire. However, we should do wrong to read the errors of later life into what was as yet, in 1895, only an insufficient. 25. Development of theory. Lenin's remarks quoted earlier did not prevent him writing, in 1914, The Teachings of Karl Marx. The best exposition of the philosophy of Marxism and of historical materialism is given by G. V. Plekhanov. Immediately after Plekhanov's death, Lenin raised the question of publishing an edition of his works. In January, 1921, in the discussion on the role of trade unions in Soviet society, Lenin wrote, "It is appropriate, I think, to observe for young members of the party that one cannot become a class-conscious, real communist without studying, and I mean studying everything written by Plekhanov on philosophy, for it is the best of all the international literature of Marxism." He added in a footnote, "Incidentally, I cannot but express the wish, first, that the edition of Plekhanov's works now appearing should separate out all the articles on philosophy into a special volume or special volumes, with a more detailed index, etc. For this must form part of a series of obligatory textbooks of communism. Secondly, a workers' state in my opinion ought to require of professors of philosophy that they should know Plekhanov's exposition of Marxism, and be able to pass on this knowledge to students. We have already seen the high valuation put on Plekhanov's philosophical work by the present leaders of the CPSU, on the eve of the Second World War. In preparing the present translation for the English-speaking public, the aim has been to follow the Russian original as faithfully as possible, but not to the point of making the text difficult for the reader unfamiliar with Russian literary traditions and popular expressions, on which Plekhanov drew with incomparable skill and wit. This meant that some proverbs, for example, had to be rendered by their English equivalents, wherever literal translation of the original would be meaningless or obscure. It also meant venturing a number of footnotes which do not appear in the Russian edition, these have been suitably indicated. Plekanov's numerous quotations from literature in other languages have been checked with the originals, from which a direct translation has been made wherever a precise version did not already exist. Where it did, it has been used, and the reference given. Subheadings within the several chapters have been inserted for the convenience of students, also upon the responsibility of the translator. For the extracts from Russian popular ballads and from La Belle Hélène, in default of a better version, the translator must likewise admit responsibility, and hopes for the indulgence of the reader. A further appendix, which has appeared in all Russian editions after the second, and in which Plekanov replied at length to reviews of his book published by the Narodniks, has been omitted from the present edition, on account of the need for economy in paper. Like everyone else who works in the field of Marxism in Great Britain, I must express my grateful appreciation of the scholarship and critical remarks of Miss Donateur, which helped me in preparing many passages of the manuscript for publication. Andrew Rothstein. Chapter I. French Materialism of the 18th Century. If you nowadays, says Mr. Mikhailovsky, one meet a young man, who, even with some unnecessary haste, informs you that he is a materialist, this does not mean that he is a materialist in the general philosophical sense, in which in olden days we had admirers of Buchner and Moleschott. Very often the person with whom you are talking is not in the least interested either in the metaphysical or in the scientific side of materialism, and even has a very vague idea of them. He wants to say that he is a follower of the theory of economic materialism, and that in a particular and conditional sense, Ruskoy Bogastvo, January, 1894, Section 2, p. 98. We do not know what kind of young men Mr. Mikhailovsky has been meeting. But his words may give rise to the impression that the teaching of the representatives of economic materialism has no connection with materialism in the general philosophical sense. Is that true? Is economic materialism really so narrow and poor in content as it seems to Mr. Mikhailovsky? A brief sketch of the history of that doctrine will serve as a reply. What is materialism in the general philosophical sense? Materialism is the direct opposite of idealism. Idealism strives to explain all the phenomena of nature, all the qualities of matter, by these or those qualities of the spirit. Materialism acts in the exactly opposite way. It tries to explain spiritual phenomena by these or those qualities of matter, by this or that organization of the human or, in more general terms, of the animal body. All those philosophers in the eyes of whom the prime factor is matter belong to the camp of the materialists, and all those who consider such a factor to be the spirit are idealists. That is all that can be said about materialism in general, about materialism in the general philosophical sense, as time built up on its fundamental principle the most varied superstructures, which gave the materialism of one epoch quite a different aspect from the materialism of another. Materialism and idealism exhaust the most important tendencies of philosophical thought. True, by their side there have almost always existed dualist systems of one kind or a other, which recognize spirit and matter as separate and independent substances. Dualism was never able to reply satisfactorily to the inevitable question, how could these two separate substances, which have nothing in common between them, influence each other? Therefore the most consistent and most profound thinkers were always inclined to monism, i.e. to explaining phenomena with the help of some one main principle. Monos in Greek means one. Every consistent idealist is a monist to the same extent as every consistent materialist. In this respect there is no difference, for example, between Berkeley and Holbach. One was a consistent idealist, the other a no less consistent materialist, but each was to the same degree a monist. Both one and the other equally well understood the worthlessness of the dualist outlook on the world, which up to this day is still, perhaps, the most widespread. In the first half of our century one philosophy was dominated by idealistic monism. In its second half there triumphed in science, with which meanwhile philosophy had been completely fused, materialistic mon-sm, although far from always consistent and frank monism. We do not require to set forth here all the history of materialism. For our purpose it will be sufficient to consider its development beginning with the second one, i.e. the 19th century half of last century. And even here it will be important for us to have in view, for the most part, one of its tendencies true, the most important namely, the materialism of Holbach, Helvetius, and their supporters. The materialists of this tendency waged a hot polemic against the official thinkers of that time who, appealing to the authority of Descartes, whom they can hardly have well understood, asserted that man has certain innate ideas, i.e. such as appear independently of his experience. Contesting this view, the French materialists in fact were only setting forth the teaching of Locke, who at the end of the 17th century was already proving that there are no innate principles. But setting forth his teaching, the French materialists gave it a more consistent form, putting the dots over such i's as Locke did not wish to touch upon, being a well-bred English liberal. The French materialists were fearless sensationalists, consistent throughout, i.e. they considered all the spiritual functions of man to be variations of his sensations. It would be valueless to examine here to what extent, in this or that particular case, their arguments are satisfactory from the point of view of present-day science. It is self-evident that the French materialists did not know a great deal of what is now known to every schoolboy. It is sufficient to recall the views of Holbach on chemistry and physics, even though he was well acquainted with the natural science of his age. But the French materialists rendered this incontestable and indispensable service, that they thought consistently from the standpoint of the science of their age, and that is all that one can and must demand of thinkers. It is not surprising that the science of our age has advanced beyond the French materialists of last century. What is important is that the adversaries of those philosophers were backward people even in relation to science of that day. True, the historians of philosophy usually oppose to the views of the French materialists the view of Kant, whom, of course, it would be strange to reproach with lack of knowledge. But this contraposition is quite unjustified, and it would not be difficult to show that both Kant and the French materialists took, essentially, the same view, but made use of it differently and therefore arrived at different conclusions, in keeping with the different characteristics of the social relations under the influence of which they lived and thought. We know that this opinion will be found paradoxical by people who are accustomed to believe every word of the historians of philosophy. There is no opportunity to prove it here by circumstantial argument, but we do not refuse to do so, if our opponents should require it. Be that as it may, everyone knows that the French materialists regarded all the spiritual activity of man as a variation of his sensations transformes. To consider spiritual activity from this point of view means to consider all notions, all conceptions and feelings of man to be the result of the influence of his environment upon him. The French materialists did adopt this very view. They constantly, very warmly, and quite categorically declared that man, with his views and feelings, is what his environment, i.e. in the first place nature, and secondly society, make of him. L'homme est tout education, man depends entirely on education, affirms Helvetius, understanding by the word education the whole sum total of social influence. This view of man as the fruit of his environment was the principal theoretical basis for the reforming demands of the French materialists. For in reality, if man depends on his environment, if he is obliged to it for all the qualities of his character, then he is obliged to it also for his defects, and consequently if you wish to combat his defects, you must in suitable fashion change his environment, and moreover his social environment in particular, because nature makes man neither bad nor good. Put people in reasonable social relations, i.e. in such conditions that the instinct of self-preservation of each of them ceases to impel him to struggle against the remainder, coordinate the interests of the individual man with the interests of all society, and virtue will appear of her own accord, just as a stone falls to the earth of its own accord when it loses any support. Virtue requires, not to be preached, but to be prepared by the reasonable arrangement of social relations. By the light-hearted verdict of the conservatives and reactionaries of last century, the morality of the French materialists is up to the present day considered to be an egotistical morality. They themselves gave a much truer definition to it, that in their view it passed entirely into politics. The doctrine that the spiritual world of man represents the fruit of his environment not infrequently led the French materialists to conclusions which they did not expect themselves. Thus, for example, they sometimes said that the views of man have absolutely no influence on his conduct, and that therefore the spreading of one idea or another in society cannot by a hair's breadth change its subsequent fate. Later on W shall show wherein such an opinion was mistaken, but at this stage let us turn our attention to another side of the views of the French materialists. If the ideas of any particular man are determined by his environment, then the ideas of humanity, in their historical development, are determined by the development of the social environment, by the history of social relationships. Consequently, if we were to think of painting a picture of the progress of human reason, and if we were not to limit ourselves in doing so to the question of how, in what particular way did the historical advance of reason take place, and put to ourselves the quite natural question of why? Why did that advance take place just in this fashion, and not otherwise? We should have to begin with the history of the environment, the history of the development of social relations. The center of gravity of our research would thus be shifted, at all events in the first stages, in the direction of studying the laws of social development. The French materialists came right up against this problem, but proved unable not only to solve it but even correctly to state it. Whenever they began speaking of the historical development of mankind, they forgot their sensationalist view of man in general and, like all the philosophers of enlightenment of that age, affirmed that the world contradiction from which the materialism of the 18th century suffered, and which, in the reasoning of its supporters, was divided into an entire series of secondary and derivative contradictions, just as a banknote is exchanged for small cash. Thesis: man, with all his opinions, is the product of his environment, and mainly of his social environment. This was the inevitable conclusion from the fundamental position of Locke: no innate principles. Antithesis: environment, with all its qualities, is the product of opinions. This is the inevitable conclusion from the fundamental position of the historical philosophy of the French materialists, say, opinion qui gouverne le monde. From this radical contradiction there followed, for example, the following derivative contradictions. Thesis: man considers good those social relations which are useful to him. He considers bad those relations which are harmful to him. The opinions of people are determined by their interests. L'opinion chez un peuple est toujours déterminée par un intérêt dominant, says Seward, T3, p. 401. This is not even a conclusion from the teachings of Locke, it is simply the repetition of his words: no innate practical principles. Virtue generally approved not because innate, but because profitable. Good and evil are nothing but pleasure or pain, or that which occasions or procures pleasure or pain, to us. Essay Concerning Human Understanding, Book I, ch. 3, Book 2, ch. 20, 21, 28. Antithesis: the existing relations seem useful or harmful to people, according to the general system of opinions of the people concerned. In the words of the same Seward, every people en évoute, en aime, en approuve, que ce il croit être utile. Every people desires, loves, and approves only what it considers useful. Consequently, in the last resort everything again is reduced to the opinions which govern the world. Thesis: those are very much mistaken who think that religious morality, for example, the commandment to love one's neighbor, even partially promoted the moral improvement of mankind. Such commandments, as ideas generally, are quite devoid of power over men. Everything depends on social environment and on social relations. 1. Antithesis: historical experience shows us que les opinions sacres, furent la source véritable de mot du genre humain, and this is quite understandable, because if opinions generally govern the world, then mistaken opinions govern it like bloodthirsty tyrants. It would be easy to lengthen the list of similar contradictions of the French materialists, inherited from them by many materialists in the general philosophical sense of our own age. But this would be unnecessary. Let us rather look more closely at the general character of these contradictions. There are contradictions and contradictions. When Mr. VV2 contradicts himself at every step in his Destinies of Capitalism or in the first volume of his Conclusions from an Economic Investigation of Russia, his sins against logic can be of importance only, possibly, as a human document. The future historian of Russian literature, after pointing out these contradictions, will have to busy himself with the extremely interesting question, in the sense of social psychology, of why, with all their indubitable and obvious character, they remained unnoticed for many and many a reader of Mr. VV. In the direct sense, the contradictions of the writer mentioned are as barren as the well-known fig tree. There are contradictions of another character. Just as indubitable as the contradictions of Mr. VV, they are distinguished from the latter by the fact that they do not send human thought to sleep, they do not retard its development, but push it on further, and sometimes push it so strongly that, in their consequences, they prove more fruitful than the most symmetrical theories. Of such contradictions one may say in the words of Hegel, Der Widerspruch ist das Fortschreitende, contradiction leads the way forward. It is just among these that must be rightfully numbered the contradictions of French materialism in the 18th century. Let us examine their main contradiction. The opinions of men are determined by their environment. The environment is determined by opinions. Of this one has to say what Kant said of his antinomies, that the thesis is just as correct as the antithesis. For in fact there can be no doubt that the opinions of men are determined by the social environment surrounding them. It is just as much beyond doubt that not a single people will put up with a social order which contradicts all its views. It will revolt against such an order, and reconstruct it according to its own ideals. Consequently it is also true that opinions govern the world. But then in what way can two propositions, true in themselves, contradict each other? The explanation is very simple. They contradict each other only because we are looking at them from an incorrect point of view. From that point of view it seems and inevitably must seem that if the thesis is right, then the antithesis is mistaken, and vice versa. But once you discover a correct point of view, the contradiction will disappear, and each of the propositions which confuse you will assume a new aspect. It will turn out to be supplementing or, more exactly, conditioning the other proposition, not excluding it at all, and that if this proposition were untrue, then equally untrue would be the other proposition, which previously seemed to you to be its antagonist. But how is such a correct point of view to be discovered? Let us take an example. It often used to be said, particularly in the 18th century, that the constitution of any given people was conditioned by the manners of that people, and this was quite justified. When the old republican manners of the Romans disappeared, their republic gave way to a monarchy. But on the other hand it used no less frequently to be asserted that the manners of a given people are conditioned by its constitution. This also cannot be doubted in the least. For in reality, how could republican manners appear in the Romans of the time, for example, of Heliogabalus? Is it not patently clear that the manners of the Romans during the empire were bound to represent something quite opposite to the old republican manners? And if it is clear, then we come to the general conclusion that the constitution is conditioned by manners, and manners by the constitution. But then this is a contradictory conclusion. Probably we arrived at it on account of the mistaken character of one or the other of our propositions. Which in particular? Rack your brains as you will not discover anything wrong either in one or in the other. They are both irreproachable, as in reality the manners of every given people do influence its constitution, and in this sense are its cause, while on the other hand they are conditioned by the constitution, and in this sense are its consequence. Where, then, is the way out? Usually, in questions of this kind, people confine themselves to discovering interaction. Manners influence the constitution, constitution influences manners. Everything becomes as clear as daylight, and people who are not satisfied with clarity of this kind betray a tendency to one-sidedness worthy of every condemnation. That is how almost all our intellectuals argue at the present time. They look at social life from the point of view of interaction. Each side of life influences all others and, in its turn, experiences the influence of all the others. Only such a view is worthy of a thinking sociologist, while those who, like the Marxists, keep on seeking for some more profound reasons or other for social development, simply don't see to what degree social life is complicated. The French writers of the Enlightenment were also inclined to this point of view, when they felt the necessity of bringing their views on social life into logical order and of solving the contradictions which were getting the upper hand of them. The most systematic minds among them, we do not refer here to Rousseau, who in general had little in common with the writers of the Enlightenment, did not go any further. Thus, for example, it is this viewpoint of interaction that is maintained by Montesquieu in his famous works, Grandeur et Décadence de Romains and de l'Esprit de Lois. And this, of course, is a justifiable point of view. Interaction undoubtedly exists between all sides of social life. Unfortunately, this justifiable point of view explains very little, for the simple reason that it gives no indication as to the origin of the interacting forces. If the Constitution itself presupposes the manners which it influences, then obviously it is not to the Constitution that those manners owe their first appearance. The same must be said of the manners too. If they already presuppose the Constitution which they influence, then it is clear that it is not they which created it. In order to get rid of this muddle, we must discover the historical factor which produced both the manners of the given people and its constitution, and thereby created the very possibility of their interaction. If we discover such a factor, we shall reveal the correct point of view we are seeking, and then we shall solve without difficulty the contradiction which confuses us. In its application to the fundamental contradiction of the French materialists, this means the following. The French materialists were very mistaken when, contradicting their customary view of history, they said that ideas mean nothing, since environment means everything. No less mistaken was that customary view of theirs on history, c'est l'opinion qui gouverne le monde, which proclaimed opinions to be the main fundamental reason for the existence of any given social environment. Between opinions and environment there exists undoubted interaction. But scientific investigation cannot stop at recognizing this interaction, since interaction is far from explaining social phenomena to us. In order to understand the history of mankind, i.e. in the present case the history of its opinions, on the one hand, and the history of those social relations through which it passed in its development, on the other, we must rise above the point of view of interaction, and discover if possible that factor which determines both the development of the social environment and the development of opinions. The problem of social science in the 19th century was precisely to discover that factor. The world is governed by opinions. But then, opinions do not remain unchanged. What conditions their changes? The spreading of enlightenment, replied, as early as the 17th century, la mot l'éveilleur. This is the most abstract and most superficial expression of the idea that opinions dominate the world. The writers of the Enlightenment of the 18th century held to it firmly, sometimes supplementing it with melancholy reflections that the fate of enlightenment, unfortunately, is in general very unreliable. But among the most talented of them there was already noticeable the realization that such a view was unsatisfactory. Helvetius remarked that the development of knowledge is subordinated to certain laws, and that consequently there exists some hidden and unknown causes on which it depends. He made an attempt of the highest interest, still not assessed at its true value, to explain the social and intellectual development of man by his material needs. This attempt ended, and for many reasons could not but end, in failure. But it remained a testament, as it were, for those thinkers of the following century who might wish to continue the work of the French materialists. Chapter 2. French historians of the Restoration. One of the most important conclusions which can be drawn from the study of history is that government is the most effective cause of the character of peoples, that the virtues or the vices of nations, their energy or their weakness, their talents, their enlightenment or their ignorance, are hardly ever the consequence of climate or of the qualities of the particular race, but are the work of the laws, that nature has given all to everyone, while government preserves or destroys, in the men subjected to it, those qualities which originally constituted the common heritage of the human race. In Italy there occurred no changes either in climate or in race. The influx of the barbarians was too insignificant to alter the latter's quality. Nature was the same for Italians of all ages, only governments changed, and these changes always preceded or accompanied changes in the national character. In this way Sismondi contested the doctrine which made the historical fate of peoples depend only on geographical environment. His objections are not unfounded. In fact, geography is far from explaining everything in history, just because the latter is history, i.e. because, in Sismondi's words, governments change in spite of the fact that geographical environment remains unchanged. But this in passing, we are interested here in quite a different question. The reader has probably already noticed that, comparing the unchanging character of geographical environment with the changeability of the historical destinies of peoples, Sismondi links these destinies with one main factor: government, i.e. with the political institutions of the given country. The character of a people is entirely determined by the character of the government. True, having stated this proposition categorically, Sismondi immediately and very essentially modifies it. Political changes, he says, preceded changes of the national character or accompanied them. Here it appears that the character of the government is rather determined upon occasion by the character of the people. But in this case the historical philosophy of Sismondi encounters the contradiction with which we are already familiar, and which confused the French writers of the Enlightenment. The manners of a given people depend on its constitution, their constitution depends on their manners. Sismondi was just as little able to solve this contradiction as the writers of the Enlightenment. He was forced in turn to found his arguments now upon one, now upon the other branch of this antinomy. But be that as it may, having once decided on one of them, namely that which proclaimed that the character of a people depends on its government, he attributed to the conception of government an exaggeratedly wide meaning. In his eyes it embraced absolutely all the qualities of the given social environment, all the peculiarities of the particular social relations concerned. It would be more exact to say that in his view absolutely all the qualities of the social environment concerned were the work of government, the result of the Constitution. This is the point of view of the 18th century. When the French materialists wanted briefly and strongly to express their conviction of the omnipotent influence of environment on man, they used to say, "Si est la legislation qui fait tout, everything depends on legislation." But when they spoke of legislation, they had in mind almost exclusively political legislation, the system of government. Among the works of the famous J.B. Vico there is a little article entitled, Essay of a System of Jurisprudence, in which the civil law of the Romans is explained by their political revolutions. Although this essay was written at the very beginning of the 18th century, nevertheless the view it expresses on the relationship between civil law and the system of government prevailed up to the French Restoration. The writers of the Enlightenment reduced everything to politics. But the political activity of the legislator is in any event a conscious activity, although naturally not always expedient. The conscious activity of man depends on his opinions. In this way the French writers of the Enlightenment, without noticing it themselves, returned to the idea of the omnipotence of opinions, even in those cases when they desired vividly to express the idea of the omnipotence of environment. Sismondi was still adopting the viewpoint of the 18th century. Younger French historians were already holding other views. The course and outcome of the French Revolution, with its surprises that nonplussed the most enlightened thinkers, proved a refutation, graphic to the highest degree, of the idea that opinions were omnipotent. Then many became quite disillusioned in the power of reason, while others who did not give way to disillusionment began all the more to incline to acceptance of the idea of the omnipotence of environment, and to studying the course of its development. But environment too began to be examined, in the era of the Restoration, from a new point of view. Great historic events had made such a mock, both of legislators and of political constitutions, that now it already seemed strange to make dependent on the latter, as a basic factor, all the qualities of a particular social environment. Now political constitutions began to be considered as something derivative, as a consequence and not as a cause. The majority of writers, scholars, historians, or publicists, says Guizot in his essays sur l'histoire de France, one have attempted to explain the condition of society, the degree or the nature of its civilization, by the study of its political institutions. It would be wiser to begin with the study of society itself, in order to learn and understand its political institutions. Before becoming a cause, institutions are a consequence. Society creates them before it begins to change under their influence, and instead of judging of the condition of a people from the system or the forms of its government, we must first of all investigate the condition of the people, in order to judge what should be and what could be its government. Society, its composition, the mode of life of individual persons in keeping with their social position, the relations of various classes of persons, in a word, the civil condition of men, l'état de personas, such, without doubt, is the first question which attracts the attention of the historian who desires to know how peoples lived, and of the publicist who desires to know how they were governed. 2. This view is directly opposed to the view of Vico. The latter explained the history of civil law by political revolutions. Guizot explains the political order by civil conditions, i.e. by civil law. But the French historian goes even further in his analysis of social composition. He states that, among all the peoples who appeared on the historical arena after the fall of the Western Roman Empire, the civil condition of men was closely connected with agrarian relations, état de terres, and therefore the study of their agrarian relations must precede the study of their civil condition. In order to understand political institutions, we must study the various strata existing in society and their mutual relationships. In order to understand these various social strata, we must know the nature and the relations of landed property. 3. It is from this point of view that Guizot accordingly studies the history of France under 1. Their first edition appeared in 1821. 2 essays, 10e edition, Paris, 1860. Pages 73 to 4. 3 Ibid, pages 75 to 6. 42 to the first two dynasties. In his presentation it appears as the history of the struggle of various strata of society at the time. In his history of the English Revolution he makes a new step forward, representing this event as the struggle of the bourgeoisie against the aristocracy, and tacitly recognizing in this way that to explain the political life of a particular country it is necessary to study not only its agrarian relations, but also all its property relations in general. One such a view of the political history of Europe was far from being the exclusive property of Guizot at that time. It was shared by many other historians, among whom we shall refer to Augustin Thierry and Mignot. In his Vues de Revolutions d'Angleterre, Thierry represents the history of the English revolutions as the struggle of the bourgeoisie against the aristocracy. Everyone whose ancestors were numbered among the conquerors of England, he writes of the first revolution, left his castle and journeyed to the royal camp, where he took up a position appropriate to his rank. The inhabitants of the towns and ports in crowds passed into the opposite camp. Then it might have been said that the armies were gathering, one in the name of idleness and authority, the other in the name of labor and liberty. All idlers, whatever their origin, all those who sought in life only enjoyment, secured without labor, rallied under the royal banner, defending interests similar to their own interests, and on the contrary, those of the descendants of the former conquerors who were then engaged in industry joined the party of the commons. 1. The religious movement of the time was, in Thierry's opinion, only the reflection of positive lay interests. On both sides the war was waged for positive interests. All else was external or a pretext. The men who defended the cause of the subjects were for the most part Presbyterians, i.e. they desired no subjection even in religion. Those who adhered to the opposite party belonged to the Anglican or the Catholic faith. This was because, even in the religious sphere, they strove for authority and for the imposition of taxes on men. Thierry quotes in this connection the following words of Fox in his History of the Reign of James II: "The Whigs considered all religious opinions with a view to politics. Even in their hatred to Popery, they did not so much regard the superstition, or imputed idolatry of that unpopular sect, as its tendency to establish arbitrary power in the state." London, 1808, p. 275. In Mignot's opinion, the movement of society is determined by the dominating interests. Amid various obstacles, this movement strives towards its end, halts once that end has been reached, and yields place to another movement which at first is imperceptible, and becomes apparent only when it becomes predominant. Such was the course of development of feudalism. Feudalism existed in the needs of man while it still did not exist in fact the first epoch. In the second epoch it existed in fact, gradually ceasing to correspond to men's needs, wherefore there came to an end, ultimately, its existence in fact. Not a single revolution has yet taken place in any other way. 2. In his History of the French Revolution, Mignot regards events precisely from this point of view of the needs of various social classes. The struggle of these classes constitutes in his work the mainspring of political events. Naturally, such a view could not be to the taste of eclectics, even in those good old times when their brains worked much more than they work nowadays. The eclectics reproached the partisans of the new historical theories with fatalism, with prejudice in favor of a system, esprit de système. As always happens in such cases, the eclectics did not notice at all the really weak sides of the new theories, but in return with the greater energy attacked their unquestionably strong sides. However, this is as old as the world itself, and is therefore of little interest. Much more interesting is the circumstance that these new views were defended by the Saint-Simonist Bazard, one of the most brilliant representatives of the socialism of that day. Bazard did not consider Mignot's book on the French Revolution to be without reproach. Its defect was, in his eyes, that among other things it represented the event it described as a separate fact, standing without any connection with that long chain of efforts which, having overthrown the old social order, was to facilitate the establishment of the new regime. But the book also has unquestionable merits. The author has set himself the task of characterizing those parties which, one after the other, direct the revolution, of revealing the connection of these parties with various social classes, of displaying what particular chain of events places them one after the other at the head of the movement, and how finally they disappear. That same spirit of system and fatalism, which the eclectics put forward as a reproach against the historians of the new tendency, advantageously distinguishes, in Bazard's opinion, the work of Guizot and Mignot from the works of literary historians, i.e. historians concerned only for beauty of style, who, in spite of all their numbers, have not moved historical science forward one step since the 18th century. 1. If Augustin Thierry, Guizot, or Mignot had been asked, do the manners of a people create its constitution, or on the contrary does its constitution create its manners, each of them would have replied that, however great and however unquestionable is the interaction of the manners of a people and its constitution, yet in the last analysis both one and the other owe their existence to a third factor, lying more deep. The civil condition of men, their property relations. In this way the contradiction in which the philosophers of the 18th century were wandering would have been solved, and every impartial person would recognize that Bazard was right in saying that science had made a step forward, in the person of the representatives of the new views on history. But we know already that the contradiction mentioned is only a particular case of the fundamental contradiction of the views on society held in the 18th century. Man with all his thoughts and feelings is the product of environment. 2. Environment is the creation of man, the product of his opinions. Can it be said that the new views on history had resolved this fundamental contradiction of French materialism? Let us examine how the French historians of the Restoration explained the origin of that civil condition, those property relations, the close study of which alone could, in their opinion, provide the key to the understanding of historical events. The origin of property relations. The property relations of men belong to the sphere of their legal relations, property is first of all a legal institution. To say that the key to understanding historical phenomena must be sought in the property relations of men means saying that this key lies in institutions of law. But whence do these institutions come? Guizot says quite rightly that political constitutions were a consequence before they became a cause, that society first created them and then began to change under their influence. But cannot the same be said of property relations? Were not they in their turn a consequence before they became a cause? Did not society have first to create them before it could experience their decisive influence on itself? To these quite reasonable questions Guizot gives highly unsatisfactory replies. Among the peoples who appeared on the historical arena after the fall of the Western Roman Empire, 2. Civil conditions stood in the closest causal connection with land ownership. 1. The relation of man to the land determined his social position. Throughout the epoch of feudalism, all institutions of society were determined in the last analysis by agrarian relations. As for those relations they, in the words of the same Guizot, at first, during the first period after the invasion of the barbarians, were determined by the social position of the landowners. The land acquired this or that character, according to the degree of strength of the landowner. 2. But what then determined, in that case, the social position of the landowners? What determined at first, during the first period after the invasion of the barbarians, the greater or lesser degree of liberty, the greater or lesser degree of power of the landowner? Was it previous political relations among the barbarian conquerors? But Guizot has already told us that political relations are a consequence and not a cause. In order to understand the political life of the barbarians in the epoch preceding the fall of the Roman Empire, we should have, according to the advice of our author, to study their civil condition, their social order, the relations of various classes in their midst, and so forth, and such a study would once again bring us to the question of what determines the property relations of men, what creates the forms of property existing in a given society. And it is obvious that we should gain nothing if, in order to explain the position of various classes in society, we began referring to the relative degrees of their freedom and power. This would be, not a reply, but a repetition of the question in a new form, with some details. The question of the origin of property relations is hardly likely even to have arisen in Guizot's mind in the shape of a scientific problem, strictly and accurately formulated. We have seen that it was quite impossible for him not to have taken account of the question, but the very confusion of the replies which he gave to it bears witness to the unclarity with which he conceived it. In the last analysis, the development of forms of property was explained by Guizot by exceptionally vague references to human nature. It is not surprising that this historian, whom the eclectics accused of excessively systematic views, himself turned out to be no mean eclectic, for example in his works on the history of civilization. Augustin Thierry, who examined the struggle of religious sects and political parties from the viewpoint of the positive interests of various social classes and passionately sympathized with the struggle of the Third Estate against the aristocracy, explained the origin of these classes and ranks in conquest. Tout cela date d'une conquête, il y a un conquête I decis, all this dates from a conquest, there's a conquest at the bottom of it, he says of class and rank relations among the modern peoples, which are exclusively the subject of his writing. He incessantly developed this idea in various ways, both in his articles and in his later learned works. But apart from the fact that conquest an international political act returned Thierry to the point of view of the 18th century, which explained all social life by the activity of the legislator, i.e. of political authority, every fact of conquest inevitably arouses the question, why were its social consequences these, and not those? Before the invasion of the German barbarians, Gaul had already lived through a Roman conquest. The social consequences of that conquest were very different from those which were produced by the German conquest. The social consequences of the conquest of China by the Mongols very little resembled the social consequences of the conquest of England by the Normans. Whence do such differences come? To say that they are determined by differences in the social structure of the various peoples which come into conflict at different times means to say nothing, because what determines that social structure remains unknown. To refer in this. 2. Question to some previous conquests means moving in a vicious circle. However many the conquest you enumerate, you will nevertheless arrive in the long run at the inevitable conclusion that in the social life of peoples, there is some unknown factor, which is not only not determined by conquests, but which on the contrary itself conditions the consequences of conquests and even frequently, perhaps always, the conquests themselves, and is the fundamental reason for international conflicts. Thierry in his History of the Conquest of England by the Normans himself points out, on the basis of old monuments, the motives which guided the Anglo-Saxons in their desperate struggle for their independence. "We must fight," said one of the earls, "whatever may be the danger to us, for what we have to consider is not whether we shall accept and receive a new lord. The case is quite otherwise. The Duke of Normandy has given our lands to his barons, to his knights and to all his men, the greater part of whom have already done homage to him. For them, they will all look for their gift, if their duke become our king, and he himself will be bound to deliver up to them our lands, our wives, and our daughters. All this is promised to them beforehand. They come, not only to ruin us, but to ruin our descendants also, and to take from us the country of our ancestors," etc. On his part, William the Conqueror said to his companions, "Fight well and put all to death, for if we conquer we shall all be rich. What I gain, you will gain; if I conquer, you will conquer; if I take this land, you shall have it." 1. Here it is abundantly clear that the conquest was not an end in itself, and that beneath it lay certain positive, i.e. economic interests. The question is, what gave those interests the form which they then had? Why was it that both natives and conquerors were inclined precisely to the feudal system of land ownership, and not to any other? Conquest explains nothing in this case. In Thierry's History of the Third Estate, and in all his sketches of the internal history of France and England, we have already a fairly full picture of the historical advance of the bourgeoisie. It is sufficient to study even this picture to see how unsatisfactory is the view which makes dependent on conquest the origin and development of a given social system. That development progressed quite at variance with the interests and wishes of the feudal aristocracy, i.e. the conquerors and their descendants. It can be said without any exaggeration that Thierry himself took care that his historical researches should refute his own views on the historical role of conquests. 1. In Mignot we find the same confusion. He speaks of the influence of land ownership on political forms. But what the forms of land ownership depend on, why they develop in this or that direction, this Mignot does not know. In the last analysis he, too, makes forms of land ownership depend on conquest. 2. He feels that in the history of international conflicts also we are dealing, not with abstract conceptions such as conquerors and conquered, but with people possessing living flesh, having definite rights and social relations, but here, too, his analysis does not go very far. When two peoples living on the same soil mingle one with the other, he says, they lose their weak sides and communicate their strong sides to each other. 3. This is not profound, nor is it quite clear. Placed face to face with the question of the origin of property relations, each of the French historians of the time of the Restoration whom we have mentioned would probably have attempted, like Guizot, to escape from the difficulty with the help of more or less ingenious references to human nature. The view of human nature as the highest authority, which decides all knotty cases in the sphere of law, morality, politics, and economics, was inherited in its entirety by the writers of the 19th century from the writers of the Enlightenment of the previous century. If man, when he appears in the world, does not bring with him a prepared store of innate practical ideas, if virtue is respected, not because it is innate in people, but because it is useful, as Locke asserted, if the principle of social utility is the highest law, as Helvetius said, if man is the measure of things wherever there is a question of mutual human relations, then it is quite natural to draw the conclusion that the nature of man is the viewpoint from which we should judge of the utility or harmfulness, the wisdom or senselessness, of particular relations. It was from this standpoint that the writers of the Enlightenment of the 18th century discussed both the social order then existing and the reforms which they found desirable. Human nature was for them the most important argument in their discussions with their opponents. How great in their eyes was the importance of this argument is shown excellently, for example, by the following observation of Condorcet: the ideas of justice and law take shape invariably in an identical form among all beings gifted with the capacity of sensation and of acquiring ideas. Therefore they will be identical. True, it happens that people distort them, l'alt errant. But every man who thinks correctly will just as inevitably arrive at certain ideas in morality as in mathematics. These ideas represent the necessary conclusion from the irrefutable truth that men are perceptive and rational beings. In reality, the views on society of the French writers of the Enlightenment were not deduced, of course, from this more than meager truth, but were suggested to them by their environment. The man whom they had in view was distinguished not only by his capacity to perceive and think; his nature demanded a definite bourgeois system of society. The works of Holbach included just those demands which later were put into effect by the Constituent Assembly. His nature prescribed free trade, non-interference of the state in the property relations of citizens, laissez-faire. Two French historians of the Restoration. Laissez-passer, one etc., etc. The writers of the Enlightenment looked on human nature through the prism of particular social needs and relations. But they did not suspect that history had put some prism before their eyes. They imagined that through their lips there was speaking human nature itself, understood and assessed at its true value, at last, by the enlightened representatives of humanity. Not all the writers of the 18th century had an identical conception of human nature. Sometimes they differed very strongly among themselves on this subject. But all of them were equally convinced that a correct view of that nature alone could provide the key to the explanation of social phenomena. We said earlier that many French writers of the Enlightenment had already noticed a certain conformity to law in the development of human reason. They were led to the idea of this conformity to law first and foremost by the history of literature. What people, they asked, was not first a poet and only then a thinker? 2. But how is such a conformity to be explained? By the needs of society, which determined even the development of language, replied the philosophers. The art of speech, like all other arts, is the fruit of social needs and interests, asserted the Abbé Arnaud, in the address just mentioned in a footnote. Social needs change, and therefore there changes also the course of development of the arts. But what determines social needs? Social needs, the needs of men who compose society, are determined by the nature of man. Consequently, it is in that nature that we must seek the explanation of this, and not that, course of intellectual development. In order to play the part of the highest criterion, human nature obviously had to be considered as fixed once for all, as invariable. The writers of the Enlightenment did in fact regard it as such, as the reader could see from the words of Condorcet quoted above. But if human nature is invariable, how then can it serve to explain the course of the intellectual or social development of mankind? What is the process of any development? A series of changes. Can those changes be explained with the help of something that is invariable, that is fixed once for all? Is this the reason why a variable magnitude changes, that a constant magnitude remains unchanged? The writers of the Enlightenment realized that this could not be so, and in order to get out of their difficulty they pointed out that the constant magnitude itself proves to be variable, within certain limits. Man goes through different ages, childhood, youth, maturity, and so forth. At these various ages his needs are not identical. In his childhood man has only his feelings, his imagination, and memory. He seeks only to be amused and requires only songs and stories. The age of passion succeeds, the soul requires to be moved and agitated. Then the intelligence extends and reason grows stronger. Both these faculties in their turn require exercise, and their activity extends to everything that is capable of arousing curiosity. Thus develops the individual man. These changes are conditioned by his nature, and just because they are in his nature, they are to be noticed in the spiritual development of all mankind. It is by these changes that is to be explained the circumstance that peoples begin with epics and end with philosophy. 1. It is easy to see that explanations of this kind, which did not explain anything at all, only imbued the description of the course of intellectual development of man with a certain picturesqueness. Simile always sets off more vividly the quality of the object being described. It is easy to see likewise that, in giving explanations of this kind, the thinkers of the 18th century were moving round the already familiar charmed circle: environment creates man, man creates environment. 4. In effect, on the one hand it appeared that the intellectual development of mankind, i.e. in other words the development of human nature, was explained by social needs, and on the other it turned out that the development of social needs is to be explained by the development of human nature. Thus we see that the French historians of the Restoration also did not eliminate this contradiction, it only took a new form with them. Chapter 3. The Utopian Socialists. If human nature is invariable, and if, knowing its main qualities, we can deduce from them mathematically accurate principles in the sphere of morality and social science, it will not be difficult to invent a social order which fully corresponds to the requirements of human nature, and just for that very reason will be an ideal social order. The materialists of the 18th century were already very willing to engage in research on the subject of a perfect system of laws. These researches represent the utopian element in the literature of the Enlightenment. 1. The utopian socialists of the first half of the 19th century devoted themselves to such researches with all their heart. The utopian socialists of this age entirely accepted the anthropological views of the French materialists. Just like the materialists, they considered man to be the product of the social environment around him, too, and just like the materialists they fell into a vicious circle, explaining the variable qualities of the environment of man by the unchanging qualities of human nature. All the numerous utopias of the first half of the present century represent nothing else than attempts to invent a perfect legislation, taking human nature as the supreme criterion. Thus, Fourier takes as his point of departure the analysis of human passions. Thus, Robert Owen in his outline of the rational system of society starts from the first principles of human nature, and asserts that rational government must first of all ascertain what human nature is. Thus, the Saint-Simonists declare that their philosophy is founded on a new conception of human nature. 1. Thus, the Fourierists say that the social organization invented by their teacher represents a number of irrefutable deductions from the immutable laws of human nature. Z. Naturally, the view of human nature as the supreme criterion did not prevent the various socialist schools from differing among themselves very energetically in defining the qualities of that nature. Thus, in the opinion of the Saint-Simonists, the plans of Owen contradict to such an extent the inclinations of human nature that the sort of popularity which they, apparently, enjoy at the present time, this was written in 1825, seems at first glance to be inexplicable. 3. In Fourier's polemical pamphlet, Piges et charlatanisme de deux sex Saint-Simon et Owen, qui permettent l'association et le progrès, we can find a number of harsh indications that the Saint-Simonists' teaching also contradicts all the inclinations of human nature. Now, as at the time of Condorcet, it appeared that to agree in the definition of human nature was much more difficult than to define a geometrical figure. To the extent that the utopian socialists of the 19th century held to the point of view of human nature, to that extent they only repeated the mistakes of the thinkers of the 18th century, an error which was common, however, to all social science contemporary with them. 1. But we can see in them an energetic effort to break out of the narrow confines of an abstract conception, and to take their stand upon solid ground. More remarkable than others in this respect are the works of Saint-Simon. While the writers of the French Enlightenment most frequently of all regarded the history of humanity as a series of more or less happy but chance occurrences, Saint-Simon seeks in history first conformity to law. The science of human society must become just as exact as natural science. We must study the facts of the past life of mankind in order to discover in them the laws of its progress. Only he is capable of foreseeing the future who has understood the past. Expressing the task of social science in this way, Saint Simon turned in particular to the study of the history of Western Europe since the fall of the Roman Empire. The novelty and breadth of his views can be seen from the fact that his pupil Thierry could effect almost an entire revolution in the working out of French history. Saint Simon was of the opinion that Guizot also borrowed his views from himself. Leaving undecided this question of theoretical property, we shall note that Saint Simon was able to trace the mainsprings of the internal development of European societies further than the specialist historians who were his contemporaries. Thus, if both Thierry and Mignot, and likewise Guizot, pointed to property relations as the foundation of any social order, Saint Simon, who most vividly and for the first time threw light on the history of these relations in modern Europe, went further and asked himself, why is it that precisely these, and no other relations, play such an important part? The answer is to be sought, in his opinion, in the requirements of industrial development. Up to the 15th century lay authority was in the hands of the nobility, and this was useful because the nobles were then the most capable industrialists. They directed agricultural works, and agricultural works were then the only kind of important industrial occupation. To the question of why the needs of industry have such a decisive importance in the history of mankind, Saint Simon replied that it was because the object of social organization is production. He attributed such a significance to production that he identified the useful with the productive, l'utile c'est la production. He categorically declared that politics is the science of production. It would seem that the logical development of such views should have brought Saint Simon to the conclusion that the laws of production are those very laws by which in the last analysis social development is determined, and the study of which must represent the task of the thinker striving to foresee the future. At times he, as it were, approaches this idea, but only at times, and he only approaches it. For production the implements of labour are necessary. These implements are not provided by nature ready-made, they are invented by man. The inventing and even the simple use of a particular implement presupposes in the producer a certain degree of intellectual development. The development of industry therefore represents the unquestionable result of the intellectual development of mankind. It seems as though opinion, enlightenment, Lumiere's, here also reign unchallenged over the world. And the more the important role of industry emerges, the more is confirmed, seemingly, this view of the philosophers of the 18th century. Saint Simon holds it even more consistently than the French writers of the Enlightenment, as he considers the question of the origin of ideas in sensations to be settled, and has less grounds for meditation on the influence of environment on man. The development of knowledge is for him the fundamental factor of historical advance. He tries to discover the laws of that development, thus he establishes that same law of three stages: theological, metaphysical, and positive, which later on Auguste Comte very successfully gave out to be his own discovery. But these laws, too, Saint Simon explains in the long run by the qualities of human nature. Society consists of individuals, he says, therefore the development of social reason can be only the reproduction of the development of the individual reason on a larger scale. Starting from this fundamental principle, he considers his laws of social development finally ascertained and proved whenever he succeeds in discovering, to confirm them, a successful analogy in the development of the individual. He asserts, for example, that the role of authority in social life will in time be reduced to zero. The gradual but incessant diminution of this role is one of the laws of development of humanity. How then does he prove this law? The main argument in its favor is reference to the individual development of man. In the elementary school the child is obliged unconditionally to obey his elders. In the secondary and higher school, the element of obedience gradually falls into the background, in order finally to yield its place to independent action in maturity. However anyone may regard the history of authority, everyone will nowadays agree that here, as everywhere, comparison is not proof. The embryological development of any particular individual, ontogenesis, presents many analogies with the history of the species to which this individual belongs, Ontogenesis supplies many important indications about phylogenesis. But what should we now say of a biologist who attempted to assert that in ontogenesis must be sought the ultimate explanation of phylogenesis? Modern biology acts in the exactly opposite way. It explains the embryological history of the individual by the history of the species. The appeal to human nature gave a quite peculiar appearance to all the laws of social development formulated both by Saint Simon himself and by his followers. It led them, too, into the vicious circle. The history of mankind is explained by its nature. But whence do we discover the nature of man? From history. Obviously, if we move in this circle, we cannot understand either the nature of man or his history, and we can make only individual, more or less profound observations, here and there, concerning this or that sphere of social phenomena. Saint Simon made some very subtle observations, sometimes truly instinct with genius, but his main object, that of discovering a firm scientific foundation for politics, remained unattained. Law in nature, the supreme law of progress of human reason. Says Saint Simon, subordinates all to itself, rules over everything, men for it are only tools. And although this force, i.e. this law, arises from ourselves, we can just as little set ourselves free from its influence or subordinate it to ourselves as we could at our whim change the working of the force which obliges the earth to revolve around the sun. All we can do is consciously to submit to this law, our true providence, realizing the direction which it prescribes for us, instead of obeying it blindly. Let us remark in passing that it is just in this that will consist the grand step forward which the philosophical intelligence of our age is destined to accomplish. And so humanity is absolutely subordinated to the law of its own intellectual development. It could not escape the influence of that law, even should it so desire. Let us examine this statement more closely, and take as an example the law of the three stages. Mankind moved from theological thought to metaphysical, from metaphysical to positive. This law acted with the force of the laws of mechanics. This may very well be so, but the question arises, how are we to understand the idea that mankind, even should it so desire, could not alter the workings of this law? Does this mean that it could not have avoided metaphysics even had it realized the advantages of positive thinking while still at the end of the theological period? Evidently no, and if the answer is no, then it is no less evident that there is some lack of clarity in Saint Simon's view of the conformity of intellectual development to law. Wherein lies this unclarity? Whence does it arise? It lies in the very contrasting of the law with the desire to alter its action. Once such a desire has made its appearance among mankind, it becomes itself a fact in the history of mankind's intellectual development, and the law must embrace this fact, not come into conflict with it. So long as we admit the possibility of such a conflict, we have not yet made clear to ourselves the conception of law itself, and we shall infallibly fall into one of two extremes. Either we shall abandon the standpoint of conformity to law and will be taking up the viewpoint of what is desirable, or we shall completely let the desirable, or more truly, what was desired by the people of the given epoch, fall out of our field of vision, and thereby we shall be attributing to law some mystical shade of significance, transforming it into a kind of fate. Law in the writing of Saint Simon and of the utopians generally, to the extent that they speak of conformity to law, is just such a fate. We may remark in passing that when the Russian subjective sociologists rise up in defense of personality, ideals and other excellent things, they are warring precisely with the utopian, unclear, incomplete, and therefore worthless doctrine of the natural course of things. Our sociologists appear never even to have heard what constitutes the modern scientific conception of the laws underlying the historical development of society. Whence arose the utopian lack of clarity in the conception of conformity to law? It arose from the radical defect, which we have already pointed out, in the view of the development of humanity which the utopians held, and, as we know already, not they alone. The history of humanity was explained by the nature of man. Once that nature was fixed, there were also fixed the laws of historical development. All history was given and sich, as Hegel would have said. Man can just as little interfere in the course of his development as he can cease being man. the law of development makes its appearance in the form of providence. This is historical fatalism, which arises as the result of a doctrine considering the successes of knowledge and consequently the conscious activity of man to be the mainspring of historical progress. But let us go further. If the key to the understanding of history is provided by the study of the nature of man, what is important to me is not so much the study of the facts of history as the correct understanding of human nature. Once I have acquired the right view of the latter, I lose almost all interest in social life as it is, and concentrate all my 3. attention on social life as it ought to be in keeping with the nature of man. Fatalism in history does not in the least interfere with a utopian attitude to reality in practice. On the contrary, it promotes such an attitude, by breaking off the thread of scientific investigation. Fatalism in general marches frequently hand in hand with the most extreme subjectivism. Fatalism very commonly proclaims its own state of mind to be an inevitable law of history. It is just of the fatalists that one can say, in the words of the poet, was sie den Geist der Geschichtenen, st nur der Herren einer Geist. 1 The Saint Simonists asserted that the share of the social product which falls to the exploiters of another's labor, gradually diminishes. Such a diminution was in their eyes the most important law governing the economic development of humanity. As a proof they referred to the gradual decline in the level of interest and land rent. If in this case they had kept to the methods of strict scientific investigation, they would have discovered the economic causes of the phenomenon to which they pointed, and for this they would have had attentively to study production, reproduction, and distribution of products. Had they done this they would have seen, perhaps, that the decline in the level of interest or even off-land rent, if it really takes place, does not by any means prove of itself that there is a decline in the share of the property owners. Then their economic law would, of course, have found quite a different formulation. But they were not interested in this. Confidence in the omnipotence of the mysterious laws arising out of the nature of man directed their intellectual activity into quite a different sphere. A tendency which has predominated in history up to now can only grow stronger in the future, said they. The constant diminution in the share of the exploiters necessarily will end in its complete disappearance, i.e. in the disappearance of the class of exploiters itself. Foreseeing this, we must already today invent new forms of social organization in which there will no longer be any place for exploiters. On the basis of other qualities of human nature it is evident that these forms must be such and such. The plan of social reorganization was prepared very rapidly. The extremely important scientific conception of the conformity to law, of social phenomena gave birth to a couple of utopian recipes. Such recipes were considered by the utopians of that day to be the most important problem with which a thinker was faced. This or that principle of political economy was not important in itself. It acquired importance in view of the practical conclusions which followed from it. Say argued with Ricardo about what determined the exchange value of commodities. Very possibly this is an important question from the point of view of specialists. But even more important is it to know what ought to determine value, and the specialists, unfortunately, do not attempt to think about this. Let us think for the specialists. Human nature very clearly tells us so and so. Once we begin to listen to its voice, we see with astonishment that the argument so important in the eyes of the specialists is, in reality, not very important. We can agree with Say, because from his theses there follow conclusions fully in harmony with the requirements of human nature. We can agree with Ricardo too, because his views likewise, being correctly interpreted and supplemented, can only reinforce those requirements. It was in this way that utopian thought unceremoniously interfered in those scientific discussions the meaning of which remained obscure for it. It was in this way that cultivated men, richly gifted by nature, as for example Enfantin, decided the controversial questions of the political economy of their day. Enfantin wrote a number of studies of political economy which cannot be considered a serious contribution to science, but which cannot also be ignored, as is done up to the present day by the historians of political economy and socialism. The economic works of Enfantin have their significance as an interesting phase in the history. 3. Of the development of socialist thought. But his attitude to the arguments of the economists is sufficiently illustrated by the following example. It is known that Malthus stubbornly and, by the way, very unsuccessfully contested Ricardo's theory of rent. Enfantin thought that truth was, in fact, on the side of the first, and not of the second. But he did not contest Ricardo's theory either, he did not consider this necessary. In his opinion, all discussions on the nature of rent and as to the actual relative rise or fall of the part taken by the property owners from the laborer ought to be reduced to one question: what is the nature of those relations which ought in the interests of society to exist between the producer who has withdrawn from affairs, that was the name given by Enfantin to the landowners, and the active producer, i.e. the farmer. When these relations become known, it will be sufficient to ascertain the means which will lead to the establishment of such relations. In doing so, it will be necessary to take into account also the present condition of society, but nevertheless any other question, apart from that set forth above, would be secondary, and would only impede those combinations which must promote the use of the above-mentioned means. 1. The principal task of political economy, which Enfantin would prefer to call the philosophical history of industry, consists in pointing out both the mutual relations of various strata of producers and the relationships of the whole class of producers with the other classes of society. These indications must be founded on the study of the historical development of the industrial class, and such a study must be founded on the new conception of the human race, i.e., in other words, of human nature. 2. With Malthus, the challenge to Ricardo's theory of rent was closely bound up with his challenge to the very well known, as people now say, labor theory of value. Paying little attention to the substance of the argument, Enfantin hastened to resolve it by a utopian addition, or, as people in Russia say nowadays, amendment, to Ricardo's theory of rent. If we understand this theory aright, he says, we ought, it seems to me, to add to it that, the laborers pay, i.e. pay in the form of rent, some people for the leisure which those enjoy, and for the right to make use of the means of production. By laborers Enfantin understood here also, and even principally, the capitalist farmers. What he said of their relations with the landowners is quite true. But in his amendment everything is reduced merely to a sharper expression of a phenomenon with which Ricardo himself was well acquainted. Moreover, this sharp expression, Adam Smith sometimes speaks even more sharply, not only did not solve the question either of value or of rent, but completely eliminated it from Enfantin's field of view. But for him these questions did not in fact exist. He was interested solely in the future organization of society. It was important for him to convince the reader that private property in the means of production ought not to exist. Enfantin even says plainly that, but for practical questions of this kind, all the learned disputes concerning value would be a simple dispute about words. This, so to speak, is the subjective method in political economy. The utopians never directly recommended this method. But that they were very partial to it is shown, among other ways, by the fact that Enfantin reproached Malthus with excessive objectivity. Objectivity was, in his opinion, the principal fault of that writer. Whoever knows the works of Malthus is aware that it is precisely objectivity, so characteristic, for example, of Ricardo, that was always foreign to the author of the essay on the law of population. We do not know whether Enfantin read Malthus himself. Everything obliges us to think that, for example, the views of Ricardo were known to him only from the extracts which the French economists made from his writings, but even if he did read them, he could hardly have assessed them at their true E66.3 value. He would hardly have been able to show that real life was in contradiction to Malthus. Preoccupied with considerations about what ought to be, Enfantin had neither the time nor the desire attentively to study what really existed. You are right, he was ready to say to the first sycophant he met. In present-day social life matters proceed just as you describe them, but you are excessively objective. Glance at the question from the humane point of view, and you will see that our social life must be rebuilt on new foundations. Utopian dilettantism was forced to make theoretical concessions to any more or less learned defender of the bourgeois order. In order to allay the consciousness rising within him of his own impotence, the utopian consoled himself by reproaching his opponents with objectivity. Let us admit you are more learned than I, but in return I am kinder. The utopian did not refute the learned defenders of the bourgeoisie, he only made footnotes and corrections to their theories. The Russian utopians a similar, quite utopian attitude to social science meets the eye of the attentive reader on every page of the works of our subjective sociologists. We shall have occasion yet to speak a good deal of such an attitude. Let us meanwhile quote two vivid examples. In 187 there appeared the dissertation by the late N. Sieber, Juan Ricardo's Theory of Value and Capital, in the light of later elucidations. In his foreword the author benevolently, but only in passing, referred to the article of Mr. Y. Zhukovsky, 1. The School of Adam Smith and Positivism in Economic Science. This article appeared in the Sovremenic of R. 864. On the subject of this passing reference, Mr. Mikhailovsky remarks, "It is pleasant for me to recall that in my AR6 Cli on the literary activity of Y. G. Zhukovsky I paid a great and just tribute to the services rendered by our economist. I pointed out that Mr. Zhukovsky had long ago expressed the thought that it was necessary to return to the sources of political economy, in which there exist all the data for a correct solution of the main problems of science, data which have been quite distorted by the modern textbook political economy. But I then indicated also that the honor of priority in this idea, which later on proved so fruitful in the powerful hands of Karl Marx, belonged in Russian literature not to Mr. Zhukovsky, but to another writer, the author of the articles Economic Activity and Legislation, Sovremenic, 1859, Capital and Labor, 1860, the footnotes to Mill, etc. In addition to seniority in time, the difference between this writer vividly in the following way. If, for example, Mr. Zhukovsky circumstantially and in a strictly scientific fashion, even somewhat pedantically, proves that labor is the measure of value and that every value is produced by labor, the author of the above-mentioned articles, without losing sight of the theoretical aspect of the question, lays principal stress on the logical and practical conclusion from it, being produced and measured by labor, every value must belong to labor. One does not have to be greatly versed in political economy to know that the author of the footnotes to Mill entirely failed to understand the theory of value which later received such brilliant development in the powerful hands of Marx. And every person who knows the history of socialism understands why that author, in spite of Mr. Mikhailovsky's assurances, did in fact lose sight of the theoretical aspect of the question and wandered off into meditations on the basis on which products ought to be exchanged in a well-regulated society. The author of the footnotes to Mill regarded economic questions from the standpoint of a utopian. This was quite natural at the time. But it is very strange that Mr. Mikhailovsky was unable to divest himself of this point of view in the 7 O's, and did not do so even later. Otherwise he would have corrected his mistake in the latest edition of his works, when it was easy to acquire a more correct view of things, even from popular works. Mr. Mikhailovsky did not understand what the author of the footnotes to Mill 3 the Utopian Socialist 69 wrote about value. This took place because he, too, lost sight of the theoretical aspect of the question and wandered off into the logical practical conclusion from it, i.e. the consideration that every value ought to belong to labor. We know already that their passion for practical conclusions always had a harmful effect on the theoretical reasoning of the utopians. And how old is the conclusion which turned Mr. Mikhailovsky from the true path is shown by the circumstance that it was being drawn from Ricardo's theory of value by the English utopians even of the I-82Os. But, as a utopian, Mr. Mikhailovsky is not interested even in the history of utopias. Another example. Mr. V.V., in I-882, explained in the following way the appearance of his book, The Destinies of Capitalism in Russia. The collection now offered to the reader consists of articles printed earlier in various journals. In publishing them as a separate book, we have brought them only into external unity, disposed the material in a somewhat different fashion and eliminated repetitions. Far from all, very many of them remained in VV's book. Their content has remained the same, Few new facts and arguments have been adduced, and if nevertheless we venture for a second time to present our work to the attention of the reader, we do so with one sole aim by simultaneously attacking his world outlook with our whole arsenal, to force the intelligentsia to turn its attention to the question raised. An impressive picture, Mr. VV with his whole arsenal attacks the world outlook of the reader, and the terrified intelligentsia capitulates, turns its attention, etc. And to challenge our learned and professional publicists of capitalism and neurotism one to study the law of the economic development of Russia, the foundation of all the other expressions of the life of the country. Without the knowledge of this law, systematic and successful social activity is impossible, while the conceptions of the immediate future of Russia which prevail amongst us can scarcely be called a law. Conceptions can be called law, and are hardly capable of providing a firm foundation for a practical world outlook. Preface, p1. In 1893 the same Mr. VV, who had by now had time to become a professional, though, alas, still not a learned publicist of neurotism, turned out to be now very remote from the idea that the law of economic development constitutes the foundation of all the other expressions of the life of the country. Now he with all his arsenal attacks the world outlook of people who hold such views. Now he considers that in this view, the historical process, instead of being the creation of man, is transformed into a creative force, and man into its obedient tool. Now he considers social relations to be the creation of the spiritual world of man. 2. And views with extreme suspicion the theory of the conformity to law of social phenomena, setting up against it the scientific philosophy of history. Of Professor of History N.I. Karayev, here, 0 tongues, and be stilled, since the professor himself is with us. 3. What a change, with God's help. What brought it about? Why, this. In 1882 Mr. VV was looking for the law of the economic development of Russia, imagining that that law would be only the scientific expression of his own ideals. He was even convinced that he had discovered such a law, namely, the law that Russian capitalism was stillborn. But after this he did not live 11 whole years in vain. He was obliged to admit, even though not allowed, that stillborn capitalism was developing more and more. It turned out that the development of capitalism had become all but the most unquestionable law of the economic development of Russia. And lo, Mr. VV hastened to turn his philosophy of history inside out. He who had sought for a law, began to say that such a search is quite an idle waste of time. The Russian utopian is not averse to relying on a law, but he immediately renounces it, as Peter did Jesus, if only the law is at variance with that ideal which he has to support, not only for fear, but for conscience' sake. However, Mr. VV even yet has not quarreled with law forever. The natural striving to systematize its views ought to bring the Russian intelligentsia to the construction of an independent scheme of evolution of economic relations, appropriate to the requirements and the conditions of development of our country, and such a work, without doubt, will be performed in the not distant future. Our Trends, p. 114. In constructing its independent scheme, the Russian intelligentsia will evidently devote itself to the same occupation as Mr. VV when, in his Destinies of Capitalism, he was looking for law. When the scheme is discovered and Mr. VV takes his Bible oath that it will be discovered in the immediate future, our author will just as solemnly make his peace with the principle of conformity to law, as the father in the Testament made his peace with his prodigal son. Amusing people. It is obvious that, even at the time when Mr. VV was still looking for a law, he did not clearly realize what meaning this word could have when applied to social phenomena. He regarded law as the utopians of the 20s regarded it. Only this can explain the fact that he was hoping to discover the law of development of one country, Russia. But why does he attribute his modes of thought to the Russian Marxists? He is mistaken if he thinks that, in their understanding of the conformity of social phenomena to law, they have gone no further than the utopians did. And that he does think this, is shown by all his arguments against it. And not only he alone thinks this, the professor of history Mr. Karayev himself thinks this, and so do all the opponents of Marxism. First of all, they attribute to Marxists a utopian view of the conformity to law of social phenomena, and then strike down this view with more or less doubtful success. A real battle with windmills. By the way, about the learned professor of history. Here are the expressions in which he recommends the subjective view of the historical development of humanity. If in the philosophy of history we are interested in 3. The question of progress, this very fact dictates the selection of the essential content of knowledge, its facts and their groupings. But facts cannot be either invented or placed in invented relations, consequently there must be nothing arbitrary either in the selection or in the grouping. Consequently the grouping must entirely correspond to objective reality. Yes. Just listen. And the presentation of the course of history from a certain point of view will remain objective, in the sense of the truth of the presentation. Here there appears on the scene subjectivism of another character. Creative synthesis may bring into existence an entire ideal world of norms, a world of what ought to be, a world of the true and just, with which actual history, i.e. the objective representation of its course, grouped in a certain way from the standpoint of essential changes in the life of humanity, will be compared. On the basis of this comparison there arises an assessment of the historical process which, however, must also not be arbitrary. It must be proved that the grouped facts, as we have them, really do have the significance which we attribute to them, having taken up a definite point of view and adopted a definite criterion for their evaluation. Skedrin writes of a venerable Moscow historian who, boasting of his objectivity, used to say, "It's all the same to me whether Yaroslav beat Izyaslav or Izyaslav beat Yaroslav." Mr. Karayev, having created for himself an entire ideal world of norms, a world of what ought to be, a world of the true and just, has nothing to do with objectivity of that kind. He sympathizes, shall we say, with Yaroslav, and although he will not allow himself to represent his defeat as though it were his victory, facts cannot be invented, nevertheless he reserves the precious right of shedding a tear or two about the sad fate of Yaroslav, and cannot refrain from a curse addressed to his conqueror Izyaslav. It is difficult to raise any objection to that kind of subjectivism. But in vain does Mr. Karayev represent it in such a colorless and therefore harmless plight. To present it in this way means not to understand its true nature, and to drown it in a draught of sentimental phraseology. In reality, the distinguishing feature of subjective thinkers consists in the fact that for them the world of what ought to be, the world of the true and just, stands outside any connection with the objective course of historical development. On one side is what ought to be, on the other side is reality, and these two spheres are separated by an entire abyss, that abyss which among the dualists separates the material world from the spiritual world. The task of social science in the 19th century has been, among other things, to build a bridge across this evidently bottomless abyss. So long as we do not build this bridge, we shall of necessity close our eyes to reality and concentrate all our attention on what ought to be, as the Saint Simonists did, for example, which naturally will only have the effect of delaying the bringing into effect of this what ought to be, since it renders more difficult the forming of an accurate opinion of it. Government and economic conditions. We already know that the historians of the Restoration, in contradistinction to the writers of the Enlightenment in the 18th century, regarded the political institutions of any country as the result of its civil conditions. This new view spread and developed to such an extent, at that time, that in its application to practical questions it reached strange extremes which to us nowadays are almost incomprehensible. Thus, J.B. Say asserted that political questions should not interest an economist, because the national economy can develop equally well even with diametrically opposite political systems. Saint Simon notes and applauds this idea of Say's, although in fact he does give it a rather more profound content. With very few exceptions, all the utopians of the 19th century share this view of politics. Theoretically, the view is mistaken in two respects. In the first place, the people who held it forgot that in the life of society, as everywhere where it is a case of a process and not of some isolated phenomenon, a consequence becomes, in its turn, a cause, and a cause proves to be a consequence. In short, they abandoned here At quite the wrong moment, that very point of view of interaction to which in other cases, also at very much the wrong moment, they limit their analysis. Secondly, if political relations are the consequence of social relations, it is incomprehensible how consequences which differ to the extreme, political institutions of a diametrically opposite character, can be brought about by one and the same cause, the same state of wealth. Evidently the very conception of the causal relationship between the political institutions of a country and its economic condition was still extremely vague, and in fact it would not be difficult to show how vague it was with all the utopians. In practice this vagueness brought about a double consequence. On the one hand, the utopians, who spoke so much about the organization of labor, were ready occasionally to repeat the old watchword of the 18th century: laissez-faire, laissez-passer. Thus, Saint Simon, who saw in the organization of industry the greatest task of the 19th century, wrote, "Industry has need of being governed as little as possible." On the other hand, the utopians, again with some exceptions falling in the later period, were quite indifferent to current politics, to the political questions of the day. The political system is a consequence, not a cause. A consequence always remains a consequence, never becoming in its turn a cause. Hence followed the almost direct conclusion that politics cannot serve as a means of bringing about social and economic ideals. We can therefore understand the psychology of the utopian who turned away from politics. But what did they reckon on, then, in realizing their plans of social transformation? What was at the bottom of their practical hopes? Everything and nothing. Everything in the sense that they awaited help indifferently from the most opposed quarters. Nothing in the sense that all their hopes were quite unfounded. The utopians imagined that they were extremely practical people. They hated doctrinaires, and all their loudest principles they sacrificed, without hesitation, to their own fixed ideas. They were neither liberals, nor conservatives, nor monarchists, nor republicans. They were quite ready to march indifferently with the liberals and with the conservatives, with the monarchists and with the republicans, if only they could bring about their practical, in their view, extremely practical plans. Among the old utopians, Fourier was particularly noteworthy in this respect. Like Gogol's Kostanjoglo, he tried to use every piece of rubbish for the good cause. Now he allured money lenders with the prospect of the vast interest which their capital would bring them in the future society. Now he appealed to the lovers of melons and artichokes, drawing for them a seductive picture of the excellent melons and artichokes of the future. Now he assured Louis Philippe that the princesses of the House of Orleans, at whom at the time other princes of the blood were turning up their noses, would have no peace from suitors under the new social order. He snatched at every straw. But, alas! Neither the money lenders, nor the lovers of melons and artichokes, nor the citizen king, as they say, pricked up an ear. They did not pay the slightest attention to what, it might have seemed, were the most convincing arguments of Fourier. His practicality turned out to be doomed beforehand to failure, and to be a joyless chase of some happy accident. The chase of the happy accident was the constant occupation of the writers of the Enlightenment in the 18th century as well. It was just in hope of such an accident that they sought by every means, fair and foul, to enter into friendly relations with more or less enlightened legislators and aristocrats of their age. Usually it is thought that once a man has said to himself that opinion governs the world, he no longer has any reason to despair of the future. La raison finira par avoir raison. But this is not so. When and in what way will reason triumph? The writers of the Enlightenment said that in the life of society everything depends, in the long run. 76.3 on the legislator. Therefore they went on their search for legislators. But the same writers knew very well that the character and views of man depend on his upbringing, and that generally speaking their upbringing did not predispose the legislators to the absorption of enlightened doctrines. Therefore they could not but realize that there was little hope of the legislators. There remained only to trust to some happy accident. Imagine that you have an enormous box in which there are very many black balls and 2 or 3 white ones. You take out ball after ball. In each individual case you have incomparably fewer chances of taking out a white ball than a black. But, if you repeat the operation a sufficient number of times, you will finally take out a white ball. The same applies to the legislators. In each individual case it is incomparably more probable that the legislator will be against the philosophers, but in the end there must appear, after all, a legislator who is in agreement with the philosophers. This one will do everything that reason dictates. Thus, literally thus, did Helvetius argue. 1. The subjective idealist view of history, opinions govern the world, which seems to provide such a wide field for man's freedom of action, in reality represents him as the plaything of accident. That is why this view in its essence is very joyless. Thus, for example, we know nothing more joyless than the views of the utopians of the end of the 19th century, i.e. the Russian Narodniks and subjective sociologists. Each of them has his ready-made plan for saving the Russian Vimage community, and with it the peasantry generally. Each of them has his formula of progress. But, alas, life moves on, without paying attention to their formulae, which have nothing left but to find their own path also, independently of real life, into the sphere of abstractions, fantasies, and logical mischances. Let us, for example, listen to the Achilles of the subjective school, Mr. Mikhailovsky. The labor question in Europe is a revolutionary question since it requires the transfer of the conditions of labor into the hands of the laborer, the expropriation of the present owners. The labor question in Russia is a conservative question, since here all that is needed is preserving the conditions of labor in the hands of the laborer, guaranteeing to the present owners their existing property. Quite close to Petersburg itself, in a district dotted with factories, works, parks, country cottages, there are villages the inhabitants of which live on their own land, burn their own timber, eat their own bread, wear coats and sheepskins made by their own labor out of the wool of their own sheep. Give them a firm guarantee that this property of theirs will remain their own, and the Russian labor question is solved. And for the sake of such a purpose everything else can be given up, if we properly understand the significance of a stable guarantee. It will be said, but we cannot forever remain with wooden plows and three-field economy, with antediluvian methods of making coats and sheepskins. We cannot. There are two ways out of this difficulty. 1. Approved by the practical point of view, is very simple and convenient: raise the tariffs, dissolve the village community, and probably that will be enough. Industry like that of Great Britain will grow up like a mushroom. But it will devour the laborer and expropriate him. There is another way, of course much more difficult, but the simple solution of a question is not the same necessarily as the correct solution. The other way consists in developing those relations between labor and property which already exist, although in an extremely rude and primitive form. Obviously this end cannot be achieved without broad intervention by the state, the first act of which should be the legislative consolidation of the village community. 1. Through the wide world. For the free heart, there are two paths still. Weigh your proud strength. Bend your firm mind. Choose which you will. We suspect that all the arguments of our author have a strong aroma of melons and artichokes, and our sense of smell hardly deceives us. What was Fourier's mistake in his dealings with melons and artichokes? It was that he fell into subjective sociology. The objective sociologist would ask himself, is there any probability that the amateurs of melons and artichokes will be attracted by the picture I have drawn? He would then ask himself, are the amateurs of melons and artichokes in a position to alter existing social relations and the present course of their development? It is most probable that he would have given himself a negative reply to each of these questions, and therefore would not have wasted his time on conversation with these amateurs. But that is how an objective sociologist would have acted, i.e. a man who founded all his calculations upon the given course of social development in conformity to law. The subjective sociologist, on the other hand, expels conformity to law in the name of the desirable, and therefore there remains no other way out for him but to trust in chance. As the old Russian saying has it, in a tight corner you can shoot with a stick too, That is the only consoling reflection upon which a good subjective sociologist can rely. In a tight corner you can shoot with a stick too. But a stick has two ends, and we do not know which end it shoots from. Our narodniks and, if I may use the expression, subjectivists have already tried a vast number of sticks. Even the argument as to the convenience of collecting arrears of taxes in the village community system of land holding has sometimes appeared in the role of a magic stick. In the vast majority of cases the sticks proved quite incapable of playing the part of guns, and when by chance they did fire, the bullets hit the narodniks and subjectivists themselves. Let us recall the peasant bank. What hopes were placed upon it, in the sense of reinforcing our social foundations? How the narodniks rejoiced when it was opened. And what happened? The stick fired precisely at those who were rejoicing. Now they themselves admit that the peasant bank, a very valuable institution in any case, only undermines the foundations, and this admission is equivalent to a confession that they who rejoiced were at least for some time also engaged in idle chatter. But then the bank undermines the foundations only because its statutes and its practice do not completely correspond to our idea. If our idea had been completely applied, the results would have been quite different. In the first place, they would not have been quite different at all. The bank in any case would have facilitated the development of money economy, and money economy would inexorably have undermined the foundations. And secondly, when we hear these endless ifs, it seems all the time to us, for some reason, that there is a man with a barrow shouting under our windows, "Here are melons, melons, and good artichokes." It was already in the 20s of the present century that the French utopians were incessantly pointing out the conservative character of the reforms they had invented. Saint-Simon openly tried to frighten both the government and what we nowadays call society with a popular insurrection, which was meant to present itself to the imaginations of the conservatives in the shape of the terrible movement of the sans-culottes, still vividly remembered by all. But of course nothing came of this frightening, and if history really provides us with any lessons, one of the most instructive is that which attests the complete unpracticality of all the plans of all the would-be practical utopians. The utopians and history. When the utopians, pointing to the conservative character of their plans, tried to incline the government to put them into effect, they usually, to confirm their idea, presented a survey of the historical development of their country over a more or less prolonged epoch, a survey from which it followed that on these or those particular occasions mistakes were made, which ill had given a quite new and extremely undesirable aspect to all social relations. The government had only to realize and correct these mistakes immediately to establish on earth something almost resembling paradise. Thus, Saint-Simon assured the Bourbons that before the Revolution the main distinguishing feature of the internal development of France was an alliance between the monarchy and the industrialists. This alliance was equally advantageous for both sides. During the Revolution the government, through a misunderstanding, went against the legitimate demands of the industrialists, and the industrialists, through just as sad a misunderstanding, revolted against the monarchy. Hence all the evils of the age that followed. But now, when the root of the evil had been discovered, things could be put right very easily, as the industrialists had only to make their peace on certain conditions with the government. It is this that would be the most reasonable, conservative way out of the numerous difficulties of both sides. It is unnecessary to add now that neither the Bourbons nor the industrialists followed the sage advice of Saint-Simon. Instead of firmly keeping to our age-old traditions, instead of developing the principle of the intimate connection between the means of production and the direct producer, which we inherited, instead of taking advantage of the acquisitions of Western European science and applying them for the development of forms of industry, founded on the possession by the peasantry of the implements of production, instead of increasing the productivity of its labor by concentrating the means of production in its hands, instead of taking advantage, not of the form of production, but of its very organization as it appears in Western Europe, instead of all this, we have taken a quite opposite path. We not only have not prevented the development of the capitalist forms of production, in spite of the fact that they are founded on the expropriation of the peasantry, but on the contrary have tried with all our strength to promote the complete breakup of all our economic life, a breakup which led to the famine of 1891. One thus laments Mr. Annan, recommending society to correct this mistake, by solving an extremely difficult but not impossible problem, to develop the productive forces of the population in such a form that not an insignificant minority, but the entire people could take advantage of them. 2. Everything depends upon correcting the mistake. It is interesting that Mr. Annan imagines himself to be ever so foreign to any utopias. Every minute he makes references to people to whom we owe the scientific criticism of utopian socialism. Everything depends on the country's economy, he repeats in season and out of season, echoing these people, and all the evil springs from this, therefore the means to eliminate the evil, once it has been discovered, must consist likewise in altering the very conditions of production. To explain this he once again quotes one of the critics of utopian socialism. These means must not be invented by the mind, but discovered by means of the mind in the existing material facts of production. But in what, then, consist those material facts of production which will move society to solve, or at least to tackle, the problem presented to it by Mr. Annan? This remains a mystery not only for the reader but, of course, for the author himself as well. By his problem he has very convincingly demonstrated that in his historical views he remains a pure-blooded utopian, in spite of his quotations from the works of quite non-utopian writers. Can it be said that the plans of Fourier contradicted the material facts of production in his times? No, not only did they not contradict them, but they were entirely founded upon those facts, even in their defects. But this did not prevent Fourier from being a utopian, because, once having founded his plan by means of the mind on the material conditions of the production of his age, he failed to adapt its realization to those same conditions, and therefore with complete futility pestered with his great task those social strata and classes which, in virtue of those same material conditions, could not have either the inclination to set about its solution or the possibility of solving it. Mr. Annan sins in this way just as much as Fourier or the Rodbertus whom he loves so little. Most of all he reminds one precisely of Rodbertus, because Mr. Annan's reference to age-old traditions is just in the spirit of that conservative writer. For the better instruction of society, Mr. Annan points to the terrifying example of Western Europe. By such observations our utopians have long attempted to give themselves the aspect of positive people, who don't get led away by fantasies and who merely know how to take advantage of the lessons of history. But this method, too, is not at all new. The French utopians were already attempting to terrify their contemporaries and make them listen to reason by the example of England. Where a vast distance separates the employer from the workman and where there hangs over the latter the yoke of a special kind of despotism. Other countries which follow England along the path of industrial development, said the producteur, must understand that they ought to prevent such a system arising on their own soil. The only real obstacle to the appearance of English methods in other countries could be the Saint Simonists' organization of labor and laborers. With the development of the labor movement in France, it was Germany that became the principal theater of daydreams about avoiding capitalism. Germany, in the person of her utopians, long and stubbornly set herself up against Western Europe, den Westlichen Ländern. In the Western countries, said the German utopians, the bearer of the idea of a new organization of society is the working class, with us it is the educated classes, what is called in Russia the intelligentsia. It was precisely the German intelligentsia which was thought to be called upon to avert from Germany the cup of capitalism. Capitalism was so terrifying to the German utopians that, for the sake of avoiding it, they were ready in the last resort to put up with complete stagnation. The triumph of a constitutional system, they argued, would lead to the supremacy of the money aristocracy. Therefore let there rather be no constitutional system. Germany did not avoid capitalism. Now it is the Russian utopians who talk about avoiding it. Thus do utopian ideas journey from west to east, everywhere appearing as the heralds of the victory of that same capitalism against which they are in revolt and are struggling. but the further they penetrate into the East the more their historical significance changes. The French utopians were in their day bold innovators of genius, the Germans proved much lower than they, and the Russians are now capable only of frightening Western people by their antediluvian appearance. It is interesting that even the writers of the French Enlightenment had the idea of avoiding capitalism. Thus, Holbach was very upset by the fact that the triumph of the constitutional order in England led to the complete supremacy of the sordid interests of the merchants. He was very saddened by the circumstance that the English were tirelessly looking for new markets. Such a chasing of markets distracted them from philosophy. Holbach also condemned the inequality of property existing in England. Like Helvetius, he would have liked to prepare the way for the triumph of reason and equality, and not of mercantile interests. But neither Holbach nor Helvetius, nor any other of the writers of the Enlightenment could put forward anything against the then course of events except panegyrics of reason and moral instructions addressed to the people of Albion. In this respect they were just as impotent as our own Russian utopians, in our day. Biological analogies. One more remark, and we shall have finished with the utopians. The point of view of human nature brought forth in the first half of the 19th century that abuse of biological analogies which, even up to the present day, makes itself very strongly felt in Western sociological and particularly in Russian quasi-sociologic literature. If the explanation of all historical social progress is to be sought in the nature of man, and if, as Saint Simon himself justly remarks, society consists of individuals, then the nature of the individual has to provide the key to the explanation of history. The nature of the individual is the subject of physiology in the broad sense of the word, i.e. of a science which also covers psychological phenomena. That is why physiology, in the eyes of Saint Simon and his followers, was the basis of sociology, which they called social physics. In the Opinions philosophiques, literaries et industriels published during Saint Simon's lifetime and with his active participation, there was printed an extremely interesting but unfortunately unfinished article of an anonymous doctor of medicine, entitled, On Physiology Applied to the Improvement of Social Institutions. The author considered the science of society to be a component part of general physiology which, enriched by the observations and experiments of special physiology of the individual, devotes itself to considerations of a higher order. Individuals are for it only organs of the social body, the functions of which it studies just as special physiology studies the functions of individuals. General physiology studies, the author writes, expresses, the laws of social existence, with which the written laws should be accordingly coordinated. Later on the bourgeois sociologists, as for example Spencer, made use of the doctrine of the social organism to draw the most conservative conclusions. But the doctor of medicine whom we quote was first of all a reformer. He studied the social body with the object of social reconstruction, since only social physiology and the hygiene closely bound up with it provided the positive foundations on which it is possible to build the system of social organization required by the present state of the civilized world. But evidently social physiology and hygiene did not. 86.3 provide much food for the reforming fantasy of the author, because in the end he found himself obliged to turn to the doctors, i.e. to persons dealing with individual organisms, asking them to give to society, in the form of a hygienic prescription, a system of social organization. This view of social physics was later on chewed over or, if you prefer, developed by Auguste Comte in his various works. Here is what he said about social science even in his youth, when he was writing in the Saint Simonist Producteur, social phenomena, being human phenomena, should without doubt be classed among physiological phenomena. But although social physics must therefore find its point of departure in individual physiology, and be in constant connection with the latter, it nevertheless should be examined and developed as quite a separate science, for this reason, that various generations of men progressively influence one another. If we maintain the purely physiological point of view, we cannot properly study that influence, yet its evaluation should occupy the principal place in social physics 1. But see into what hopeless contradictions fall the people who regard society from this point of view. In the first place, since social physics has individual physiology as its point of departure, it is built on a purely materialist foundation. In physiology there is no place for an idealist view of an object. But the same social physics was principally to concern itself with evaluating the progressive influence of one generation on another. One generation influences the next, passing on to it both the knowledge which it inherited from previous generations, and the knowledge which it acquired itself. Social physics therefore examines the development of the human species from the point of view of the development of knowledge and of enlightenment, Lumiere's. This is already the purely idealist point of view of the 18th century. Opinions govern the world. Having closely connected, on Comte's advice, this idealistic point of view with the purely materialist point of view of individual physiology, we turn out to be dualists of the purest water, and nothing is easier than to trace the harmful influence of this dualism on the sociological views even of the same Comte. But this is not all. Even the thinkers of the 18th century noticed that in the development of knowledge there is a certain conformity to law. Comte firmly maintains such a conformity, putting forward into the foreground the notorious law of three stages: theological, metaphysical, and positive. But why then does the development of knowledge pass precisely through these stages? Such is the nature of the human mind, replies Comte. By its nature, the human mind passes wherever it acts through three different theoretical conditions. One excellent, but to study that nature we shall have to turn to individual physiology, and individual physiology does not give us a sufficient explanation, and we have again to refer to previous generations, and the generations again send us back to nature. This is called a science, but there is no trace of science in it, there is only an endless movement round a vicious circle. Our own allegedly original subjective sociologists completely adopt the viewpoint of the French utopian of the 20s. While I was still under the influence of Nagin, Mr. Mikhailovsky tells us about himself, and partly under his guidance, I interested myself in the question of the boundaries between biology and sociology, and the possibility of bringing them together. I cannot sufficiently highly assess the advantage I gained from communion with the ideas of Nagin, but nevertheless there was much in them that was accidental, partly because in Nagin himself they were still only developing, partly because of his limited knowledge in the sphere of the natural sciences. I received from Nagin really only an impulse in a certain direction, but it was a strong, decisive, and beneficent impulse. Without thinking of any special study of biology, I nevertheless read a great deal on Nagin's suggestion and, as it were, by his testament. This new trend in my reading threw an original and most absorbing light on that considerable though disorderly, and to some extent simply useless material, both of facts and ideas, which I had stored up previously. One Nagin has been described by Mr. Mikhailovsky in his sketches in the intervals, under the name of Bukartsev. Bukartsev dreamed of reforming the social sciences with the help of natural science, and had already worked out an extensive plan for that purpose. The methods of this reforming activity can be seen from the following. Bukartsev undertakes to translate into Russian from the Latin an extensive treatise on zoology, and accompanies the translation with his own footnotes, in which he proposes to include the results of all his independent work, while to these footnotes he adds new footnotes of a sociological character. Mr. Mikhailovsky obligingly acquaints the reader with one such second-story footnote. Generally speaking, I cannot in my supplements to Van der Hoeven proceed too far in theoretical discussions and conclusions regarding the application of all these purely anatomical questions in solving social and economic questions. Therefore I again only draw the attention of the reader to the fact that my whole anatomical and embryological theory has as its main object the discovery of the laws of the physiology of society, and therefore all my later works will, of course, be founded on the scientific data set forth by me in this book. 2. Anatomical and embryological theory has as its main object the discovery of the laws of the physiology of society. This is very awkwardly put, but nevertheless is very characteristic for the utopian sociologists. He constructs an anatomical theory, with the help of which he intends to write out a number of hygienic prescriptions for the society surrounding him. It is to these prescriptions that his social physiology is reduced. The social physiology of Bukhartsev is, strictly speaking, not physiology but the hygiene with which we are already acquainted, not a science of what is, but a science of what ought to be, on the basis of the anatomical and embryological theory of that same Bukhartsev. Although Bukhartsev has been copied from N. Nevertheless he represents to a certain extent the product of the artistic creative work of Mr. Mikhailovsky, that is, if we can speak of artistic work in relation to the sketches quoted. Consequently even his awkward footnote, perhaps, never existed in reality. In that event it is all the more characteristic of Mr. Mikhailovsky, who speaks of Najin with great respect. I chanced nevertheless to come across the direct reflection in literature of the ideas of my unforgettable friend and teacher, says Tiomkin, in whose name the story is told. Mr. Mikhailovsky reflected, and still reflects, the ideas of Bukhartsev Najin. Mr. Mikhailovsky has his formula of progress. This formula declares, progress is the gradual approach to the integrity of the individual, to the fullest possible and most manifold division of labor between the organs and the least possible division of labor between people. Everything is immoral, unjust, harmful, unreasonable which delays this movement. Only that is moral, just, reasonable and useful which diminishes the heterogeneity of society, thereby increasing the heterogeneity of its individual members. What can be the scientific importance of this formula? Does it explain the historical progress of society? Does it tell how that progress took place, and why it took place in one particular way and not in another? Not in the least, and its main aim is not that at all. It speaks not of how history advanced, but of how it ought to have advanced, in order to earn the approval of Mr. Mikhailovsky. This is a hygienic prescription invented by a utopian on the basis of exact investigations of the laws of organic development. It is just what the Saint Simonist doctor was looking for. We have said that the exclusive use in sociology of the objective method would be equivalent, if it were possible, to adding up arshins and poods, one whence, by the way, it follows, not that the objective method must be completely eliminated from this sphere of research, but only that the supreme control must belong to the subjective method in this case. This sphere of research is precisely the physiology of the desired society, the sphere of utopia. Naturally the use of the subjective method in it very much facilitates the work of the investigator. But this use is based not at all on any laws, but on the enchantment of charming fantasy. Whoever once has given way to it, will never revolt even against the use in one and the same sphere true, with different rights of both methods, subjective and objective, even though such a confusion of methods really does mean adding up arshins and poods. 3. The materialists of the 18th century were firmly convinced that they had succeeded in giving the death blow to idealism. They regarded it as an obsolete and forever abandoned theory. But already at the end of that century there began a reaction against materialism, and in the first half of the 19th century materialism itself fell into the position of a system which all considered obsolete and buried, once for all. Idealism not only came to life again, but underwent an unprecedented and truly brilliant development. There were, of course, appropriate social reasons for this, but we will not touch on them here, and will only consider whether the idealism of the 19th century had any advantages over the materialism of the previous epoch and, if it had, in what these advantages consisted. French materialism displayed an astonishing and today scarcely credible feebleness, every time it came upon questions of evolution in nature or in history. Let us take, for example, the origin of man. Although the idea of the gradual evolution of the species did not seem contradictory to the materialists, nevertheless they thought such a guess to be most improbable. The authors of the Système de la Nature, see Part I, ch. 6, say that if anyone were to revolt against such a piece of guesswork, if anyone were to object that nature acts with the help of a certain sum of general and invariable laws, and added in doing so that man, the quadruped, the fish, the insect, the plant, etc. exist from the beginning of time and remain eternally unaltered, they would not object to this. They would only remark that such a view also does not contradict the truths they set forth. Man does not need to know everything, he does not need to know his origin. That is all that in the end the authors of the Système de la Nature say about this important question. Helvetius seems to be more inclined to the idea of the gradual evolution of man. Matter is eternal, but its forms are variable, he remarks, recalling that even now human natures change under the influence of climate. He even considered that generally speaking all animal species were variable. But this sound idea was formulated by him very strangely. It followed, in his view, that the causes of dissimilarity between the different species of animals and vegetables lie either in the qualities of their very embryos, or in the differences of their environment, the differences of their upbringing. Thus heredity excludes variability, and vice versa. If we adopt the theory of variability, we must as a consequence presuppose that from any given embryo there can arise, in appropriate circumstances, any animal or vegetable, from the embryo of an oak, for example, a bull or a giraffe. Naturally, such a guess could not throw any light on the question of the origin of species, and Helvetius himself, having once made it in passing, does not once return to it again. Just as badly were the French materialists able to explain phenomena of social evolution. The various systems of legislation were represented by them solely as the product of the conscious creative activity of legislators, the various religious systems as the product of the cunning of priests, etc. This impotence of French materialism in face of questions of evolution in nature and in history made its philosophical content very poor. In its view of nature, that content reduced itself to combating the one-sided conception of matter held by the dualists. In its view of man it confined itself to an endless repetition of, and some variations upon, Locke's principle that there are no innate ideas. However valuable such repetition was in combating out-of-date moral and political theories, it could have serious scientific value only if the materialists had succeeded in applying their conception to the explanation of the spiritual evolution of mankind. We have already said earlier that some very remarkable attempts were made in this direction by the French materialists, i.e. to be precise, by Helvetius, but that they ended in failure, and if they had succeeded, French materialism would have proved very strong in questions of evolution. The materialists, in their view of history, took up a purely idealistic standpoint that opinions govern the world. Only at times, only very rarely, did materialism break into their historical reflections, in the shape of remarks that some stray atom, finding its way into the head of the legislator and causing in it a disturbance of the functions of the brain, might alter the course of history for entire ages. Such materialism was essentially fatalism, and left no room for the anticipation of events, i.e. for the conscious historical activity of thinking individuals. It is not surprising, therefore, that to capable and talented people who had not been drawn into that struggle of social forces in which materialism had been a terrible theoretical weapon of the extreme left party, this doctrine seemed dry, gloomy, melancholy. That was, for example, how Goethe spoke of it. In order that this reproach should cease to be deserved, materialism had to leave its dry and abstract mode of thought, and attempt to understand and explain real life, the complex and variegated chain of concrete phenomena, from its own point of view. But in its then form it was incapable of solving that great problem, and the latter was taken possession of by idealist philosophy. The main and final link in the development of that philosophy was the system of Hegel, therefore we shall refer principally to that system in our exposition. Hegel called metaphysical the point of view of those thinkers, irrespective of whether they were idealists or materialists, who, not being able to understand the process of development of phenomena, willy-nilly represent them to themselves and others as petrified, disconnected, incapable of passing one into another. To this point of view he opposed dialectics, which studies phenomena precisely in their development and consequently, in their mutual connection. According to Hegel, dialectics is the principle of any 94 kind of life. Frequently one meets people who, having expressed some abstract proposition, willingly recognize that perhaps they are mistaken, and that perhaps the exactly opposite point of view is correct. These are well-bred people, saturated to their fingertips with tolerance. Live and let live, they say to their intellect. Dialectics has nothing in common with the sceptical tolerance of men of the world, but it, too, knows how to reconcile directly opposite abstract propositions. Man is mortal, we say, regarding death as something rooted in external circumstances and quite alien to the nature of living man. It follows that a man has two qualities, first of being alive, and secondly of also being mortal. But upon closer investigation it turns out that life itself bears in itself the germ of death, and that in general any phenomenon is contradictory, in the sense that it develops out of itself the elements which, sooner or later, will put an end to its existence and will transform it into its own opposite. Everything flows, everything changes, and there is no force capable of holding back this constant flux, or arresting this eternal movement. There is no force capable of resisting the dialectics of phenomena. Goethe personifies dialectics in the shape of a spirit, in Lebensfeiten, im Theaten Sturm, wal ich, auf und wie hin und her. Gebert und grab, ein Wiges mehr, ein Wzelnd weben, ein Glee and Leben, so schajfich am Sauce enden Web stulder ze eat, und worketer goth eat Lebendigs Kleid. 1. At a particular moment a moving body is at a particular spot, but at the same time it is outside it also because 1. In the tides of life, in action's storm, a fluctuant wave, a shuttle free, birth and the grave, an eternal sea, a weaving, flowing, life, all glowing, thus at times humming loom 'tis my hand prepares the garment of life which the deity wears. Faust, Part I, Scene R, Bayard Taylor's translation. If it were only in that spot, it would, at least for that moment, become motionless. Every motion is a dialectical process, a living contradiction, and as there is not a single phenomenon of nature in explaining which we do not have in the long run to appeal to motion, we have to agree with Hegel, who said that dialectics is the soul of any scientific cognition. And this applies not only to cognition of nature. What, for example, is the meaning of the old saw, summum jus, summa injuria? Does it mean that we act most justly when, having paid our tribute to law, we at the same time give its due to lawlessness? No, that is the interpretation only of surface thinking, the mind of fools. The aphorism means that every abstract justice, carried to its logical conclusion, is transformed into injustice, i.e. into its own opposite. Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice serves as a brilliant illustration of this. Take a look at economic phenomena. What is the logical conclusion of free competition? Every capitalist strives to beat his competitors and to remain sole master of the market. And, of course, cases are frequent when some Rothschild or Vanderbilt succeeds in happily fulfilling this ambition. But this shows that free competition leads to monopoly, that is to the negation of competition, i.e. to its own opposite. Or look at the conclusion to which the so-called labor principle of property, extolled by our Narodnik literature, leads. Only that belongs to me which has been created by my labor. Nothing can be more just than that. And it is no less just that I use the thing I have created at my own free discretion, I use it myself or I exchange it for something else, which for some reason I desire. It is equally just, then, that I make use of the thing I have secured by exchange again at my free discretion as I find pleasant, best, and advantageous. Let us now suppose that I have sold the product of my own labor for money, and have used the money to hire a laborer, i.e. I have bought somebody else's labor power. Having taken advantage of this labor power of another, I turn out to be the owner of value which is considerably higher than the value I spent on its purchase. This, on the one hand, is very just, because it has already been recognized, after all, that I can use what I have secured by exchange as is best and most advantageous for myself, and, on the other hand, it is very unjust, because I am exploiting the labor of another and thereby negating the principle which lay at the foundation of my conception of justice. The property acquired by my personal labor bears me the property created by the labor of another. Summum jus, summa injuria. And such injuria springs up by the very nature of things in the economy of almost any well-to-do handicraftsman, almost every prosperous peasant. 1. And so every phenomenon, by the action of those same forces which condition its existence, sooner or later, but inevitably, is transformed into its own opposite. We have said that the idealist German philosophy regarded all phenomena from the point of view of their evolution, and that this is what is meant by regarding them dialectically. It must be remarked that the metaphysicians know how to distort the very doctrine of evolution itself. They affirm that neither in nature nor in history are there any leaps. When they speak of the origin of some phenomenon or social institution, they represent matters as though this phenomenon or institution was once upon a time very tiny, quite unnoticeable, and then gradually grew up. When it is a question of destroying this or that phenomenon and institution, they presuppose, on the contrary, its gradual diminution, continuing up to the point when the phenomenon becomes quite unnoticeable on account of its microscopic dimensions. Evolution conceived of in this way explains absolutely nothing. It presupposes the existence of the phenomena which it has to explain, and reckons only with the quantitative changes which take place in them. The supremacy of metaphysical thought was once so powerful in natural science that many naturalists could not imagine evolution otherwise than just in the form of such a gradual increase or diminution of the magnitude of the phenomenon being investigated. Although from the time of Harvey it was already recognized that everything living develops out of the egg, no exact conception was linked, evidently, with such development from the egg, and the discovery of spermatozoa immediately served as the occasion for the appearance of a theory according to which in the seminal cell there already existed a ready-made, completely developed but microscopical little animal, so that all its development amounted to growth. Just in the same way wise sages now argue, among them many famous European evolutionary sociologists, about the evolution, for example, of political institutions. History makes no jumps, va piano, go softly. German idealist philosophy decisively revolted against such a misshapen conception of evolution. Hegel bitingly ridiculed it, and demonstrated irrefutably that both in nature and in human society leaps constituted just as essential a stage of evolution as gradual quantitative changes. Changes in being, he says, consist not only in the fact that one quantity passes into another quantity, but also that quality passes into quantity, and vice versa. Each transition of the latter kind represents an interruption in gradualness, eine Brechung de Allmählichkeit, and gives the phenomenon a new aspect, qualitatively distinct from the previous one. Thus, water when it is cooled grows hard, not gradually, but all at once. Having already been cooled to freezing point, it can still remain a liquid only if it preserves a tranquil condition, and then the slightest shock is sufficient for it suddenly to become hard. In the world of moral phenomena, there take place the same changes of quantitative into qualitative, and differences in qualities there also are founded upon quantitative differences. Thus, a little less, a little more constitutes that limit beyond which frivolity ceases and there appears something quite different, crime. Thus also, states other conditions being equal acquire a different qualitative character merely in consequence of differences in their size. Particular laws and a particular constitution acquire quite a different significance with the extension of the territory of a state and of the numbers of its citizens. One modern naturalists know very well how frequently changes of quantity lead to changes of quality. Why does one part of the solar spectrum produce in us the sensation of a red color, another of green, etc.? Physics replies that everything is due here to the number of oscillations of the particles of the ether. It is known that this number changes for every color of the spectrum, rising from red to violet. Nor is this all. The intensity of heat in the spectrum increases in proportion to the approach to the external border of the red band, and reaches its highest point a little distance from it, on leaving the spectrum. It follows that in the spectrum there are rays of a special kind which do not give light but only heat. Physics says, here too, that the qualities of the rays change in consequence of changes in the number of oscillations of the particles of the ether. But even this is not all. The sun's rays have a certain chemical effect, as is shown for example by the fading of material in the sun. The greatest chemical strength is what distinguishes the violet and the so-called ultraviolet rays, which arouse in us no sensation of light. The difference in the chemical action of the various rays is explained once again only by quantitative differences in the oscillations of the particles of the ether. Quantity passes into quality. Chemistry confirms the same thing. Ozone has different qualities from ordinary oxygen. Whence comes this difference? In the molecule of ozone there is a different number of atoms from that contained in the molecule of ordinary oxygen. Let us take 3 hydrocarbon compounds, CH4, marsh gas, C2HS, dimethyl, and CaH, methylethyl. All of these are composed according to the formula, n atoms of carbon and 2n plus 2 atoms of hydrogen. If n is equal to I, you get marsh gas. If n is equal to 2, you get dimethyl. If n is equal to 3, methylethyl appears. In this way entire series are formed. The importance of which any chemist will tell you, and all these series unanimously confirm the principle of the old dialectical idealists that quantity passes into quality. Hegel's triad. Now we have learned the principal distinguishing features of dialectical thought, but the reader feels himself unsatisfied. But where is the famous triad, he asks, that triad of which consists, as is well known, the whole essence of Hegelian dialectics? Your pardon, reader, we do not mention the T-dad for the simple reason that it does not at all play in Hegel's work the part which is attributed to it by people who have not the least idea of the philosophy of that thinker, and who have studied it, for example, from the textbook of criminal law of Mr. Spisovich. One filled with sacred simplicity, these light-hearted people are convinced that the whole argumentation of the German idealists was reduced to references to the triad, that whatever theoretical difficulties the old man came up against, he left others to break their poor unenlightened heads over them while he, with a tranquil smile, immediately built up a syllogism: all phenomena occur according to a triad. I am faced with a phenomenon, consequently I shall turn to the triad. This is simply lunatic nonsense, as one of the characters of Karenine puts it, or unnaturally idle talk, if you prefer the expression of Skedrin. Not once in the 18 volumes of Hegel's works does the triad play the part of an argument, and anyone in the least familiar with his philosophical doctrine understands that it could not play such a part. With Hegel the triad has the same significance as it had previously with Fichte, whose philosophy is essentially different from the Hegelian. Obviously only gross ignorance can consider the principal distinguishing feature of one philosophical system to be that which applies to at least 2 quite different systems. We are sorry that the triad has diverted us from our exposition, but, having mentioned it, we should reach a conclusion. So let us examine what kind of a bird it is. Every phenomenon, developing to its conclusion, becomes transformed into its opposite, but as the new phenomenon, being opposite to the first, also is transformed in its turn into its own opposite, the third phase of development bears a formal resemblance to the first. Let us leave aside the question for the time being of the extent to which such a course of development corresponds to reality. Let us admit for the sake of argument that those were not wrong who thought that it does so correspond completely. But in any case it is clear that the triad only follows from one of Hegel's principles. It does not in the least serve him as a main principle itself. This is a very essential difference, because if the triad had figured as a main principle, the people who attribute such an important part to it could really seek protection under its authority, but as it plays no such part, the only people who can hide behind it are maybe those who, as the Russian saying has it, have heard the bell, but don't know where the sound comes from. Naturally the situation would not change essentially one iota if, without hiding behind the triad, dialecticians at the least danger sought protection behind the authority of the principle that every phenomenon is transformed into its own opposite. But they never behaved in that way either, and they did not do so because the principle mentioned does not at all exhaust their views on the evolution of phenomena. They say in addition, for example, that in the process of evolution quantity passes into quality, and quality into quantity. Consequently they have to reckon both with the qualitative and the quantitative sides of the process, and this presupposes an attentive attitude to its actual course in real fact, and this means in its turn that they do not content themselves with abstract conclusions from abstract principles or, at any rate, must not be satisfied with such conclusions, if they wish to remain true to their outlook upon the world. On every page of his works Hegel constantly and tirelessly pointed out that philosophy is identical with the totality of empirics, that philosophy requires nothing so insistently as going deeply into the empirical sciences. Material facts without thought have only a relative importance, thought without material facts is a mere chimera. Philosophy is that consciousness at which the empirical sciences arrive relative to themselves. It cannot be anything else. That is the view of the task of the thinking investigator which Lassalle drew from the doctrine of Hegelian philosophy. Philosophers must be specialists in those sciences which they wish to help to reach self-consciousness. It seems a very far cry from the special study of a subject to thoughtless chatter in honor of the triad. And let them not tell us that Lassalle was not a real Hegelian, that he belonged to the left and sharply reproached the right with engaging in abstract constructions of thought. The man tells you plainly that he borrowed his view directly from Hegel. But perhaps you will want to rule out the evidence of the author of the system of acquired rights, just as in court the evidence of relatives is ruled out. We shall not argue and contradict, we shall call as a witness a quite extraneous person, the author of the sketches of the Gogol. Period. We ask for attention, the witness will speak long and, as usual, wisely. We are just as little followers of Hegel, as of Descartes or Aristotle. Hegel now belongs to history, the present day has another philosophy, and sees clearly the defects of the Hegelian system, but it must be agreed that the principles put forward by Hegel were really very close to the truth, and some sides of the truth were exposed by this thinker with truly astounding force. Among these truths, the discovery of some is the personal merit of Hegel, while others, though belonging not exclusively to his system but to all German philosophy from the times of Kant and Fichte, were never formulated so clearly by anyone before Hegel, or expressed so powerfully as in his system. First of all let us point to the most fruitful principle of all progress, which so sharply and brilliantly distinguishes German philosophy in general and Hegel's system in particular from those hypocritical and cowardly views which predominated at that time, the beginning of the 19th century, among the French and English. Truth is the highest aim of thought. Seek the truth because in truth is the good. Whatever truth may be, it is better than all that is untrue. The first duty of a thinker is not to retreat before any results. He must be ready to sacrifice to truth his most favorite opinions. Error is the source of all that is harmful, truth is the highest good, and the source of all else that is good. In order to assess the extreme importance of this demand, common to all German philosophy from the days of Kant, but particularly and energetically expressed by Hegel, it must be remembered in what strange and narrow confines truth was limited by the thinkers of other schools which then existed. They undertook to philosophize only in order to justify the convictions dear to them, i.e. they sought not the truth but the support of their own prejudices. Each took from truth only what he liked, and rejected every truth unpleasant for him, admitting without ceremony that pleasant delusion seemed to him much better than dispassionate truth. This manner of worrying, not about truth but about the confirmation of their pleasant prejudices, the German philosophers, particularly Hegel, called subjective thinking, saints above. Is this, perhaps, why our subjective thinkers abuse Hegel as a scholastic author, philosophizing for one's personal satisfaction and not on account of the living need for the truth? Hegel cruelly unmasked this empty and harmful amusement, listen well. As a necessary means of guarding against the temptation to deviate from truth to gratify one's personal desires and prejudices, Hegel put forward the famous dialectical method of reasoning. Its essence consists in this, that the thinker must not rest content with any positive conclusion, but must seek whether there are not in the subject of his thought qualities and forces which are the opposite of what this subject seems to represent at first glance. In this way, the thinker was obliged to look at the subject from all sides, and truth appeared to him only as the consequence of the struggle of all possible contradictory opinions. By this means, instead of the previous one-sided conceptions of the subject, little by little there appeared a full, many-sided investigation, and there was formed a living understanding of all the true qualities of the subject. To explain reality became the essential duty of philosophical thought. Hence there arose an extreme attentiveness to reality, over which previously no time had been wasted, and which had been unceremoniously distorted to humor one's own unilateral prejudices, de te jabula narrator. In this way conscientious and tireless search for the truth took the place of previous arbitrary interpretations. But in reality everything depends on circumstances, on conditions of time and place, and therefore Hegel recognized that the former general phrases, which judged of good and evil without examining the circumstances and causes through which the given phenomenon arose, general abstract pronouncements, were unsatisfactory. Each object, each phenomenon has its own significance, and judgment must be passed on it in keeping with the environment in which it exists. This rule was expressed by the formula, there is no abstract truth, truth is concrete, i.e. a definitive. Judgment can be passed about a definite fact only after examining all the circumstances on which it depends. And so, on the one hand, we are told that the distinguishing feature of Hegel's philosophy was its most careful investigation of reality, the most conscientious attitude to any particular subject, the study of the latter in its living environment, with all those circumstances of time and place which condition or accompany its existence. The evidence of Ng Chernyshevsky is identical in this case with the evidence of F. Lassalle. And on the other hand we are assured that this philosophy was empty scholasticism, the whole secret of which consisted in the sophistical use of the triad. In this case the evidence of Mr. Mikhailovsky is in complete agreement with the evidence of Mr. V.V., and of a whole legion of other modern Russian writers. How is this divergence of witnesses to be explained? Explain it any way you please, but remember that Lassalle and the author of the sketches of the Gogol period knew the philosophy they were talking about, while Messrs. Mikhailovsky, V.V., and their brethren have quite certainly not given themselves the trouble of studying even a single work of Hegel. And notice that in characterizing dialectical thought, the author of the sketches did not say one word about the triad. How is it that he did not notice that same elephant, which Mr. Mikhailovsky and company so stubbornly and so ceremoniously bring out on view to every loafer? Once again please remember that the author of the sketches of the Gogol period knew the philosophy of Hegel, while Mr. Mikhailovsky and co. have not the least conception of it. Perhaps the reader may be pleased to recall certain other judgments on Hegel passed by the author of the sketches of the Gogol period. Perhaps he will point out to us the famous article, Criticism of Philosophical Prejudices Against Communal Ownership of Land. This article does speak about the triad and, to all appearances, the latter is put forward as the main hobby horse of the German idealists. But it is only in appearance. Discussing the history of property, the writer asserts that in the third and highest phase of its development it will return to its point of departure, i.e. that private property in the land and the means of production will yield place to social property. Such a return, he says, is a general law which shows itself in every process of development. The author's argument is in this case, in fact, nothing else than a reference to the triad. And in this lies its essential defect. It is abstract, the development of property is examined without relating it to concrete historical conditions, and therefore the author's arguments are ingenious, brilliant, but not convincing. They only astound, surprise, but do not convince. But is Hegel responsible for this defect in the argument of the author of the Criticism of Philosophical Prejudices? How, think you, would his argument have been abstract if he had considered the subject just in the way in which, according to his own works, Hegel advised all subjects to be considered, i.e. keeping to the ground of reality, weighing all concrete conditions, all circumstances of time and place? It would seem that that would not be the case. It would seem that then there would not have been just that defect we have mentioned in the article. But in that event, what gave rise to the defect? The fact that the author of the article criticism of philosophical prejudices against 106 for communal ownership of land, in controverting the abstract arguments of his opponents, forgot the good advice of Hegel, and proved unfaithful to the method of that very thinker to whom he referred. We are sorry that in his polemical excitement he made such a mistake. But, once again, is Hegel to blame because in this particular case the author of criticism of philosophical prejudices proved unable to make use of his method? Since when is it that philosophical systems are judged, not by their internal content, but by the mistakes which people referring to them may happen to make? And once again, however insistently the author of the article I have mentioned refers to the triad, even there he does not put it forward as the main hobby horse of the dialectical method. Even there he makes it, not the foundation but, at most, an unquestionable consequence. The foundation and the main distinguishing feature of dialectics is brought out by him in the following words. Eternal change of forms, eternal rejection of a form brought into being by a particular content or striving, in consequence of an intensification of that striving, the higher development of that same content. Whoever has understood this great, eternal, ubiquitous law, whoever has learned how to apply it to every phenomenon, how calmly he calls into play the chance which affrights others, etc. Eternal change of forms, eternal rejection of a form brought into being by a particular content, dialectical thinkers really do look on such a change, such a rejection of forms as a great, eternal, ubiquitous law. At the present time this conviction is not shared with them only by the representatives of some branches of social science who have not the courage to look truth straight in the eyes, and attempt to defend, albeit with the help of error, the prejudices they hold dear. All the more highly must we value the services of the great German idealists who, from the very beginning of the present century, constantly spoke of the eternal change of forms, of their eternal rejection in consequence of the intensification of the content which brought those forms into being. Earlier we left unexamined for the time being the question of whether it is a fact that every phenomenon is transformed, as the German dialectical idealists thought, into its own opposite. Now, we hope, the reader will agree with us that, strictly speaking, this question need not be examined at all. When you apply the dialectical method to the study of phenomena, you need to remember that forms change eternally in consequence of the higher development of their content. This process of rejection of forms you will have to follow up in all its fullness, if you wish to exhaust the subject. But whether the new form is the opposite of the old you will find from experience, and it is not at all important to know this beforehand. True, it is just on the basis of the historical experience of mankind that every lawyer knowing his business will tell you that every legal institution sooner or later is transformed into its own opposite. Today it promotes the satisfaction of certain social needs, today it is valuable and necessary precisely in view of these needs. Then it begins to satisfy those needs worse and worse. Finally it is transformed into an obstacle to their satisfaction. From something necessary it becomes something harmful and then it is destroyed. Take whatever you like the history of literature, the history of species wherever there is development, you will see similar dialectics. But nevertheless, if someone wanted to penetrate the essence of the dialectical process and were to begin, of all things, with testing the idea of the oppositeness of the phenomena which constitute a series in each particular process of development, he would be approaching the problem from the wrong end. In selecting the viewpoint for such a test, there would always turn out to be very much that was arbitrary. The question must be regarded from its objective side, or in other words one must make clear to oneself what is the inevitable change of forms involved in the development of the particular content. This is the same idea, only expressed in other words. But in testing it in practice there is no place for arbitrary choice, because the point of view of the investigator is determined by the very character of the forms and content themselves. Engels and Natural Science. In the words of Engels, Hegel's merit consists in the fact that he was the first to regard all phenomena from the point of view of their development, from the point of view of their origin and destruction. Whether he was the first to do it is arguable, says Mr. Mikhailovsky, but at all events he was not the last, and the present-day theories of development, the evolutionism of Spencer, Darwinism, the ideas of development in psychology, physics, geology, etc. have nothing in common with Hegelianism. If modern natural science confirms at every step the idea expressed with such genius by Hegel, that quantity passes into quality, can we say that it had nothing in common with Hegelianism? True, Hegel was not the last of those who spoke of such a transition, but this was just for the very same reason that Darwin was not the last of those who spoke of the variability of species and Newton was not the last of the Newtonists. What would you have? Such is the course of development of the human intellect. Express a correct idea, and you will certainly not be the last of those who defend it, talk some nonsense, and although people have a great failing for it, you still risk finding yourself to be its last defender and champion. Thus, in our modest opinion, Mr. Mikhailovsky runs a considerable risk of proving to be the last supporter of the subjective method in sociology. Speaking frankly, we see no reason to regret such a course of development of the intellect. We suggest to Mr. Mikhailovsky, who finds arguable everything in the world, and much else, that he should refute our following proposition, that wherever the idea of evolution appears in psychology, physics, geology, etc., it always has very much in common with Hegelianism, i.e. in every up-to-date study of evolution there are invariably repeated some of the general propositions of Hegel. We say some, and not all, because many modern evolutionists, lacking the requisite philosophical education, understand evolution abstractly and one-sidedly. An example are the gentry, already mentioned earlier, who assure us that neither nature nor history make any leaps. Such people would gain a very great deal from acquaintance with Hegel's logic. Let Mr. Mikhailovsky refute us, but only let him not forget that we cannot be refuted by knowing Hegel only from the textbook of criminal law by Mr. Spisovich and from Lewis' History of Philosophy. He must take the trouble to study Hegel himself. In saying that the present-day teachings of the evolutionists always have very much in common with Hegelianism, we are not asserting that the present evolutionists have borrowed their views from Hegel. Quite the reverse. Very often they have just as mistaken a view of him as Mr. Mikhailovsky has. And if nevertheless their theories, even partially and just at those points where they turn out to be correct, become a new illustration of Hegelianism, this circumstance only brings out in higher relief the astonishing power of thought of the German idealist. People who never read him, by the sheer force of facts and the evident sense of reality, are obliged to speak as he spoke. One could not think of a greater triumph for a philosopher. Readers ignore him, but life confirms his views. Up to this day it is still difficult to say to what extent the views of the German idealists directly influenced German natural science in the direction mentioned, although it is unquestionable that in the first half of the present century even the naturalists in Germany studied philosophy during their university course, and although such men learned in the biological sciences as Haeckel speak with respect nowadays of the evolutionary theories of the nature philosophers. But the philosophy of nature was the weak side of German idealism. Its strength lay in its theories touching upon the various sides of historical development. As for those theories, let Mr. Mikhailovsky remember, if he ever knew, that it was just from the school of Hegel there emerged all that brilliant constellation of thinkers and investigators who gave quite a new aspect to the study of religion, aesthetics, law, political economy, history, philosophy, and so forth. In all these disciplines, during a certain most fruitful period, there was not a single outstanding worker who was not obliged to Hegel for his development and for his fresh views on his own branch of knowledge. Does Mr. Mikhailovsky think that this, too, is arguable? If he does, let him just try. Speaking of Hegel, Mr. Mikhailovsky tries to do it in such a way as to be understood by people uninitiated in the mysteries of the philosophical nightcap of Yegor Fyodorovich, as Belinsky disrespectfully put it when he raised the banner of revolt against Hegel. He takes for this purpose two examples from Engel's book Anti-Düring, but why not from Hegel himself? That would be much more convenient for a writer initiated into the mysteries, etc. A grain of oats falls in favorable conditions, it strikes root and thereby, as such, as a grain, is negated. In its place there arises a stalk, which is the negation of the grain, the plant develops and bears fruit, i.e. new grains of oats, and when these grains ripen, the stalk perishes, it was the negation of the grain, and now it is negated itself. And thereafter the same process of negation and negation of negation is repeated an endless number, of times. At the basis of this process lies contradiction, the grain of oats is a grain and at the same time not a grain, as it is always in a state of actual or potential development. Mr. Mikhailovsky naturally finds this arguable. And this is how this attractive possibility passes with him into reality. The first stage, the stage of the grain, is the thesis, or proposition, the second, up to the formation of new grains, is the antithesis, or contradiction, the third is the synthesis or reconciliation. Mr. Mikhailovsky has decided to write in a popular style, and therefore leaves no Greek words without explanation or translation, and altogether they constitute a triad or trichotomy. And such is the fate of all that is alive, it arises, it develops, and provides the origin of its repetition, after which it dies. A vast number of individual expressions of this process immediately rise up in the memory of the reader, of course, and Hegel's law proves justified in the whole organic world. For the present we go no further. If however we regard our example a little more closely, we shall see the extreme superficiality and arbitrariness of our generalization. We took a grain, a stalk, and once more a grain or, more exactly, a group of grains. But before bearing fruit, a plant flowers. When we speak of oats or some other grain of economic importance, we can have in view a grain that has been sown, the straw and a grain that has been harvested, but to consider that the life of the plant has been exhausted by these three stages is quite unfounded. In the life of a plant the point of flowering is accompanied by an extreme and peculiar straining of forces, and as the flower does not arise direct from the grain, we arrive, even keeping to Hegel's terminology, not at a trichotomy but at least at a tetrachotomy, a division into four. The stalk negates the grain, the flower negates the stalk, the fruit negates the flower. The omission of the moment of flowering is of considerable importance also in the following respect. In the days of Hegel, perhaps, it was permissible to take the grain for the point of departure in the life of the plant, and from the business point of view it may be permissible to do so even today. The business year does begin with the sowing of the grain. But the life of the plant does not begin with the grain. We now know very well that the grain is something very complex in its structure, and itself represents the product of development of the cell, and that the cells requisite for reproduction are formed precisely at the moment of flowering. Thus in the example taken from vegetable life not only has the point of departure been taken arbitrarily and incorrectly, but the whole process has been artificially and once again arbitrarily squeezed into the framework of a trichotomy. 1. And the conclusion is, it is about time we cease to believe that oats grow according to Hegel. Everything flows, everything changes. In our day, i.e. when the writer of these lines, as a student, studied the natural sciences, oats grew according to Hegel, while now we know very well that all that is nonsense. Now nous savons change tout cela. But really, do we quite know what we are talking about? Mr. Mikhailovsky sets forth the example of a grain of oats, which he has borrowed from Engels, quite otherwise than as it is set forth by Engels himself. Engels says, "The grain as such ceases to exist, it is negated, and in its place appears the plant which has arisen from it, the negation of the grain." But what is the normal life process of this plant? It grows, flowers, is fertilized and finally once more produces grains of oats, one, and as soon as these have ripened the stalk dies, is in its turn negated. As a result of this negation of the negation we have once again the original grain of oats, but not as a single unit, but 10, 20 or 30-fold. 2. For Engels, the negation of the grain was the entire plant, in the cycle of life of which are included, incidentally, both flowering and fertilization. Mr. Mikhailovsky negates the plant by putting in its place the word stalk. The stalk, as is known, constitutes only part of a plant, and naturally is negated by its other parts, omnis determinatio est negatio. But that is the very reason why Mr. Mikhailovsky negates the expression used by Engels, replacing it by his own. The stalk negates the grain, he shouts, the flower negates the stalk, the fruit negates the flower, there's a tetrachotomy at least. Quite so, Mr. Mikhailovsky, but all that only goes to prove that in your argument with Engels you do not recoil even at, how can I put it most delicately? At the moment of altering the words of your opponent. This method is somewhat subjective. Once the moment of substitution has done its work, the hateful triad falls apart like a house of cards. You have left out the moment of flowering. The Russian sociologist reproaches the German socialist, and the omission of the moment of flowering is of considerable importance. The reader has seen that the moment of flowering has been omitted not by Engels, but by Mr. Mikhailovsky in setting forth the views of Engels. He knows also that omissions of that kind in literature are given considerable, though quite negative, importance. Mr. Mikhailovsky here, too, had recourse to a somewhat unattractive moment. But what could he do? The triad is so hateful, victory is so pleasant, and people quite uninitiated in the mysteries of a certain nightcap are so gullible. We all are innocent from birth. To virtue a great price we pin. But meet such people on this earth, that truly, we can't help but sin. The flower is an organ of the plant and, as such, as little negates the plant as the head of Mr. Mikhailovsky negates Mr. Mikhailovsky. But the fruit, or, to be more exact, the fertilized ovum, is really the negation of the given organism in its capacity as the point of departure of the development of a new life. Engels accordingly considers the cycle of life of a plant from the beginning of its development out of the fertilized ovum to its reproduction of a fertilized ovum. Mr. Mikhailovsky, with the learned air of a connoisseur, remarks, the life of a plant does not begin with the grain. We now know very well, etc. Briefly, we now know that the seed is fertilized during the flowering. Engels, of course, knows this just as well as Mr. Mikhailovsky. But what does this prove? If Mr. Mikhailovsky prefers, we shall replace the grain by the fertilized seed, but it will not alter the sense of the life cycle of the plant, and will not refute the triad. The oats will still be growing according to Hegel. By the way, supposing we admit for a moment that the moment of flowering overthrows all the arguments of the Hegelians. How will Mr. Mikhailovsky have us deal with non-flowering plants? Is he really going to leave them in the grip of the triad? That would be wrong, because the triad would in that event have a vast number of subjects. But we put this question really only in order to make clearer Mr. Mikhailovsky's idea. We ourselves remain with the conviction that you can't save yourself from the triad even with the flower. And are we alone in thinking so? Here is what, for example, the botanical specialist Ph. Van Tighem says: whatever be the form of the plant, and to whatever group it may belong, thanks to that form, its body always originates in another body which existed before it and from which it separated. In its turn, at a given moment, it separates from its mass particular parts, which become the point of departure, the germs, of as many new bodies, and so forth. In a word, it reproduces itself in the same way as it is born, by dissociation. One just look at that. A scholar of repute, a member of the Institute, a professor at the Museum of Natural History, and talks like a veritable Hegelian. It begins, he says, with dissociation and finishes up with it again. And not a word about the moment of flowering. We ourselves understand how very vexing this must be for Mr. Mikhailovsky, but there's nothing to be done. Truth, as we know, is dearer than Plato. Let us once again admit that the moment of flowering overthrows the triad. In that case, keeping to Hegel's terminology, we arrive not at a trichotomy but at least at a tetrachotomy, a division into four. Hegel's terminology reminds us of his encyclopedia. We open its first part, and learn from it that there are many cases when trichotomy passes into tetrachotomy, and that generally speaking trichotomy, as a matter of fact, is supreme only in the sphere of the spirit. So it turns out that oats grow according to Hegel, as Van Tighem assures us, and Hegel thinks about oats according to Mr. Mikhailovsky, as is evidenced by the Encyclopädie der Philosophischen Wissenschaften im Grundriss. Marvel upon marvel. She to him, and he to me, and I to the barman Peter. Rousseau, Engels, and Mikhailovsky. Another example borrowed by Mr. Mikhailovsky from Engels, to enlighten the uninitiated, deals with the teachings of Rousseau. According to Rousseau, people in their natural state and savagery were equal with the equality of animals. But man is distinguished by his perfectibility, and this process of perfection began with the appearance of inequality. Thereafter every further step of civilization was contradictory. They were steps forward apparently towards the perfection of the individual man, but in reality towards the decay of the species. The working of metals and agriculture were the two arts the discovery of which produced this great revolution. For the poets it is gold and silver, for the philosophers iron and corn, which have civilized men and ruined the human race. Inequality continues to develop and, reaching its apogee, turns, in the Eastern despotisms, once again into the universal equality of universal insignificance. It returns to its point of departure, and thereafter the further process in the same way brings one to the equality of the social contract. That is how Mr. Mikhailovsky sets out the example given by Engels. As is quite obvious, he finds this, too, arguable. One could make some remark about Engels' exposition, but it is important for us only to know what precisely Engels values in Rousseau's work, Discours sur l'origine et les fondements de l'inégalité parmi les hommes. He does not touch upon the question of whether Rousseau rightly or wrongly understands the course of history. He is interested only in the fact that Rousseau thinks dialectically, he sees contradiction in the very content of progress, and disposes his exposition in such a way as to make it adaptable to the Hegelian formula of negation and negation of negations. And in reality this can be done, even though Rousseau did not know the Hegelian dialectical formula. This is only the first outpost attack on Hegelianism in the person of Engels. Then follows the attack all along the line. Rousseau, without knowing Hegel, thought dialectically according to Hegel. Why Rousseau and not Voltaire, or not the first man in the street? Because all people, by their very nature, think dialectically. Yet it is precisely Rousseau who is selected, a man who stands out among his contemporaries not only by his gifts. In this respect many were not inferior to him, but in his very mental makeup and in the character of his outlook on the world. Such an exceptional phenomenon, you might think, ought not to be taken as a test for a general rule. But we pick as we choose. Rousseau is interesting and important, first of all, because he was the first to demonstrate sufficiently sharply the contradictory character of civilization, and contradiction is the essential condition of the dialectical process. We must however remark that the contradiction discerned by Rousseau has nothing in common with contradiction in the Hegelian sense of the word. The contradiction of Hegel lies in the fact that everything, being in a constant process of motion and change, and precisely by the consistent triple path, is at every given unit of time it and at the same time not it. If we leave on one side the obligatory three stages of development, contradiction is here simply, as it were, the lining of changes, motion, development. Rousseau also speaks of the process of change. But it is by no means in the very fact of change that he sees contradiction. A considerable part of his argument, both in the Discours and in his other works, can be summarized in the following way: intellectual progress has been accompanied by moral retrogression. Evidently dialectical thinking has absolutely nothing to do with it. There is no negation of negations here, but only an indication of the simultaneous existence of good and evil in the particular group of phenomena. All the resemblance to the dialectical process hangs by the single word contradiction. This, however, is only one side of the case. Engels in addition sees an obvious trichotomy in Rousseau's argument: after primitive equality follows its negation inequality, then follows the negation of negations the equality of all in the Eastern despotisms, in face of the power of the Khan, Sultan, Shah. This extreme degree of inequality is the final point which completes the circle and returns us to the point from which we set out. But history does not stop at this, it develops new inequalities, and so forth. The words we have quoted are the actual words of Rousseau, and it is they which are particularly dear to Engels, as obvious evidence that Rousseau thinks according to Hegel. 1. Rousseau stood out among his contemporaries. That is true. What made him stand out? The fact that he thought dialectically, whereas his contemporaries were almost without exception metaphysicians. His view of the origin of inequality is precisely a dialectical view, although Mr. Mikhailovsky denies it. In the words of Mr. Mikhailovsky, Rousseau only pointed out that intellectual progress was accompanied in the history of civilization by moral retrogression. No, Rousseau did not only point this out. According to him, intellectual progress was the cause of moral retrogression. It would be possible to realize this even without reading the works of Rousseau. It would be sufficient to recall, on the basis of the previous extract, what part was played in his work by the working of metals and agriculture, which produced the great revolution that destroyed primitive equality. But whoever has read Rousseau himself has not, of course, forgotten the following passage in his Discours sur l'origine de l'inégalité. It remains for me to consider and to bring together the different hazards which have been able to perfect human reason by worsening the human species, making this animal wicked by making him sociable. This passage is particularly remarkable because it illustrates very well Rousseau's view on the capacity of the human race for progress. This peculiarity was spoken of a great deal by his contemporaries as well. But with them it was a mysterious force which, out of its own inner essence, brought about the successes of reason. According to Rousseau, this capacity never could develop of its own accord. For its development it required constant impulses from outside. This is one of the most important specific features of the dialectical view of intellectual progress, compared with the metaphysical view. We shall have to refer to it again later. At present what is important is that the passage just quoted expresses with utmost clarity the opinion of Rousseau as to the causal connection between moral retrogression and intellectual progress. 1. And this is very important for ascertaining the view of this writer on the course of civilization. Mr. Mikhailovsky makes it appear t11 at Rousseau simply pointed out a contradiction, and maybe shed some generous tears about it. In reality Rousseau considered this contradiction to be the mainspring of the historical development of civilization. The founder of civil society, and consequently the gravedigger of primitive equality, was the man who first fenced off a piece of land and said, "It belongs to me." In other words, the foundation of civil society is property, which arouses so many disputes among men, evokes in them so much greed, so spoils their morality. But the origin of property presupposed a certain development of technique and knowledge, de l'industrie et de Lumiere's. Thus primitive relations perished precisely thanks to this development, but at the time when this development led to the triumph of private property, primitive relations between men, on their part, were already in such a state that their further existence had become impossible. 2. If we judge of Rousseau by the way in which Mr. Mikhailovsky depicts the contradiction he pointed out, we might think that the famous Genovese was nothing more than a lachrymose subjective sociologist, who at best was capable of inventing a highly moral formula of progress for the curing of human ills. In reality Rousseau most of all hated just that kind of formula, and stamped it underfoot whenever he had the opportunity. Civil society arose on the ruins of primitive relations, which had proved incapable of further existence. These relations contained within themselves the embryo of their own negation. In demonstrating this proposition, Rousseau as it were was illustrating in anticipation the thought of Hegel, that every phenomenon destroys itself, becomes transformed into its own opposite. Rousseau's reflection on despotism may be considered a further illustration of this idea. Now judge for yourself how much understanding of Hegel and Rousseau Mr. Mikhailovsky displays when he says, evidently dialectical thinking has absolutely nothing to do with it, and when he naively imagines that Engels arbitrarily registered Rousseau in the dialectical department only on the grounds that Rousseau used the expressions contradiction, cycle, return to the point from which we set out, etc. But why did Engels quote Rousseau, and not anyone else? Why Rousseau and not Voltaire, or not the first man in the street? Because all people, by their very nature, think dialectically. You're mistaken, Mr. Mikhailovsky, far from all. You for one would never be taken by Engels for a dialectician. It would be sufficient for him to read your article. Karl Marx before the judgment of Mr. Wyszkowski, for him to put you down without hesitation among the incorrigible metaphysicians. On dialectical thinking Engels says, men thought dialectically long before they knew what dialectics was, just as they spoke prose long before the term prose was known. The law of negation of the negation, which is unconsciously operative in nature and in history, and, until it had been recognized, also in our heads, was first clearly formulated by Hegel. 1. As the reader sees, this refers to unconscious dialectical thinking, from which it is still a very long way to its conscious form. When we say that extremes meet, we without noticing it express a dialectical view of things. When we move we, again without suspecting it, are engaged in applied dialectics. We already said earlier that motion is the application of contradiction. But neither motion nor dialectical aphorisms are sufficient to save us from metaphysics in the sphere of systematical thought. On the contrary, the history of thought shows that for a long time metaphysics grew more and more strong and necessarily had to grow strong at the expense of primitive and naive dialectics, the analysis of nature into its individual parts, the grouping of the different natural processes and natural objects in definite classes, the study of the internal anatomy of organic bodies in their manifold forms. These were the fundamental conditions of the gigantic strides in our knowledge of nature which have been made during the last 400 years. But this method of investigation has also left us as a legacy the habit of observing natural objects and natural processes in their isolation, detached from the whole vast interconnection of things, and therefore not in their motion, but in their repose, not as essentially changing, but as fixed constants, not in their life but in their death. And when, as was the case with Bacon and Locke, this way of looking at things was transferred from natural science to philosophy, it produced the specific limitations of last century, the metaphysical mode of thought. One thus writes Engels, from whom we also learn that the newer philosophy, on the other hand, although it included brilliant exponents of dialectics, e.g. Descartes and Spinoza, had become, especially under English influence, more and more rigidly fixed in the so-called metaphysical mode of reasoning, by which also the French of the 18th century, at all events in their special philosophical works, were almost exclusively dominated. But outside philosophy in the restricted sense, the French were nevertheless able to produce masterpieces of dialectics. We need only recall Diderot's, the nephew of Rameau, and Rousseau's treatise on the origin of inequality among men. 2. It would seem clear why Engels speaks of Rousseau, and not of Voltaire and not of the first man in the street. We dare not think that Mr. Mikhailovsky has not read that same book of Engels which he quotes, and from which he draws the examples which he examines. And if Mr. Mikhailovsky still pesters Engels with his first man in the street, it remains to suppose merely that our author, here too, has recourse to the moment of substitution with which we are already familiar, the moment of purposeful distortion of the words of his opponent. The exploitation of such a moment might seem to him all the more convenient because Engels' book has not been translated into Russian, and does not exist for readers who don't know German. Here we pick as we choose. Here again there is a new temptation, and once again we can't help but sin. Oh, is it true, each god some pleasure feels when 'tis our honor tumbles, head over heels. 1. But let us take a rest from Mr. Mikhailovsky, and return to the German idealists, and Fursich. Freedom and necessity. We have said that the philosophy of nature was the weak side of these thinkers, whose main services are to be sought in various branches of the philosophy of history. Now we shall add that it could not be otherwise at that time. Philosophy, which called itself the science of sciences, always had in it much worldly content, i.e., it always occupied itself with many purely scientific questions. But at different times its worldly content was different. Thus, to confine ourselves here to examples from the history of modern philosophy, in the 17th century the philosophers mainly occupied themselves with questions of mathematics and the natural sciences. The philosophy of the 18th century utilized for its purposes the scientific discoveries and theories of the preceding epoch, but itself, if it studied the natural sciences, did so perhaps only in the person of Kant. In France it was social questions which then came to the foreground. The same questions continued mainly to preoccupy, although from a different aspect, the philosophers of the 19th century. Schelling, for example, said flatly that he thought the solution of a single historical problem to be the most important task of transcendental philosophy. What this question was, we shall soon see. If everything flows and everything changes, if every phenomenon negates itself, if there is no such useful institution as will not ultimately become harmful, changing in this way into its own opposite, it follows that it is stupid to seek for perfect legislation and that it is impossible to invent a structure of society which would be the best for all ages and peoples. Everything is good in its right place and at the right time. Dialectical thinking excluded all utopias. It was all the more bound to exclude them because human nature, that allegedly constant criterion which, as we have seen, was invariably used both by the writers of the Enlightenment of the 18th century and the utopian socialists of the first half of the 19th century, experienced the common fate of all phenomena. It was itself recognized to be variable. With this there disappeared that naively idealist view of history which was also maintained in equal measure both by the writers of the Enlightenment and the utopians, and which is expressed in the words, reason, opinions, govern the world. Of course, said Hegel, reason governs history, but in the same sense as that in which it governs the motion of the heavenly bodies, i.e. in the sense of conformity to law. The motion of the heavenly bodies conforms to law, but they naturally have no conception of that conformity. The same applies to the historical progress of humanity. In it, without any doubt, there are particular laws at work, but this does not mean that men are conscious of them, and that therefore human reason, our knowledge, our philosophy are the principal factors in historical progress. The owl of Minerva begins to fly only at night. When philosophy begins tracing its gray patterns on a gray background, when men begin to study their own social order, you may say with certainty that that order has outlived its day and is preparing to yield place to a new order, the true character of which will again become clear to mankind only after it has played its historical part. The owl of Minerva will once again fly out only at night. It is hardly necessary to say that the periodical aerial travels of the bird of wisdom are very useful, and are even quite essential. But they explain absolutely nothing. They themselves require explanation and, probably, can be explained, because they too have their conformity to law. The recognition of conformity to law in the flights of the owl of Minerva was the foundation of quite a new view of the history of mankind's intellectual development. The metaphysicians of all ages, all peoples, and all tendencies, once they had acquired a certain philosophical system, considered it to be the truth and all other systems to be unquestionably false. They knew only the abstract oppositeness of abstract conceptions, truth and error. Therefore the history of thought was for them only a chaotic tangle of partly melancholy, partly ridiculous mistakes, whose wild dance continued right up to that blessed moment when, at length, the true system of philosophy was invented. That was how B. Say, that metaphysician among metaphysicians, regarded the history of his branch of knowledge. He recommended against studying it, because there was nothing in it except errors. The dialectical idealists looked otherwise at things. Philosophy is the intellectual expression of its own age, they said. Every philosophy is true for its own age, and mistaken for any other. But if reason governs the world only in the sense of the conformity of phenomena to law, If it is not ideas, not knowledge, not enlightenment that direct men in their, so to speak, social housekeeping and in their historical progress, where then is human freedom? Where is the sphere in which man judges and chooses without amusing himself, like a child, with some empty toy, without serving as a plaything in the hands of some force external to himself, even though maybe it is not blind? The old but eternally new question of freedom and necessity rose up before the idealists of the 19th century, just as it had arisen before the metaphysicians of the preceding century, and as it arose before absolutely all the philosophers who had concerned themselves with questions of the relationship of existence and thought. Like a sphinx it said to each such thinker, "Unravel me, or I shall devour your system." The question of freedom and necessity was precisely that problem, the solution of which in its application to history Schelling considered to be the greatest task of transcendental philosophy. Did the latter solve it? How did that philosophy decide it? And note, for Schelling, as for Hegel, this question presented difficulties in its application precisely to history. From the purely anthropological point of view it could already be considered solved. An explanation is necessary here, and in giving it we shall ask the reader to pay it particular attention, in view of the tremendous importance of the subject. The magnetic needle turns to the north. This arises from the action of a particular form of matter, which itself is subordinated to certain laws, the laws of the material world. But for the needle the motions of that matter are unnoticed, it has not the least conception of them. It imagines that it is turning to the north quite independently of any external cause, simply because it finds it pleasant so to turn. Material necessity presents itself to the needle in the shape of its own free spiritual activity. By this example Leibniz tried to explain his view of freedom of will. By a similar example Spinoza explains his own quite identical view. A certain external cause has communicated to a stone a certain quantity of motion. The motion continues, of course, for a certain time even after the cause has ceased to act. This, its continuation, is necessary according to the laws of the material world. But imagine that the stone can think, that it is conscious of its own motion which gives it pleasure, but does not know its causes, and does not even know that there was any external reason at all for that motion. How in that event will the stone conceive of its own motion? Inevitably as the result of its own desire, its own free choice. It will say to itself, I am moving because I want to move. Such is that human freedom likewise, of which all men are so proud. Its essence amounts to this, that men are conscious of their inclinations but do not know the external causes which give rise to those inclinations. Thus a child imagines that it is free to desire that milk which constitutes its sustenance. Many even present-day readers will find such an explanation crudely materialistic, and they will be surprised that Leibniz, an idealist of the purest water, could give it. They will say in addition that in any case comparison is not proof, and that even less of a proof is the fantastic comparison of man with a magnetic needle or a stone. To this we shall observe that the comparison will cease to be fantastic directly we recall the phenomena which take place every day in the human head. The materialists of the 18th century were already pointing out the circumstance that to every willed movement in the brain there corresponds a certain motion of the brain fibers. What is a fantasy in respect of the magnetic needle or the stone becomes an unquestionable fact in relation to the brain, a movement of matter, taking place according to the fatal laws of necessity, is in fact accompanied in the brain by what is called the free operation of thought. And as for the surprise, quite natural at first sight, on account of the materialist argument of the idealist Leibniz, we must remember that, as has already been pointed out, all the consistent idealists were monists, i.e. in their outlook upon the world there was no place at all for that impassable abyss which separates matter from spirit in the view of the dualists. In the opinion of the dualists, a given aggregation of matter can prove capable of thought only in the event of a particle of spirit entering into it. Matter and spirit, in the eyes of the dualists, are two quite independent substances which have nothing in common between them. The comparison made by Leibniz will seem wild to him, for the simple reason that the magnetic needle has no soul. But imagine that you are dealing with a man who argues in this way: the needle is really something quite material. But what is matter itself? I believe it owes its existence to the spirit, and not in the sense that it has been created by the spirit, but in the sense that itself it is the spirit, only existing in another shape. That shape does not correspond to the true nature of the spirit, it is even directly opposed to that nature, but this does not prevent it from being a form of existence of the spirit, because, by its very nature, the spirit must change into its own opposite. You may be surprised by this argument as well, but you will agree at all events that the man who finds it convincing, the man who sees in matter only the other existence of the spirit, will not be repelled by explanations which attribute to matter the functions of the spirit, or which make those functions intimately dependent upon the laws of matter. Such a man may accept a materialist explanation of spiritual phenomena and at the same time give it, whether by far-fetched reasoning or otherwise, is a different question, a strictly idealist sense. And that was how the German idealists acted. The spiritual activity of man is subjected to the laws of material necessity. But this in no way destroys human freedom. The laws of material necessity themselves are nothing else than the laws of action of the spirit. Freedom presupposes necessity, necessity passes entirely into freedom, and therefore man's freedom in reality is incomparably wider than the dualists suppose when, trying to delimit free activity and necessary activity, they thereby tear away from the realm of freedom all that region, even in their opinion, a very wide region, which they set apart for necessity. That was how the dialectical idealists argued. As the reader sees, they held firmly to the magnetic needle of Leibniz, only that needle was completely transformed, or so to speak spiritualized, in their hands. But the transformation of the needle did not yet solve all the difficulties involved in the question of the relationship between freedom and necessity. Let us suppose that the individual is quite free in spite of his subordination to the laws of necessity, or moreover just because of that subordination. But in society, and consequently in history too, we are dealing not with a single individual but with a whole mass of individuals. The question arises, is not the freedom of each infringed by the freedom of the rest? I have formed the intention of doing this and that, for example, of realizing truth and justice in social relations. This my intention has been freely adopted by myself, and no less free will be those actions of mine with the help of which I shall try to put it into effect. But my neighbors hinder me in pursuing my aim. They have revolted against my intention, just as freely as I adopted it. And just as free are their actions directed against me. How shall I overcome the obstacles which they create? Naturally, I shall argue with them, try to persuade them, and maybe even appeal to them or frighten them. But how can I know whether this will lead to anything? The French writers of the Enlightenment used to say, La raison finira par avoir raison. But in order that my reason should triumph, I require that my neighbors should also recognize it to be their reason also. And what grounds have I for hoping that this will take place? To the extent that their activity is free, and it is quite free to the extent that, by paths unknown to me, material necessity has passed into freedom, and, by supposition, it has completely passed into freedom to that extent the acts of my fellow citizens evade any foretelling. I might hope to foresee them only on the condition that I could examine them as I examine all other phenomena of the world surrounding me, i.e. as the necessary consequences of definite causes which are already known, or may become known, to me. In other words, my freedom would not be an empty phrase only if consciousness of it could be accompanied by understanding the reasons which give rise to the free acts of my neighbors, i.e. if I could examine them from the aspect of their necessity. Exactly the same can my neighbors say about my own acts. But what does this mean? This means that the possibility of the free, conscious, historical activity of any particular person is reduced to zero, if at the very foundation of human actions there does not lie necessity which is accessible to the understanding of their actor. We saw earlier that metaphysical French materialism led, in point of fact, to fatalism. For in effect, if the fate of an entire people depends on one stray atom, then all we have left is to fold our arms, because we are absolutely incapable and never will be capable, either of foreseeing such tricks on the part of individual atoms or of preventing them. Now we see that idealism can lead to exactly the same fatalism. If there is nothing of necessity in the acts of my fellow citizens, or if they are inaccessible to my understanding from the angle of their necessity, then all I can do is to rely on beneficent providence. My wisest plans, my most generous desires, will be broken against the quite unforeseen actions of millions of other men. In that event, as Lucretius has it, out of everything anything may come. And it is interesting that the more idealism attempted to underline the aspect of freedom in theory, the more it would be obliged to reduce it to nothingness in the sphere of practical activity, where idealism would not have the strength to grapple with chance, armed with all the powers of freedom. This was excellently understood by the dialectical idealists. In their practical philosophy, necessity was the truest and only reliable guarantee of freedom. Even moral duty cannot reassure me as to the results of my actions, Schelling said, if the results depend only on freedom. In freedom there must be necessity. But of what necessity, then, can there be any question in this case? I am hardly likely to derive much satisfaction from constant repetition of the thought that certain willed movements necessarily correspond to certain movements of the substance of the brain. No practical calculations can be founded on such an abstract proposition, and there is no further prospect of progress in this direction, because the head of my neighbor is not a glass beehive, and his cerebral fibers are not bees, and I could not observe their motions even if I knew with certainty, and we are still a long way from that situation that after such and such a movement of such and such a nervous fiber there will follow such and such an intention in the soul of my fellow citizen. Consequently we have to approach the study of the necessity of human actions from some other angle. This is all the more necessary because the owl of Minerva flies out, as we know, only in the evening, i.e. the social relations between men do not represent the fruit of their conscious activity. Men consciously follow their private and personal ends. Each of them consciously strives, let us suppose, to round off his own property, yet out of the sum total of their individual actions there arise certain social results which perhaps they did not at all desire, and certainly did not foresee. Substantial Roman citizens bought up the lands of poor farmers. Each of them knew, of course, that thanks to his efforts such and such Tullys and Juliuses were becoming landless proletarians. But who among them foresaw that the great estates would destroy the Republic, and with it Italy itself? Who among them realized, or could realize, the historical consequences of his acquisitiveness? None of them could, and none of them did. Yet these were the consequences that thanks to the great estates, both the Republic and Italy perished. Out of the conscious free acts of individual men there necessarily follow consequences, unexpected for them and unforeseen by them, which affect the whole of society, i.e. which influence the sum total of mutual relationships of the same men. From the realm of freedom we thus pass into the realm of necessity. If the social consequences of the individual acts of men, arrived at unconsciously for themselves, lead to the alteration of the social system which takes place always, though far from with equal speed, then new individual aims arise before men. Their free conscious activity necessarily takes a new form. From the realm of necessity we again pass into the realm of freedom. Every necessary process is a process taking place in conformity to law. Changes in social relations which are unforeseen by men, but which necessarily appear as a result of their actions, evidently take place according to definite laws. Theoretical philosophy has to discover them. The same evidently applies to changes introduced into the aims of life, into the free activity of men, by the changed social relations. In other words, the passing of necessity into freedom also takes place according to definite laws, which can and must be discovered by theoretical philosophy. And once theoretical philosophy has performed this task, it will provide quite new and unshakable foundation for practical philosophy. Once I know the laws of social and historical progress, I can influence the latter according to my aims, without being concerned either by the tricks of stray atoms or by the consideration that my fellow countrymen, as beings gifted with free will, are every moment getting ready for me whole piles of the most astonishing surprises. Naturally, I shall not be in a condition to go bail for every individual fellow countryman, especially if he belongs to the intellectual class, but in broad outline I shall know the direction of the forces of society, and it will remain for me only to rely on their resultant to achieve my ends. And so if I could arrive, for example, at the blissful conviction that in Russia, unlike other countries, it is the foundations of society that will triumph, this will only be to the extent that I succeed in understanding the actions of the glorious Rus as actions which are in conformity to law, and in examining them from the standpoint of necessity and not from the standpoint of freedom. World history is progress in the consciousness of freedom, says Hegel, progress which we must understand in its necessary. Whence come social relations? Further, however well we may have studied the nature of man, we shall still be far from understanding those social results which follow from the actions of individual men. Let us suppose that we have admitted, with the economists of the old school, that striving for profit is the chief distinguishing feature of human nature. Shall we be in a position to anticipate the forms which that striving will take? Given definite social relations, known to us, yes, but these given, definite, known social relations will themselves change under the pressure of human nature, under the influence of the acquisitive activity of our fellow citizens. In what direction will they change? This will be just as little known to us as that new direction which the striving for profit itself will take, in the new and changed social relations. We shall find ourselves in quite the same situation if, together with the German Kathedersozialisten, we begin asserting that the nature of man is not exhausted by the mere striving for profit, but that he also has a social sense, Gemeinsen. This will be a new song to an old tune. In order to emerge from ignorance, covered up by more or less learned terminology, we have to pass on from the study of the nature of man to the study of the nature of social relations. We have to understand those relations as a necessary process conforming to law. And this returns us to the question, on what depends, by what is determined, the nature of social relations. We saw that neither the materialists of last century nor the utopian socialists gave a satisfactory reply to this question. Did the dialectical idealists succeed in answering it? No, they too did not succeed, and they did not succeed precisely because they were idealists. In order to grasp their view, let us recall the argument referred to earlier about what depends on what, the constitution on manners, or manners on the constitution. Hegel rightly remarked on this discussion that the question had been put in it quite wrongly, as in reality, although the manners of a particular people undoubtedly influence its constitution, and its constitution its manners, nevertheless both of them represent the result of some third or special force, which creates both the manners influencing the constitution and the constitution influencing manners. But what, according to Hegel, is this special force, this ultimate foundation on which stand both the nature of men and the nature of social relations? This force is notion, or, what is the same thing, the idea, the realization of which is the whole history of the particular people concerned. Every people puts into effect its own particular idea, and every particular idea of each individual people represents a stage in the development of the absolute idea. History thus turns out to be, as it were, applied logic. To explain a particular historical epoch means showing to what stage of the logical development of the absolute idea it corresponds. But what, then, is this absolute idea? Nothing else than the personification of our own logical process. Here is what a man says of it who himself passed through a thorough grounding in the school of idealism, and himself was passionately devoted to it, but noticed very soon wherein lies the radical defect of this tendency in philosophy. If from real apples, pears, strawberries, almonds, I form the general idea fruit, if I go further and imagine that my abstract idea, fruit, is an entity existing outside me, and is indeed the true essence of the pear, apple, etc., then, in the language of speculative philosophy, I am declaring that fruit is the substance of the pear, the apple, the almond, etc. I am saying therefore that to be a pear is not essential to the pear, and to be an apple is not essential to the apple. What is essential to these objects, is the essence which I have extracted from them and then foisted onto them, the essence of my idea fruit. I therefore pronounce apples, pears, almonds, etc., to be mere forms of existence, modi, of fruit. My finite understanding, supported by my senses, does of course distinguish an apple from a pear, and a pear from an almond, but my speculative reason pronounces these sensuous differences unessential, indifferent. It sees in the apple the same as in the pear, and in the pear the same as in the almond, namely, fruit. Particular actual fruits are regarded only as semblances, whose true essence is their substance fruit. By this method one attains to no great wealth of definition. The mineralogist whose whole science consisted in the statement that all minerals are really mineral would be a mineralogist only in his own imagination. Having reduced the various real fruits to the one fruit of its abstraction, fruit, speculative philosophy in order to attain some appearance of real content, must try somehow or other to find its way back from fruit, from substance, to the profane variety of actual fruits, the apple, the pear, the almond, etc. It is as hard to produce real fruits from the abstract idea fruit as it is easy to produce from real fruits this abstract idea. Indeed, it is impossible to arrive at the opposite of an abstraction without relinquishing the abstraction. Therefore the speculative philosopher does relinquish it, but in a speculative mystical fashion, thus rising above it only in appearance. He argues like this. If apples, pears, almonds, and strawberries are really nothing but substance, fruit, the question arises why fruit manifests itself to me sometimes as an apple, sometimes as a pear, sometimes as an almond, etc. Whence comes this diversity of appearance which so strikingly contradicts my speculative perception of unity, substance, fruit? This, answers the speculative philosopher, is because the essential fruit is not dead, undifferentiated, motionless, but self-differentiating and self-moved. The diversity of profane fruits is significant not only to my sensuous understanding, but also to fruit and to the speculative reason themselves. The various profane fruits are different manifestations of the life of the one fruit. In the apple, the fruit gives itself an apple-like existence, in the pear a pear-like existence. It sets itself as an apple, a pear, an almond, and the differences which divide pears from apples and almonds are the self-differentiations of fruit, making the particular fruits subordinate members of the life process of fruit. All this is very biting, but at the same time undoubtedly just. By personifying our own process of thought in the shape of an absolute idea, and by seeking in this idea the explanation of all phenomena, idealism thereby led itself into a blind alley, out of which it could emerge only by abandoning the idea, i.e. by saying goodbye to idealism. Here, for example, do the following words of Schelling explain to you to any extent the nature of magnetism? Magnetism is a general act of animation, the embedding of unity into multitude, concept into diversity. That same invasion of the subjective into the objective, which in the ideal, is self-consciousness, is here expressed in being. These words don't explain anything at all, do they? Just as unsatisfactory are similar explanations in the sphere of history. Why did Greece fall? Because the idea which constituted the principle of Greek life, the center of the Greek spirit, the idea of the beautiful, could be only a very short-lived phase in the development of the world spirit. Replies of this kind only repeat the question in a positive and, moreover, a pompous form, as it were on stilts. Hegel, who gave the explanation of the fall of Greece which has just been quoted, seems himself to have felt this, and hastens to supplement his idealist explanation by a reference to the economic reality of ancient Greece. He says, Lacedaemon fell mainly on account of inequality of property. And he acts in this way not only where Greece is concerned. This, one may say, is his invariable approach in the philosophy of history, first a few misty references to the qualities of the absolute idea, and then much more extensive and, of course, much more convincing indications of the character and development of the property relations of the people to whom he is referring. Strictly speaking, in explanations of this latter kind there's really nothing at all idealist left, and, in having recourse to them, Hegel, who used to say that idealism proves to be the truth of materialism, was signing a certificate about the poverty of idealism, tacitly admitting as it were that in essence matters stand in exactly the opposite way, and that materialism proves to be the truth of idealism. However, the materialism which Hegel here approached was a quite undeveloped, embryonic materialism, and immediately passed once more into idealism as soon as he found it necessary to explain whence came these or those particular property relations. True, here also it would happen that Hegel frequently expressed quite materialist views. But as a rule he regarded property relations as the realization of conceptions of right which developed by their own internal force. And so what have we learned about the dialectical idealists? They abandoned the standpoint of human nature and, thanks to this, got rid of the utopian view of social phenomena. They began to examine social life as a necessary process, with its own laws. But in a roundabout fashion, by personifying the process of our logical reason, i.e. one of the sides of human nature, they returned to the same unsatisfactory point of view, and therefore the true nature of social relations remained incomprehensible for them. Now once again a little digression into the sphere of our own domestic, Russian philosophy. Mr. Mikhailovsky has heard from Mr. Filipov, who in his turn has heard from the American writer Fraser, that all the philosophy of Hegel amounts to galvanic mysticism. What we have said already of the aims which the idealist German philosophy set before itself will be enough to show the reader how nonsensical is Fraser's opinion. Messrs. Filipov and Mikhailovsky themselves feel that their American has gone too far. It is sufficient to recall the successive course and influence, on Hegel, of preceding metaphysics, beginning with the ancients, with Heraclitus. Says Mr. Mikhailovsky, adding immediately, however, nevertheless the remarks of Fraser are in the highest degree interesting, and undoubtedly contain a certain element of truth. We must admit, although we cannot but recognize. Skedrin long ago held up this formula to ridicule. But what would you have his former assistant, Mr. Mikhailovsky, do, when he has undertaken to interpret to the uninitiated a philosopher whom he knows only by hearsay? Willy-nilly you will go on repeating, with the learned air of a scholar, phrases which say nothing. Let us however recall the successive course of development of German idealism. The experiments in galvanism produce an impression on all the thinking people of Europe, including the then young German philosopher Hegel, says Mr. Mikhailovsky. Hegel creates a colossal metaphysical system, thundering throughout the world, so that there's no getting away from it even on the banks of the river Moskva. The case is represented here as though Hegel had become infected with galvanic mysticism direct from the physicists. But Hegel's system represents only the further development of the views of Schelling. Clearly the infection must have previously influenced the latter. So it did, reassuringly replies Mr. Mikhailovsky, or Mr. Filipov, or Fraser. Schelling, and particularly some doctors who had been his pupils, carried the teaching of polarity to the last extreme. Very good. But the predecessor of Schelling was, as is known, Fichte. How did the galvanic infection affect him? Mr. Mikhailovsky says nothing about this. Probably he thinks that it had no influence at all. And he is quite right if he really does think so. In order to be convinced of this, it is sufficient to read one of the first philosophical works of Fichte, Grundlage der gesamten Wissenschaftslehre, Leipzig, 1794. In this work no microscope will discover the influence of galvanism, yet there, too, appears that same notorious triad which, in the opinion of Mr. Mikhailovsky, constitutes the main distinguishing feature of the Hegelian philosophy, and the genealogy of which Fraser, allegedly with a certain element of truth, traces from the experiments of Galvani and Volta. / must admit that all this is very strange, although we cannot but recognize that nevertheless Hegel, etc., etc. The reader knows already what were Schelling's views on magnetism. The defect of German idealism lay not at all in its being founded allegedly on an excessive and unjustified captivation, in a mystical form, by the scientific discoveries of its age, but exactly the reverse in its attempt to explain all the phenomena of nature and history with the help of the process of thought which it had personified. In conclusion, one comforting piece of news. Mr. Mikhailovsky has discovered that metaphysics and capitalism are most intimately connected, that, to use the language of economic materialism, metaphysics is an essential component part of the superstructure over the capitalist form of production, although at the same time capital swallows up and adapts to itself all the technical advances of science, founded on experiment and observation, which is hostile to metaphysics. Mr. Mikhailovsky promises to discuss this curious contradiction some other time. Mr. Mikhailovsky's examination will be curious indeed. Just think, what he calls metaphysics underwent a brilliant development both in ancient Greece and in Germany of the 18th and the first half of the 19th centuries. Up to now it was thought that ancient Greece was not a capitalist country at all, and in Germany, at the time indicated, capitalism had only just begun to develop. Mr. Mikhailovsky's research will demonstrate that from the point of view of subjective sociology this is quite untrue, and that precisely ancient Greece and Germany in the days of Fichte and Hegel were classical countries of capitalism. You see now why this is important. Let our author, then, hasten to publish his remarkable discovery. Sing, my dear, don't be shy. Chapter V. Modern Materialism. The bankruptcy of the idealist point of view in explaining the phenomena of nature and of social development was bound to force, and really did force, thinking people, i.e. not eclectics, not dualists, to return to the materialist view of the world. But the new materialism could no longer be a simple repetition of the teachings of the French materialists of the end of the 18th century. Materialism rose again enriched by all the acquisitions of idealism. The most important of these acquisitions was the dialectical method, the examination of phenomena in their development, in their origin and destruction. The genius who represented this new direction of thought was Karl Marx. Marx was not the first to revolt against idealism. The banner of revolt was raised by Ludwig Feuerbach. Then, a little later than Feuerbach, the Bauer brothers appeared on the literary scene. Their views merit particular attention on the part of the present-day Russian reader. The views of the Bauers were a reaction against the idealism of Hegel. Nevertheless, they themselves were saturated through and through with a very superficial, one-sided, and eclectic idealism. We have seen that the great German idealists did not succeed in understanding the real nature or discovering the real basis of social relations. They saw in social development a necessary process, conforming to law, and in this respect they were quite right. But when it was a question of the prime mover of historical development, they turned to the absolute idea, the qualities of which were to give the ultimate and most profound explanation of that process. This constituted the weak side of idealism, against which accordingly a philosophical revolution first broke out. The extreme left wing of the Hegelian school revolted with determination against the absolute idea. The absolute idea exists, if, of course, it does exist, outside time and space and, in any case, outside the head of each individual man. Reproducing in its historical development the course of the logical development of the idea, mankind obeys a force alien to itself, standing outside itself. In revolting against the absolute idea, the young Hegelians revolted first of all in the name of the independent activity of man, in the name of ultimate human reason. Speculative philosophy, wrote Edgar Bauer, is very mistaken when it speaks of reason as some abstract, absolute force. Reason is not an objective abstract force, in relation to which man represents only something subjective, accidental, passing. No, the dominating force is man himself, his consciousness of self, and reason is only the strength of that consciousness. Consequently there is no absolute reason, but there is only reason which changes eternally with the development of consciousness of self. It does not exist at all in its final form, it is eternally changing. 1. And so there is no absolute idea, there is no abstract reason, but there is only men's consciousness, the ultimate and eternally changing human reason. This is quite true. Against this even Mr. Mikhailovsky would not argue, although as we already know he can find everything arguable, with more or less doubtful success. But, strangely enough, the more we underline this correct thought, the more difficult becomes our position. The old German idealists adapted to the absolute idea the conformity to law of every process in nature and in history. The question arises, to what will we adapt this conformity to law when we have destroyed its carrier, the absolute idea? Let us suppose that in relation to nature a satisfactory reply can be given in a few words, we adapt it to the qualities of matter. But in relation to history things are far from being as simple. The dominating force in history turns out to be man's consciousness of self, eternally changing ultimate human reason. Is there any conformity to law in the development of this reason? Edgar Bauer would naturally have replied in the affirmative, because for him man, and consequently his reason also, were not at all something accidental, as we have seen. But if you had asked the same Bauer to explain to you his conception of conformity to law in the development of human reason, if you had asked him, for example, why in a particular historical epoch reason developed in this way, and in another epoch in that way, you would have not received any reply from him, practically speaking. He would have told you that eternally developing human reason creates social forms, that historical reason is the motive force of world history, and that consequently every particular social order proves to be obsolete directly reason makes a new step in its development. But all these and similar assurances would not be a reply to the question, but rather a wandering around the question of why human reason takes new steps in its development, and why it takes them in this direction and not in that. Obliged by you to deal precisely with this question, E. Bauer would have hastily put it aside with some meaningless reference to the qualities of the ultimate, eternally changing human reason, just as the old idealists confined themselves to a reference to the qualities of the absolute idea. To treat reason as the motive force of world history, and to explain its development by some kind of special, immanent, internal qualities meant to transform it into something unconditional or, in other words, to resurrect in a new form that same absolute idea which they had just proclaimed to be buried forever. The most important defect of this resurrected absolute idea was the circumstances that it peacefully coexisted with the most absolute dualism, or, to be more precise, even unquestionably presupposed it. As the processes of nature were not conditioned by ultimate, eternally changing human reason, two forces turned out to be in existence, in nature matter, in history human reason. And there was no bridge connecting the motion of matter with the development of reason, the realm of necessity with the realm of freedom. That was why we said that the views of Bauer were saturated through and through with a very superficial, one-sided, and eclectical idealism. Opinion governs the world, thus declared the writers of the French Enlightenment. Thus also spoke, as we see, the Bauer brothers when they revolted against Hegelian idealism. But if opinion governs the world, then the prime movers of history are those men whose thought criticizes the old and creates the new opinions. The Bauer brothers did in fact think so. The essence of the historical process reduced itself, in their view, to the refashioning by the critical spirit of the existing store of opinions, and of the forms of life in society conditioned by that store. These views of the Bauers were imported in their entirety into Russian literature by the author of the historical letters, who, by the way, spoke not of the critical spirit but of critical thought, because to speak of the spirit was prohibited by the Sovremenic. Once having imagined himself to be the main architect, the demiurge of history, the critically thinking man thereby separates off himself and those like him into a special, higher variety of the human race. This higher variety is contrasted to the mass, foreign to critical thought, and capable only of playing the part of clay in the creative hands of critically thinking personalities. To the heroes is contrasted the crowd. However much the hero loves the crowd, however filled he may be with sympathy for its age-long needs and its continuous sufferings, he cannot but look down on it from above, he cannot but realize that everything depends upon him, the hero, while the crowd is a mass alien to every creative element, something in the nature of a vast quantity of ciphers, which acquire some beneficial significance only in the event of a kind, critically thinking entity condescendingly taking its place at their head. The eclectic idealism of the Bauer brothers was the basis of the terrible, and one may say repulsive, self-conceit of the critically thinking German intellectuals of the 1840s. Today, through its Russian supporters, it is breeding the same defect in the intelligentsia of Russia. The merciless enemy and accuser of this self-conceit was Marx, to whom we shall now proceed. Marx said that the contrasting of critically thinking personalities with the mass was nothing more than a caricature of the Hegelian view of history, a view which in its turn was only the speculative consequence of the old doctrine of the oppositeness of spirit and matter. Already in Hegel the absolute spirit of history one treats the mass as material, and finds its true expression only in philosophy. But with Hegel the philosopher is only the organ through which the creator of history, the absolute spirit, later arrives at self-consciousness, after a movement has ended. The participation of the philosopher in history is reduced to this subsequent consciousness, for the real movement is carried out by the absolute spirit unconsciously, too, and thus the philosopher appears after the event. Hegel is doubly inconsistent, first because, while declaring that philosophy constitutes the absolute spirit's existence, he refuses to recognize the actual philosophical individual as the absolute spirit, and so, moreover, according to him, the absolute spirit makes history only in appearance. For as the absolute spirit becomes conscious of itself as the creative world spirit only in the person of the philosopher and only after the event, its manufacture of history exists only in the consciousness, the opinion, and the conception of the philosopher, i.e. only in the speculative imagination. Mr. Bruno Bauer III eliminates the inconsistency of Hegel. First, he proclaims criticism to be the absolute spirit, and declares himself to be criticism. Just as the element of criticism is banished from the mass, so the element of the mass is banished from criticism. Therefore criticism sees itself embodied not in a mass, but in a small handful of the chosen, exclusively in Mr. Bauer and his followers. Furthermore, Mr. Bauer does away with Hegel's other inconsistency. He no longer, like the Hegelian spirit, makes history in imagination and after the event. He plays the part of world spirit in contrast to the mass of the rest of mankind. Already, in the present, he enters into a dramatic relation to that mass, he invents and carries out history with a purpose, and upon mature meditation. One side stands the mass, that material, passive, dull and unhistorical element of history. On the other side stand, the spirit, criticism, Mr. Bruno, and co., as the active element from which arises all historical action. The act of social transformation is reduced to the brain work of critical criticism. These lines produce a strange illusion. It seems as though they were written, not 50 years ago, but some month or so ago, and are directed, not against the German left Hegelians, but against the Russian subjective sociologists. The illusion becomes still stronger when we read the following extract from an article of Engels. Self-sufficient criticism, complete and perfect in itself, naturally must not recognize history as it really took place, just because this would mean recognizing the base mass in all its massiness, whereas the problem is to redeem the mass from its massiness. Therefore history is liberated from its massiness, and criticism, which has a free attitude to its object, summons history, saying, "You ought to have happened thus and thus." All the laws of criticism have retrospective force. History behaves quite differently before and after its decrees. Hence mass history, the so-called real history, deviates considerably from critical history. To who is referred to in this passage? Is it the German writers of the 40s, or some of our contemporary sociologists, who gravely discourse on the theme that the Catholic sees the course of historical events in one way, the Protestant in another, the monarchist in a third, the Republican in a fourth, and that therefore a good subjective person not only can, but must, invent for himself, for his own spiritual use, such a history as would fully correspond to the best of ideals? Did Engels really foresee our Russian stupidities? Not at all. Naturally, he did not even dream of them, and if his irony, half a century later, fits our subjective thinkers like a glove, this is to be explained by the simple fact that our subjective nonsense has absolutely nothing original in it. It represents nothing more than a cheap provincial print from a caricature of that same Hegelianism against which it wars so unsuccessfully. From the point of view of critical criticism, all great historical conflicts amounted to the conflict of ideas. Marx observes that ideas were worst every time they did not coincide with the real economic interests of that social stratum which at the particular time was the bearer of historical progress. It is only the understanding of those interests that can give the key to understanding the true course of historical development. We already know that the French writers of the Enlightenment themselves did not close their eyes to interests, and that they too were not averse to turning to them for an explanation of the given condition of a given society. But with them this view of the decisive importance of interests was only a variation of the formula that opinions govern the world. According to them, the interests themselves depend on men's opinions, and change with changes in the latter. Such an interpretation of the significance of interests represents the triumph of idealism in its application to history. It leaves far behind even German dialectical idealism, according to the sense of which men discover new material interests every time the absolute idea finds it necessary to take a new step in its logical development. Marx understands the significance of material interests quite otherwise. To the ordinary Russian reader, the historical theory of Marx seems some kind of disgraceful libel on the human race. G. I. Uspensky, if we are not mistaken, in his Ruin, has an old woman, the wife of some official who even in her deathbed delirium obstinately goes on repeating the shameful rule by which all her life she was guided: aim at the pocket, the pocket. The Russian intelligentsia naively imagines that Marx attributes the space rule to all mankind, that he asserts that, whatever the sons of man have busied themselves with, they have always, exclusively, and consciously aimed at the pocket. The selfless Russian intellectual naturally finds such a view just as unsympathetic as the theory of Darwin is unsympathetic for some official dame who imagines that the whole sense of that theory amounts to this outrageous proposition, that she, forsooth, a most respectable official's lady, represents nothing more than a monkey dressed up in a bonnet. In reality, Marx slanders the intellectuals just as little as Darwin does official dames. In order to understand the historical views of Marx, we must recall the conclusions at which philosophy and social and historical science had arrived in the period immediately preceding his appearance. The French historians of the Restoration came, as we know, to the conclusion that civil conditions, property relations, constitute the basic foundation of the entire social order. We know also that the same conclusion was arrived at, in the person of Hegel, by idealist German philosophy against its will, against its spirit, simply on account of the inadequacy and bankruptcy of the idealist explanation of history. Marx, who took over all the results of the scientific knowledge and philosophic thought of his age, agrees completely about the conclusion just mentioned with the French historians and with Hegel. I became convinced, he said, that legal relations, such as forms of the state, are to be grasped neither from themselves, nor from the so-called general development of the human mind, but rather have their roots in the material conditions of life, the sum total of which Hegel, following the precedent of the English and French of the 18th century, grouped under the name of civil society, but that the anatomy of civil society is to be sought in political economy. 1. The historical theory of Marx. But on what then depends the political economy of the given society? Neither the French historians, nor the utopian socialists nor Hegel have been able to reply to this at all satisfactorily. All of them, directly or indirectly, referred to human nature. The great scientific merit of Marx lies in this, that he approached the question from the diametrically opposite side, and that he regarded man's nature itself as the eternally changing result of historical progress, the cause of which lies outside man. In order to exist, man must support his organism, borrowing the substances he requires from the external nature surrounding him. This borrowing presupposes a certain action of man on that external nature. But, acting on external nature, man changes his own nature. In these few words is contained the essence of the whole historical theory of Marx, although naturally, taken by themselves, they do not provide an adequate understanding of it, and require explanations. Franklin called man a tool-making animal. The use and production of tools in fact does constitute the distinguishing feature of man. Darwin contests the opinion that only man is capable of the use of tools, and gives many examples which show that in an embryonic form their use is characteristic for many mammals. And he naturally is quite right from his point of view, i.e. in the sense that in that notorious human nature there is not a single feature which is not to be found in some other variety of animal, and that therefore there is absolutely no foundation for considering man to be some special being and separating him off into a special kingdom. But it must not be forgotten that quantitative differences pass into qualitative. What exists as an embryo in one species of animal can become the distinguishing feature of another species of animal. This particularly applies to the use of tools. An elephant breaks off branches and uses them to brush away flies. This is interesting and instructive. But in the history of the development of the species elephant, the use of branches in the fight against flies probably played no essential part. Elephants did not become elephants because their more or less elephant-like ancestors brushed off flies with branches. It is quite otherwise with man. The whole existence of the Australian savage depends on his boomerang, just as the whole existence of modern Britain depends on her machines. Take away from the Australian his boomerang, make him a tiller of the soil, and he of necessity will change all his mode of life, all his habits, all his manner of thinking, all his nature. We have said, make him a tiller of the soil. From the example of agriculture it can clearly be seen that the process of the productive action of man on nature presupposes not only the implements of labor. The implements of labor constitute only part of the means necessary for production. Therefore it will be more exact to speak, not of the development of the implements of labor, but more generally of the development of the means of production, the productive forces, although it is quite certain that the most important part in this development belongs, or at least belonged up to the present day, until important chemical industries appeared, precisely to the implements of labor. In the implements of labor man occur new organs, as it were, which change his anatomical structure. From the time that he rose to the level of using them, he has given quite a new aspect to the history of his development. Previously, as with all the other animals, it amounted to changes in his natural organs. Since that time it has become first of all the history of the perfecting of his artificial organs, the growth of his productive forces. Man the tool-making animal is at the same time a social animal, originating in ancestors who for many generations lived in more or less large herds. For us it is not important at this point why our ancestors began to live in herds. The zoologists have to ascertain, and are ascertaining, this, but from the point of view of the philosophy of history it is extremely important to note that from the time the artificial organs of man began to play a decisive part in his existence, his social life itself began to change, in accordance with the course of development of his productive forces. In production, men not only act on nature but also on one another. They produce only by cooperating in a certain way and mutually exchanging their activities. In order to produce, they enter into definite connections and relations with one another, and only within and through the medium of these social connections and relations does their action on nature, does production, take place. 1. The artificial organs, the implements of labor, thus turn out to be organs not so much of individual as of social man. That is why every essential change in them brings about changes in the social structure. These social relations into which the producers enter with one another, the conditions under which they exchange their activities and participate in the whole act of production, will naturally vary according to the character of the means of production. With the invention of a new instrument of warfare, firearms, the whole internal organization of the army necessarily changed. The relationships within which individuals can constitute an army and act as an army were transformed, and the relations of different armies to one another also changed. Thus the social relations within which individuals produce, the social relations of production, are altered, transformed, with the change and development of the material means of production, the forces of production. The production relations in their totality constitute what is called the social relations, society, and moreover society at a definite stage of historical development, society with a special distinctive character. Ancient society, feudal society, bourgeois society are such totalities of production relations, each of which at the same time denotes a particular stage of development in the history of mankind. 1. It is hardly necessary to add that the earlier stages of human development represent also no less distinct totalities of production relations. It is equally unnecessary to repeat that, at these earlier stages too, the state of the productive forces had a decisive influence on the social relations of men. At this point we must pause in order to examine some, at first sight fairly convincing, objections. The first is as follows. No one contests the great importance of the implements of labor, the vast role of the forces of production in the historical progress of mankind. The Marxists are often told, but it was man who invented the implements of labor and made use of them in his work. You yourselves recognize that their use presupposes a comparatively very high degree of intellectual development. Every new step forward in the perfecting of the implements of labor requires new efforts of the human intellect. Efforts of the intellect are the cause, and the development of the productive forces the consequence. Therefore the intellect is the prime mover of historical progress, which means that those men were right who asserted that opinions govern the world, i.e. that human reason is the governing element. Nothing is more natural than such an observation, but this does not prevent it from being groundless. Undoubtedly the use of the implements of labor presupposes a high development of the intellect in the animal man. But see the reasons which modern natural science gives as an explanation for this development. Man could not have attained his present dominant position in the world without the use of his hands, which are so admirably adapted to act in obedience to his will, says Darwin. 2. This is not a new idea, it was previously expressed by Helvetius. But Helvetius, who was never able to take his stand firmly on the viewpoint of evolution, was not able to clothe his own thought in any form at all probable. Darwin put forward in its defense an entire arsenal of arguments, and although they all naturally have a purely hypothetical character, still in their sum total they are sufficiently convincing. What does Darwin say, then? Whence did quasi-man get his present, quite human hands, which have exercised such a remarkable influence in promoting the successes of his intellect? Probably they were formed in virtue of certain peculiarities of the geographical environment which made useful a physiological division of labor between the front and rear limbs. The successes of intellect appeared as the remote consequence of this division, and again in favorable external circumstances became in their turn the immediate reason for the appearance of man's artificial organs, the use of tools. These new artificial organs rendered new services to his intellectual development, and the successes of intellect again reflected themselves upon the organs. We have before us a long process in which cause and consequence are constantly changing. But it would be a mistake to examine this process from the standpoint of simple interaction. In order that man should take advantage of the successes already achieved by his intellect to perfect his artificial implements, i.e. to increase his power over nature, he had to be in a certain geographical environment, capable of providing him with materials necessary for that perfecting, 2, the object the working up of which would presuppose perfected implements. Where there were no metals, the intellect of social man alone could not in any circumstances lead him beyond the boundaries of the polished stone period, and in just the same way in order to pass on to the pastoral and agricultural life he required certain fauna and flora, without which intellect would have remained motionless. But even this is not all. The intellectual development of primitive societies was bound to proceed the more quickly, the greater were the mutual connections between them, and these connections were, of course, modern materialism, the more frequent, the more varied were the geographical conditions of the localities which they inhabited, i.e. the less similar, consequently, were the products of one locality and those of another. 1. Lastly, All know how important in this respect are the natural means of communication. It was already Hegel who said that mountains divide men, seas and rivers bring them together. 2. Geographical environment exercises no less decisive an influence on the fate also of larger societies, the fate of states arising on the ruins of the primitive clan organizations. It is not the mere fertility of the soil but the differentiation of the soil, the variety of its natural products, the changes of the seasons, which form the physical basis for the social division of labor, and which, by changes in the natural surroundings, spur man on to the multiplication of his wants, his capabilities, his means and modes of labor. It is the necessity of bringing a natural force under the control of society, of economizing, of appropriating or subduing it on a large scale by the work of man's hand, that first plays the decisive part in the history of industry. Examples are the irrigation works in Egypt, Lombardy, Holland, or in India and Persia, where irrigation, by means of artificial canals, not only supplies the soil with the water indispensable to it, but also carries down to it, in the shape of sediment from the hills, mineral fertilizers. The secret of the flourishing state of industry in Spain and Sicily under the dominion of the Arabs lay in their irrigation works. 1 Thus only thanks to certain particular qualities of the geographical environment could our anthropomorphic ancestors rise to that height of intellectual development which was necessary to transform them into tool-making animals. And in just the same way only certain peculiarities of the same environment could provide the scope for using in practice and constantly perfecting this new capacity of tool-making. In the historical process of the development of productive forces, the capacity of man for tool-making has to be examined first of all as a constant magnitude, while the surrounding external conditions for the use of this capacity in practice have to be regarded as a constantly varying magnitude. 2. The difference in results, the stages of cultural development, achieved by various human societies is explained precisely by the fact that environment did not permit the various human tribes to make practical use to an equal extent of their capacity to invent. There is a school of anthropologists who trace the origin of the difference in results mentioned in the different qualities of the races of man. But the view of this school cannot stand up to criticism. It represents only a new variation of the old method of explaining historical phenomena by references to human nature, or here, references to racial nature, and in its scientific profundity it has not gone very much farther than the views of Moliere's doctor, who sagely proclaimed that opium sends one to sleep because it has the quality of sending to sleep, a race is backward because it has the quality of backwardness. Acting on external nature, man changes his own nature. He develops all his capacities, among them also the capacity of tool-making. But at any given time the measure of that capacity is determined by the measure of the development of productive forces already achieved. The development of productive forces once an implement of labor has become an object of production, the very possibility as well as the greater or lesser degree of perfecting its manufacture entirely depends on the implements of labor with the help of which it is manufactured. This is comprehensible to anyone even without explanation. But this is what, for example, may seem quite incomprehensible at first glance. Plutarch, when mentioning the inventions made by Archimedes during the siege of Syracuse by the Romans, finds it necessary to apologize for the inventor. It is, of course, indecent for a philosopher to occupy himself with things of this kind, he reflects, but Archimedes was justified by the extremity in which his country found itself. We ask, who would now think of seeking for circumstances which extenuate the guilt of Edison? We nowadays do not consider shameful quite the opposite, the use by man in practice of his capacity for mechanical inventions, while the Greeks, or if you prefer the Romans, as you see, took quite a different view of this. Hence the course of mechanical discovery and invention among them was bound to proceed, and actually did proceed incomparably more slowly than amongst ourselves. Here once again it might seem that opinions govern the world. But whence did the Greeks derive such a strange opinion? Its origin cannot be explained by the qualities of the human intellect. It remains only to recall their social relations. The societies of Greece and Rome were, as we know, societies of slave owners. In such societies all physical labor, all the work of production, fall to the lot of the slaves. The free man is ashamed of such labor, and therefore naturally there is established a contemptuous attitude even to the most important inventions which bear on the processes of production, and among them to the mechanical inventions. That is why Plutarch looked on Archimedes in a very different way from that in which we now regard Edison. 1. But why was slavery established in Greece? Was it not because the Greeks, on account of some errors of their intellect, considered the slave-owning order to be the best? No, it was not because of that. There was a time when the Greeks also had no slavery, and at that time they did not at all consider the slave-owning social order to be natural and inevitable. Later on, slavery arose among the Greeks, and gradually began to play a more and more important part in their life. Then the view of the citizens of Greece also changed. They began to defend slavery as a quite natural and unquestionably essential institution. But why, then, did slavery arise and develop among the Greeks? Probably for the same reason that it arose and developed in other countries as well, at a certain stage of their social development. And this reason is well known. It consists in the state of the productive forces. For, in fact, in order that it should be more profitable for me to make my conquered enemy into a slave, rather than into roast meat, it is necessary that the product of his unfree labor should be able to maintain not only his own existence but, at least in part, mine too. In other words, there is necessary a certain stage of development of the productive forces at my disposal. And it is precisely through this door that slavery enters history. Slave labor is not very favorable to the development of the productive forces. In conditions of slavery it advances extremely slowly, but still it does advance. Finally there arrives a moment at which the exploitation of slave labor proves to be less advantageous than the exploitation of free labor. Then slavery is abolished, or gradually dies out. It is shown to the door by that same development of the productive forces which introduced it into history. 1. Thus we, returning to Plutarch, see that his view of Archimedes' inventions was conditioned by the state of the productive forces of his age. And as views of this kind undoubtedly have a vast influence on the further course of discovery and invention, we can say all the more that for every given people, at every given period of its history, the further development of its productive forces is determined by their condition in the period under examination. Naturally, wherever we have to deal with inventions and discoveries, we deal also with reason. Without reason discoveries and inventions would have been just as impossible as they were before man appeared on the earth. The teaching we are setting forth does not at all leave out of account the role of reason, it only tries to explain why reason at every given time acted in this way, and not otherwise. It does not despise the successes of reason, but only seeks to find a sufficient cause for them. Lately another objection has begun to be made to the same teaching, and we shall leave Mr. Karayev to set it forth. In course of time, says this writer, having more or less successfully expounded the historical philosophy of Engels, Engels supplemented his view by new considerations which introduced an essential alteration. If previously he had recognized as the foundation of the material conception of history only the investigation of the economic structure of society, later on he recognized as equally important the study of family structure. This took place under the influence of new conceptions of the primitive forms of marriage and family relations, which forced him to take into account not only the process of the production of products but also the process of the reproduction of human generations. In this respect the influence came in part from Morgan's Ancient Society, etc. 1. And so, if earlier Engels recognized as the foundation of the material conception of history the investigation of the economic structure of society, later on, having recognized as equally important etc., he, practically speaking, ceased to be an economic materialist. Mr. Karayev sets forth this event in the tone of a dispassionate historian, while Mr. Mikhailovsky skips and jumps on the same subject, but both of them say essentially one and the same thing, and both repeat what before them was said by the extremely superficial German writer Wiesengreen in his book, Entwicklungsgeschichte, Der Menschheit. It is quite natural that such a remarkable man as Engels, who during whole decades followed attentively the advance of science of his time, very substantially supplemented his basic view of the history of humanity. But there are supplements and supplements, as there are faggot et faggot. In this case the whole question is, did Engels change his views as a result of the supplements which were introduced in them? Was he really obliged to recognize, side by side with the development of production, the action of another factor, allegedly equally important with the first? It is easy for anyone to reply to this question who has even the least willingness to make an attentive and serious approach to it. Elephants sometimes beat off flies with branches, says Darwin. We have remarked in this connection that nevertheless these branches play no essential part in the life of elephants, and that the elephant did not become an elephant because he used branches. But the elephant multiplies. The male elephant has a certain relationship with the female. The male and the female have a certain relationship with their young. It is clear that these relations have not been created by branches, they have been created by the general conditions of life of the species, conditions in which the role of a branch is so infinitely small that it can without error be equated to zero. But imagine that in the life of the elephant the branch begins to acquire a more and more important significance, in the sense that it begins more and more to influence the structure of those general conditions on which depend all the habits of elephants, and in the long run their very existence. Imagine that the branch has acquired at length a decisive influence in creating these conditions. Then we shall have to recognize that it determines in the long run also the relations of the male elephant with the female and with his young. Then we shall have to recognize that there was a time when the family relations of elephants developed independently, in the sense of their relation with the branch, but that later on there came a time when those relations began to be determined by the branch. Will there be anything in such an admission? Absolutely nothing, except the strangeness of the very hypothesis that a branch might suddenly acquire a decisive importance in the life of the elephant. And we know ourselves that in relation to the elephant this hypothesis cannot but seem strange, but in application to the history of man things are different. Man only gradually separated off from the animal world. There was a time when in the life of our anthropoid ancestors tools played just as insignificant a part as branches play in the life of the elephant. During this very long period, the relations between the anthropoid males and the anthropoid females, just as the relations between each and their anthropoid young, were determined by the general conditions of life of the species, which bore no relation whatsoever to the implements of labor. On what did then depend the family relations of our ancestors? It is the naturalists who must explain this, the historian has as yet nothing to do in this sphere. But now the implements of labor begin to play a more and more important part in the life of man, the productive forces develop more and more, and there comes at length a moment when they acquire a decisive influence on the whole structure of social, and among them of family, relations. At this point begins the work of the historian. He has to show how and why the family relations of our ancestors changed in connection with the development of their productive forces, how the family developed in accordance with economic relations. But obviously, once he sets about such an explanation, he has in studying the primitive family to reckon not only with economics, for people multiplied even before the implements of labor acquired their decisive significance in human life. Even before this time there existed some kind of family relations which were determined by the general conditions of existence of the species Homo sapiens. What then has the historian to do here? He will have, first of all, to ask for a service record of this species from the naturalist, who is passing over to him the further study of the development of man, and he will have secondly to supplement this record out of his own resources. In other words, he will have to take the family, as it came into existence, shall we say, in the zoological period of the development of humanity, and then show what changes were introduced into it during the historical period, under the influence of the development of the productive forces, in consequence of changes in economic relations. That is all Engels says. And we ask, when he says this, is he in the least changing his original view of the significance of the productive forces in the history of humanity? Is he accepting, side by side with the working of this factor, the working of some other, of equal importance? It would seem that he is changing nothing, it would seem that he is accepting no such factor. Well, but if he is not, then why do Messrs. Weisengren and Karayev talk about a change in his views? Why does Mr. Mikhailovsky skip and jump? Most probably because of their own thoughtlessness. But after all, it is really strange to reduce the history of the family to the history of economic relations, even during what you call the historical period, shout our opponents in chorus. It may be strange, and maybe it is not strange, this is arguable, we shall say in the words of Mr. Mikhailovsky. And we don't mind arguing with you, gentlemen, but only on one condition: during the argument behave seriously, study attentively the meaning of our words, don't attribute to us your own inventions, and don't hasten to discover in us contradictions which neither we nor our teachers have, or ever had. Are you agreed? Very well, let's argue. Scientists and Marxism. One cannot explain the history of the family by the history of economic relations, you say, it is narrow, one-sided, unscientific. We assert the contrary, and turn to the mediation of specialist investigators. Of course you know the book of Giroux Toulon, Les Origines de la Famille? We open this book which you know, and we find in it for example the following passage. The reasons which brought about the formation within the primitive tribe, Giroux Toulon says, in point of fact, within the horde, of separate family groups are evidently connected with the growth in wealth of this tribe. The introduction into use, or the discovery, of some grain, the domestication of new species of animals, could be a sufficient reason for radical transformations in savage society. All great successes of civilization always coincided with profound changes in the economic life of the population, p. 138. A few pages further on we read. Apparently the transition from the system of female kinship to the system of male kinship was particularly heralded by conflicts of a juridical character on the basis of property right, p. 141. And further on, the organization of the family in which male right predominates was everywhere aroused, it seems to me, by the action of a force as simple as elemental, the right of property, p. 146. You know, of course, what significance in the history of the primitive family McLennan attributes to the killing of children of the female sex. Engels, as we know, has a very negative attitude to McLennan's researches, but all the more interesting is it for us in the present case to learn the views of McLennan on the reason which gave rise to the appearance of infanticide, which allegedly exercised such a decisive influence on the history of the family. To tribes surrounded by enemies, and unaided by art, contending with the difficulties of subsistence, sons were a source of strength, both for defense and in the quest for food, daughters a source of weakness. What was it, then, that brought about, in McLennan's opinion, the killing of children of the female sex by the primitive tribes? The insufficiency of the means of existence, the double-uockness of the productive forces, as, if these tribes had enough food, probably they would not have killed their little girls merely out of fear that one day an enemy might come and possibly kill them, or take them away into captivity. We repeat that Engels does not share McLennan's view of the history of the family, and we too find it very unsatisfying, but what is important at this stage is that McLennan, too, shares in the sin with which Engels is reproached. He, too, seeks in the state of the productive forces the answer to the riddle of the H.J. story of family relations. Need we continue our extracts, and quote from Lippert or Morgan? We see no need of this, for whoever has read them knows that in this respect they are just as great sinners as McLennan and Engels. Not without sin on this occasion, as is well known, is Herbert Spencer himself, although his sociological views have absolutely nothing in common with economic materialism. Of course it is possible to take advantage of this last circumstance for polemical purposes, and to say, there you are. So one can agree with Marx and Engels on this or that individual question, and not share their general historical theory. Of course one can. The only question is, on whose side will logic be? Let us go further. The development of the family is determined by the development of property right, says Giroux Toulon, adding that all successes of civilization in general coincide with changes in the economic life of humanity. The reader probably has noticed himself that Zurutulin is not quite precise in his terminology. His conception of property right is covered, as it were, by the conception of economic life. But after all, right is right, and economy is economy, and the two conceptions should not be mixed up. Where has this property right come from? Perhaps it arose under the influence of the economy of the given society. Civil law always serves merely as the expression of economic relations, says Lassalle, or perhaps it owes its origin to some quite different reason. Here we must continue the analysis, and not interrupt it precisely at the moment when it is becoming fraught with particularly profound and most vital interest. We have seen already that the French historians of the Restoration did not find a satisfactory reply to the question of the origin of property right. Mr. Karayev, in his article Economic Materialism in History, deals with the German historical school of law. It will not be a bad thing for us also to recall the views of this school. Here is what our professor says about it. When at the beginning of the present century there arose in Germany the so-called historical school of law, which began to examine law not as a motionless system of juridical norms, as it was conceived of by previous jurists, but as something moving, changing, developing, there appeared in this school a strong tendency to contrast the historical view of law, as the sole and exclusively correct view, with all other possible views in this sphere. The historical view never tolerated the existence of scientific truths applicable to all ages, i.e. what in the language of modern science are called general laws, and even directly denied these laws, and together with them any general theory of law, in favor of the idea that law depends on local conditions, a dependence which has always and everywhere existed, but does not exclude principles which are common to all nations. One, in these few lines there are very many, how shall we put it? Shall we say, inexactitudes, against which the representatives and supporters of the historical school of law would have raised a protest. Thus, for example, they would have said that, when Mr. Karayev ascribes to them the denial of what in the language of science are called general laws, he either deliberately distorts their view, or else is confusing conceptions in a way most unbefitting a historiosophist, mixing up those laws which fall within the scope of the history of law, and those by which is determined the historical development of nations. The historical school of law never dreamed of denying the existence of the second kind of law, and always tried to discover them, although its efforts were not crowned with success. But the very cause of its failure is extremely instructive, and if Mr. Karayev were to give himself the trouble of thinking about it, perhaps who knows he too would make clear for himself, at last, the substance of the historical process. In the 18th century people were inclined to explain the history of law by the action of the legislator. The historical school strongly revolted against this inclination. As early as 1814, Savigny formulated the new view in this way: the sum total of this view consists of the following: every law arises from what in common usage, but not quite exactly, is called customary law, i.e. it is brought into being first of all by the custom and faith of the people, and only afterwards by jurisprudence. Thus it is everywhere created by internal forces, which act unnoticed, and not by the personal will of the legislator too. This view was later developed by Savigny in his famous work System de Heutigen Romischen Rechts. Positive law, he says in this work, lives in the general consciousness of a people, and therefore we have to call it popular law. But this must not in any event be understood as meaning that law has been created by individual members of the people arbitrarily. Positive law is created by the spirit of a people, living and acting in its individual members, and therefore positive law, not by accident but of necessity, is one and the same law in the consciousness of individual persons. Savigny continues, if we consider the question of the origin of the state, we shall have in the same way to locate it in supreme necessity, in the action of a force building outward from within, as was shown earlier in the case of law in general, and this applies not only to the existence of the state in general, but also to that particular form which the state assumes in every individual nation. Law arises in exactly the same invisible way as language, and it lives in the general consciousness of a people, not in the shape of abstract rules, but in the shape of a living conception of institutions of law and in their organic connection, so that, when necessity arises, the abstract rule has to be formed in its logical shape from this general conception, by means of a certain artificial process, durch einen kunstlichen Prozess. 3. We are not concerned here with the practical aspirations of the historical school of law, but as far as its theory is concerned, we can already say, on the basis of the words of Savigny here quoted, that it represents, 1. A reaction against the view held widely in the 18th century that law is created by the arbitrary will of individual persons, legislators, and an attempt to discover a scientific explanation of the history of law, to understand that history as a process which is necessary, and therefore conforming to law. 2. An attempt to explain that process, starting from a completely idealist point of view, the spirit of a people. The consciousness of a people, is the final authority to which the historical school of law appealed. With Pictet, the idealist character of the views of this school is expressed even more sharply. Primitive law, according to Pictet, just as with Savigny, is customary law. But how does customary law arise? The opinion is often expressed that this law is created by everyday practice, Übung, but this is only a particular case of the materialist view of the origin of popular conceptions. Exactly the opposite view is the right one. Everyday practice is only the last moment, in it is only expressed and embodied the law which has arisen, and which lives in the conviction of the individuals belonging to the particular people. Custom influences conviction only in the sense that the latter, thanks to custom, becomes more conscious and more stable. 1. And so the conviction of a people concerning this or that legal institution arises independently of everyday practice, and earlier than custom. Whence does this conviction come from, then? It arises from the depth of the spirit of the people. The particular form this conviction takes with a particular people is to be explained by the particular features of the spirit of the people concerned. This is very obscure, so obscure that it does not contain any symptom of a scientific explanation. Pictet himself feels that things here are not quite satisfactory, and tries to put them right with an observation of this kind: law arises by an imperceptible path. Who could take upon himself to trace those paths which lead to the origin of the given conviction, to its conception, its growth, its flourishing, its expression? Those who tried to do so, for the most part started from mistaken ideas too. For the most part. That means that there also existed investigators whose initial ideas were correct. To what conclusions, then, about the genesis of popular views on law did these persons arrive? We must suppose that this remained a secret for Pictet, because he does not go one step further than meaningless references to the qualities of the spirit of the people. Nor is any explanation provided by the above quoted remark of Savigny that law lives in the general consciousness of a people, not in the shape of abstract rules but in the shape of a living conception of legal institutions in their organic connection. And it is not difficult to understand what it was that impelled Savigny to give us this somewhat muddled information. If we had presumed that law exists in the consciousness of a people in the shape of abstract rules, we should thereby in the first place have come up against the general consciousness of the jurists, who know very well with what difficulty a people grasps these abstract rules, and secondly, our theory of the origin of law would have assumed a too incredible form. It would have appeared that before entering into any practical relations one with another, before acquiring any practical experience whatsoever, the men constituting the given people work out definite conceptions for themselves, and having laid in a store of these, as a tramp does of crusts, they set forth into the sphere of everyday practice, enter upon their historical path. Nobody, of course, would believe this, and so Savigny eliminates the abstract rules. Law exists in the consciousness of the people, not in the shape of definite conceptions. It represents, not a collection of already fully shaped crystals, but a more or less saturated solution out of which, when necessity for this arises, i.e. when coming up against everyday practice, the required juridical crystals are precipitated. Such an approach is not without its ingenuity, but naturally it does not in the least bring us nearer to a scientific understanding of phenomena. Let us take an example. The Eskimos, Rink tells us, scarcely have any property, correctly so called, but in so far as it can be spoken of, he enumerates three forms which it takes. 1. Property owned by an association of generally more than one family, e.g. the winter house. 2. Property the common possession of one, or at most of three families of kindred, viz. a tent and everything belonging to the household such as lamps, tubs, dishes of wood, soapstone pots, a boat or umiak, which can carry all these articles along with the tent, one or two sledges, with the gs attached to them. The stock of winter PROV1s 10NS. 3. As regards personal property, i.e. owned by every individual, clothes, the sewing implements of the women, the kayaks of the men, with tools and weapons belonging to these, and weapons for the land chase. These things were even regarded as having a kind of supernatural relation to the owner, reminding us of that between the body and the soul. Lending them to others was not customary. 1. Let us try and conceive of the origin of these three views of property from the standpoint of the old historical school of law. As, in the words of Pukta, convictions precede everyday practice, and do not arise on the basis of custom, one must suppose that matters proceeded in the following way. Before living in winter houses, even before they began to build them, the Eskimos came to the conviction that once winter houses appeared among them, they must belong to a union of several families. In the same way, our savages convinced themselves that, once there appeared among them summer tents, barrels, wooden plates, boats, pots, sledges and dogs, all these would have to be the property of a single family or, at most, of three kindred families. Finally, they formed no less firm a conviction that clothes, arms, and tools must constitute personal property, and that it would be wrong even to lend these articles. Let us add to this that probably all these convictions existed, not in the shape of abstract rules, but in the shape of a living conception of legal institutions in their organic connection, and that out of the solution of legal conceptions there were precipitated when necessity for this arose, i.e. as they encountered winter dwellings, summer tents, barrels, stone pots, wooden plates, boats, sledges and dogs, the norms of customary Eskimo law in their more or less logical form. And the qualities of the above-mentioned legal solution were determined by the mysterious qualities of the Eskimo spirit. This is not a scientific explanation at all, but a mere way of talking Redensarten, as the Germans say. That variety of idealism which was maintained by the supporters of the historical school of law proved in its explanation of social phenomena to be even less solvent than the much more profound idealism of Schelling and Hegel. How private property arose. How did science emerge from that blind alley in which idealism found itself? Let us hear what Mr. M. Kovalevsky, one of the most distinguished representatives of modern comparative law, has to say. Pointing out that the social life of primitive tribes bears on itself the stamp of communism, Mr. Kovalevsky, listen, Mr. VV, he also is a professor, says. If we inquire as to the real foundations for such an order of things, if we try and discover the reasons which forced our primitive forefathers, and still oblige modern savages, to maintain a more or less sharply expressed communism, we shall have in particular to learn the primitive modes of production. For the distribution and consumption of wealth must be determined by the methods of its creation. And as to this, ethnography states the following: hunting and fishing peoples secure their food as a rule in hordes. In Australia the kangaroo is hunted by armed detachments of several tens, and even hundreds, of natives. The same takes place in northern countries when hunting the reindeer. It is beyond doubt that man is incapable of maintaining his existence alone. He needs help and support, and his forces are multiplied tenfold by association. Thus we see social production at the beginning of social development and, as the necessary natural consequence of this, social consumption. Ethnography abounds facts which prove this one. Having quoted the idealist theory of L. Hermanet, according to which private property arises from the self-consciousness of the individual, Mr. Kovalevsky continues. No, this is not so. It is not for this reason that primitive man arrives at the idea of the personal appropriation of the chipped stone which serves him as a weapon, or of the skin which covers his body. He arrives at this idea in consequence of the application of his individual forces to the production of the object concerned. The flint which serves him as an axe has been chipped by his own hands. At the hunt in which he engaged together with many comrades, he struck the final blow at the animal, and therefore the skin of that animal becomes his personal property. The customary law of savages is distinguished by great exactness on this question. It carefully provides beforehand, for example, for the case in which the hunted animal fell under the joint blows of two hunters. In that event the animal's skin becomes the property of the hunter whose arrow penetrated nearest to the heart. It also provides for the case in which an already wounded animal was given the finishing blow by a hunter who turned up accidentally. The application of individual labor logically gives rise, consequently, to individual appropriation. We can trace this phenomenon through all history. He who planted a fruit tree becomes its owner. Later a warrior who won a certain booty becomes its exclusive owner, so that his family no longer has any right to it. In just the same way a priest's family has no right to the sacrifices which are made by the faithful, and which become his personal property. All this is equally well confirmed by the Indian laws and by the customary law of the South Slavs, Don Cossacks or ancient Irish. And it is important not to make any mistake as to the true principle of such appropriation, which is the result of the application of personal effort to the procuring of a definite object. For when the personal efforts of a man are supplemented by the help of his kin, the objects secured no longer become private property. 1. After all that has been said, it will be comprehensible why it is arms, clothes, food, adornments, etc., that first become objects of personal appropriation. Already from the first steps taken, the domestication of animals, dogs, horses, cats, working cattle constitutes the most important fund of personal and family appropriation. 2. But to what extent the organization of production continues to influence the modes of appropriation is shown, for example, by such a fact: among the Eskimos the hunting of whales takes place in big boats and big detachments, and the boats which serve for this purpose represent social property. But the little boats which serve for transporting the objects of family property themselves belong to separate families, or at most to 3 kindred families. With the appearance of agriculture, the land also becomes an object of appropriation. The subjects of property in land become more or less large unions of kindred. This, naturally, is one of the species of social appropriation. How is its origin to be explained? It seems to us, says Mr. Kovalevsky, that its reasons lie in that same social production which once upon a time involved the appropriation of the greater part of movable objects. 3. Naturally, once it has arisen, private property enters into contradiction to the more ancient mode of social appropriation. Where the rapid development of productive forces opens a wider and wider field for individual efforts, social production fairly rapidly disappears, or continues to exist in the shape, so to speak, of a rudimentary institution. We shall see later on that this process of the decay of primitive social property at various times and in various places through the most natural, material necessity, was bound to be marked by great variety. At present we will only note that general conclusion of the modern science of law that legal conceptions or convictions, as Pictet would have said, are everywhere determined by the modes of production. Schelling said on one occasion that the phenomenon of magnetism must be understood as the embedding of the subjective in the objective. All attempts to discover an idealist explanation for the history of law represent no more than a supplement, a seton stick, to idealist natural philosophy. It amounts always to the same, sometimes brilliant and ingenious, but always arbitrary and always groundless meditations on the theme of the self-sufficing, self-developing spirit. Legal conviction could not precede everyday practice for this one reason alone, that, if it had not grown out of that practice, it would have no reason for existence whatsoever. The Eskimo stands for the personal appropriation of clothes, arms, and implements of labor for the simple reason that such appropriation is much more convenient, and is suggested by the very qualities of the things involved. In order to learn the proper use of his weapon, his bow or his boomerang, the primitive hunter must adapt himself to it, study all its individual peculiarities, and if possible adapt it to his own individual peculiarities. One private property here is in the nature of things, much more than any other form of appropriation, and therefore the savage is convinced of its advantages. As we know, he even attributes to the implements of individual labor and to arms some kind of mysterious connection with their owner. But his conviction grew up on the basis of everyday practice, and did not precede it, and it owes its origin, not to the qualities of his spirit, but to the qualities of the articles which he is using, and to the character of those modes of production which are inevitable for him in the existing state of his productive forces. To what extent everyday practice precedes legal conviction is shown by the numerous symbolic acts existing in primitive law. The modes of production have changed, with them have likewise changed the mutual relations of men in the process of production. Everyday practice has changed, yet conviction has retained its old shape. It contradicts the new practice, and so fictions appear, symbolic signs and actions, the sole purpose of which is formally to eliminate this contradiction. In the course of time the contradiction is at last eliminated in an essential way. On the basis of the new economic practice a new legal conviction takes shape. It is not sufficient to register the appearance, in a given society, of private property in this or that object, to be able thereby to determine the character of that institution. Private property always has limits which depend entirely on the economy of society. In the savage state man appropriates only the things which are directly useful to him. The surplus, even though it is acquired by the labor of his hands, he usually gives up without payment to others, to members of his family, or of his clan, or of his tribe, says Mr. Kovalevsky. Rink says exactly the same about the Eskimos. But whence did such ways arise among the savage peoples? In the words of Mr. Kovalevsky, they owe their origin to the fact that savages are not acquainted with saving. This is not a very clear expression, and is particularly unsatisfactory because it was very much abused by the vulgar economists. Nevertheless, it can be understood in what sense our author uses the expression. Saving is really unknown to primitive peoples, for the simple reason that it is inconvenient and, one may say, impossible for them to practice it. The flesh of an animal that has been killed can be saved only to an inconsiderable extent. It goes bad, and then becomes quite unsuitable for use. Of course, if it could be sold, it would be very easy to save the money got for it. But money does not yet exist at this stage of economic development. Consequently, the economy of primitive society itself fixes narrow limits within which the spurgate of thrift can develop. Moreover, yesterday I was lucky enough to kill a big animal, and I share JT's meat with others, but tomorrow, hunting is an uncertain business. I will return with empty hands, and others of my kin will share their booty with me. The custom of sharing thus appears as something in the nature of mutual insurance, without which the existence of hunting tribes would be quite impossible. Finally, one must not forget that among such tribes private property exists only in an embryo form, while the prevailing property is social. The habits and customs which have grown up on this basis, in their turn, set limits to the arbitrary will of the owner of private property. Conviction, here too, follows economy. The connection of the legal conceptions of men with their economic life is well illustrated by the example which Rodbertus readily and frequently used in his works. It is well known that the ancient Roman writers energetically protested against usury. Cato the censor considered that a usurer was twice as bad as a thief. That was just what the old man said, exactly twice. In this respect the fathers of the Christian Church were completely at one with the heathen writers. But a remarkable fact, both revolted only against interest produced by money capital. But to loans in kind, and to the surplus which they brought, there was an incomparably milder attitude. Why this difference? Because it was precisely money or usurer's capital that was effecting terrible devastations in society at that time, because it was precisely this that was ruining Italy. Legal conviction, here too, went hand in hand with economy. Law is the pure product of necessity or, more exactly, of need, says Post. In vain should we seek in it any ideal basis whatsoever. We should say that this was quite in the spirit of the most modern science of law, if our scholar did not display a fairly considerable confusion of conceptions, very harmful in its consequences. Speaking generally, every social union strives to work out such a system of law as would best satisfy its needs and would be most useful for it at the given time. The circumstance that the particular sum total of legal institutions is useful or harmful for society cannot in any way depend on the qualities of any idea whatsoever, from whomsoever the idea might come. It depends, as we have seen, on the modes of production and on those mutual relations between people which are created by those modes. In this sense law has not and cannot have any ideal foundations, as its foundations are always real. But the real foundations of every given system of law do not exclude an ideal attitude towards that system on the part of the members of the given society. Taken as a whole, society only gains from such an attitude of its members towards that system. On the contrary, in its transitional epochs, when the system of law existing in society no longer satisfies its needs, which have grown in consequence of the further development of productive forces, the advanced part of the population can and must idealize a new system of institutions, more in keeping with the spirit of the time. French literature is full of examples of such an idealization of the new advancing order of things. The origin of law in need excludes an ideal basis of law only in the conception of those people who are accustomed to relegate need to the sphere of crude matter, and to contrast this sphere to the pure spirit, foreign to need of every kind. In reality, only that is ideal which is useful to men, and every society in working out its ideals is guided only by its needs. The seeming exceptions from this incontestably general rule are explained by the fact that, in consequence of the development of society, its ideals frequently lag behind its new needs. The consciousness of the dependence of social relations on the state of productive forces is penetrating more and more into modern social science, in spite of the inevitable eclecticism of many scientists and in spite of their idealist prejudices. Just as comparative anatomy has raised to the level of a scientific truth the Latin proverb that from the claws I recognize the lion, so the study of peoples can from the armament of a particular people form an exact conclusion as to the degree of its civilization, says Oscar Pescal, whom we have already quoted. 1. With the mode of procuring food is bound up most intimately the dissection of society. Wherever man joins with man a certain authority appears. Weakest of all are the social ties among the wandering hunter hordes of Brazil. The pastoral tribes are for the most part under the authority of patriarchal sovereigns, as the herds belong as a rule to a single master, who is served by his fellow tribesmen or by previously independent but later impoverished possessors of herds. The pastoral form of life is mostly, though not exclusively, characterized by great migrations of peoples, both in the north of the Old World and in South Africa. On the other hand, the history of America knows only of individual attacks by wild hunter tribes on the fields of civilized peoples which attract them. Entire peoples which leave their previous places of habitation could effect great and prolonged journeys only when accompanied by their herds, which provided them with the necessary food on their way. Furthermore, prairie cattle breeding itself impels a change of pastures. But with the settled mode of life and agriculture there immediately appears the striving to make use of the labor of slaves. Slavery leads sooner or later to tyranny, since he who has the largest number of slaves can with their help subject the weakest to his will. The division into free men and slaves is the beginning of the division of society into estates too. Pescal has many considerations of this kind. Some of them are quite just and very instructive, others are arguable for more than Mr. Mikhailovsky. But what we are concerned with here are not particular details but the general direction of Pescal's thought. And that general direction completely coincides with what we have already seen in the work of Mr. Kovalevsky. It is in the modes of production, in the state of the productive forces, that he seeks the explanation of the history of law and even of the whole organization of society. And this is precisely what Marx long ago and insistently advised writers on social science to do. And in this lies to a considerable extent, though not completely, the reader will see later why we say, not completely, the sense of that remarkable preface to a critique of political economy which had such bad luck here in Russia, which was so terribly and so strangely misunderstood by the majority of Russian writers who read it in the original or in extracts. In the social production which men carry on they enter into definite relations that are indispensable and independent of their will. These relations of production correspond to a definite stage of development of their material forces of production. The sum total of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation on which rises a legal and political superstructure. One Hegel says of Schelling that the fundamental principles of the system of that philosopher remain undeveloped, and his absolute spirit appears unexpectedly, like a pistol shot, wie aus der Pistole geschossen. When the average Russian intellectual hears that in Marx everything is reduced to the economic foundation, others say simply, to the economic, he loses his head, as though someone had suddenly fired a pistol by his ear. But why to the economic? He asks dejectedly and uncomprehendingly. Of course the economic is also important, especially for the poor peasants and workmen. But after all, no less important is the intellectual, particularly for us intellectuals. What has just been set forth has, we hope, shown the reader that the perplexity of the average Russian intellectual occurs in this case only because he, that intellectual, was always a little careless about what was particularly important intellectually for himself. When Marx said that the anatomy of civil society must be sought in political economy, he did not at all intend to upset the world off learning by sudden pistol shots. He was only giving a direct and exact reply to the damned questions which had tormented thinking heads for a whole century. More on freedom and necessity, the French materialists, consistently developing their sensationalist views, came to the conclusion that man, with all his thoughts, feelings, and aspirations, is the product of his social environment. In order to go further in applying the materialist view to the study of man, it was necessary to solve the problem of what conditions the structure of the social environment, and what are the laws of its development. The French materialists were unable to reply to this question, and thereby were forced to be false to themselves, and to return to the old idealist point of view which they had so strongly condemned. They said that environment is created by the opinion of men. Dissatisfied with this superficial reply, the French historians of the Restoration set themselves the task of analyzing social environment. The result of their analysis was the conclusion, extremely important for science, that political constitutions are rooted in social relations, while social relations are determined by the state of property. With this conclusion there arose before science a new problem, without solving which it could not proceed. On what then depends the state of property? The solution of this problem proved to be beyond the powers of the French historians of the Restoration, and they were obliged to dismiss it with remarks on the qualities of human nature which explained absolutely nothing at all. The great idealists of Germany, Schelling and Hegel, who were their contemporaries in life and work, already well understood how unsatisfactory was the point of view of human nature. Hegel made caustic fun of it. They understood that the key to the explanation of the historical advance of humanity must be sought outside human nature. This was a great service which they rendered, but in order that that service should prove completely fruitful for science, it was necessary to show where precisely that key should be sought. They looked for it in the qualities of the spirit, in the logical laws of development of the absolute idea. This was a radical error of the great idealists, which returned them by roundabout ways to the point of view of human nature, since the absolute idea, as we have already seen, is nothing else than the personification of our logical process of thought. The discovery of the genius of Marx corrects this radical error of idealism, thereby inflicting on it a deadly blow, the state of property, and with it all the qualities of the social environment. We saw in the chapter of idealist philosophy that Hegel, too, was forced to recognize the decisive importance of the state of property. Are determined, not by the qualities of the absolute spirit and not by the character of human nature, but by those mutual relations into which men of necessity enter one with another in the social process of production of their life, i.e. in their struggle for existence. Marx has often been compared with Darwin, a comparison which arouses Messrs. Mikhailovsky, Karayev, and their fraternity to laughter. Later we shall say in what sense that comparison should be understood, although probably many readers already see it without our help. Here we shall permit ourselves, with all due respect to our subjective thinkers, another comparison. Before Copernicus, astronomy taught that the Earth is a motionless center, around which revolve the Sun and the other heavenly bodies. With the help of this view it was impossible to explain very many phenomena of celestial mechanics. The Polish genius approached their explanation from quite the opposite point of view. He presupposed that it was not the Sun that revolved around the Earth, but on the contrary the Earth around the Sun. The correct viewpoint had been discovered, and much became clear that had been unclear before Copernicus. Before Marx, writers on social science had taken human nature as their point of departure, and thanks to this, the most important questions of human development had remained unanswered. Marx's teaching gave affairs quite a different turn. While man, to maintain his existence, acts upon external nature, he changes his own nature, said Marx. Consequently the scientific explanation of historical development should be begun at the opposite end. It is necessary to ascertain in what way does this process of the productive action of man on external nature take place. In its great importance for science, this discovery can be boldly placed on a level with the discovery of Copernicus, and on a level generally with the greatest and most fruitful discoveries of science. Strictly speaking, previous to Marx social science had much less in the way of a firm foundation than astronomy before Copernicus. The French used to call, and still call, all the sciences bearing on human society, moral and political sciences, as distinct from science in the strict sense of the word, under which name were understood, and are still understood, only the exact sciences. And it must be admitted that, before Marx, social science was not and could not be exact. So long as learned men appealed to human nature as to the highest authority, of necessity they had to explain the social relations of men by their views, their conscious activity, but the conscious activity of man necessarily has to present itself to him as free activity. But free activity excludes the conception of necessity, i.e. of conformity to law, and conformity to law is the necessary foundation of any scientific explanation of phenomena. The idea of freedom obscured the conception of necessity, and thereby hindered the development of science. This aberration can up to the present day be watched with amazing clarity in the sociological works of subjective Russian writers. But we already know that freedom must be necessary. By obscuring the conception of necessity, the idea of freedom itself became extremely dim and a very poor comfort. Driven out at the door, necessity flew in at the window, starting from their idea of freedom, investigators every moment came up against necessity, and in the long run arrived at the melancholy recognition of its fatal, irresistible, and utterly invincible action. To their horror, freedom proved to be an eternally helpless and hopeless tributary, an impotent plaything in the hands of blind necessity. And truly pathetic was the despair which at times seized upon the clearest and most generous idealistic minds. For several days already I have been taking up my pen every minute, says George Buchner, but cannot write a word. I have been studying the history of the revolution. I have felt myself crushed, as it were, by the frightful fatalism of history. I see in human nature the most repulsive dullness, but in human relations an invincible force, which belongs to all in general and to no one in particular. The individual personality is only foam on the crest of the wave, greatness is only an accident, the power of genius is only a puppet show, a ridiculous attempt to fight against iron law, which at best can only be discovered, but which it is impossible to subject to one's will. It may be said that, even to avoid such bursts of what naturally was quite legitimate despair, it was worthwhile even for a time abandoning one's old point of view, and attempting to liberate freedom, by appealing to that same necessity which made a mock of her. It was necessary once again to review the question which had already been put by the dialectical idealists, as to whether freedom does not follow from necessity, and whether the latter does not constitute the only firm foundation, the only stable guarantee and inevitable condition of human freedom. We shall see to what such an attempt led Marx. But as a preliminary, let us try and clear up for ourselves his historical views, so that no misunderstandings should remain in our minds on that subject. Productive forces and man's institutions. On the basis of a particular state of the productive forces there come into existence certain relations of production, which receive their ideal expression in the legal notions of men and in more or less abstract rules, in unwritten customs and written laws. We no longer require to demonstrate this, as we have seen, the present-day science of law demonstrates it for us. Let the reader remember what Mr. Kovalevsky says on this subject. But it will do no harm if we examine the question from the following different point of view. Once we have ascertained in what way the legal notions of men are created by their relations in production, we shall not be surprised by the following words of Marx. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, i.e. the form of their social existence, but, on the contrary, their social being that determines their consciousness. Now we know already that at least in relation to one sphere of consciousness this is really so, and why it is so. We have only to decide whether it is always so, and, if the answer is in the affirmative, why it is always so. Let us keep for the time being to the same legal notions. At a certain stage of their development, the material forces of production in society come into conflict with the existing relations of production, or what is but a legal expression for the same thing with the property relations within which they have been at work before. From forms of development of the forces of production these relations turn into their fetters. Then begins an epoch of social revolution too. Social ownership of movable and immovable property arises because it is convenient and moreover necessary for the process of primitive production. It maintains the existence of primitive society, it facilitates the further development of its productive forces, and men cling to it, they consider it natural and necessary. But now, thanks to those property relations and within them, the productive forces have developed to such an extent that a wider field has opened for the application of individual efforts. Now social property becomes in some cases harmful for society, it impedes the further development of its productive forces, and therefore it yields place to personal appropriation. In the legal institutions of society there takes place a more or less rapid revolution. This revolution necessarily is accompanied by a revolution in the legal conceptions of men. People who thought previously that only social property was good, now began to think that in some cases individual appropriation was better. But no, we are expressing it inaccurately, we are representing as two separate processes what is completely inseparable, what represents only two sides of one and the same process. In consequence of the development of the productive forces, the actual relations of men in the process of production were bound to change, and these new de facto relations expressed themselves in new legal notions. Mr. Karayev assures us that materialism is just as one-sided in its application to history as idealism. Each represents, in his opinion, only a moment in the development of complete scientific truth. After the first and second moments must come a third moment. The one-sidednesses of the thesis and the antithesis will find their application in the synthesis, as the expression of the complete truth. It will be a most interesting synthesis. In what that synthesis will consist, I shall not for the time being say. A pity. Fortunately, our historiosophist does not very strictly observe this vow of silence which he has imposed upon himself. He immediately gives us to understand in what will consist and whence will arise that complete scientific truth which in time will be understood, at length, by all enlightened humanity, but for the time being is known only to Mr. Karayev. It will grow out of the following considerations. Every human personality, consisting of body and soul, leads a twofold life, physical and psychical, appearing before us neither exclusively as flesh with its material requirements, nor exclusively as spirit with its intellectual and moral requirements. Both the body and the soul of man have their requirements, which seek satisfaction and which place the individual personality in different relationships to the external world, i.e. to nature and to other men, i.e. to society, and these relationships are of a twofold character. One, that man consists of soul and body, is a just synthesis, though hardly what one would call a very new discovery. If Mr. Professor is acquainted with the history of modern philosophy, he must know that it has been breaking its teeth on this same synthesis for whole centuries, and has not been able to deal with it properly. And if he imagines that the synthesis will reveal to him the essence of the historical process, Mr. VV himself will have to agree that something is going wrong with his professor, and that it is not Mr. Karayev who is destined to become the Spinoza of historiosophy. With the development of the productive forces, which lead to changes in the mutual relationships of men in the social process of production, there change all property relations. But then it was already Guizot who told us that it is in property relations that are rooted political constitutions. This is fully confirmed by modern knowledge. The union of kindred yields place to the territorial union precisely on account of the changes which arise in property relations. More or less important territorial unions amalgamate in organisms called states, again in consequence of changes which have taken place in property relations, or in consequence of new requirements of the social process of production. This has been excellently demonstrated, for example, in relation to the large states of the East. 2. Equally well this has been explained in relation to the states of the ancient world. 3. And, speaking generally, it is not difficult to demonstrate the truth of this for any particular state as to the origin of which we have sufficient information. In doing so we only need not to narrow, consciously or unconsciously, Marx's view. What we mean is this. By the particular state of productive forces the internal relations of the given society are conditioned. But by the same state of the productive forces are also conditioned its external relations with other societies. On the basis of these external relations, society forms new requirements, to satisfy which new organs arise. At a superficial glance, the mutual relations of individual societies present themselves as a series of political acts, without direct bearing on economics. In reality, what underlies relations between societies is precisely economics, which determines both the real, not only external, causes of intertribal and international relations, and their result. To each stage in the development of the productive forces corresponds its own particular system of armament, its military tactics, its diplomacy, its international law. Of course, many cases may be pointed out in which international conflicts have no direct relationship with economics. And none of the followers of Marx will dream of disputing the existence of such cases. All they say is, don't stop at the surface of phenomena, go down deeper, ask yourself on what basis did this international law grow up? What created the possibility of international conflicts of this kind? You will arrive in the long run at economics. True, the examination of individual cases is made more difficult by the fact that not infrequently societies enter into conflict which are going through dissimilar phases of economic development. But at this point we are interrupted by a chorus of acute opponents. Very well, they cry. Let us admit that political relations are rooted in economic relations. But once political relations have been given, then, wherever they came from, they influence economics in their turn. Consequently there is interaction here, and nothing but interaction. This objection has not been invented by us. The high value placed upon it by opponents of economic materialism is shown by the following true event. Marx in his Capital cites facts which show that the English aristocracy used its political power in order to arrange its little affairs in the sphere of land ownership. V. Dr. Paul Barth, who wrote a critical essay entitled Die Geschichtsphilosophie Hegels und der Hegelianer, has seized on this to reproach Marx with contradicting himself. You yourself, he says, admit that there is interaction here, and to prove that interaction really exists, our doctor refers to the book of Sternig, a writer who has done much for the study of the economic history of Germany. Mr. Karayev thinks that the pages devoted in Barth's book to the criticism of economic materialism may be recommended as a model of how the problem of the role of the economic factor in history should be solved. Naturally, he has not failed to point out to his readers the objections raised by Barth and the authoritative statement Oflonema Sternig, who even formulates the general proposition that interaction between politics and economy is the fundamental characteristic of the development of all states and all peoples. We must bring at least a little light into this muddle. First of all, what is it that Inama Sternig actually says? On the subject of the Carolingian period in the economic history of Germany, he makes the following remark: the interaction between politics and economics, which constitutes the main feature of development of all states and all peoples, can be traced here in the most exact fashion. As always, the political role which falls to the lot of a given people exercises a decisive influence on the further development of its forces, on the structure and elaboration of its social institutions. On the other hand, the internal strength innate in a people and the natural laws of its development determine the measure and the nature of its political activity. In precisely this way, the political system of the Carolings no less influenced the changing of the social order and the development of the economic relations in which the people lived at that time than the elemental forces of the people. Its economic life influenced the direction of that political system, leaving on the latter its own peculiar imprint. And that's all. It's not very much, but this is thought sufficient to refute Marx. Now let us recall, secondly, what Marx says about the relations between political economy and law and politics. Legal and political institutions are formed on the basis of the actual relations of men in the social process of production. For a time, these institutions facilitate the further development of the productive forces of a people, the prosperity of its economic life. These are the exact words of Marx, and we ask the first conscientious man we meet, do these words contain any denial of the importance of political relations in economic development, and is Marx refuted by those who remind him of that importance? Is it not true that there is not a trace of any such denial in Marx, and the people just mentioned are refuting nothing at all? To such an extent is it true that one has to consider the question, not of whether Marx has been refuted, but of why he was so badly understood? And to this question we can reply only with the French proverb, that the most beautiful girl in the world can only give what she has got. The critics of Marx cannot surpass that measure of understanding with which a bountiful nature has endowed them. One interaction between politics and economics exists, that is just as unquestionable as the fact that Mr. Karayev does not understand Marx. But does the existence of interaction prohibit us from going further in our analysis of the life of society? No, to think that would mean almost the same as to imagine that the lack of understanding displayed by Mr. Karayev can prevent us from attaining correct historiosophical conceptions. Political institutions influence economic life. They either facilitate its development or impede it. The first case is in no way surprising from the point of view of Marx, because the given political system has been created for the very purpose of promoting the further development of the productive forces. Whether it is consciously or unconsciously created is in this case all one to us. The second case does not in any way contradict Marx's point of view, because historical experience shows that once a given political system ceases to correspond to the state of the productive forces, once it is transformed into an obstacle to their further development, it begins to decline and finally is eliminated. And, far from this case contradicting the teachings of Marx, it confirms them in the best possible way, because it is this case that shows in what sense economics dominates politics, in what way the development of productive forces outdistances the political development of a people. Economic evolution leads after it legal revolutions. It is not easy for a metaphysician to understand this because, although he does shout about interaction, he is accustomed to examine phenomena one after another, and one independently of another. But it will be understood without difficulty by anyone who is in the least capable of dialectical thinking. He knows that quantitative changes, accumulating gradually, lead in the end to changes of quality, and that these changes of qualities represent leaps, interruptions in gradualness. At this point our opponents can stand it no longer, and pronounce their word and deed, why, that's how Hegel used to talk, they shout. That's how all nature acts, we reply. A tale is soon told, but work goes more slowly. In its application to history, this proverb may be altered in this way: a tale is told very simply, but work is complex in the extreme. Yes, it's easy to say that the development of productive forces brings in its train revolutions in legal institutions. These revolutions represent complex processes, in the course of which the interests of individual members of society group themselves in the most whimsical fashion. For some it is profitable to support the old order, and they defend it with every resource at their command. For others the old order has become already harmful and hateful, and they attack it with all the strength at their disposal. And this is not all. The interests of the innovators are also far from similar in all cases. For some one set of reforms are more important, for others another set. Disputes arise in the camp of the reformers itself, and the struggle becomes more complicated. And although, as Mr. Karayev so justly remarks, man consists of soul and body, the struggle for the most indisputably material interests necessarily raises before the disputing sides the most undoubtedly spiritual problem of justice. To what extent does old order contradict justice? To what extent are the new demands in keeping with justice? These questions inevitably arise in the minds of those who are contesting, although they will not always call it simply justice, but may personify it in the shape of some goddess in human, or even in animal shape. Thus, notwithstanding the injunction pronounced by Mr. Karayev, the body gives birth to the soul, the economic struggle arouses moral questions and the soul at closer examination proves to be the body. The justice of the old believers not infrequently turns out to be the interests of the exploiters. One-sidedness. Those very same people who, with such astounding inventiveness, attribute to Marx the denial of the significance of politics assert that he attached no significance whatsoever to the moral, philosophical, religious, or aesthetic conceptions of men, everywhere and anywhere seeing only the economic. This once again is unnatural chatter, as Skedrin put it. Marx did not deny the significance of all these conceptions, but only ascertained whence they came. What is electricity? A particular form of motion. What is heat? A particular form of motion. What is light? A particular form of motion. Oh, so that's it? So you don't attach any meaning either to light, or to heat, or to electricity. It's all one motion for you. What one-sidedness, what narrowness of conception. Just so, gentlemen, narrowness is the word. You have understood perfectly the meaning of the doctrine of the transformation of energy. Every given stage of development of the productive forces necessarily involves definite grouping of men in the social process of production, i.e. definite relations of production, i.e. a definite structure of the whole of society. But once the structure of society has been given, it is not difficult to understand that the character of that structure will be reflected generally in the entire psychology of men, in all their habits, manners, feelings, views, aspirations, and ideals. Habits, manners, views, aspirations, and ideals necessarily will have to adapt themselves to men's way of life, to their mode of procuring their subsistence, to use Pascal's expression. The psychology of society is always expedient in relation to its economy, always corresponds to it, is always determined by it. The same phenomenon is repeated here which the Greek philosophers themselves noticed in nature: expediency triumphs, for the reason that that which is inexpedient is by its very character doomed to perish. Is it advantageous for society, in its struggle for existence, that there should be this adaptation of its psychology to its economy, to the conditions of its life? Very advantageous, because habits and views which did not correspond to its economy and which contradicted the conditions of existence would interfere with the maintenance of that existence. An expedient psychology is just as useful for society as organs which are well fitted for their task are useful for the organism. But to say that the organs of animals must be appropriate to the conditions of their existence, does that mean the same as saying that the organs have no meaning for the animal? Quite the contrary. It means recognizing their colossal and essential meaning. Only very weak heads could understand matters otherwise. Now the very same, gentlemen, is the case with psychology. Recognizing that it adapts itself to the economy of society, Marx thereby was recognizing its vast and irreplaceable significance. The difference between Marx and, for example, Mr. Karayev reduces itself in this case to the fact that the latter, in spite of his inclination to synthesis, remains a dualist of the purest water. In his view, economics are here and psychology is there, the soul is in one pocket and the body in another. Between these two substances there is interaction, but each of them maintains its independent existence, the origin of which is wrapped in the darkest mystery. 1. The point of view of Marx eliminates this dualism. With him the economy of society and its psychology represent two sides of one and the same phenomenon of the production of life of men, their struggle for existence, in which they are grouped in a particular way thanks to the particular state of the productive forces. The struggle for existence creates their economy, and on the same basis arises their psychology as well. Economy itself is something derivative, just like psychology. And that is the very reason why the economy of every progressing society changes. The new state of productive forces brings with it a new economic structure just as it does a new psychology, a new spirit of the age. From this it can be seen that only in a popular speech could one talk about economy as the prime cause of all social phenomena. Far from being a prime cause, it is itself a consequence, a function of the productive forces. And now follow the points promised in the footnote. Both the body and the soul of man have their requirements, which seek satisfaction and which place the individual personality in different relationships to the external world, i.e. to nature and to other men. The relation of man to nature, according to the physical and spiritual needs of the personality, therefore creates, on the one hand, various kinds of arts aiming at ensuring the material existence of the personality and, on the other hand, all intellectual and moral culture. The materialist attitude of man to nature rests upon the requirements of the body, the qualities of matter. It is in the requirements of the body that one must discover the causes of hunting, cattle breeding, agriculture, manufacturing industry, trade and monetary operations. From a common sense point of view this is so, of course, for if we have no body, why should we need cattle and beasts, land and machines, trade and gold? But on the other hand, we must also say, what is body without soul? No more than matter, and matter after all is dead. Matter of itself can create nothing if in its turn it does not consist of soul and body. Consequently matter traps wild beasts, domesticates cattle, works the land, trades and presides over the banks not of its own intelligence, but by direction of the soul. Consequently it is in the soul that one must seek the ultimate cause for the origin of the materialist attitude of man to nature. Consequently the soul also has dual requirements, consequently it also consists of soul and body, and that somehow sounds not quite right. Nor is that all. Willy-nilly opinion arises about the following subject as well. According to Mr. Karayev it appears that the materialist relation of man to nature arises on the basis of his bodily requirements. But is that exact? Is it only to nature that such relations arise? Mr. Karayev, perhaps, remembers how the Abbé Guibert condemned the municipal communes who were striving for their liberation from the feudal yoke as base institutions, the sole purpose of existence of which was, he said, to avoid their proper fulfillment of feudal obligations. What was then speaking in the Abbé Guibert body or soul? If it was the body then, we say again, that body also consists of body and soul, and if it was the soul then it consisted of soul and body, for it displayed in this case under examination very little of that unselfish attitude to phenomena which, in the words of Mr. Karayev, represents the distinctive feature of the soul. Try and make head or tail of that. Mr. Karayev will say, perhaps, that in the Abbé Guibert it was the soul that was speaking, to be exact, but that it was speaking under dictation from the body, and that the same takes place when man is occupied with hunting, with banks, etc. But first of all, In order to dictate, the body again must consist of both body and of soul. And secondly, a crude materialist may remark, well, there's the soul talking under the dictation of the body, consequently the fact that man consists of soul and body does not in itself mean anything at all. Perhaps all through history all the soul has been doing is to talk under dictation from the body? Mr. Karayev, of course, will be indignant at such a supposition, and will begin refuting the crude materialist. We are firmly convinced that victory will remain on the side of the worthy professor, but will he be greatly helped in the fray by that unquestionable circumstance that man consists of soul and body? And even this is not all. We have read in Mr. Karayev's writings that on the basis of the spiritual requirements of personality there grow up mythology and religion, literature and art, and in general the theoretical attitude to the external world, and to oneself also, to questions of being and cognition, and likewise the unselfish creative reproduction of external phenomena, and of one's own intentions. We believed Mr. Karayev. But, we have an acquaintance, a technological student, who is passionately devoted to the study of the technique of manufacturing industry, but has displayed no theoretical attitude to all that has been listed by the professor. And so we find ourselves asking, can our friend be composed only of a body? We beg Mr. Karayev to resolve as quickly as he can this doubt, so tormenting for ourselves and so humiliating for a young, extremely gifted technologist, who maybe is even a genius. If Mr. Karayev's argument has any sense, it is only the following: man has requirements of a higher and lower order, he has egotistical strivings and altruistic feelings. This is the most incontestable truth, but quite incapable of becoming the foundation of historiosophy. You will never get any further with it than hollow and long since hackneyed reflections on the theme of human nature. It is no more than such a reflection itself. While we have been chatting with Mr. Karayev, R.V. perspicacious critics have had time to catch us contradicting ourselves, and above all Marx. We have said that economy is not the prime cause of all social phenomena, yet at the same time we assert that the psychology of society adapts itself to its economy, the first contradiction. We say that the economy and the psychology of society represent two sides of one and the same phenomenon, whereas Marx himself says that economy is the real foundation on which arise the ideological superstructures, a second contradiction, all the more lamentable for us because in it we are diverging from the views of the man whom we undertook to expound. Let us explain. That the principal cause of the social historical process is the development of the productive forces, we say word for word with Marx, so that here there is no contradiction. Consequently, if it does exist anywhere, it can only be in the question of the relationship between the economy of society and its psychology. Let us see whether it exists. The reader will be good enough to remember how private property arises. The development of the productive forces places men in such relations that the personal appropriation of certain objects proves to be more convenient for the process of production. In keeping with this, the legal conceptions of primitive man change. The psychology of society adapts itself to its economy. On the given economic foundation there rises up fatally the ideological superstructure appropriate to it. But on the other hand, each new step in the development of the productive forces places men, in their daily worldly practice, in new mutual relations which do not correspond to the relations of production now growing out of date. These new and unprecedented situations reflect themselves in the psychology of men, and very strongly change it. In what direction? Some members of society defend the old order, these are the people of stagnation. Others to whom the old order is not advantageous stand for progress. Their psychology changes in the direction of those relations of production which in time will replace the old economic relations, now growing out of date. V. Modern Materialism 193. The adaptation of psychology to economy, as you see, continues, but slow psychological evolution precedes economic revolution. Once this revolution has taken place, a complete harmony is established between the psychology of society and its economy. Then on the basis of the new economy there takes place the full flowering of the new psychology. For a certain time this harmony remains unbroken, and even becomes stronger and stronger. But little by little the first shoots of a new discord make their appearance. The psychology of the foremost class, for the reason mentioned above, again outlines old relations of production. Without for a moment ceasing to adapt itself to economy, it again adapts itself to the new relations of production, constituting the germ of the future economy. Well, are not these two sides of one and the same process? Ideology. Up to now we have been illustrating the idea of Marx mainly by examples from the sphere of the law of property. This law is undoubtedly the same ideology we have been concerned with, but ideology of the first or, so to speak, lower sort. How are we to understand the view of Marx regarding ideology of the higher sort, science, philosophy, the arts, etc.? In the development of these ideologies, economy is the foundation in the sense that society must achieve a certain degree of prosperity in order to produce out of itself a certain stratum of people, devoting their energies exclusively to scientific and other similar occupations. Furthermore, the views of Plato and Plutarch which we quoted earlier show that the very direction of intellectual work in society is determined by the production relations of the latter. It was already Vico who said of the sciences that they grow out of social needs. In respect of such a science as political economy, this is clear for everyone who has the least knowledge of its history. Count Peccio justly remarked that political economy particularly confirms the rule that practice always and everywhere precedes science. 1. Of course this too can be interpreted in a very abstract sense. One may say, well, naturally science needs experience, and the more the experience the fuller the science. It is not a question of that. Compare the economic views of Aristotle or Xenophon with the views of Adam Smith or Ricardo, and you will see that between the economic science of ancient Greece, on the one hand, and the economic science of bourgeois society, on the other, there exists not only a quantitative but also a qualitative difference. The point of view is quite different, the attitude to the subject is quite different. How is this difference explained? Simply by the fact that the very phenomena have changed. Relations of production in bourgeois society don't resemble production relations in ancient society. Different relations in production create different views in science. Furthermore, compare the views of Ricardo with the views of some Basquiat, and you will see that these men have different views of production relations which were the same in their general character, being bourgeois production relations. Why is this? Because at the time of Ricardo these relations were still only flowering and becoming stronger, while in the time of Basquiat they had already begun to decline. Different conditions of the same production relations necessarily had to reflect themselves in the views of the persons who were defending them. Or let us take the science of public law. How and why did its theory develop? The scientific elaboration of public law, says Professor Gumplowes, begins only where the dominating classes come into conflict among themselves regarding the sphere of authority belonging to each of them. Thus, the first big political struggle which we encounter in the second half of the European Middle Ages, the struggle between the lay and the spiritual authority, the struggle between the emperor and the pope, gives the first impetus to the development of the German science of public law. The second disputed political question which brought division into the midst of the dominating classes, and gave an impulse to the elaboration by publicists of the appropriate part of public law, was the question of the election of the emperors, and so on. What are the mutual relations of classes? They are, in the first place, just those relations which people adopt to one another in the social process of production relations. These relations find their expression in the political organization of society and in the political struggle of various classes, and that struggle serves as an impetus for the appearance and development of various political theories. On the economic foundation there necessarily arises its appropriate ideological superstructure. Still, all these ideologies, too, may be of the first quality, but are certainly not of the highest order. How do matters stand, for example, with philosophy or art? Before replying to this question, we must make a certain digression. Helvetius started from the principle that man is only sensibility. From this point of view, it is obvious that man will avoid unpleasant sensations and will strive to acquire only those which are pleasant. This is the inevitable, natural egotism of sentient matter. But if this is so, in what way do there arise in man quite unselfish strivings, like love for truth and heroism? Such was the problem which Helvetius had to solve. He did not prove capable of solving it, and in order to get out of his difficulty he simply crossed out that same x, that same unknown quantity, which he had undertaken to define. He began to say that there is not a single learned man who loves truth unselfishly, that every man sees in it only the path to glory, and in glory the path to money, and in money the means of procuring for himself pleasant physical sensations, as for example by purchasing savory food or beautiful slaves. One need hardly say how futile are such explanations. In them there was only demonstrated what we noted earlier, the incapacity of French metaphysical materialism to grapple with questions of development. The father of modern dialectical materialism is credited with a view of the history of human thought which would be nothing else than a repetition of the metaphysical reflections of Helvetius. Marx's view of the history of, say, philosophy is often understood approximately as follows: if Kant occupied himself with questions of transcendental aesthetics, if he talked of the categories of mind or of the antinomies of reason, these were only his phrases. In reality he wasn't at all interested in either aesthetics, or antinomies, or categories. All he wanted was one thing, to provide the class to which he belonged, i.e. the German petty bourgeoisie, with as many savory dishes and beautiful slaves as possible. Categories and antinomies seemed to him an excellent means of securing this, and so he began to breed them. Need I assure the reader that such an impression is absolute nonsense? When Marx says that a given theory corresponds to such and such a period of the economic development of society, he does not in the least intend to say thereby that the thinking representatives of the class which ruled during this period deliberately adapted their views to the interests of their more or less wealthy, more or less generous benefactors. There have always and everywhere been sycophants, of course, but it is not they who have advanced the human intellect. And those who really moved it forward were concerned for the truth, and not for the interests of the great ones of this world. 1. Upon the different forms of property, says Marx, upon the social conditions of existence rises an entire superstructure of distinct and characteristically formed sentiments, illusions, modes of thought and views of life. The entire class creates and forms them out of its material v. modern materialism rg 7 foundations and out of the corresponding social relations 1. The process by which the ideological superstructure arises takes place unnoticed by men. They regard that superstructure, not as the temporary product of temporary relations, but as something natural and essentially obligatory. Individuals whose views and feelings have been formed under the influence of education and environment may be filled with the most sincere, most devoted attitude to the views and forms of social existence which arose historically on the basis of more or less narrow class interests. The same applies to whole parties. The French Democrats of 1848 expressed the aspirations of the petty bourgeoisie. The pretty bourgeoisie naturally strove to defend its class interests. But one must not form the narrow-minded notion that the petty bourgeoisie, on principle, wishes to enforce an egotistic class interest. Rather it believes that the special conditions of its emancipation are the general conditions under which modern society can alone be saved, and the class struggle avoided. Just as little must one imagine that the democratic representatives are all shopkeepers or enthusiastic champions of shopkeepers. According to their education and their individual position, they may be separated from them as widely as heaven from earth. What makes them representatives of the petty bourgeoisie is the fact that in their minds they do not go beyond the limits which the latter do not go beyond in life, that they are consequently driven theoretically to the same tasks and solutions to which material interest and the social position practically drive the latter. This is in general the relationship of the political and literary representatives of a class to the class that they represent. Marx says this in his book on the coup d'état of Napoleon III. In another of his works he perhaps still better elucidates for us the psychological dialectics of classes. he is speaking of the emancipatory role which sometimes individual classes have to play. No class in civil society can play this part unless it calls forth a phase of enthusiasm in its own ranks and those of the masses, a phase when it fraternizes and intermingles with society in general, is identified with society, is felt and recognized to be the universal representative of society, and when its own demands and rights are really the demands and rights of society itself, and it is in truth the social head and the social heart. Only in the name of society and its rights in general can a particular class vindicate its general domination. The position of liberator cannot be taken by storm, simply through revolutionary energy and intellectual self-confidence. If the emancipation of a particular class is to be identified with the revolution of a people, if one social class is to be treated as the whole social order, then, on the other hand, all the deficiencies of society must be concentrated in another class, a definite class must be the universal stumbling block, the embodiment of universal fetters. If one class is to be the liberating class par excellence, then another class must contrariwise be the obvious subjugator. The general negative significance of the French aristocracy and clergy determined the general positive significance of the bourgeoisie, the class immediately confronting and opposing them. After this preliminary explanation, it will no longer be difficult to clear up for oneself Marx's view on ideology of the highest order, as for example philosophy and art. But to make it still clearer, we shall compare it with the view of H. Taine. In order to understand a work of art, an artist, a group of artists, says this writer, one must picture to oneself exactly the general condition of minds and manners of their age. There lies the ultimate explanation, there is to be found the first cause which determines all the rest. This truth is confirmed by experience. In fact, if we trace the main epochs of the history of art, we shall find that the arts appear and disappear together with certain conditions of minds and manners with which they are connected. Thus, Greek tragedy, the tragedy of Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides appears together with the victory of the Greeks over the Persians, in the heroic epoch of the little city republics, at the moment of that great effort thanks to which they won their independence and established their hegemony in the civilized world. That tragedy disappears, together with that independence and that energy, when the degeneration of characters and the Macedonian conquest hand over Greece to the power of foreigners. In exactly the same way Gothic architecture develops together with the final establishment of the feudal order, in the semi-Renaissance of the 11th century, at a time when society, freed from Northmen and robbers, begins to settle down. It disappears at the time when this military regime of small independent barons is disintegrating, towards the end of the 15th century, together with all the manners which followed from it, in consequence of the coming into existence of the new monarchies. Similarly, Dutch art flourishes at that glorious moment when, thanks to its stubbornness and its valor, Holland finally throws off the Spanish yoke, fights successfully against England, becomes the wealthiest, freest, most industrious, most prosperous state in Europe. It declines at the beginning of the 18th century, when Holland falls to a secondary role, yielding the first to England, and becomes simply a bank, a commercial house, maintained in the greatest order, peaceful and well kept, in which man may live at his ease like a sagacious bourgeois, with no great ambitions or great emotions. Finally, just in the same way does French tragedy appear at the time when, under Louis XIV, the firmly established monarchy carries with it the rule of decorum, court life, the brilliance and domestic elegance of the aristocracy, and disappears when noble society and court manners are abolished by the Revolution. Just as naturalists study the physical temperature in order to understand the appearance of this or that plant, maize or oats, aloes or pine, in exactly the same way must one study the moral temperature in order to explain the appearance of this or that form of art, pagan sculpture or realistic painting, mystic architecture or classical literature, voluptuous music or idealistic poetry. The works of the human spirit, like the works of living nature, are explained only by their environment. Any follower of Marx will unquestionably agree with all this. Yes, any work of art, like any philosophical system, can be explained by the state of minds and manners of the particular age. But what explains this general state of minds and manners? The followers of Marx think that it is explained by the social order, the qualities of the social environment. When a great change takes place in the condition of humanity, it brings by degrees a corresponding change in human conceptions, says the same Taine. That, too, is correct. The only question is, what is it that causes changes in the position of social man, i.e. in the social order? It is only on this question that economic materialists differ from Taine. For Taine the task of history, as of science, is in the last resort a psychological task. The general state of minds and manners, according to him, creates not only the different forms of art, literature, and philosophy but also the industry of the given people and all its social institutions. And this means that social environment has its ultimate cause in the state of minds and manners. Thus it turns out that the psychology of social man is determined by his position, and his position by his psychology. This is once again the antinomy we know so well, with which the writers of the Enlightenment of the 18th century were so utterly failed to grapple. Taine did not resolve this antinomy. He only gave, in a number of remarkable works, numerous brilliant illustrations of its first proposition, the thesis that the state of minds and manners is determined by the social environment. Taine's contemporaries in France, who contested his aesthetic theory, put forward the antithesis that the qualities of the social environment are determined by the state of minds and manners. This kind of discussion could be carried on until the Second Advent, not only without resolving the fateful antinomy, but even without noticing its existence. It is only the historical theory of Marx that resolves the antinomy and thereby brings the argument to a satisfactory conclusion, or, at any rate, provides the possibility of concluding it satisfactorily, if people have ears to hear and a brain wherewith to think. The qualities of the social environment are determined by the state of the productive forces in every given age. Once the state of the productive forces is determined, the qualities of the social environment are also determined, and so is the psychology corresponding to it, and the interaction between the environment on the one side and minds and manners on the other. Brunetière is quite right when he says that we not only adapt ourselves to our environment, but also adapt it to our needs. You will ask, but whence come the needs which do not correspond with the qualities of the environment around us? They arise in us, and, in saying this, we have in view not only the material but also all the so-called spiritual needs of men, thanks to that same historical movement, that same development of the productive forces, owing to which every particular social order sooner or later proves to be unsatisfactory, out of date, requiring radical reconstruction, and may be fit only for the scrap heap. We have already pointed earlier to the example of legal institutions to show how the psychology of men may outdistance the particular forms of their social life. We are sure that, on reading these lines, many readers, even those favorably inclined towards us, have remembered a mass of examples and of historical phenomena which apparently cannot in any way be explained from our point of view. And the readers are already prepared to tell us, you are right, but not entirely, equally right, but also not entirely, are the people who hold views opposite to yours, both you and they see only half the truth. But wait, reader, don't seek salvation in eclecticism without grasping all that the modern monist, i.e. materialist, view of history can give you. Up to this point our propositions, of necessity, were very abstract. But we already know that there is no abstract truth, truth is always concrete. We must give our propositions a more concrete shape. Influence of environment upon nations. As almost every society is subjected to the influence of its neighbors, it may be said that for every society there exists, in its turn, a certain social historical environment which influences its development. The sum of influences experienced by every given society at the hands of its neighbors can never be equal to the sum of the influences experienced at the same time by another society. Therefore every society lives in its own particular historical environment, which may be, and very often is, in reality very similar to the historical environment surrounding other nations and peoples, but can never be, and never is, identical with it. This introduces an extremely powerful element of diversity into that process of social development which, from our previous abstract point of view, seemed most schematic. For example, the clan is a form of community characteristic of all human societies at a particular stage of their development. But the influence of the historical environment very greatly varies the destinies of the clan in different tribes. It attaches to the clan itself a particular, so to speak individual, character, it retards or accelerates its disintegration, and in particular it diversifies the process of that disintegration. But diversity in the process of the disintegration of the clan determines the diversity of those forms of community which succeed clan life. Up to now we have been saying that the development of the productive forces leads to the appearance of private property and to the disappearance of primitive communism. Now we must say that the character of the private property which arises on the ruins of primitive communism is diversified by the influence of the historical environment which surrounds each particular society. The careful study of the Asiatic, particularly Indian, forms of communal property would show how from different forms of primitive communal property there follow different forms of its disintegration. Thus, for example, different original types of Roman and German private property could be traced back to different forms of the Indian communal property. 1. The influence of the historical environment of a given society tells, of course, in the development of its ideology as well. Do foreign influences weaken, and if so to what extent do they weaken, the dependence of this development on the economic structure of society? Compare the Aeneid with the Odyssey, or the French classical tragedy with the classical tragedy of the Greeks. Compare the Russian tragedy of the 18th century with classical French tragedy. What will you see? The Aeneid is only an imitation of the Odyssey, the classical tragedy of the French is only an imitation of Greek tragedy, the Russian tragedy of the 18th century has been composed, although by unskillful hands, after the image and likeness of the French. Everywhere there has been imitation, but the imitator is separated from his model by all that distance which exists between the society which gave HJM, the imitator, birth, and the society in which the model lived. And note that we are speaking, not of the greater or lesser perfection of dot finish, but of what constitutes the soul of the work of art in question. Whom does the Achilles of Racine resemble, a Greek who has just emerged from a state of barbarism, or a Marquistolin Rouge of 17th century? The personages of the Aeneid, it has been observed, were Romans of the time of Augustus. True, the characters of the Russian so-called tragedies of the 18th century can hardly be described as giving us a picture of the Russian people of the time, but their very worthlessness bears witness to the state of Russian society, they bring out before us its immaturity. Another example. Locke undoubtedly was the teacher of the vast majority of the French philosophers of the 18th century. Helvetius called him the greatest metaphysician of all ages and peoples. Yet nevertheless between Locke and his French pupils there is precisely that same distance which separated English society at the time of the Glorious Revolution from French society as it was, several decades before the Great Rebellion of the French people. A third example. The true socialists of Germany in the 40s imported their ideas direct from France. Yet nevertheless these ideas, one may say, had already at the frontier stamped on them the mark of the society in which they were destined to spread. Thus the influence of the literature of one country on the literature of another is directly proportional to the similarity of the social relations of these countries. It does not exist at all when that similarity is equal to zero. As an example, the African Negroes up to the present time have not experienced the least influence of the European literatures. This influence is one-sided when one people through its backwardness can give nothing to another, either in the sense of form or in the sense of content. As an example, the French literature of last century, one influencing Russian literature, did not itself experience the least Russian influence. Finally, this influence is reciprocal when, in consequence of the similarity of social life, and consequently of cultural development, each of two peoples making the exchange can borrow something from the other. As an example, French literature, influencing English, experienced the influence of the latter in its turn. The pseudo-classical English literature was very much to the liking, at one time, of the English aristocracy. But the English imitators could never equal their French models. This was because all the efforts of the English aristocrats could not transport into England those relations of society in which the French pseudo-classical literature flourished. The French philosophers were filled with admiration for the philosophy of Locke, but they went much further than their teacher. This was because the class which they represented had gone in France, fighting against the old regime, much further than the class of English society whose aspirations were expressed in the philosophical works of Locke. When, as in modern Europe, we have an entire system of societies, which influenced one another extremely powerfully, the development of ideology in each of these societies becomes just as increasingly complex as its economic development becomes more and more complex, under the influence of constant trade with other countries. We have in these conditions one literature, as it were, common to all civilized mankind. But just as a zoological genus is subdivided into species, so this world literature is subdivided into the literatures of the individual nations. When Hume visited France, the French philosophers greeted him as their fellow thinker. But on one occasion, when dining with Holbach, this undoubted fellow thinker of the French philosophers began talking about natural religion. As regards atheists, he said, I do not admit their existence, I have never met a single one. You have not had much luck up to now, retorted the author of the System of Nature. Here, for a start, you can see 17 atheists seated at table. The same Hume had a decisive influence on Kant, whom he, as the latter himself admitted, awakened from his dogmatic drowsiness. But the philosophy of Kant differs considerably from the philosophy of Hume. The very same fund of ideas leads to the militant atheism of the French materialists, to the religious indifferentism of Hume and to the practical religion of Kant. The reason was that the religious question in England at that time did not play the same part as it was playing in France, and in France not the same as in Germany. And this difference in the significance of the religious question was caused by the fact that in each of these three countries the social forces were not in the same mutual relationship as in each of the others. Similar in their nature, but dissimilar in their degree of development, the elements of society combined differently in the different European countries, and thereby brought it about that in each of them there was a very particular state of minds and manners, which expressed itself in the national literature, philosophy, art, etc. In consequence of this, one and the same question might excite Frenchmen to passion and leave the English cold, one and the same argument a progressive German might treat with respect, while a progressive Frenchman would regard it with bitter hatred. To what did German philosophy owe its colossal successes? To German realities, answers Hegel, the French have no time to occupy themselves with philosophy, life pushes them into the practical sphere, zum Praktisken, while German realities are more reasonable, and the Germans may perfect theory in peace and quiet, beim Theoretischen stehen bleiben. As a matter of fact, this imaginary reasonableness of German realities reduced itself to the poverty of German social and political life, which left educated Germans at that time no other choice than to serve as officials of unattractive realities, to adapt themselves to the practical, or to seek consolation in theory, and to concentrate in this sphere all the strength of their passion, all the energy of their thought. But if the more advanced countries, going away into the practical, had not pushed forward the theoretical reasoning of the Germans, if they had not awakened the latter from their dogmatic drowsiness, never would that negative quality, the poverty of social and political life, have given birth to such a colossal positive result as the brilliant flowering of German philosophy. Goethe makes Mephistopheles say, Vernunft Unsinn, wold hat plage. One in its application to the history of German philosophy, one may almost venture such a paradox: nonsense gave birth to reason, poverty proved a benefaction. But I think we may finish this part of our exposition. Let us recapitulate what has been said in it. Interaction exists in international life as in the internal life of peoples. It is quite natural and unquestionably inevitable, nevertheless by itself it explains nothing. In order to understand interaction, one must ascertain the attributes of the interacting forces, and these attributes cannot find their ultimate explanation in the fact of interaction, however much they may change thanks to that fact. In the case we have taken, the qualities of the interacting forces, the attributes of the social organisms influencing one another, are explained in the long run by the cause we already know, the economic structure of these organisms, which is determined by the state of their productive forces. Now the historical philosophy we are setting forth has assumed, we hope, a somewhat more concrete shape. But it is still abstract, it is still far from real life. We have to make yet a further step towards the latter. Dialectics in intellectual development. At first we spoke of society, then we went on to the interaction of societies. But societies, after all, are not homogeneous in their composition. We already know that the breakup of primitive communism leads to inequality, to the origin of classes which have different and often quite opposed interests. We already know that classes carry on between themselves an almost uninterrupted, now hidden, now open and chronic, now sharp struggle. And this struggle exercises a vast and in the highest degree important influence on the development of ideology. It may be said without exaggeration that we shall understand nothing of this development without taking into account the class struggle. Do you wish to discover, if one may put it that way, the true cause of the tragedy of Voltaire? Asks Brunetière. Look for it, first, in the personality of Voltaire, and particularly in the necessity which hung over him of doing something different from what Racine and Quinault had already done, yet at the same time of following in their footsteps. Of the romantic drama, the drama of Hugo and Dumas, I will permit myself to say that its definition is fully comprised in the definition of the drama of Voltaire. If Romanticism did not want to do this or that on the stage, it was because it wanted to do the opposite of Classicism. In literature as in art, after the influence of the individual, the most important influence is that of some works on others. Sometimes we strive to compete with our predecessors in their own field, and in that way certain methods become stable, schools are established, traditions formed. Or sometimes we try to act otherwise than they did, and then development proceeds in contradiction to tradition, new schools appear, methods are transformed. One leaving aside for the time being the question of the role of the individual, we shall remark that it has long been time to ponder over the influence of some works on others. In absolutely all ideologies development takes place in the way indicated by Brunetière. The ideologists of one epoch either move in the tracks of their predecessors, developing their thoughts, applying their methods and only allowing themselves to compete with their forerunners, or else they revolt against the old ideas and methods, enter into contradiction to them. Organic epochs, Saint Simon would have said, are replaced by critical epochs. The latter are particularly noteworthy. Take any question, like for example that of money. For the mercantilists money was wealth par excellence, they attributed to money an exaggerated, almost exceptional importance. The people who revolted against the mercantilists, entering into contradiction to them, not only corrected their exceptionalism but themselves, at least the most headstrong among them, fell into exceptionalism, and precisely into the opposite extreme. They said that money is simply a symbol, which in itself has absolutely no value. That was the view of money held, for example, by Hume. If the view of the mercantilists can be explained by the immaturity of commodity production and circulation in their day, it would be strange to explain the views of their opponents simply by the fact that commodity production and circulation had developed very strongly. For that subsequent development did not for a moment actually transform money into a mere symbol, deprived of internal value. Whence did the exceptionalism of Hume's view, then, originate? It originated in the fact of struggle, in contradiction to the mercantilists. He wanted to do the opposite to the mercantilists, just as the Romantics wanted to do the opposite to the Classics. Therefore one may say, just as Brunetière says of the Romantic drama, that Hume's view of money is completely included in the view of the mercantilists, being its opposite. Another example. The philosophers of the 18th century resolutely and sharply struggle against any kind of mysticism. The French utopians are all more or less penetrated with religious feeling. What brought about this return to mysticism? Did such men as the author of the New Christianity one have less enlightenment than the encyclopedists? No, they had no less enlightenment, and, generally speaking, their views were very closely linked with the views of the encyclopedists. They were descended from the latter in the direct line. But they entered into contradiction to the encyclopedists on some questions, particularly, that is, on the question of the organization of society, and there appeared in them the striving to do the opposite to the encyclopedists. Their attitude to religion was the plain opposite of the attitude to it taken up by the philosophers. Their view of religion was already included in the view of the latter. Take, finally, the history of philosophy. In France during the second half of the 18th century, materialism triumphed. Under its banner marched the extreme section of the French Third Estate. In England in the 17th century, materialism was the passion of the defenders of the old regime, the aristocrats, the supporters of absolutism. The reason, here too, is clear. Those to whom the English aristocrats of the Restoration were in contradiction were extreme religious fanatics. In order to do the opposite to what they were doing, the reactionaries had to go as far as materialism. In France of the 18th century things were exactly opposite. The defenders of the old order stood for religion, and it was the extreme revolutionaries who arrived at materialism. The history of human thought is full of such examples, and all of them confirm one and the same thing. In order to understand the state of minds of each particular critical epoch, in order to explain why during this epoch precisely these, and not those, teachings gain the upper hand, we must as a preliminary study the state of minds in the preceding epoch, and discover what teachings and tendencies were then dominant. Without this we shall not understand at all the intellectual condition of the epoch concerned, however well we get to know its economy. But even this must not be understood in abstract fashion, as the Russian intelligentsia is accustomed to understand everything. The ideologists of one epoch never wage against their predecessors a struggle all along the line, on all questions of human knowledge and social relations. The French utopians of the 19th century were completely in agreement with the encyclopedists in a number of anthropological views. The English aristocrats of the Restoration were quite in agreement with the Puritans, whom they so hated, on a number of questions, such as civil law, etc. The territory of psychology is subdivided into provinces, the provinces into counties, the counties into rural districts and communities, and the communities represent unions of individuals, i.e. of individual questions. When a contradiction arises, when struggle blazes up, its passion seizes, as a rule, only upon individual provinces. If not individual counties, and only its reflection falls upon the neighboring areas. First of all, that province to which hegemony belonged in the preceding epoch is subjected to attack. It is only gradually that the miseries of war spread to the nearest neighbors and most faithful allies of the province which has been attacked. Therefore we must add that, in ascertaining the character of any particular critical epoch, it is necessary to discover not only the general features of the psychology of the previous organic period, but also the individual peculiarities of that psychology. During one period of history hegemony belongs to religion, during another to politics, and so forth. This circumstance inevitably reflects itself in the character of the corresponding critical epochs, of which each, according to circumstances, either continues formally to recognize the old hegemony, introducing a new, opposite content into the dominating conceptions, as, for example, the First English Revolution, or else completely rejects them, and hegemony passes to new provinces of thought, as, for example, the French literature of the Enlightenment. If we remember that these disputes over the hegemony of individual psychological provinces also extend to their neighbors, and moreover extend to a different degree and in a different direction in each individual case, we shall understand to what an extent here, as everywhere, one cannot confine oneself to abstract proposition. All that may be so, retort our opponents. But we don't see what the class struggle has got to do with all this, and we strongly suspect that, having begun with a toast to its health, you're now finishing with one for rest to its soul. You yourself now recognize that the movements of human thought are subjected to certain particular laws, which have nothing in common with the laws of economics or with that development of the productive forces which you have talked about till we are sick of hearing it. We hasten to reply that in the development of human thought, or, to speak more exactly, in the coordination of human conceptions and notions, there are particular laws. This, so far as we know, not a single one of the economic materialists have ever denied. None of them has ever identified, for example, the laws of logic with the laws of the circulation of commodities. But nevertheless not one of this variety of materialists has found it possible to seek in the laws of thought the ultimate cause, the prime mover of the intellectual development of humanity. And it is precisely this which distinguishes, and advantageously distinguishes, economic materialists from idealists, and particularly from eclectics. Once the stomach has been supplied with a certain quantity of food, it sets about its work in accordance with the general laws of stomachic digestion. But can one, with the help of these laws, reply to the question of why savory and nourishing food descends every day into your stomach, while in mine it is a rare visitor? Do these laws explain why some eat too much, while others die of hunger? It would seem that the explanation must be sought in some other sphere, in the working of some other kind of laws. The same is the case with the mind of man. Once it has been placed in a definite situation, once its environment supplies it with certain impressions, it coordinates them according to certain general laws. Moreover here, too, the results are varied in the extreme by the variety of impressions received. But what places it in that situation? What determines the influx and the character of new impressions? That is the question which cannot be answered by any laws of thought. Furthermore, imagine that a resilient ball falls from a high tower. Its movement takes place according to a universally known and very simple law of mechanics. But suddenly the ball strikes an inclined plane. Its movement is changed in accordance with another, also very simple and universally known mechanical law. As a result, we have a broken line of movement, of which one can and must say that it owes its origin to the joint action of both the laws which have been mentioned. But where did the inclined plane which the ball struck come from? This is not explained either by the first or the second law, or yet by their joint action. Exactly the same is the case with human thought. Whence came the circumstances thanks to which its movements were subjected to the combined action of such and such laws? This is not explained either by its individual laws or by their combined action. The circumstances which condition the movement of thought must be looked for where the writers of the French Enlightenment sought for them. But nowadays we no longer halt at that limit which they could not cross. We not only say that man with all his thoughts and feelings is the product of his social environment, we try to understand the genesis of that environment. We say that its qualities are determined by such and such reasons, lying outside man and hitherto independent of his will. The multiform changes in the actual mutual relations of men necessarily bring in their train changes in the state of minds, in the mutual relations of ideas, feelings, beliefs. Ideas, feelings, and beliefs are coordinated according to their own particular laws. But these laws are brought into play by external circumstances which have nothing in common with these laws. Where Brunetière sees only the influence of some literary works on others, we see in addition the mutual influences of social groups, strata, and classes, influences that lie more deeply. Where he simply says, contradiction appeared, men wanted to do the opposite of what their predecessors had been doing, we add, and the reason why they wanted it was because a new contradiction had appeared in their actual relations, because a new social stratum or class had come forward, which could no longer live as the people had lived in former days. While Brunetière only knows that the Romantics wished to contradict the Classics, Brandes tries to explain their propensity to contradiction by the position of the class in society to which they belonged. Remember, for example, what he says of the reason for the romantic mood of the French youth during the period of the Restoration and under Louis Philippe. When Marx says, in order that one class should be the class of emancipation par excellence, another class must contrariwise be the class of manifest subjugation, he also is pointing to a particular, and moreover very important, law of development of social thought. But this law operates, and can operate, only in societies which are divided into classes. It does not operate, and cannot operate, in primitive societies where there are neither classes nor their struggle. Let us consider the operation of this law. When a certain class is the enslaver of all in the eyes of the rest of the population, then the ideas also which prevail in the ranks of that class naturally present themselves to the population as ideas worthy only of slave owners. The social consciousness enters into contradiction to them, it is attracted by opposite ideas. But we have already said that this kind of struggle is never carried on all along the line. There always remain a certain number of ideas which are equally recognized both by the revolutionaries and by the defenders of the old order. The strongest attack, however, is made on the ideas which serve to express those sides of the dying order most injurious at the given time. In relation to these aspects of ideology, the revolutionaries experienced an irrepressible desire to contradict their predecessors. But in relation to other ideas, even though they did grow up on the basis of old social relations, they often remain quite indifferent, and sometimes by tradition continue to cling to them. Thus the French materialists, while waging war on the philosophical and political ideas of the old regime, i.e. against the clergy and the aristocratic monarchy, left almost untouched the old traditions in literature. True, here also the aesthetic theories of Diderot were the expression of the new social relations. But the struggle in this sphere was very weak, because the main forces had been concentrated on another field. Here the standard of revolt was raised only later and, moreover, by people who, warmly sympathizing with the old regime overthrown by the revolution, ought, it would seem, to have sympathized with the literary views which were formed in the golden age of that regime. But even this seeming peculiarity is explained by the principle of contradiction. How can you expect, for example, that Chateaubriand should sympathize with the old aesthetic theory, when Voltaire, the hateful and harmful Voltaire, was one of its representatives? Contradiction leads the way forward, der Widerspruch ist das Fortschreitende, says Hegel. The history of ideology seems once more to demonstrate that the old metaphysician was not enlistaken. It also demonstrates apparently the passing of quantitative changes into qualitative. But we ask the reader not to be upset by this, and to hear us out to the end. Up to now we have been saying that once the productive forces of society have been determined, its structure also has been determined and, consequently, its psychology as well. On this foundation the idea might be attributed to us that from the economic state of a given society one